What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 6 Bay Chapter 201 Quirk strengthens the power of medicine. Blood? The meditator looked around his eyes, and there was a sense of disgust that could not be hidden in his eyes. Are you murdering here again? It's really disgusting. He has a serious mental cleanliness, and he has always believed that others are dirty and unclean. He usually wears white gloves when he comes in contact with him, so he is very sensitive to this smell. When I thought that the place I was stepping on was likely to have a disgusting person dying there, the meditator got goosebumps on his body, but there was not much doubt in his heart. There are often unlucky ghosts who do not have long eyes coming in here. In order to prevent anyone from prying into the secrets, the people of the 8th Desire Association often choose to kill people. However, this phenomenon will only happen once in a long time. After all, there are a bunch of dangerous signs outside the laboratory, and few people break in. Entering the residential building, the meditator opened the door and saw the sitting thieves at a glance. He couldn't help but frown. Didn't you warn you not to kill in Street 12? What's the matter? When he was speaking, his eyes looked at the bad discovery, and when he found that the little girl was still there, he turned his attention to the thief. Ah, I'm sorry, but today's opponents were troublesome. Nomu was dispatched to deal with them, but the bloody smell is a little harder to deal with. Etsuha imitated the thief and said. Okay. The fixer's eyes changed, and there seems to be something wrong with today's thief? He looked down at the corner, and a large water stain came into view. Similarly, he could still smell some blood in the water stains, which made him instantly alert. In the middle of Changji, he shouted in a deep voice. No one speaks. Advertisement: the normal clothes for entering the middle school are usually hidden in the basement, and his quirk can easily shuttle through the concrete, so as long as the repairer calls, the clothes for entering the middle school will appear immediately. But now, he didn't get any response. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. At this time, the meditator had immediately concluded that this thief was abnormal. Those who dare to pretend to be me, let me die. The repair master's eyes condensed, and he rushed to Etsuha's body in an instant, releasing a terrifying wave in his hand, causing the air to be distorted, and then squeezed fiercely. Focus on the stealing wild thief, in front of me. Bang! A large log fell apart in the hand, and the thief, in front of him suddenly turned into wood. You deserve to be an exorcist, your intuition is so sharp. Etsuha, who appeared on the other side, regretted. This is the sorrow of only one person. In this case he has no way to become a regular clothes in the middle to fool the meditator. But fortunately, his goal has been achieved. Now that he has met the master, Etsuha will not let him escape. Shina Etsuha, his pupils flickered, and he suddenly sneered. I didn't expect you to move so fast, so you touched here. It seems I should have moved to the laboratory that day. Stop talking nonsense, I have nothing to talk with you. Etsuha's feet formed ice, and said lightly. Hand over the quirk potentiation medicine, I'll give you a good time. It seems that you still don't understand your situation. The solver didn't put Etsuha in his eyes, and he believed. It seems that you already know my trump card. Yes, I do have the quirk potentiation medicine, and it is precious. The full version of. I know that your quirk is of the stronger and stronger type in Vietnam, but I don't know. After a few days have passed, your strength has improved. Is there any horror of improvement after taking drugs? It really makes me look forward to it. Bad Reason gave Etsuha a worried look, and resolutely stood behind him. Seeing this scene, the meditator's face was a little ugly. On the other hand, Etsuha touched her head and soothed. Don't worry, I won't lose. The repairer touched the ground with one hand, the decomposition ability was activated, and the floor collapsed. Advertisement: bang. The entire residential building collapsed, and Etsuha immediately hid in a safe place with the Bad Reason. The meditator showed a confident smile, and suddenly exerted force under his feet. His power became extremely terrifying, dozens of times more than ordinary people. His body turned into a black afterimage, and he only chased Etsuha. Is it possible to strengthen even the power to this level? It's an exaggeration. Etsuha was surprised when he saw this, and became more interested in the quirk strengthening medicine. You know, the power of the meditator at the beginning is not so strong. Facing his own speed, he can only avoid desperately. Isn't it convenient to carry a dragging 100 on your back? The fixer followed behind Etsuha and shot violently. However, at this moment, Etsuha calmly carried the Bad Reason on his back, and then noticed the movement of the repairer. His body turned into a green light in midair. The terrible high-speed movement made him look like he was in the air. General disappeared. Fast speed. Didn't he use his full strength before? The repairer's pupils shrank, and he found that even after the improvement of the potion, he still can't see Etsuha's movements. It's a pity. It seems that although your medicine can improve your physical fitness, you have not adapted to this body. Of course, even if you are fully adapted to this body, it is a lot worse than mine. Etsuha's the voice appeared behind him. The meditator slapped his hand back, but he didn't take a picture except for smashing a pile of icicles. Leaf hurricane. Bang. The meditator's legs were directly drawn and hurt, but when he reacted, there was nothing in front of him. Chapter 202 Strongest Meat Shield: The Enemy Alliance. When the building of the Bazaar Society collapsed, the enemy alliance received the news immediately. Spinner, who was in charge of checking the surveillance, said immediately, The laboratory of the 8th chamber of the Dead Blight exploded, and 13 external cameras were destroyed, leaving only a limited number of viewing angles to be used. After all, Etsuha does not have the ability of the radio system, and can only rely on his own intuition when investigating and monitoring. The result is that he has eliminated 80% of the monitoring, but there are still some dark places that he has not noticed. Shigaraki Tamura said, "Transfer the image." The collapsed building immediately appeared on the screen, and everyone who saw the enemy alliance was surprised. Twice was even more surprised. It has collapsed to this point. Is it possible that it has been attacked by heroes? The top few heroes now have more than half of the dead and injured. Even if the best genist, now ranked number 2, comes, I don't know how to understand the monk at all. Spinner sneered. Now the top 10 of heroes has been shuffled directly. Except for the position of number 1 All Might, the positions of the others have begun to change drastically. Best genist, who was ranked 4th before, is now ranked 2nd, but even his strength is estimated to be completely inferior to the current solver. After taking the quirk enhancement medicine, the exorcist's strength has soared, and it has reached a level of horror. If nothing else, his strength is enough to sweep everything in Japan today. Bang! There was a sound of percussion in the picture, but due to the angle, everyone couldn't see who was hitting whom, and they couldn't help but feel a little anxious. "Any other perspective?" said across my quilt towards Spinner. Spinner adjusted his angle, and soon the picture turned, and there was a picture of Etsuha and the repairer facing each other. Advertisement. It turned out to be him, Shina Etsuha. Spinner cried out strangely. "This is a coincidence. We just wanted to find him. I didn't expect to come here by ourselves. What a fool." "Do you want to support?" Twice asked. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Although this is a good opportunity to beat Shina Etsuha, it is also a good opportunity to hurt both of them. Shigaraki Tamura stared at the screen. His eyes became dangerous. "Don't worry, the repairman hid his hole cards. Now he is very it may be far above Shina Etsuha, not to mention that he is still carrying a drag, and the winning rate is even lower." Everyone found out that Etsuha was carrying a cute little girl on her back, watching the battle between the two ignorantly. Bang! As soon as the voice fell, Etsuha's leaf hurricane swept across the knee of the repairer. This blow was terrifying. Etsuha's physical fitness completely crushed the repairer. One blow went down, the repairer's. The kneecap is broken directly. "Ah. Very good strength. I didn't expect your body to be so strong. Even after strengthening, I can't keep up with your movements." The repair master touched his knee with one hand, which was used to resolve the quirk. Next, the knee turned into a dusty powder, and it condensed back in an instant. In a blink of an eye, a new leg was formed, intact. "It's just your attack, it doesn't seem to have any effect on me." He turned his head to look at where Etsuha was, and laughed. "On the contrary, if I meet you, you will die." When Spinner saw this scene, he immediately felt that the victory or defeat was divided. Tisk tusk, it appeared, the most terrifying thing about the quirk, the super meat shield. Unless he loses his mind in a single blow, his quirk will be able to keep reshaping your body, and even your physical strength can be restored directly. "How do you fight such a guy?" Shigaraki Tamura's eyes flashed. It was indeed difficult to deal with this situation. The quirk of the repairer was very invincible in some respects. This quirk represents the sharpest spear and the hardest shield, and it does not conflict with each other. It is obviously only a simple method, but it is the most troublesome ability. Just looking at it is a headache. This quirk is really troublesome. Etsuha was also touched, but he was just a tentative attack just now, and he hadn't even tried his best. Seeing the bad reason behind him, Etsuha smiled and said, "Is the speed just now bearable?" "No problem." Bad reason nodded firmly, "I won't be a drag." In a sense, her quirk is more terrifying. If it is not completely mastered, even the solver would not dare to touch it. Etsuha adjusted his posture and said, "Diaresis, we will speed up next, hurry up." Advertisement, okay. The voice fell, and Etsuha's afterimage appeared directly on the spot. The meditator squinted his eyes and felt a gust of wind rushing toward his face. He couldn't see Etsuha's movements at all, but with the strengthening of the quirk medicine, he was able to make simple predictions and feel the threat coming from behind. His hand patted directly back. Wow! A large swath of ice fell from the sky, and the aura of destruction overflowed from the palms of the repair master's hands, and countless ice fells suddenly turned into powder. At this moment, the afterimage of Etsuha appeared before his eyes. The meditator immediately covered his head with one hand, and at the moment he made this action, an ice dagger appeared from the side and pierced his neck with a sword. Puff! Blood spurts. No good, and shoots out. What a quick action. Spinner and the others were surprised. In the surveillance picture, Etsuha's figure was just like teleport. They couldn't see exactly what was going on, and they found that the repairer's neck had been split. The repairer did not react in any panic, and touched his neck with his hand. As the neck collapsed and reorganized, the wound healed again. "Your attack is useless to me. Even if you kick my bones and smash my internal organs, I can easily recover. And this level of pain is not enough to cause me to fall into a coma." I moved my muscles and looked at Etsuha's feet with emotionless eyes. "Don't you need to show the red skull? I have already seen your whole card. If that's all, you can go to death today." Chapter 203 Fusion Quirk. The ridicule of the meditator is completely useless to Etsuha. The present meditator has only strengthened a lot, but now he is only one person, and it is not a threat to Etsuha at all. After preliminary testing, Etsuha has thoroughly understood his current strength, and could not help but reminded. It seems that you are very confident in your own strength, but I probably already understand your attack range, and then I will look at you. Can you handle it? Huh? The repair master was startled, and then there was a cold light in his eyes. Then try it. He thinks that Etsuha can be exhausted with his current physical strength, so he doesn't believe what Etsuha said. However, at this moment, Etsuha fiercely opened the first 8 inner gates. Table Lotus. Bang. A bottom-up kick suddenly hit the repairer's chin, so quickly that Etsuha's movements were not seen at all, and the repairer had already taken off. So fast. The meditator in midair only felt that his brain was shaking, and his entire eyes were fainting. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that his hands 537 were actually entangled in bandages, so that he was completely unable to move. The bandage completely bound the body of the meditator, and ice was locked on his wrists, so that the meditator's hands could not move at all. At the same time, Etsuha held the bandage on the repairer in one hand and began to spin rapidly, and the two of them slammed into the ground with their heads down. Boom! The earth shook violently, and the concrete ground was directly smashed open by the repair master's head, and a big pit was created abruptly. What kind of physical skill is this? It is so powerful. Advertisement. Is that a quirk just now? How do I feel that his power has suddenly increased? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The meditator won't die, right? The attack just now was going to shake his brain away. Seeing this scene, several people from the enemy alliance were shocked. Etsuha's attack method is unheard of to them. BCAC. This is a pure physical exercise. It is a movement that develops their body to the limit, even if they have the same level of power as Etsuha. Can't do this step. What's more, their eyes can't keep up with Etsuha now. Huh. Worthy of Might Guy's physical fitness, even if he opens a door, his body can bear it completely. Etsuha moved a few steps, feeling that although his physical strength was consumed a lot, he still possessed good fighting power. This kind of consumption is much better than that of Mokobodom. Etsuha can only fight for a while after suspending time and space. It belongs to the unique skill of killing the enemy without the remaining power after being used up. If you use Mokobodom to solve the problem of understanding the master, the remaining villain Etsuha will probably not be able to continue to respond to the enemy at this time, and it will inevitably be a little troublesome. Cough cough cough. The meditator's body was covered with blood, and he was still scared today. Had it not been for someone to use quirk to create a mind barrier in the ground, he would have been killed by that blow. However, under the cover of the smoke and dust, the repair division immediately moved his hands, first reshaped his head, and then took out a few bottles of medicine from his pocket. Under the shockwave just now, the potion bottle had collapsed, but the quirk of the fixer instantly repaired it, glanced at Etsuha bitterly, and then drank the first potion. Not dead? Etsuha immediately realized something. At that moment, the repairer first slammed into a transparent barrier, buffering most of the force, and then smashed the concrete. Otherwise, given his physical fitness, the blow just now was enough to break his body, let alone human beings. Advertisement, Shina Etsuha, I want to kill you. The meditator said with difficulty. After drinking the medicine, his whole body began to change, the inside of his body began to collapse and reorganize, and the quirk genes began to line up. However, the quirk of the meditator was enough for him to master all of this. With the collapse and analysis of his hands, his body finally forcibly merged with the second quirk, and 2 additional arms grew out of his back. Is this mutation? What did he drink just now? Spinner was surprised. A new arm grows out of my back, it's so cool. Crossing my quilt looked enviously. He has incorporated the new quirk, and what was in it just now should be someone's quirk gene. Shigaraki Tamura said suddenly. He was very familiar with the bottle of medicine just now. It was the quirk gene extracted by the repairer. He shattered the human body into powder by breaking the quirk, and then condensed the quirk gene separately and stored it in the container. Shigaraki Tamura thought he would use it to make Nomu, but he didn't expect that this guy actually drank it for himself, and he succeeded in becoming Nomu. It turned out to be like this. The rest of the people were taken aback. They didn't expect that the meditator would have the courage to forcibly merge the second quirk. Moreover, it seems that his plan was very successful, and the strength of the repairer now is stronger than before. Die to me. The speed of the repairer was a bit faster than before, and the 2 newly added hands slapped to the ground, and a lot of ground thorns suddenly ran out. Chapter 204 Underground People Pouch. The ground thorn came out at a super fast speed, directly shattering a residential building, and stabbed Etsuha's feet with a vicious threat. Etsuha's eyes were fixed on the ground thorn, and he leapt sharply, avoiding the ground thorn's attack range. At this moment, the interpreter kept watching Etsuha with his eyes. Seeing Etsuha's movements, his eyes condensed sharply. I can see clearly, I can see all of them. With the integration of the first quirk, his whole body strength has been explosively increased, and even his eyes can accurately capture Etsuha's current movement. Success. The hands behind his back kept making ground thorns. Not only did the concrete surging, one after another ground thorns continued to appear from Etsuha's feet. And at this moment, the meditator jumped up sharply, and rushed to Ji Sha in an instant. Roll. An extremely huge icicle formed in front of Etsuha in an instant, and it smashed towards the repairer. Then his Sharingan swung to the side, and a hidden person was caught. I found you, Tianaibaji. Etsuha stared at the man with a sneer. Why was it exposed so soon? Tianaibi's compassion is shocked. Just now he used the mind power shield to let the cultivator escape the catastrophe. In fact, Tianaibaji didn't plan to take action at all. Facing Etsuha like this, he didn't even have the mind to fight, and just wanted to interfere with the fight occasionally. But the results now force him to stand up. With my abilities, it should be able to hold him for some time, as long as the meditator can attack him during this period of time, and then stand with me, then it will be easy to handle. Tien Gebi's compassionate strategy. At the same time, looking in Etsuha's direction, a shield immediately condensed in front of him. What are you looking at? Etsuha's voice suddenly appeared behind him. Tien Gebi's cold hair exploded, and the place I just saw was only an afterimage? He hurriedly turned his head back, but it was too late, and a cold light flashed by, and a smear of blood appeared on his neck. Advertisement pouch. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Blood spurts. This corpse doesn't seem to be that safe, but let's just bury it here. Etsuha glanced at the fallen Tengabeji, and couldn't help but think of the meditator's abilities. It would be troublesome if the guy brought this man back to life. He could only hide the body with ice. The surrounding ice surging quickly turned Tien Gai's body into an ice sculpture, which was then buried deep in the ice pile under the operation of the ice. After that, Etsuha looked at the icicle that hit the repairer again. Boom! The huge icicle collapsed suddenly, and the repair master burst out from it, with an afterimage of his body, approaching Etsuha's body. Etsuha's Sharingan can see his movements clearly, including the fact that the two hands behind his back make ground stabs. In this case, Etsuha will not give the repairer a chance and raise his hand. With a wave, several ice arrows condensed in the sky and flew directly to the eyes of the repairer. Taking advantage of the evasion of the cultivator, Etsuha's speed soared, and he immediately came to know the cultivator. Ha ha ha, I've seen through your actions. The repairer was ecstatic and touched Etsuha's ice sword with both hands without fear. His quirk exploded, destroying everything in front of him, and the ice sword was in a blink of an eye. It turned into smashed away, and at the same time this energy rushed towards Etsuha's body, destroying Etsuha completely without hesitation. Bang! A pile of powder appeared in the sky, but there was no bloody smell, but a large piece of cold snow foam. This is the body replacement technique made by Etsuha with ice cubes. Ended. Etsuha appeared behind the meditator, and the second gate of the 8 inner gates opened, and the strength and speed had already broken through to the extreme. The meditator didn't even have a chance to turn his head, so he felt a chill in his neck. Puff, a lot of blood spurted out. That skill again. The meditator's eyes were full of unbelievable. He should be able to merge a few quirks again and enter the third state. It's a pity that Etsuha's power is too weird. The head-on at the beginning made him ignore Etsuha's body replacement technique, and he was eventually killed by a single blow. Advertisement at this level, he has no chance to come back. His body has lost all his skills, and he lay directly on the ground. Such a pity. Shigaraki Tamura, who has been watching the live broadcast all the time, blinked. Only one repairer died. Shina Etsuha seems to be in good condition. It's a shame. The people who crossed me under the quilt didn't quite understand what Shigaraki Tamura meant. As the confidant of the alliance was dead, this should be bad news for them. Why didn't Shigaraki Tamura respond? Only twice glanced at Shigaraki Tamura, then looked at his hands and muttered, so it's like this. This should solve another problem. Etsuha murmured as he looked at the repairer whose life breath had completely disappeared. 0. At this moment, he felt like there was a burst of energy nourishment in his body. The physical strength and muscles overdrawn because of the 8 inner gates began to recover in a blink of an eye, and he reached his peak state in an instant. This is. Etsuha looked at the bad reason incredulously. The little girl smiled softly at him. I'm tired, this is the limit I can control. Use quirk to trace my body back to the state before the 8 inner gates was turned on. What a surprising power. Etsuha lowered her from her back and moved her body slightly. If the ability for bad reason is like this, it would be too terrifying. This is simply in line with the strongest quirk of 8 inner gates. If the backtracking time that can be controlled by the bad reason is longer, maybe Etsuha can be restored to the state before the 8 inner gates was opened. Doesn't this mean that he can open 8 indefinitely? Gate? This is simply a terrifying quirk. However, Etsuha didn't have the idea of possessing bad reason. He opened his mouth and was about to say something to bad reason, but suddenly felt a sense of danger. Have heroes? Sharingan of Etsuha looked around, but found no villain. At this moment, he suddenly shifted his gaze to the ground, and suddenly discovered that a person was rushing out along the ground. Chapter 205 Access Million is here, a few hours ago. Located in the city where Etsuha is located, passing Million and 3 other people walked out of the station. Huh. Is this the city where Shina Etsuha is located? It's really close to UA. Najire-chan sighed deeply and said playfully. Since the Hosu City incident, Etsuha has moved to another city. It is not far from UA, and it is also a second-tier city, but it hides 2 powerful terrorist criminal groups, the Enemy Alliance and the Deadly Bajai Society, as well as Shina Etsuha, the most dangerous criminal. It's troublesome. I think we may not be able to fight Shina Etsuha. We don't look at each other's eyes when fighting. Do you think it is possible? Tamaki Imajiki has no confidence in the three of them at all, look like. Not long ago they received a commission from the official. The content is to win Shina Etsuha. In addition, it was to kill the two gangs of the enemy alliance and the Bazaar Guild. There were 3 tasks in total, one more difficult than the other, but the passage million took over. I don't care, the passage is okay, right? Najire-chan glanced at the passage million. I will try my best. Tongxing Million looked innocent, but our goal is not to act exactly as commissioned. If you meet Shina Etsuha, if you can keep your hands, let's keep your hands as much as possible. Oh, why? Najire-chan curiously asked. He's not a bad guy, Tongyang Million affirmed. Come on, that's a wanted man in the country. It's not something you can decide by saying that a bad guy. Najire-chan rolled his eyes. But this must be what All Might said. I think you two yesterday. It seems to be saying something. Well, he said it. Tongxing Million didn't deny it, and his face looked dumbfounded with determination. I believe Shina Etsuha, but I can't let him go because of this. I must teach a lesson. Teaching. I think he taught us, Tamaki Imajiki said silently. HMPH, that's not necessarily. Najire-chan hummed his little nose. At any rate, we are also seniors and seniors. He might even call seniors honestly when he meets us. It's not easy to teach juniors. At this time, when the passers-by saw the three of them, they were so excited that they took out their mobile phones and took pictures randomly. Look, UA's Big 3, advertisement. That guy who looks like Tintin is called Tongxing Million. I know him, very strong. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The heroes closest to number 1. That's Najire-chan, so cute. Please take a photo with me. A lot of people came to watch. In fact, UA's reputation has not been low, especially during the school festival. It is comparable to the top sports games, and it is basically the country's attention. If you are famous in the Academy Festival, you will basically have a high reputation, especially Big 3 headed by Tongxing Million. Their reputation in the country is not much lower than that of the top heroes, but because they did not graduate, so there is no ranking. Hearing the passage of Ding Ding, Million suddenly felt a little bewildered. What is Ding Ding? Puff. Najire-chan laughed out loud. It's that, the adventures of Tintin. You really look like that person. Passing Million. There is even such a statement? The people around me got together more and more. A few people came to perform the task this time, and it was easy to make a lot of noise. So politely avoiding some fan greetings, the three of them rushed out of the station and followed the map to a restaurant. According to the information, there is probably an enemy stronghold near this restaurant. It is reported that many passers-by have been missing here, and heroes have checked it out, but that heroes also disappeared later, and it became an urban ghost legend. However, in later investigations, it was discovered that this place was likely to be related to a certain underworld force, and one of the goals of the 3 people who passed Million came to this time was also this place. What shall we do, sneak in directly? Najire-chan asked. The time now is 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and it will be dusk soon. It would be better at night if you sneak in. Let's eat now, Tongxing Million said. Advertisement. They came by car early in the morning, and they basically didn't eat anything on the road, and they were very hungry now. The other 2 also nodded and ordered some meals separately. But at this moment, there was a sudden tremor in the distance, and it seemed that some building had collapsed. Okay. The 3 of them glanced at each other. Passing Million immediately said, I'll go over and take a look, you guys follow. Said his body sank directly to the ground, leaving only a set of clothes on the ground. What is this, Luo, bodyfighter? Najire-chan spit out while holding his clothes. Come on. Tamaki Imajiki reluctantly glanced at the takoyaki on the table. The 2 moved quickly. It's not too close to that stronghold here, and it's nearly a kilometer away. It will take some time for the 2 of them to check the situation, and the quirk that passes Million allows him to move quickly underground, so he can go ahead and find the way. What the 2 of them didn't know was that Million, which used the quirk to sink into the ground, was constantly sinking and rising, lost. I can't say that I'm lost, but when he's underground, he can't hear the sound, so he can't walk straight into the place. Every time he deviates from the route, he has to reposition it according to the sound. It wastes a lot of time going back and forth, but at the last minute, he finally found the location and bounced directly out of the ground. From Etsuha's perspective, he saw a Luo, body man suddenly rushed out of the ground and stood in front of him. Okay. Etsuha looked at the person in front of him with some silence, then covered his irrational eyes with his hands. When he realized that the underground person might be a hero's, he used the transformation technique to disguise himself, but he didn't expect such a strange thing to appear in front of him. Chapter 206 Against the Enemy Alliance. The Enemy Alliance? Do you know the position of the Enemy Alliance? Passing Million was surprised. Of course I know. Etsuha believes. In fact, he asked a lot of things from the mouth of Violet. Among them, Violet vomited out the matter of the enemy alliance from the beginning. After unable to withstand the endless torture, he directly stated the position of the enemy alliance. As a bargaining chip, Etsuha tried to give him a good time. Passing Million and the 3 of them glanced at each other, eliminated the possibility of the trap, and then turned back to Etsuha and said, in this case, can you please lead us? No problem. Etsuha made a ticket, and then took a meaningful look at the corner. There is a camera that keeps flashing red light. Shina Etsuha found the camera. Spinner was shocked when he saw Etsuha's smile. What are they talking about? You can't hear it at this distance. Twice looked at the monitor a little strangely. Shigaraki Tamura glanced at the direction of the picture, suddenly thought of something, and said in a deep voice. Everyone, now withdraw immediately. No, leave now? Spinner asked in surprise. Twice can create a few clones to stay. Shigaraki Tamura casually said. He still doesn't want to run into Shina Etsuha head-on, and the consequences are too terrifying. In the battle between the repairer and Shina Etsuha, he clearly felt that Etsuha was at ease, as if Gao Wan was facing an ordinary player who was slightly proficient in the game. Although ordinary players are very strong, most people can be discouraged, but in the eyes of Gao Wan, it is always a kind of nonchalant performance. And Shina Etsuha is obviously the Gaowan. When facing the repairer, Shigaraki Tamura even suspected that he hadn't used all his strength. Especially the speed at which the last sword exploded made him unheard of. Under this circumstance, Shigaraki Tamura naturally has to avoid the edge for the time being. Advertisement. Others don't understand Shigaraki Tamura's thoughts very well. This tavern has been a stronghold of the enemy alliance for a long time, so it would be too hasty to just give up. However, Shigaraki Tamura obviously had another picture. He saw a portal open from the tavern, and then a few Nomu came out from it. The headed one covered Kurogiri all over, with an exaggerated shape, different from the usual Nomu. His brain was invisible at first. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. What's the matter, Diaresis? Amazingly, this Nomu actually spoke, and the gloomy voice made the faces of several people present suddenly change. Take this guy out. Spinner looked at this Nomu in surprise. Obviously, this Nomu is Shigaraki Tamura's latest trump card, a super Nomu who can only think and talk. Kill this group of people, Shigaraki Tamura said, pointing to the 5 people in the monitor. Etsuha used the transformation technique and he watched it all the time. Shigaraki Tamura had long guessed that Etsuha might have a quirk similar to the transformation, but he didn't expect it to be so convenient. It was simply a replacement for the upper position of my quilt. But it doesn't matter. The Nomu in front of me is based on the 3rd generation made by the original Nomu. It has extremely strong power and speed. In terms of strength, it is the best experimental body he used to test Shina Etsuha. The remaining 2 Nomu are inferior, but they are also the elites in Nomu, enough to help Nomu deal with the trash fish beside the group of people. I see. Wisdom Nomu glanced at the images of several people and nodded silently. Twice. Shigaraki Tamura said to Twice, who had twice the quirk on the side. Twice immediately realized that under his quirk, another Shigaraki Tamura clone was born from the other side, looking very strange. Tisk, if the teacher was still around, it would be great to be able to use this quirk. Shigaraki Tamura couldn't help but think. In terms of all-for-one's strength, even if it is just a clone, it is also an extremely terrifying existence. If Twice directly creates several clones of all-for-one, let alone Shina Etsuha, even All Might in its heyday may not be able to resist. Then I beg you, my clone. Shigaraki Tamura left a word and left silently. Advertisement. Shigaraki Tamura's avatar's eyes flickered slightly. He also has independent thinking, and naturally knows what he will face next. However, the newly split clones will not go against the will of the subject. As time goes by, the clones will gradually compete for the position of the ontology. Even Twice caused his schizophrenia after too many clones, but the split within a short period of time will not affect anything. Diaresis Shina Etsuha, let me use the strength of the clone to see how strong you are now. Shigaraki Tamura, the clone, muttered to himself, looking at his hands. It should be here. Etsuha led everyone to the outskirts of a tavern. Similar to what he had remembered, this is the place where everyone from the enemy alliance usually gathers. The location is very remote. It took a lot of time for Etsuha to finally find it. I'll go in and take a look, Tongyang Million said. Immediately his body sank and fell directly to the ground, and the clothes he had just put on fell again. Bang! Passage Million popped out of the ground. With his understanding of the structure of the house, he stuck his body in the wall, and then exposed a face to look outside. What I saw was a normal tavern, and in the tavern, several people were sitting there watching something. This is. Spinner, take my quilt. Well, these 2 people are indeed the guys who have appeared in the information, and the information should be correct. Tongxing Million muttered to himself. At this moment, a Nomu suddenly turned to look at him. Chapter 207 Initial Collision. Smart Nomu. Is this Nomu? What a weird look. Passing Million was taken aback. The shape of this Nomu was a little different from what he had seen before, and Kurogiri was enveloped all over, even with a ghastly feeling. What is even more bizarre is that when he saw him, Nomu actually punched him without hesitation. Passing Million immediately started the quirk and fell underground, and Nomu's punch was so powerful that it directly destroyed the entire wall of the tavern. Are people coming? The few who were talking stood up and stretched. Well, it's a troublesome kid. Nomu, who was enveloped in Kurogiri, turned his head and stared at the ground. But I should be able to solve it. As he said, it smashed the tavern directly with its body, and saw the Etsuha people waiting outside at a glance. The autonomy is pretty high, Spinner said, touching his chin. Stop talking nonsense, keep up with it, Shigaraki Tamura urged behind. The few people who remained were just clones. The attack power and quirk completely copied the body, but the stamina was 470. If there is no defensive strike, it is likely to be broken by a few punches. This needs to be paid attention to. Nijire-chan and Tamaki Imajiki, who were staying outside, also noticed this special Nomu, and their eyes became a little dignified for a while. Is this the unique Nomu of the enemy alliance? It's not the same as the information shown. Nijire-chan frowned. The speed that the Nomu showed just now shocked her, even the current all might, right? Advertisement. It's too strong. Tamaki Imajiki didn't want to face this guy. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Etsuha stared at the inside. What surprised him was that this group of people from the enemy alliance did not escape. Isn't a camera in that place not from the enemy alliance? A trap, or Shigaraki Tamura has confidence in this Nomu? Etsuha thought to himself. He didn't intend to make a move. Now, letting the people of Passing Million test Nomu's strength and Shigaraki Tamura's true or false is suitable. If it is confirmed that the current Shigaraki Tamura is the real body, Etsuha will do a one-shot kill. At this moment, the underground passage Million suddenly popped up and appeared right behind Kurogiri Nomu. Annoying little bug. Who are you looking down on? Nomu reacted in the first instant. Its body teleported directly behind Tongxing Million, at a strange speed, and punched in an instant. Bang! There was a hum in the air, and then the hurricane blew like a sword. But at this time, Million's body seemed transparent, and Kurogiri Nomu's attack actually penetrated completely. At this moment, the attack of Passing Million came quietly, and a sturdy straight fist suddenly penetrated Kurogiri's body and hit its internal organs. Hiss! Kurogiri Nomu sucked in a cold breath and said in an exaggerated voice, "It hurts so much that it penetrated my body. What is that quirk?" His heart was intact, but the lung lobe inside was smashed with a punch by Passing Million. With the ability to super regenerate, this injury is nothing to Kurogiri Nomu, but it feels like he has been humiliated. Yes, this is a Nomu with BCFF, overlapping multiple quirks. As the third generation, its compatibility is worse than that of the first generation. Although some quirks are not as practical as the first generation, they are absolutely powerful. Don't talk to it, gosh, hit it, advertisement. Nijire-chan shouted to Tamaki Imajiki beside him. Tamaki Imajiki had been prepared for a long time. When he saw that Nomu easily resisted the Passing Million, he realized that it was not good. Now he directly turned his hands into octopus tentacles and entangled them toward Kurogiri Nomu. This is Tamaki Imajiki's unique quirk, reproduction, which can reproduce the physical characteristics of what you eat on your own body, and this characteristic will be magnified several times and become extremely exaggerated. Pouch! A large number of octopus tentacles erupted, and a panic arrived in front of Kurogiri Nomu's eyes. Kurogiri Nomu had already noticed the people on the side. When Tamaki Imajiki sneered, he gave out a sneer of disdain, and then a pair of huge wings were born behind him. With a fierce one, he flew directly into the air. 2-on-1 or something is really unfair to me. It stood above Tamaki Imajiki and turned its neck. According to normal circumstances, it should be our people who have the advantage. This is more in line with the game settings. You are right. It's true. The avatars who had been watching the battle took Nomu out of the tavern. HMPH, it seems that I have to take action. Nijire-chan smiled when he saw this, then turned back and smiled and glanced at Etsuha. When my sister is fighting, don't run away or turn back, otherwise I will punish you well. And protect your sister. Such a cute girl can't get hurt. Yeah. Etsuha nodded quietly, without responding. He doesn't know what quirk Nijire-chan is, but vaguely remembers that BIG3's strength is quite strong, so he just took this situation to see clearly. Not long after, everyone in the enemy alliance stood in front of them. The big three of UA. It's really interesting. Killing you will cause social turmoil, right? The clone Shigaraki Tamura took a deep look at Etsuha's side, and then said solemnly, hands. Chapter 208 Cunning. Roar. Two Nomu rushed forward, one came in front of Tamaki Imajiki, and the big basketball fist slammed past, with shocking momentum. Facing this attack, Tamaki Imajiki's hand directly turned into a shell carapace, with obvious octopus wrists and muscle mass on it. It is no show of weakness that this Nomu's attack. Bang! When the two collided, Tamaki Imajiki took a step back, a hideous crack appeared on the carapace. But he didn't care. Using the quirk again, the carapace's hands immediately turned into a shell shape, and the lower body turned into a vigorous grasshopper thigh, a fierce kick. His body was as fast as a hurricane in an instant, and the shell was clamped towards Nomu's neck, and a mass of blood came out. What quirk is this guy? Spinner, who was about to fight behind him, was shocked to see this scene. Could this guy's whole body be able to change? It's terrible. Tamaki Imajiki, who quickly attacked Nomu, was covered with blood. He sniffed the smell and suddenly felt nauseous. Oh. This smell is really terrible. If it wasn't for the digestion of the contents in my stomach, I would never eat it. Kind of garbage. With that, he resisted the nausea and swallowed Nomu's blood. Immediately afterwards, Tamaki Imajiki's body suddenly tightened, and his muscles began to swell. This guy actually has two quirks, which is really helpful. Tamaki Imajiki took a deep breath, and his physical fitness instantly improved to the same level as this Nomu. Oh, is this a quirk that can change anything by eating? It's a troublesome guy? It seems that he can't get my blood, otherwise it will become a trouble. Kurogiri no Mu in the sky makes everything looking in his eyes, he muttered to himself. The quirks of the remaining 3 people have not been exposed, but it is not important anymore. It has not low intelligence, but also knows how to think, and its actions are naturally different from ordinary Nomu. Kurogiri no Mu is analyzing everyone's quirk, and Tamaki Imajiki is a troublesome guy, so Kurogiri no Mu pays special attention. At this moment, Tongxing Million suddenly popped out of the ground, appeared directly behind Spinner, and punched it without hesitation. Advertisement, okay. Spinner's reaction was not slow. Holding a heavy sword, he immediately noticed the dangerous aura behind him, and turned his head and slashed it without thinking about it. However, the current passage of Million is in a hollow state except for the soles of the feet, and Spinner's sword cut directly into the air. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Under what circumstances can it be cut? Spinner's pupils shrank and he immediately realized the weirdness of passing Million quirk, but it was too late to think about the reaction at this time. He was just about to cut out the exhaustion state, and now there is no reaction in his body, and he can only watch. Passing Million punched himself. This fist hit Spinner's chin, extremely fatal. When the blow went down, Spinner's head suddenly felt like it was about to explode, and his body flew out. Because it was just a clone, this blow far exceeded the endurance of his body, and the fallen Spinner directly turned into a mass of inexplicable matter, like a mass of mud. What is this? Passing Million was stunned, it was the first time he saw someone this way. Sure enough, it's a clone. Etsuha on the side couldn't help but see this scene. This is basically the same result as he guessed. The enemies of the Alliance staying here are indeed clones, but they don't know what the wisdom Nomu is about. As quirk related to penetration, everyone in the enemy alliance quickly realized the quirk of passing Million. As for Kurogiri Nomu, he was suspended in the sky from the beginning, so that he could completely avoid the attack of passing Million. It can be said that he truly restrained all his actions. Ask for flowers? It's almost time, let's get rid of the threat first. Kurogiri Nomu circled in the sky, then his wings shook and he came directly behind Tamaki Imajiki. Bang! Its speed suddenly accelerated, like a jet fighter, almost instantly to the side of Tamaki Imajiki who was fighting the augmented Nomu. So fast, advertisement Tamaki Imajiki reacted immediately, reflexively turning his whole body into a hardened shell state, and his defense power was raised to the apex. At the same time, Kurogiri Nomu let out a mocking sneer, and then its muscles suddenly began to swell. Zero muscle proliferation. Strengthen, the arm muscles are deformed. The 3 quirks are superimposed on each other, and this Nomu's arm is as huge as a small car. During the attack, gusts of wind were rolled up, and one blow hit Tamaki Imajiki's shell. Bang! With a blow, the ground trembled suddenly, and Tamaki Imajiki's shells shattered directly. The strong aftershock made his internal organs roll, his face changed, and a mouthful of red blood was vomited. Gosh! Najire-chan screamed in surprise, her pre-face sullen, and a horrible twisted stance quickly appeared all over her body. An invisible wave continued along the space into Kurogiri Nomu's internal organs, and then tightened fiercely. Puff! There was a strange noise in Nomu's body, it was the sound of the internal organs being distorted. But under the healing of super regeneration, these scars quickly recovered. It did not have a love for battle. It wounded Tamaki Imajiki with one blow, and then immediately flew into the sky, staring at several people like a wolf. Until this time, the support of passing Million was enough, but his quirk could not fly into the sky, and he could only watch Kurogiri Nomu helplessly. The pressure on the scene suddenly increased. Chapter 209 Shigaraki Tamura has grown amazingly. My quirk doesn't work. Najire-chan looked at Kurogiri Nomu strangely. Her fluctuating stance just now really affected the opponent, but Kurogiri Nomu did not react at all. His body was only stiff for a moment, and then he moved again, seemingly not injured at all. This is troublesome. This big guy doesn't seem to be planning to fight us at all, so his threat is too great. Najire-chan realized this Nomu's cunning, and was a little nervous for a while. Their quirk is not that they can't attack the sky unit, but it is an absolute disadvantage for them in the air. In the case of similar strength, rushing into an unfamiliar battlefield is likely to be crushed by the opponent. 273. You must first clean up the people around you. Realizing this, Najire-chan immediately said, Gosh, how is the injury? The bone seems to be broken, but I just took a sip of Nomu's blood, his quirk has a healing function, and it's not a big problem now. Tamaki Imajiki stood up swayingly, his stomach was bloody, but in the quirk he has begun to heal under his treatment. Then kill Nomu in one go. Najire-chan shouted. With that, she bounced directly, bursting with light blue energy all over her body, and pointed her hands at Nomu beside Tamaki Imajiki, and the fluctuating energy was directly released. The air was shaken by the special energy, and then the space seemed to be twisted and compressed, and huge energy burst out suddenly. Under the influence of this energy, that Nomu's body was twisted into a spiral shape, and then burst into a burst. This effect. Is it Kamui? Advertisement Etsuha was a little surprised to see this scene. Najire-chan's quirk is very strange. From the expressive point of view, it is similar to Kamui. The difference is that Najire-chan cannot directly distort the space, but through the shock and distortion of the air. Then a volatile position is formed, which creates a visual effect similar to Kamui. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. A Nomu was killed in seconds at the moment Nijire-chan appeared, and Big 3 showed its true strength at this time. Tamaki Imajiki completely inherited the Nomu quirk, and his own strength became extremely powerful, with the octopus wrist and shell defense. He is a pure super soldier. He forcibly withstood the attack of the quilt crossing my body and another Nomu, and penetrated the defense of the enemy alliance. Passing Million is equally powerful. When Kurogiri Nomu is completely ignored, his combat mode is very strange, and his direction and attack are confusing. Unsuspecting Nomu has been attacked several times in succession, and his body is already scarred, almost going to fall. In less than a moment, the enemy alliance began to retreat steadily under the attack of the three. Ah, this is trouble. It seems that the strength of these three people should not be underestimated. Shigaraki Tamura was anxiously scratching his neck when he saw this scene, but quickly said, "Twice, it's all up to you this time, up." "I know." Twice nodded. The current Twice is also a clone that has just been split. His quirk is not suitable for combat, so the split clone has no effect. The most important thing is that Twice's clone retains all Twice's quirk, and his role is almost the same as the main body. It has to be said that the current Twice is a bug-like existence. As long as he does not die, the enemy alliance can have a steady stream of numbers. In a sense, it can even be called the trump card of the enemy alliance. As Twice escaped into the shadows, Shigaraki Tamura finally walked out of the corner. Although it didn't take long to get all for one, there are countless quirks from the doctor, and there are no lack of some powerful ones. Today's Shigaraki Tamura is much stronger than before. And Etsuha's eyes took a sharp look at Shigaraki Tamura. No one is more familiar with this quirk than him. This is clearly the quirk of the solver. This is fine too. Big 3 can hardly believe his eyes. This quirk is too amazing. Advertisement, however, at this time, Shigaraki Tamura suddenly showed a weird smile. One hand touched the octopus tentacles, and then seemed to release some strange energy. Those tentacles suddenly turned into invisible powder. How did Shigaraki Tamura get it? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Bang! Tamaki Imajiki was shocked. This guy's quirk is so strong. Tamaki Imajiki, who was in combat, immediately spotted the newly emerged Shigaraki Tamura. His hands reflexed to become octopus wrists and impacted. Several octopus wrists directly enlarged in the air. Their flexibility increased several times, and he grasped mercilessly. Shigaraki Tamura. One shot failed, but Shigaraki Tamura's goal was to move directly to Nomu, who was almost killed by Tamaki Imajiki. Pressing one hand on that Nomu's head, and quirk started. Nomu's body was first shattered into powder, and then combined back between the moments, forming a complete Nomu. More than that, after solving these octopus tentacles, Shigaraki Tamura's eyes seemed to be able to see those fluctuations. The calf muscles bulged and the movements were surprisingly fast. He avoided all the fluctuations of Nijire-chan in one breath and moved towards Tamaki Imajiki attacked fiercely. Shigaraki Tamura came to Tamaki Imajiki's body at an astonishing speed, and patted Tamaki Imajiki's body directly with one hand. Swish. In this case, Tamaki Imajiki didn't dare to resist rashly. Shigaraki Tamura's quirk was too weird. His legs changed into a grasshopper shape again at 3.9. He bounced hard and jumped back several tens of meters. He also cooperated with Nijire-chan's quirk. The compressed air formed a swirling transparent energy body, instantly sealing all the retreats of Shigaraki Tamura. For ordinary people, this is almost a mortal situation. What happened? Is there another one here? Chapter 210 Clone of Clone. With the resurrection of the first Nomu, Shigaraki Tamura immediately looked to the sky and said coldly, "When are you going to watch?" Kurogiri Nomu's wings flapped, his huge body hovered quickly in the air, and then stayed above Shigaraki Tamura, and said in a gloomy voice, "I'm not the same as you. Kill them." Shigaraki Tamura ordered. The non-intelligent Nomu beside him immediately set off and rushed to Tamaki Imajiki first. After Kurogiri Nomu hesitated, he rioted in the same way and came directly to Tamaki Imajiki. This Nomu is also an amplification system, but another quirk can directly crystallize its body and become extremely strong, which complements his power and becomes very terrifying. Now this crystal Nomu rushed directly in front of Tamaki Imajiki, and suddenly punched. This fist was slightly sharp. Tamaki Imajiki didn't want to resist, but wanted to hide away. However, behind him, Kurogiri Nomu rushed forward at a faster speed, and his body curled up with an afterimage and attacked with thunder. Tamaki Imajiki, with 12 blows on both sides, suddenly had nowhere to hide, but turned his body into a shell. Defensively. But just like the first time, his shell was smashed to pieces by Kurogiri Nomu again. "Stop him." Shigaraki Tamura rushed behind and ordered. Crystal Nomu hears that it releases the ability to crystallize directly on the shell. This crystal is hard, covering the joints and even affects the movement. It is the best choice to block villain. Under Nomu's ability, a large transparent crystal completely sealed Tamaki Imajiki's body, and he could not move for a while. This quirk. Baoshengji. Behind him, Etsuha immediately noticed that the quirk of Nomu, the crystalline quirk, is as close as the treasure of the Dai Wei Ba Jai Wei. This guy has gained a lot of benefits. It seems that All for One's quirk is really easy to use, and that twice is also a bug. If you have time, you must kill him, Etsuha thought silently. Advertisement: the use of All for One is really not described in the original book. In fact, according to Etsuha's understanding, All for One can cooperate with Twice to do too many things, even if the clone made by Twice is very fragile, as long as the quirk of All for One is basically a big trouble. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. However, All for One's performance was disappointing, but it seems that Shigaraki Tamura has discovered another use of this quirk, which made Etsuha notice it. The quirk of the Daiwei Bajai Club is really easy to use, and thanks to that guy's brainstorming, I have the opportunity to take advantage. Shigaraki Tamura's avatar saw this scene with a weird light shining in his eyes. The Blessed Bazaar Association has been coveting the funds of the enemy alliance, but Shigaraki Tamura has taken a fancy to their quirk. He who owns All for One can deprive anyone of the quirk. This condition seems very terrifying. As long as he deprives one person, that person will inevitably become a waste. But with Twice, this condition has been infinitely lowered. Twice's quirk can change any object from 1 to 2. This is a complete copy, from character to quirk, even for people. And Shigaraki Tamura's approach is also very simple. He asked Twice to simply create the clones of the Bashai Society and others, and then directly use All for One to plunder the clone's quirk. This way, the goal can be achieved without killing the dead. The abolishment of the people of the 8 Vegetarian Association can be described as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Shigaraki Tamura has stepped in front of Tamaki Imajiki again, seeing the huge shell that cannot move, his eyes are fierce, and a hand is pressed on it mercilessly. When, another Shigaraki Tamura said, at this moment, a man covered in barley suddenly jumped out of the ground and punched Shigaraki Tamura's body. Of course, Twice's quirk Shigaraki Tamura also has it. He will naturally deprive him of such terrifying power, but he doesn't use it often. One is because the clone is relatively fragile and it is not appropriate to fight, and the other is because the clone generated by this skill will generate the idea that it is the main body over a long period of time. The answer is correct. Shigaraki Tamura said in agreement. His voice actually changed to 2 at this time, and then another Shigaraki Tamura came out of his body. Advertisement: this is the clone of the clone. Bang! Even the solver didn't know that his copy had actually become a container for Shigaraki Tamura to seize his quirk. Even when the people of the Dead Wei Bajai Club died, Shigaraki Tamura had already used Twice to do everything. The whole shell shattered, and then the Tamaki Imajiki hidden inside was revealed. As long as Shigaraki Tamura's hand continues to press down, Tamaki Imajiki will die. Where are you looking at 083? A crisp sound came from Shigaraki Tamura's back, and the wrist that passed million was a bit painful. This guy's back actually has such a hard crystal. The reward is let you die a little easier. However, because of this blow, Shigaraki Tamura immediately stopped. He rejoiced for the rest of his life and said, it's so dangerous and dangerous. I was almost beaten back to the original shape. Fortunately, I had already condensed crystals all over the body, otherwise I really have to be beaten back to the original shape by this punch. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fanfiction second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. This guy also has multiple quirks. Tom Xing Million was surprised when he saw this. The current Shigaraki Tamura has been a clone for a short time, so he has not considered this aspect, but if it exists for too long, he might have the meaning of replacing the body. Chapter 211 2 Losing Streak. Why is there such a quirk? Is it an illusion? Passing million is also the first time to see such a terrible quirk. If a powerful person is divided into 2, what will be the result? The answer is devastating. He didn't dare to hesitate, and before the Shigaraki Tamura that had just split up, he did his best to throw a punch. The avatar of Shigaraki Tamura flew upside down for a few meters. Before he got up, Nijire-chan's volatility stance distorted, and the Shigaraki Tamura was only dispersed when he came out. These are ferocious heroes, but your speed is too slow, Shigaraki Tamura said. At this moment, he was already standing on top of Kurogiri Nomu's head. As the quirk started running again, this Kurogiri Nomu split into 2 directly and appeared in front of everyone. Is his clone unconditional? Nijire-chan was taken aback. Shigaraki Tamura was too simple to create a clone, which is totally unreasonable. Nomu's avatar completely lost the consciousness of the body, and the wings on his body shook, and he immediately came to Nijire-chan's body. Nijire-chan immediately distorted the space in front of him when he saw this, and saw the air become distorted. The body of Nomu's clone was severely injured, and the internal organs began to collapse. However, at this time it actually clasped its head with one hand, pulled it hard, and then threw it directly at Tamaki Imajiki. Bang! The body of Nomu clone collapsed directly. It was just a clone. Even with the super-regenerative quirk, it could not be reborn again, and it was still beaten back to its original form. But the head fell directly near Tamaki Imajiki, and a large number of cells suddenly proliferated from that head, and a new Nomu was formed in a short while. Split. This is another quirk of Nomu. It can easily separate its body parts, and then quickly generate a new body. This was a surprise. Everyone present did not expect that this Nomu would have such a way of fighting. Tamaki Imajiki, the nearest kid, immediately felt bad, but at this time it was too late to escape. I saw Nomu's avatar's arms expanded again, countless strengthening blessings on the arms, directly colliding like a car. To the body of Tamaki Imajiki. Boom. This hit literally hit Tamaki Imajiki, and the airwave generated by the hit actually set off a large piece of land, and Tamaki Imajiki's body was directly opened with a big hole. Puff. He spit out a mouthful of blood, his eyes became particularly fierce at the time, his hands turned into two huge octopus wrists, and he suddenly swallowed Kurogiri Nomu in front of him, and then squeezed it hard. Accompanied by the sound of bone squeezing that was still sour, this Nomu's body also began to deform seriously, and the bones of his whole body were crushed. Good chance. Seeing this scene, Tamaki Imajiki's eyes flashed with determination. This Nomu's super regeneration quirk is very powerful. As long as he can bear the discomfort and eat it, the stomach injury is not a problem. Thinking of this, he got up quickly, trying to nibble something from Nomu clone, but at this moment, the Nomu clone seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure, his whole body shattered with a bang, and finally turned into a mud-like body. Dissipating underground, Tamaki Imajiki was stunned for a while. Ha ha ha, what are you doing against a clone? Shigaraki Tamura behind Nomu was sneered, and a solid fireball appeared in his hand at the right time, and then he smashed it towards Tamaki Imajiki. The speed of this blow was too fast. Passing Million and Najire-chan just wanted to go up and help with it, but they didn't have time. They could only see Tamaki Imajiki being hit by the fire, and the whole body began to burn. The most troublesome solution. Shigaraki Tamura could not help but mutter to himself when he saw this. He is very fragile now, and his body may dissipate after another attack or two, but with the help of Kurogiri Nomu, he is basically not attacked, he is invincible in the sky. Advertisement. Diaresis, oh my god. Passing Million yelled anxiously, and wanted to go up and support, but at this time, Shigaraki Tamura, who was sitting in Nomu, suddenly came to Najire-chan and said quietly, if you save that kid, this girl will die. This sentence made Tong Pass Million's body stiff. Najire-chan did react instantly, with both hands facing Shigaraki Tamura without hesitation, and the wave stance immediately began to twist. Perceiving Najire-chan's twisting power, Shigaraki Tamura's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly avoided a few meters back. Nomu. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Kurogiri Nomu knew that when Najire-chan attacked, his body flashed behind her in midair, and a fist came quietly. Hum. The space began to vibrate violently, penetrating Kurogiri Nomu's body within 10 meters, touching Shigaraki Tamura's internal organs, and Najire-chan's twisting power suddenly activated. Shigaraki Tamura's entire arm was directly broken. If he hadn't just avoided it, all the internal organs would have been destroyed directly. At this moment, Najire-chan, who failed to defeat Shigaraki Tamura in one blow, shrank his pupils and immediately formed a defensive position behind him, but it was too late. Nomu's attack came suddenly and he punched out. Nomu's arm began to crack in a twisted position, but this injury did not constitute a threat to it at all. The remaining power was still terrifying, and it was in the middle of the body of the wave. Bang! Najire-chan flew upside down. 214. Bang! Najire-chan fell to the ground and suddenly felt numb all over her body. The punch made her unconscious. Isn't it dead? It's UA's big 3. The vitality is terrible. Shigaraki Tamura's clone walked in front of Najire-chan, his body split in two again, and the broken arm was also quirk. Under the influence of the role, you have grown again, but your quirk is very good. I think my body will be very interested. Ah. By the way, that guy without clothes, I know you were very strong, but now it's just a clone, you can try one life for another. The other Shigaraki Tamura who was split out showed a weird smile, and then walked towards the other side, which was Tamaki Imajiki's direction. Million, who was preparing for a sneak attack, suddenly stiffened. He couldn't imagine that the guy in front of him was just a clone. This kind of person is terrible. The quirk who passed Million really couldn't face Nomu in the sky. The guy was too keen, and directly 377 had an insight into his weakness. As long as he was floating in the sky, Million would be destined to be unable to attack. But if he ignores the sky above, Shigaraki Tamura below is also a huge trouble. The current passage Million is facing such a dilemma. The harvest this time is very good, except for one waste quirk, the remaining two are very complete. Shigaraki Tamura walked to Najire-chan in front of himself. Passing Million raised his eyebrows and rushed behind Shigaraki Tamura in an instant. The fist wind rose, and an uppercut suddenly hit Shigaraki Tamura's body. This blow directly penetrated Shigaraki Tamura's crystal and hit his body. Bang! The Shigaraki Tamura clone suddenly collapsed and turned into an unknown substance. At this moment, Nomu in the sky also moved. His speed was faster than the passing Million. He rushed to the front of Najire-chan and hit him with a punch. Advertisement. Passing Million's pupils shrank slightly, BCFG. At this time, it was too late to rush over to resist the punch for Volcano. However, his quirk was even faster. At this moment, passing Million fell directly into the ground, and then bounced up instantly, appeared accurately in front of Kurogiri Nomu in less than a second, and hit it with a punch without hesitation. Boom! The two punches collided, and a huge shockwave was generated in the middle, which bounced both the passing Million and Nomu. It's a strong body. The level of exercise you have done with your body is beyond my imagination. Kurogiri Nomu smiled strangely. It's just that you protected her, can you protect the other person? Passing Million and Nijire-chan were both shocked, and immediately looked to the other side. There, Shigaraki Tamura's newly split clone has arrived in front of Tamaki Imajiki. Actually, I care more about this guy's quirk. Shigaraki Tamura looked at Tamaki Imajiki's eyes with longing. As long as I eat something, it can be transformed into my own power. If I extract a little bit of all Nomu's blood, when made into a potion, does it mean that I can have all of Nomu's quirk power in an instant? It's a coveted and curious ability. When talking to himself, he is less than 5 meters away from Tamaki Imajiki, which is within reach. As long as Shigaraki Tamura accelerates slightly, he can easily touch Tamaki Imajiki's head and use quirk to crush him. When talking to himself, he is less than 5 meters away from Tamaki Imajiki, which is within reach. As long as Shigaraki Tamura accelerates slightly, he can easily touch Tamaki Imajiki's head and use quirk to crush him. Gosh! Passing Million was shocked, and he had to start quirk to rush over, but at this moment, Kurogiri Nomu suddenly said, "Oh, are you going to give up this girl? If you leave here, I will kill her instantly." Seeing Etsuha, he showed 12 points of vigilance. "Hello," I said, "did you forget my existence?" At this moment, a teenager with a girl on his back suddenly came out in front of his eyes. It was Etsuha. Shigaraki Tamura saw twice in a coma and was startled. Isn't that the foreshadowing he specifically buried? The original purpose was to rely on twice clones to continuously create clones to form a situation where they have infinite Nomu, but Shigaraki Tamura did not expect that such a hole card was directly picked out by Etsuha, and it was thrown away like a dead dog, next to. In this case, Tongxing Million couldn't make a choice at all, because he was slightly careless, and he faced the option of the death of both partners. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. The heroes who are interested, Passing Million and Nijire-chan, were surprised to see this scene. The current Nijire-chan is seriously injured. She is not able to use other people's regeneration quirk like Tamaki Imajiki did. The punch just now almost made her unable to move. Now the quirk cannot be used for the current wave scroll. Once she loses it with the protection of Million, an ordinary person can kill her, not to mention the intelligent Nomu. His feet suddenly seemed to be filled with lead. Okay. Strangely, Etsuha was holding the unconscious twice in his hand, and when he came to Shigaraki Tamura's side, he threw twice on the ground at will. Pick one of two. Tamaki Imajiki struggled to do it at this time, still vomiting blood in his mouth. The injury he received was very serious, and the most important thing was that the blow almost knocked out everything he ate, and his recovery was greatly compromised. Until now, he was barely able to speak. Only Shigaraki Tamura knows that this guy was clearly made by Shina Etsuha. Quick! Escape! Don't you come? But if you come, I will accept his quirk. Shigaraki Tamura glanced sideways at Passing Million, and walked up towards Tamaki Imajiki without hesitation. Why did this guy show up? Chapter 212 Powerful Etsuha. What is he thinking? Is he going to attack Shigaraki Tamura by himself in this case? Tamaki Imajiki looked at Etsuha unknowingly. He hadn't seen Etsuha's shadow before. He thought Etsuha took the opportunity to leave, but he didn't expect Etsuha to appear at this time, and he also brought a corpse. Etsuha took a close look at Shigaraki Tamura, and then said in surprise, "You have become so much stronger. It seems that your growth has exceeded my expectations." When he just defeated twice, Etsuha had asked many things through illusion, one of which was Shigaraki Tamura's use of twice quirk to extract abilities, which surprised him. Unexpectedly, All for One's quirk can still be used in this way. I have to say that the current Shigaraki Tamura has really learned a lot, at least a lot better than his teacher. It seems that you finally can't help but let me see how strong you are now. Seeing Etsuha, Shigaraki Tamura's eyes suddenly burst into a fierce color, and his feet rose. The flame, with a burst of strengthening, the leg muscles actually stretched out a jet-like tube. As Shigaraki Tamura accelerated, the jet tube suddenly sprayed out a powerful flame, raising his speed to the extreme. So fast, Tamaki Imajiki's pupils shrunk slightly. He found that Shigaraki Tamura's speed was terrifying. His legs seemed to be focused on the quirk that strengthened the legs. When the firepower was on, it was completely invisible. Looking back at Etsuha, he found that the young man seemed to be stunned, without any action at all. Upon seeing this, Tamaki Imajiki couldn't help but yelled, "What, are you still stunned? Run!" At this moment, the figure of Shigaraki Tamura suddenly rushed right in front of Etsuha, and Etsuha's body moved at the same time. His Sharingan could see all the movements of Shigaraki Tamura clearly. The moment he stopped moving, Etsuha's hands were already too much. Take out an ice sword and follow his joints. Pouch! A red trace erupted from Shigaraki Tamura's body. You actually saw through my crystal armor. Shigaraki Tamura stared at Etsuha in horror. Now his whole body is covered with crystals. His body is terribly hard, but the joints are fatal weaknesses. Etsuha's instant insight into this is that even Shigaraki Tamura can't help but be surprised. Advertisement click. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ice began to condense on his body, and he was frostbitten in the blink of an eye. After a short while, the ice had already penetrated into the skin, freezing countless cells to death. But it's just a clone. Do you think you are so good? Etsuha retracted the ice sword, and Shigaraki Tamura's whole body suddenly turned into an ice sculpture and then shattered. Spike. Looking at the cracked ice fragments in the sky, Tamaki Imajiki was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that Shigaraki Tamura's speed was astonishingly fast, but he did not expect that the speed of the person in front of him was even faster. It was not like a human being can achieve it at all. What happened just now? His ice sword and speed are completely unheard of. Tamaki Imajiki was astonished. Only then did he realize that the man brought by passing million was unfathomable. Are you okay? Etsuha walked up to Tamaki Imajiki, took a look at his body, and couldn't help but nodded to himself. It looks like it's all right. Thanks to Tamaki Imajiki's own quirk, his ability to withstand shocks is very strong. Now even if he has multiple fractures on his body, it is only a serious injury and will not affect his life safety. Etsuha glanced at it without paying attention, and walked directly in front of Kurogiri Nomu. Dried, killed? Only then did Nijire-chan and Tongshing Million discover that Shigaraki Tamura was truly dead, and they were dumbfounded for a while. So the tricky guy didn't even have time to clone, so he was just killed? Ask for flowers? This is too strong, advertisement? There is such a strength. Kurogiri Nomu's voice revealed caution. It recognized Etsuha, which was obviously the person Shigaraki Tamura let it kill, and it was the most powerful one. It seems that you can't continue like this. Nomu muttered to himself, and then suddenly twisted his finger still on the ground. Okay. Having been paying attention to its passage, Million immediately noticed that it was wrong, and saw that the finger actually began to swell when it landed, and its own cells began to proliferate, and another Kurogiri Nomu was formed in the blink of an eye, even though it seemed to be smaller than the body. Many, but it's already very scary. 0. It also has the ability to clone. Nijire-chan's face changed slightly. She didn't expect this Nomu's proliferation to be used in this way. This guy actually has a whole card. I thought that with its clone, I would be able to relax a little bit, but now it seems that I have to use my full strength. Kurogiri Nomu walked to the front of Passing Million and said to himself. Passing Million saw Kurogiri Nomu's movements, and rushed over and punched Kurogiri Nomu without thinking about it, trying to interfere with him. However, the opponent had long been aware of the weakness of Pass Million, and the clone and the main body flew into the sky at the same time, completely avoiding Pass Million's attack. Get out of an eye-catching first, Kurogiri Nomu said. The next moment, its avatar suddenly fired a series of air cannons, pointing directly at Nijire-chan. Passing Million immediately ran to Nijire-chan to block, but at this time he could only be reduced to a target. His body was constantly exposed to the impact of the air cannon. In less than a moment, he was already scarred and consumed most of his energy. It's really annoying. At this moment, Etsuha stood in front of Passing Million, and said lightly, Go back, I'll take care of this guy. Chapter 213 Physique Collision, The Power of a Punch. At this time, Etsuha has become what she was, and left a bad reason beside Tongshing Million. The transformation technique state is not suitable for combat. Similarly, the bad reason may put her in danger. This Nomu's power is not trivial. Passing Million was also taken aback after seeing Etsuha. Are you Shina's younger brother? Perhaps because he knew a lot of information about Etsuha, Tongshing Million quickly reacted. Before Etsuha could answer, he firmly said, Let me go together. I'm afraid you can't be right with this Nomu. It and Shigaraki Tamura. Different. After the first battle, Tongshing Million discovered that this Nomu is terrifying and extremely insidious. If you don't pay attention to 6, 2 and 7 inches, you may be recruited. Coupled with its flying ability, it is difficult to pass Million on the ground, to attack. No, you can't touch the flying Nomu, I'm enough alone, Etsuha said. But what else did Million want to say? Nomu suddenly fired a few air cannons again. The air became distorted, and a vaguely fluctuating air cannonball was looming at the two of them. Boom! An extremely huge ice wall was erected directly in front of Etsuha, and he did not move even when he resisted a few air cannons. Ability Ice Quirk. Kurogiri Nomu's eyes flickered. This kind of Logia energy is difficult to deal with, but with its air superiority, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with such a guy. But at this moment, the ice wall suddenly expanded several times, and multiple ice thorns were directly extended from it, and it hit Kurogiri Nomu at a very fast speed. Is there such a degree? It is indeed a strong one? Kurogiri Nomu immediately estimated Etsuha's strength in his mind. He did not intend to resist, but chose to flutter his wings to escape. Advertisement, however, the avatar next to it moved a step slower, and it was surrounded by a few ice thorns. At this moment, those ice thorns began to expand rapidly, and in a blink of an eye they extended to the inside of Nomu clone, freezing it into an ice sculpture. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Call out. Etsuha's body appeared at the pinnacle of the ice cone. He glanced at Nomu's avatar, and was a little surprised. I only caught a small one? The body escaped. After all, there are only a few people capable of flying, and fighting in the air is not Etsuha's strong point. Otherwise, the Nomu just now will definitely not be able to avoid this blow. Nomu, who had avoided Etsuha's attack before, returned again. This time it flew higher into the air, with a low voice resounding above Etsuha's head. Your strength is indeed good. It is the strongest one I have ever seen. But in the air, it is my absolute home court. Its wings stretched to the extreme, and it seemed to be lighter, and as the body shook, it actually hits like a meteor, like a shooting star. Its targets are those ice layers, be careful. Passing Million shouted. The current Etsuha is standing at a height of 50 or 60 meters from the sky. There is a wave-shaped ice layer. Once it is broken, Etsuha will fall from the sky. Kurogiri Nomu's goal is precisely these ice layers. It roared, and instantly appeared in the middle of the ice layer at a speed comparable to All Might. With a punch, the entire ice layer was shattered, and Etsuha standing on the top also fell down. Swish. Go to hell. In a blink of an eye, its arm contained extremely terrifying power, like a heavy truck, slamming straight towards Etsuha. Etsuha's face is weird. If he said that his body was really weak before extracting Might Guy, but after that, he really hasn't encountered a body with a physical fitness comparable to himself. Advertisement bang. However, Nomu didn't know all of this. Seeing Etsuha unbalanced in the air, he sneered, and the quirk started to move frantically on the arm part. The 0.5 ice cube with a diameter of more than 3 meters was smashed by the kick, and Etsuha's whole body sounded even more detached, turned into a slender green light, and punched Nomu's fist. The arm muscles are deformed. After this, Nomu seemed to have received a huge impact, and his body fell from the air like a cannonball, and was directly hit underground. Etsuha's eyes in midair did not change, but his skin quickly turned red, and his body began to overflow with green energy, like a beast. Muscle proliferation, Shengmen, open, strengthen. Kurogiri Nomu flapped his wings and came to Etsuha in the blink of an eye, his eyes still filled with excitement of success. Your speed is very fast, but since it is a quirk, the strength of the body must not be high. Under the circumstances of being close to me, even 10,000 lives are not enough to die. Nomu roared wildly, before hitting heavily. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. The two fists clashed, and a huge wave of air was set off from the peak of the fist, and the shocking air was distorted. Etsuha's punch directly hit Nomu's body with a terrible force, and he saw that Nomu's upper body seemed to be eroded by some energy. Suddenly it began to expand rapidly like a balloon, and then exploded with a bang, half of his body fierce. Broken. Etsuha's power was immediately increased in horror, with great strength between his hands and feet, and the power generated by his body was enough to make him surpass the speed of sound. In the face of Nomu's strongest blow, Etsuha in midair did not give in at all, but slammed on the heavy ice under his feet, directly stepping out a sonic cloud. Chapter 214 Destroy Nomu. Bang! A huge mushroom cloud suddenly rose up in the city, and the tyrannical airwave traversed thousands of meters. The buildings in the original place of the earthquake were all shaken, shocking countless people walked out of their homes. What's the situation? Is there an earthquake? It seems someone is fighting. How powerful is this quirk to create this kind of movement? I am afraid that half of the city has been shocked by this punch. Countless people looked into the distance uncomfortably. Around them, the building swayed for a while before it stopped, which really frightened many people. It is not that the local heroes' affairs did not want to be dispatched, but they knew that there was the direction of the mission of the UA Big Three, so they didn't care about it at first. However, as the vibration increased, countless heroes' faces changed. Dragon Knight heroes said, "What is the situation? What are the Big Three you are doing? I just came back home and encountered this kind of movement." Gangster Killer Whale. The situation may change, go and support it. Mandalay Cat. Go together, is there a medical quirk nearby? Not long after, a few 12 heroes with good strength set off towards the place where the vibration occurred. The Big Three UA who saw this scene were even more stunned. Najire-chan muttered to himself, "Is this a punch that a person can punch?" Advertisement Passing Million felt a little down in his brain. Is the quirk of Shina's supernatural power system? How could his power be so strong? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. He looked at Etsuha with a look of admiration and said, "Etsuha brother is amazing." Tamaki Imajiki was even more blown away by this blast. After a few laps, he stopped, and said with a dazed expression, "What is the situation? Who gave us the commission? This level of power is simply not something I can resist." Ahem. How is this possible? How can his power be so much higher than mine? Kurogiri Nomu, lying in the pit, couldn't believe the scene just now. Etsuha's power seemed to have exploded in an instant. The seemingly ordinary body exploded with the power to crush it. After countless quirks blessed the arms. Etsuha's punch can't stop it. At this time, Kurogiri Nomu's body was already fragmented, but with the help of super regeneration, the broken body began to repair quickly. The blood scattered around the limbs also began to split and multiply, and finally merged into the second Kurogiri Nomu. Divide and multiply, this is the rest of Kurogiri Nomu's quirk. Under the action of these quirks, every cell it was broken up can multiply into another life form, but its strength is not as strong as the body. Will I be so tough in the third gate state? I feel a lot more powerful than in the animation. Etsuha was also a little surprised by his performance, but it was only the third gate, and it seemed to be able to achieve this level. Exaggeration. But after thinking about it carefully, I was relieved. Naruto and this world are originally two different worldviews, plus Might Guy's strength is already at the top, and this kind of performance in this world is not unacceptable. While the third gate was still in the state, Etsuha's figure rioted and came to Kurogiri no Mu again at a supersonic speed. Bang! It's over. Etsuha breathed a sigh of relief, secretly saying that it was a pity. At this moment, Etsuha suddenly felt that a large number of heroes appeared behind him. But Kurogiri no Mu didn't react at all at this time, and he looked like he was dead. Advertisement, however, the current Etsuha is faster than the sound, and even if Nomu runs away with all his strength, he can't escape Etsuha's pursuit at all. The moment it flew out of the pit, Etsuha bent his legs and then shot it. The super-fast speed made him directly hit Nomu's back. As the freezing ability unfolded, Nomu's entire 013 body was frozen. The ice sculpture. It was the first time he encountered such a troublesome existence, as if he had no weaknesses, any of his quirks could not target Etsuha, and he was completely restrained from start to finish. Where is Shigaraki Tamura? Etsuha's eyes fixed on Kurogiri no Mu. Kurogiri is wrapped around this Nomu's body, and he can't see his eyes, but unlike other Nomu, it has an IQ, so Etsuha thinks it can still ask something. Today, I just killed the 8th Desire Society, but the biggest villain all for one quirk was not killed, which made Etsuha regretful. At this time, the benefits of more ability are manifested. If it is All Might, there may be no way to this scene, but Etsuha is different. He directly uses Taikoku against several Nomu clones, and the cold ice directly kills the roots. The dead Nomu cells, whether super regeneration or proliferation and division, are completely necrotic under the ability of freezing, and a split Nomu is completely handled by Etsuha. Damn, let me deal with such a freak, he actually has more quirks than me. Nomu collapsed. Turned into two. Etsuha first glanced at the two Nomu with Sharingan, and found that these two Nomu were entities, not illusions, and simply hit the first Nomu. In his opinion, as long as the all-for-one quirk is not eliminated, villain will not decrease, even if Shigaraki Tamura is dead. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. This quirk seems to be infinitely inherited like one for all. Etsuha frowned when he saw it, and kicked Kurogiri Nomu's ice sculpture with one kick. As the pile of ice fragments scattered on the ground, this Nomu also dissipated completely. When Kurogiri Nomu's body saw the current Etsuha, he didn't have any thoughts to fight, and he ran away without looking back. With a punch, Nomu's avatar, who was being watched by Etsuha, had no time to take off, and was instantly broken in half. Etsuha finally sees why Nomu is not dead. The super regeneration of this guy and the division and proliferation directly lead to Nomu's powerful life. Once crushed, a new Nomu will be produced, which is simply a huge shield. Chapter 215 beat you up. What's the situation? Has the strength of Big 3 reached this level? With the arrival of the gangster killer whale and others, the scene before them completely appeared before them. The surrounding high-rise buildings have collapsed, and there are ruin-like buildings everywhere. Every trace of the battle is shocking, especially the big pit in the middle. Even if the gangster whales go all out, it is estimated that they will not be able to make such a big movement. It's terrible. What kind of battle is it? It is so tragic, Long Ju murmured. If it can cause such an impact, the opponent's strength is probably far beyond number 2. The gangster killer whale's eyes were solemn, and the big hole on the ground made him extremely solemn. What kind of punch was it to achieve this degree? In his cognition, no one other than All Might can make such a punch. No, if you say that, Big3's strength is close to All Might. Mandalay Cat was taken aback. Well, after all, he is known as the person closest to number 1, and it is excusable to have this kind of strength. The gang killer whale nodded and said, what I didn't expect was that his strength was actually better than I expected. To be strong, it is estimated that it will not be long before he can become a new symbol of peace. I was a little surprised. I didn't expect that the top 10 gangster killer whale would give Big 3 such a big evaluation, but after thinking about it, I'm relieved. They have heard about the passage of million. Although the current deeds are amazing, but thinking about it, it may indeed exist. Wait, there are still people there. The heroes suddenly pointed to a short distance and said. There was Tamaki Imajiki lying there. By this time he had recovered most of his injuries, but his condition was still not very good. He was sitting on the ground half crippled and beckoned when he saw someone. Several heroes rushed over immediately. The Mandalay Cat and UA have a lot of relationships. Naturally, they knew Tamaki Imajiki. Seeing this look of Tamaki Imajiki, she couldn't help being surprised and said, how could it be hurt like this? Is it a strong enemy? As one of Big3, Tamaki Imajiki, his quirk can be said to have the most potential. Theoretically speaking, Tamaki Imajiki can use any quirk. It can be said to be a very difficult type, but it will be injured by this degree. It's hard to imagine. Advertisement, ahem. Grab that guy. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Tamaki Imajiki didn't answer Mandalay Cat's question, but pointed to a person's back and said. Everyone's eyes followed Tamaki Imajiki's fingers, and they saw that one large and one small figure disappeared in the street quickly. Is there a fish that slipped through the net? Let's go after it. Long Ju and the gang killer whale looked at each other, and then quickly rushed in that direction. Tamaki Imajiki yelled, be careful, that person is very strong. However, due to his lung injury, his voice was not loud, and Long Ju and the gangster killer whale, who had gone away, did not hear it. The remaining Mandalay Cat laughed and said, That is the two heroes in the top 10, and the passing million in BIG3 has also caught up. With the strength of the three of them, they should be able to easily win each other. Just rest assured. Tamaki Yamajiki almost turned his back when he heard the words. The person he is chasing is Shina Etsuha. It turned out to be Shina Etsuha. The Mandalay Cat was a little surprised, but he didn't take it seriously. He is indeed very powerful, but the power of Tong Xing has reached this level, plus the gangster killer whale and Long Ju. The help of the two heroes is no problem with him. In fact, she thinks that only one passable million is enough. After all, the opponent's strength is very strong. The big hole may be the traces left by him during the battle. With this level, it is estimated that few people in Japan can beat him. When the Mandalay Cat said that, Tamaki Yamajiki suddenly understood what she had misunderstood, and couldn't help but said, the traces of the battle here are all made by Shina. His strength is too strong. If they catch up, I'm afraid they will be caught by Etsuha. Have a fight. What? The Mandalay Cat and the others were dumbfounded. These battle traces were actually left by Etsuha. Diaresis the gangster killer whales, shouldn't they be bad? She only reacted at this time and couldn't help exclaiming. Advertisement this time, the misunderstanding is too big. Shina, wait a minute. Passing million chased Etsuha behind. Because of the existence of quirk, he would fall into the ground from time to time, and then suddenly pop out from near Etsuha, naked, looking very strange. Behind the passage of million, the gangster killer whale and Long Ju also followed. Both of them are not bad in physical fitness, especially Long Ju, who can transform into a giant dragon, which has a great effect on her speed. Blessing, so I can barely follow Etsuha. Tisk, it's really annoying. Etsuha couldn't help but glance back, passing million one, money, and chasing it for at least 10 kilometers, which made Etsuha, who wanted to find Shigaraki Tamura, really helpless. If it wasn't for this guy to be a good person, Etsuha, wait for me. Passing million popped up next to Etsuha again. His quirk could not be more convenient for running. This ability was even difficult for Etsuha to throw off. Seeing passing million catching up again, Etsuha had to stop. What's the matter? Etsuha turned on Sharingan and planned to use illusion spells to dizzy this guy first. However, Million is very experienced. Instead of looking at Etsuha's eyes, he squeezed his fists and said seriously, I want to beat you. Chapter 216. Don't want to waste time, beat me. Oh, it turned out to be that. Etsuha remembered that this matter had been mentioned before passing Million. At that time, Tongxing Million said that Etsuha was a good person, but he did something wrong, so he wanted to beat Etsuha. With these words, Etsuha was quite impressed, and soon understood why Tongxing Million was so persistent in catching up with him. Probably in his opinion, only in this way can he wake up. However, Etsuha didn't think he was wrong. He didn't intend to convince Tong Million. Instead, he said directly, it's okay to beat me, but you have to be prepared to be beaten. Hey, of course. Passing Million moved the muscles and bones of his body, and was about to do it. The gangster orca behind him flew directly on Long Ju. Passing Million. The gangster killer whale shouted not far away, we have come to support. 573. Passing Million was startled, isn't this doing a disservice? You know he didn't want to hunt down Etsuha, he just wanted to let the ignorant schoolboy get lost, but the nature of the arrival of the gangster killer whale and Long Ju completely changed. These two are the heroes who are serious and Etsuha. It doesn't matter, this is equivalent to directly interrupting the Million plan. However, the two of them did not have the consciousness of being a shit-chucking stick. They stood behind Tong Million and believed, is this the trash fish that ran away? It seems that the strength is not strong, leave it to us. Your companion is not. Are you still injured? He is seriously injured and there is no medical quirk nearby. Send him back to UA. Why is his face a little familiar? Long Ju stared at Etsuha, always feeling that this young man seemed to have seen it somewhere. Advertisement. The time is now approaching the evening, and the light at Etsuha's location is dim. It is difficult for Long Ju to recognize his original face at 1:30. A pair of long Hitomi kept staring at Etsuha, full of doubt. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. He is very strong, let me come, Tongxing Million reminded. The gang killer whale couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed after hearing the words. He was also ranked 10th in heroes at any rate. His strength was self-evident, but now the current Million made himself be careful in front of a fish that slipped through the net, which made him have a very weird kind. It feels as if I have become a drag. In fact, this is human nature. After all, the passage Million is only a junior in front of the gangster Orcus. It can reach this level at such a young age. The gangster Orcus say that it is impossible not to be jealous, but they usually hide it and don't think about it. No matter what, now that Million is said to have been passed on, he can't help but have other ideas. Passing Million is not stupid, and he is aware of the idea of gangster killer whales, but he didn't know how to explain Etsuha's strength for a while, but thinking that Etsuha shouldn't kill them, Passing Million finally nodded and said, that I'll leave it to you. The gangster killer whale felt better now, and returned to the hearty smile before. Don't worry, I will beat him down in a minute. He took 2 steps towards Etsuha, fully revealing his gangster style, and said in a threatening tone, boy, I advise you to surrender, BCDE, early, or I will let you taste my fist. Etsuha walked out of the shadows and glanced at the gangster killer whale, and found that this man with the same head as the killer whale was dressed in a suit and looked like a gang boss, which made him a little funny. At this time, Long Ju, who had been staring at Etsuha, suddenly saw Etsuha's face. He thought of something and was surprised. Isn't this Shina Etsuha? Why is he here? She was kicked a few times by Etsuha not long ago, and her bones still hurt, so she was very impressed with Etsuha. Now that I see Etsuha again, I finally understand why I thought this guy was a bit familiar just now. Shina what? The gangster killer whale didn't react for a while. At this moment, Etsuha suddenly appeared in front of him. A green light whirling kicked the middle of Long Ju's head, and instantly kicked her dragon's head into the ground, smashing out a big pit. Advertisement. You were really patient after chasing me all the way, Etsuha said, stepping on Ryuji's head. Roar. The suppressed Long Ju relied on his physical strength and wanted to struggle. But Etsuha would not be merciless. Seeing that Long Ju was still resisting, he kicked her on the back of her head again. The force of this blow was so terrible that Long Ju fell black in front of him, completely unconscious. The action of the gangster orca stiffened a bit, and was a little at a loss for a while. Damn, how did Long Ju fall? I didn't see it clearly. At this time, the gangster killer whale finally understood what was going on with the helpless expression on the face of Passing Million. The feelings were not a fish that slipped through the net, but a shark that directly tore the net. You know, Long Ju's strength is several rankings stronger than him, and the quirk is to turn himself into a huge dragon, and his resistance to fight will increase exponentially. It was the heroes who possessed this kind of quirk, but Etsuha kicked his head into the ground. The difference in strength caused a few drops of cold sweat on the head of the gangster killer whale. Etsuha didn't give him time to react, and kicked him on the head of the gangster killer whale. He also stepped into the pit. After he was completely unconscious, he looked towards the Passing Million and said, I don't want to waste time, let's try it. Chapter 217 Strength Gap. Passing Million saw that Etsuha had just knocked out the two, his expression relaxed. In fact, he had the opportunity to stop Etsuha just now, but Passing Million believes that Etsuha is different from other criminals, and will not really kill the gangster Orcus because of these trivial matters. Facts have proved that his judgment is correct. This situation made Tongxing Million a sigh of relief, and said seriously, then, get ready to be beaten. Etsuha nodded, and the next moment passed. Million's body sank quietly into the ground, without a sound. Is this his penetrating quirk? It's really a weird ability. Etsuha became vigilant in an instant. Passing Million's penetrating quirk is a quirk with a very low lower limit and a very high upper limit. If it is not used well, it is likely to get stuck in the object and the body is torn in half. But because of the perverted practice of Million, this quirk was eventually developed by him and was very complete, and he could use it almost as he wanted. Because of this, the current passage of Million is also a thorny issue for Etsuha. He seems to have brought Kamui with him, and it is difficult to attack him under normal circumstances. Passing Million's body suddenly popped out of the ground, just behind Etsuha. Etsuha's Sharingan noticed that his body entered the penetrating state again the moment he came out. At this time, once you fight him head-on, you will never be able to hit him. However, Etsuha's physique and eyes are at the top of the same plane. Whether it is Sharingan or Might Guy's physique, they have unparalleled blessings for melee situations. Under Etsuha's insightful state, the speed of Passing Million can even be said to have been slowed down. Facing the attack of Passing Million, Etsuha just dodged and avoided. So fast, Passing Million's attack failed, and he couldn't help exclaiming. Advertisement. At the moment of the fight, he could only feel that Etsuha's body was extremely flexible, and avoided his attack with a very easy price, without a trace of physical energy wasted, which he had never heard of. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. On the other hand, Etsuha's side was also the first time to fight. With his monster-like observation ability, he directly discovered the weakness of Tongxing Million. Like Kamui, if Tonga Million wants to attack people, he must first fist. Substantiated. Similarly, if he wants to step on the ground without penetrating, there must be an entity under his feet. As long as he focuses on this point of attack, the passage of Million is not invincible. Similarly, at the moment Etsuha tried to use illusion on Passing Million, but when the opponent penetrated, illusion could not be applied to him through the space. It can be said that Passing Million's quirk was more restrained in some respects. While the thoughts were turning, the Passing Million had penetrated to the ground again, and within a second, it bounced out again. This time the position was directly in front of Etsuha. The two people were only within a range of 1 or 2 meters apart. In the previous step, you can attack the opponent. Click. Passing Million stepped on the ground with one foot, and a branch broke off. This is proof that the soles of his feet are in a physical state. Etsuha caught this almost immediately. He remained silent, spotted the Passing Million's fist, and suddenly condensed an ice sword and slashed towards it. Shoo! The two swords penetrated through Million's fist, causing a sound of breaking through the air. Ended. Passing Million's eyes were bright, and Etsuha, who had just attacked, had difficulty making other poses, and now his fist just happened to hit the opponent. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a bitter cold on the soles of his feet, and then the movements on his legs seemed to be restrained. With fierce force on his legs, his body could not move. Passing Million looked down and found that the 2 layers of ice on the soles of his feet had frozen up. Advertisement? Ask for flowers? When? Passing Million was stunned. The timing of the appearance of this layer of ice was so terrible that it just sealed the soles of his feet, so that he could not move at all. In fact, this is the result of Etsuha's mercy. If he is really serious, the ice layer will not simply freeze the soles of the feet, but will turn into ice thorns, penetrating his skin and destroy the entire foot bones, so that the power to pass million will lose more than 30%, the movement speed disappears directly, and can no longer fight. Let's end it like this. You are very strong, but you can't beat me with just one quirk, Etsuha said. 0 The quirks restrain each other. Even if it is as strong as All Might, the enemy alliance can create Nomu with restrained ability. This is also the reason why All for One is so powerful. He has multiple quirks. There is no such thing as quirk restraint. It can be said that if it is not for the variable of All Might, he is invincible. Etsuha also exists in a similar way. His quirk is, to some extent, a more terrifying type than All for One. The ability of All for One still needs to rely on reality, but Etsuha doesn't need it at all. As long as the energy is sufficient, he can extract any ability he wants at will. It is impossible for Million to teach him a lesson. Passing Million was silent. He naturally knew that Etsuha's subordinates were merciful, and realized the difference in strength. He did not continue to fight, but showed a sunny smile. Shina, now I believe. You really are a good man. Etsuha smiled, didn't answer, turned around and left. This night's harvest was unexpected. Perhaps because of the fight against Kurogiri Nomu, Etsuha's energy began to skyrocket again, and now he can extract a devil fruit. Chapter 218 Official Plan. A few days later, the incident caused by the Big Three of UA caused a sensation again. On the one hand, it was because of the demise of the Bazaar Society, and on the other hand, it was because of Etsuha. There is no reason for him, it is because this fugitive is too terrifying. Not only did he appear in several incidents, but he also escaped the hunt of the top 10 heroes several times. Even All Might did not take him down. This is simply impossible things. Many people questioned the official's ability, and even UA suffered a certain impact. However, after the official continuously came out to explain and apologize, these curses finally fell flat. What no one knows is that after this, the official silently convened a lot of heroes to start a meeting, and searched for the surveillance video of the Etsuha battle on the day of 2 or 4-0, in order to analyze Etsuha's weaknesses, and then send out a complete target. Quirk defeated him. At this moment, many top heroes are concentrated in one building. Where is Shina Etsuha's video? Said a man with eyes. He is heroes. Night Eye, a teacher from UA, with extremely terrifying analytical ability. The reason why the official staff asked him to come out was to analyze the weakness that Shina Etsuha might encounter, and the real quirk of the other party. It's all here. An official took out a laptop and opened it, and after a while, he called up Etsuha's battle screen. After some adjustments, the picture was displayed on the large central screen, and the figures of the three giants of UA appeared in the surveillance. This is the scene of the battle when the Big Three of UA encircled and suppressed the enemy alliance. At that time, Shina Etsuha used a transformation quirk to hide by their side and hide it from everyone. The official explained. The young man next to him is Shina Etsuha. As for the girl's information, we have found through comparison that she is related to the famous underworld organization Dwei Bajai, and she often appears in the exegesis. Beside him, but then I didn't know for what reason, he followed near Etsuha. We all know this, let's get to the point, heroes shouted behind him. Advertisement. Various heroes gathered around him. One of them was the former number 2 Endeavor. Although he lost the quirk, his physical fitness was still terrifying. In addition, he had battle experience with Etsuha. At this time, he was invited as a special officer. Come here. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The official nodded, letting go of the big screen behind him. In a short while, the scene of the Big Three fighting will come into view. Is this the strength of Pass Million? What a strong quirk, someone exclaimed. After all, it is the closest to the existence of number 1, and it is natural to have this level. Yayan is also somewhat satisfied with the performance of Pass Million. The explosive power of Pass Million has reached a certain limit. If not, this one with Kurogiri Nomu has a regeneration quirk, it will not be the opponent of Million. However, the performance of the enemy alliance was beyond everyone's expectations. With Shigaraki Tamura's shot, the strange clone ability changed everyone's face. He has shown at least 5 quirks, and what is the ability of this clone? It can actually reproduce another object completely. Many heroes were shocked when they saw Shigaraki Tamura's clone. This guy's quirk is too exaggerated, right? It is no exaggeration to say that even if this guy is just a clone, the strength is enough to explode a large number of heroes at this stage. Is this Shigaraki Tamura of the USJ incident? How long hasn't it been since? His strength has grown to this level, it's terrifying, Yi Yan said in surprise. As the battle continued, the 3 giants of UA fell one after another. Tamaki Amajiki, whose quirk changed the most, was nearly dead. Seeing that the situation was irreversible, Shina Etsuha suddenly appeared and faced Shigaraki Tamura's clone, but only one face-to-face cut him off. All the joints. What speed is this? It is the first time for many heroes to see Etsuha's horror physique. Regardless of speed or skill, they're unheard of. The current situation immediately shocked many people. Advertisement. It is hard to imagine that just a young man, physique and swordsmanship have reached this level. With this physique alone, 90% of the heroes present can't handle it. Play slowly, Yayan said suddenly. The official staff immediately slowed down and saw that Etsuha's movements slowed down, and the sword light flashed continuously. In less than a second, he made 6 consecutive swords, each of which was terribly fast. Shigaraki Tamura, who moved extremely fast before. At this time, it seemed that he couldn't keep up with Etsuha at all, and there was no time to react, and he was completely dead. What a terrible swordsmanship, one hero said. His words made the people around him empathize. As for them, there would be no reaction to Etsuha's 5.2 attack, because it was too fast, and it was far beyond the capture range of their retina. If you fight with Etsuha, I am afraid that you will not even be able to touch Etsuha's attack. Well, I think everyone has already learned about Shina Etsuha's physical skills through this paragraph. Yayan looked at everyone, then, Quirk is inclined to fight, and those who can't keep up with this speed, please quit this operation. Everyone was stunned, and then nearly 90% of them quit for a large area. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the officials instantly became cold. Chapter 219 Reversal Ending. To deal with Shina Etsuha, the human sea tactics are useless. Yayan was not surprised by this situation and calmly analyzed. His use of ice is far beyond your imagination. According to his previous record, it is speculated. Now Shina Etsuha can squeeze out an iceberg at will, and can even freeze half a city in one thought. If this group of people does not quit, it is likely to be completely frozen to death by Shina Etsuha's ice. It can be said that he is currently known the strongest ice quirk. So powerful? The remaining heroes could hardly believe their ears. Etsuha's next video is even more exaggerated. In the face of Kurogiri Nomu, who is constantly strengthening his strength, Etsuha's body actually releases a pale green light, which is like an overdrawn breath of life, breaking Etsuha's power through a certain limit. When the punch went down, the Nomu that had been strengthened several times was torn apart. This power and speed, besides all might, I am afraid he is second. I think you should not object. Yi Yan glanced at everyone. The heroes 12 nodded. In addition, he has a pair of strange eyes, which are specifically aimed at the spirit. Once you look at him, the spirit will be disturbed. I am afraid that All Might can't avoid this, because we don't have a direct spirit training method. Yayan said. My quirk can predict a person's future. Although there is only 1 hour a day, Shina Etsuha is enough for things. What I can tell you is that his quirk is the most powerful I have ever seen, kind of. Having said this, his eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. All Shina Etsuha's abilities are obtained from comics. Whenever he creates a certain event, he will gain a certain amount of energy. And when these energy accumulate to a certain extent, he can extract the ability he wants from any work, and this quirk, I call him, virtual extraction. Wow. The audience was shocked. No one can think that Etsuha's quirk is like this. Doesn't it mean that the more they think about targeting Etsuha, the stronger Etsuha will become? Advertisement. Until now, no one can stop Etsuha's growth. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The most ridiculous thing is that not long ago, Shina Etsuha was UA's heroes, and he saved everyone in the heroes class A. Yayan pushed his eyes and looked at several officials, but after that, because of the push of some people, such a young man was directly pushed into the abyss of crime. And as far as I know, that person seems to be with the former. All for one has maintained a long-term cooperative relationship and has mastered a quirk similar to plunder, and the reason why he wants to push Shina Etsuha into the abyss, I am afraid that the real purpose is because of Shina Etsuha's quirk, right? Some words made everyone's expressions change suddenly. Yayan's remarks clearly meant something. Shina Etsuha is not a criminal, and the person responsible for all this is obviously among the officials. The faces of several people representing the government changed, and they looked at each other, and then shouted, Yayan, there are some things you can't say. Nonsense. As for how to target Shina Etsuha, I think it is impossible for All Might to take action personally at this stage. His quirk can be said to restrain everything, but there is no absolute thing. Even such Shina Etsuha is still not at all. If there is no weakness, there is only one key point. Yayan pointed to a name on the icon, and said word by word, Dead Wei Ba Jai Wei, bad reason. At the same moment, the enemy alliance. The reason for targeting Etsuha at the beginning was that there was indeed someone's persistence, and the other party's goal was very clear, and Etsuha must be taken down. Shigaraki Tamura and others fled overnight and found a new tavern to occupy it. It didn't take long before they heard the news that the clone had been eliminated. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Advertisement. This is the case. Endeavor was also surprised by Yayan's words. Unfortunately, these are just the past. The crux of the problem is that Shina Etsuha is now a recognized criminal on the internet. If Etsuha sees this scene, he will definitely find that this Nomu is surprisingly similar to the Kurogiri Nomu that day. Brought it back, the Nomu said. He was not surprised, but looked at a strange-looking Nomu and said, Have you brought the data back? Everyone didn't care about it before, but after thinking about it, they could indeed find some of the tricks. After Yayan reminded them, they couldn't help but have a suspicion. Has the enemy's power really penetrated into the top heroes? Nonsense. Haha. Why Shina Etsuha turned against each other? You know it in your hearts. Yayan glanced at them and said lightly, Well, just take it as me talking nonsense. You can use the charge of spreading rumors. Strip my hero's license. Yayun's fingers knocked on the table. He is indeed a crime. This is a fact, but those credits have been concealed. Can you understand what I mean? The public now completely ignores Shina Etsuha's credits, thinking it is almost impossible to wash him off, so encircling Shina Etsuha is still necessary, otherwise the anger will not be subdued. Everyone shuddered. Chapter 220 Extraction Ability. Report the data. Shigaraki Tamura's mouth made a cunning arc. The Kurogiri Nomu he created, Quirk, has 3 rare abilities of split, proliferation, and high-speed regeneration, respectively. It is very difficult to kill it completely. As long as Nomu still has physical strength, any injury will be done. Can be resurrected quickly. Shigaraki Tamura thinks this is a work that is close to perfection. It is estimated that no one would have imagined that Nomu, who fought Shina Etsuha before, was just a split body he used to gather information. The truly intelligent Nomu is the one beside him. It's a pity that the body's abilities can't be fully applied to the split body, otherwise the previous Nomu may allow Shina Etsuha to expose more strength. The power of Shina Etsuha is second only to All Might, which burst out with full force. It is suspected that he did not use full force. The freezing ability can instantly reduce the environment by more than 200 degrees. Once approached, freezing to death is almost inevitable. Mental attacks cannot be immune. But it takes a distance to take effect, and the test result is about 5 meters. Wisdom Nomu listed all the data displayed by Etsuha word by word, and finally said, as far as the current quirk is concerned, Shina Etsuha cannot be killed. Shigaraki Tamura had been expecting this result a long time ago. He did not collect many quirks, and there are very few that can effectively target Etsuha. This result is considered good. However, he glanced at the picture on the phone and suddenly showed a sneer. This year UA's sports festival seems to have produced some good seedlings. What do you think of these people's quirks? Diaresis. Shigaraki Tamura threw several photos to the smart Nomu, which showed several sets of information. Tokiyami Fumikage, quirk, dark shadow, Shodo Todoroki, quirk, semi-cold and half-burning. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Advertisement Kirishima Eijiro, quirk, hardened. Yayurozu Momo, quirk, create, Midoriya Izuku. Anyone who performed well is listed. Shodo Todoroki and Yayurozu Momo are the 2 most eye-catching quirks. The former can use the abilities of flame and ice respectively, and it is suitable for Shina Etsuha's ice. There are infinite possibilities. As long as there is enough fat, many interesting things can be created out of thin air. For Nomu, fat is the most indispensable. Seeing these lists, the intelligent Nomu pondered for a moment, and then said, their quirk may very well beat Shina Etsuha. It's done. Damn, this guy's update speed is so slow. Etsuha meditated in his heart, and his whole body began to burst out with electric current, and the electric light overflowed, which aroused curiosity, Wang Zhao. A few seconds later, Etsuha opened his eyes, his mind moved, and his body suddenly turned into lightning. Advertisement Etsuha hid in the private room of a comic shop with bad reason, and was annoyed when he saw One Piece, drawn by a friend. Etsuha had revealed this subject before, and was taken by a comic friend to contribute. However, Etsuha watched the update speed of others highly. So far, the devil fruit that appeared in One Piece is so rare that even Etsuha couldn't find a few useful abilities for a while. It's not that the update speed of others is slow. In fact, except for Etsuha, the update speed of other people's comics in the industry is equivalent to turtle speed. Only Etsuha can rely on the heaven-defying assistant of Yayurozu Momo to be like a tentacle monster more comics. In fact, Thunder Fruit is also very powerful. If it weren't for the natural nemesis of Rubber Fruit, I'm afraid it could grow to the level of Shichibukai in the later period. Etsuha's current energy is just enough to extract. Without much hesitation, he is ready to extract this ability. And his ability is to extract the ability he wants. As for the negative effects of Devil Fruit, it is naturally an undesirable ability that Etsuha can directly discard. In other words, even if a sea stone suddenly pops up on the opponent's hand, or can summon the ocean to drown Etsuha, it will not have any effect on Etsuha. Etsuha was pleasantly surprised. What he admired most was the elemental ability of Thunder Fruit. According to One Piece's setting, without armament haki, it is impossible to touch Logia Fruit ability. This state is also applicable to the current Etsuha. Because of the USJ incident and the outbreak of Shina Etsuha, UA has accelerated the training of these students. I heard that we are about to start living in the forest. Shigaraki Tamura's eyes revealed a cold light. This time All Might is not there. It is just right to take them catch it all in one net. It stands to reason that the appearance of Thunder Fruit shouldn't have been so early, but the pace of this guy is too fast, which directly makes Thunder Fruit and the owner show a face in the comics, indicating that this guy is a big boss. Diaresis extract the god. Inilu Thunder Fruit part of the ability and experience. To discard the Thunder Fruit curse effect. Looking at it, Etsuha found that there was only one Thunder Fruit that met his expectations. In fact, up to now, most of the plot of Naruto has been controlled by Yayurozu Momo. She is interested in this aspect and can also exercise quirk. Naturally, Etsuha is also willing to be a hand-shoulder. This is also Naruto. The reason for the change has not been broken until now. Chapter 221 The enemy alliance's plan. The functionality of Thunderfruit is very versatile, and the attached few are killer moves that are also very powerful, which are very suitable for combat. The current Etsuha can control a current of up to 200 million volts to fight. This level of current can actually generate high temperatures and can easily melt some metals, not just electricity. In addition, Etsuha, the move of the god Anilu, can also be obtained. He can easily create an electric field and then transform into an electric current for barrier-free teleportation. He can also use skills such as Thunderbeast and Thunderbird. Now his means are far more than before. The elemental form doesn't know if Shigaraki Tamura's decomposition quirk can be touched. His quirk is also very abnormal, Etsuha thought secretly. The renovation quirk of the repairer is also a huge bug. It seems that anything touched can be decomposed. If it can decompose the thunder and lightning, then Etsuha is elemental and it is estimated that it will not be able to dodge the opponent's attack. But this is just thinking about it. Even if he can really break down the lightning, he can't keep up with Etsuha's current speed. He can completely transform into the current teleport of 813, and the speed even All Might can't keep up. In addition to this is some intelligence about the enemy alliance. When the big three were fighting, Etsuha found Twice's clone and interrogated it with illusion. Although he could not find the exact location of the enemy alliance, he knew a general direction. In this regard, Etsuha directly exchanged a small price for a scout crow in the past. This crow's eyes and ears can be shared with Etsuha. Similarly, Etsuha can also temporarily manipulate the crow to launch a temporary phantom crow clone, which can be used to avoid fatal attacks, is a very good investigative method. After a night of searching, the crow finally found the hiding place of the enemy alliance at this stage, but before Etsuha was ready to go, they found that the enemy alliance had opened the portal and went directly to another place. Under what circumstances has the enemy alliance left here, BCAI? Etsuha has some headaches. Shigaraki Tamura has a teleport quirk, which is also a very difficult auxiliary quirk, which can directly save a lot of time on the road. Otherwise, at the speed of Etsuha, the enemy alliance will not escape at all, and will be caught in less than an hour. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Advertisement. If Shigaraki Tamura chooses to peek-a-boo with Etsuha like this, then Etsuha really needs a certain amount of effort to win him. After all, he was only one person, and his intelligence-gathering ability was average, making it difficult to catch up with the enemy alliance. However, Shigaraki Tamura did not appear to be gone forever. Etsuha's crow sneaked out of the glass of the new tavern, and vaguely heard some people talking. His first-year freshman seems to be living in the forest. The location is outside of UA, in the forest of Chishan Mountain in Shizuoka County. I heard that there is no All Might this time, but the strength of several instructors is good. We might want to take the opportunity to support. Tisk Tusk, attack UA. I wanted to do it a long time ago. Well, this time is a good opportunity for an attack. There are a few good quirks in the first grade, and even an extremely rare mental quirk, which may be used to protect Shina Etsuha's eyes. It turned out to be an extremely rare mental system. I heard that only this kind of quirk can improve mental defense. Otherwise it would be difficult to deal with his mental hallucinations by other methods. Who is it? At the end of the conversation, the two seemed to have noticed something. A figure came out of the glass window in an instant, and when he looked out, he found a crow. Baga, baga, baga. The crow was frightened and let out a series of strange calls. Etsuha glanced at the guy in front of him through the crow's eyes, and found that he was wearing armor-like decorations, but not tall, and no different from students. I think it was Shigaraki Tamura who used to guard the new tavern. Damn, where did this crow come from? It's really bad luck. The poisonous student closed the window in disgust. Advertisement. Did Shizuoka attack UA? It seems unnecessary to go here. Etsuha retracted his gaze and muttered to himself. Now he is different from before. The main reason is that there is a little loli beside him, so Etsuha has to be careful not to be too reckless. Bad reason, clean up, let's go to UA, Etsuha said to the bad reason. Yeah. Upon hearing UA, she happily responded with a bad reason. Apparently she had also heard of the reputation of this school. The bad reason is very cute, and the finely carved and jade face has already had the embryonic form of the country in the city, and it is easy to attract a lot of people's attention when you walk on the street. The only pity is that there are too few friends. Etsuha wants her to take this opportunity to get to know UA's people. Yayorozu Momo is a good choice. That eldest lady should be able to take care of Loli. In fact, the age difference between Etsuha and Bad Reason is not that big. At most it is the difference between brother and sister. However, Etsuha's mentality is quite mature, so naturally he will not treat himself as a pure student, so he will treat Bad Reason as a little girl. As everyone knows Bad Reason, he always likes to call him brother. I have to find a way to get into the forest. Etsuha suddenly felt his chin while looking at the irrational happy expression. Don't let the Bad Reason stay in the wild, it would be too miserable. Chapter 222 All Might's help. After packing up his things, Etsuha came to Shizuoka again with Bad Reasons. Back here again, Etsuha was quite emotional. Before he was still thinking about whether to expand his sister's office after graduation, but he did not expect that now he has become a wanted criminal and his sister's office has also closed. After adjusting, Etsuha quickly walked towards Nishiyama. If he remembers correctly, the place where Yue held the forest lodging was in the middle of the Chishan forest, where there was a huge villa, which was large enough to accommodate all the students of the two editions. The problem now is how to enter the villa without being suspected. After all, Etsuha is no longer a student of Yue. If it is discovered by other heroes, it is impossible to guarantee that nothing will happen. However, Etsuha was not unprepared. He checked the phone and dialed All Might directly. Shina boy? All Might made a cautious voice. Is it All Might? Where are you now? Can you come back to Yue soon? Etsuha asked. I am hunting down a villain in Hokkaido now. I am afraid it will take a few days to return to Yue. Is there anything wrong? All Might faintly felt something wrong. Hearing these words, Etsuha shook his head. Hokkaido is too far away from Yue. It would take a lot of time for All Might to come all the way. It is impossible for him to come over now. That seems to be of little help. Etsuha said casually. It's actually not a big deal. The enemy alliance knows it. I have been looking for them. Not long ago, I learned that they are going to attack Yue. Who is the target? A quirk for Class AB students. It turned out to be like this. All Might's tone was a bit solemn, but he didn't worry too much. I know, I will notify Yue to remind them to take more care of the students. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Advertisement, huh? Etsuha was stunned, and said, aren't you worried? All Might grinned and said, hey, this is Yue's confidentiality. Now these students have been sleeping in the woods in secret. The secret location is very secretive, and few people know it. Etsuha suddenly realized that All Might was confident in Yue's secrecy. However, the truth is that the students went to stay in the woods and were already known by the enemy alliance. Not only that, the other party also acted in advance and arrived at the destination first. Etsuha tentatively said, is it possible that the hidden place you mentioned is the Chishan forest in Shizuoka Prefecture? No, they even know this kind of news? All Might was surprised. He didn't worry about the safety of students before, because the concealment of the forest house is almost the highest security level. In that location, villain just trying to find students is a very troublesome thing, but as Etsuha clicked on their location with a single sentence, All Might suddenly understood that that location had been exposed. It's like this. All Might felt a headache. He knew the strength of the enemy alliance, and even Big Three was difficult to deal with. This group of students entered the trap of others, and it was as if they were sent to death. How do you know? All Might was taken aback. Etsuha can't guarantee that she will remain calm after seeing herself. After all, he is now the most wanted criminal in the country, or the most dangerous one. If it is because she exposed Etsuha's identity, it is still unknown whether Shigaraki Tamura can be drawn out, so the safest case is that Etsuha hides his identity and mixes into the UA team. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Seeing this scene, Etsuha's words paused. It seems it's too late, they have already arrived at Chishan. The most frightening thing is that, in order to deal with Etsuha, a large number of the top 10 heroes have lost their combat power. The current heroes world is facing a severe situation of failure. If you want to deal with the enemy alliance, there are really no people to choose. Advertisement. 0 What's more interesting is that at the moment when the UA bus arrived, the mushroom actually moved, seeming to have adjusted its direction, and pointed the mushroom umbrella at the bus. Well, please inform Aizawa teacher, try to make his assignment simpler, but before that, you have to do one thing for me first. Etsuha smiled. Thank you for getting me into the student team first. By the way, I also have a younger sister called Bad Reason, and she also needs an identity. The teacher responsible for staying in the forest is the 4-person heroes group WILDWILDPUSSYCAT. Among them, the Mandalay cat Etsuha has the impression that she was among the heroes who came to support at that time. All Might quickly learned of the situation and immediately promised, leave it to me. In fact, it was too late for Etsuha to learn about the situation. Shigaraki Tamura's teleportation quirk allowed him to have extraordinary mobility. Etsuha needed a lot of energy to catch him. Just like this time, even if he exchanged for the summoning crow, he was already a step slower when he learned about the other party's intelligence. The current Shigaraki Tamura is probably lying in ambush near this deep mountain. Of course. Where are UA's students now? If they haven't arrived yet, maybe it will be too late. Etsuha was about to persuade All Might to tell the school to cancel the plan of living in the forest in advance, but at this moment he suddenly saw not far away, a bus drove past, and the students on it were his former Class A classmates. Etsuha boy, please. All Might's tone was full of apologies, and Etsuha is the only one I can count on now. Ask for flowers? Of course I learned from the enemy alliance. Etsuha explained casually. It's too late to evacuate now. This place has been monitored by them. A rash evacuation may cause them to attack in advance. Etsuha scanned the surroundings and found some abnormalities that ordinary people would not notice, especially a stone in the distance. It seemed that there was a mushroom growing, but Etsuha found that this thing was just like a living thing and was watching somewhere. Chapter 223 Forest in the Forest. It didn't take long for Etsuha to see the Mandalay cat receiving a call, and then looked around in surprise. At this time, Etsuha knew it was time for him to play. This villa belonged to Yue. The identity that All Might had fabricated for Etsuha was the child of the principal's friend. Because of a quarrel with his family, he took his younger sister to Shizuoka Prefecture. Now being in a state of homelessness, I had to live in the villa for a while, hoping that Mandalay Cat and others can take care of their siblings. After changing his appearance, Etsuha walked towards the bus. At this time, he felt a special gaze noticed himself, but it was very vague. It was the mushroom that he thought. With Etsuha's current strength, it is easy to detect this unique line of sight with 373, but the feeling of being supervised is not strong. I think it is because mushrooms do not directly transmit images like a camera. It is a more secondary means of surveillance. But just in case, Etsuha also helped the Bad Reason to make a slight change, and directly used the transformation technique to help the Bad Reason become a little more mature. The Bad Reason was the first time I used the transformation technique. I looked at myself in a mirror curiously, and a little surprise flashed across his small face. Ninjutsu can help others to get the seal. Etsuha uses this method to help the Bad Reason get the seal, and then mobilizes the chakra-like energy in her body to start the ninjutsu, just like Naruto helps the toad in the Text 2 seal, and turns it into 9 tails or average. The Bad Reason now looks completely different from before, but it's still cute and has the flavor of a mature girl. The Bad Reason is to hold Etsuha's arm happily. As the two figures, one large and one small, appeared in the field of vision, the Mandalay Cat and the others also discovered the existence of Etsuha, and they opened their mouths in surprise. Isn't it? It's really here. This kid is too get angry. According to All Might, the current Etsuha is a problematic teenager who ran away from home because of anger, and because of lack of money, he went into the mountains and old forests, intending to feed himself and his sister by hunting. This reason left the Mandalay Cat and the others speechless for a while, but despite the nonsense, it was indeed a possible idea of the second-year teenager. With the belief that All Might would not tell lies, the Mandalay Cat and the others did not doubt the authenticity of this matter. Is that the problem, boy? He's as old as we are, Mineta Ishii whispered to Shoto Todoroki beside him with a suspicious face. Advertisement, I heard that he is very strong. Shoto Todoroki's tone was somewhat competitive. I just heard the call and All Might specifically said that he is very strong. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Wait, what do you mean? I won't provoke him. Minetaishi looked horrified. Provocative? I don't have the kind of low-level interest, but the next training will definitely have a plot of comparison. I want to see how strong people can be praised by All Might, Shoto Todoroki said with interest. The other classmates beside them also looked at the two figures curiously. Some of them were eager to try. Obviously, they also heard the conversation between All Might and Mandalay Cat, and were very curious about the teenager in front of them. Etsuha walked to the Mandalay Cat and the others, and saw Aizawa Shota, so he smiled at the corner of his mouth and said, "Hello, teacher. You're Uchiha, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Really, at such a young age, I would run away with my family and go hunting in the mountains to feed my sister. This is the first time I have seen a teenager like you at such a young age." Lamau saw that facing Etsuha was an education, but he quickly said with a straight face, "But don't think it will be easy next. Are you still in school at your age? It just so happens that the subsequent training will be carried out with these classmates. Yes, is it a problem?" No. Etsuha shook his head. This is also in All Might's plan. The next forest stay will be very dangerous. Etsuha and them can reduce a lot of risks. As for Uchiha, it is Etsuha's current pseudonym, full name Uchiha Itachi, and the Bad Reason becomes Uchiha Bad Reason. Huh? Do you want to practice with us? Many students exclaimed. Of course, don't underestimate classmate Uchiha, he is not inferior to you. Mandalay Cat looked at the others. Mineta Ishik secretly said, "What I said on the phone is obviously much better than us." Advertisement, that's impossible, we are from UA school. Kirishima Eijiro, who was next to him, looked incredulous. I don't know, but this is what All Might said, it should be trustworthy. Kaminari Denki joined the discussion. He, we don't need to doubt it, Bakugo guy can't sit still anymore. Shiro Honda looked at Bakugo Katsuki with a gleeful look. After hearing the words of the Mandalay Cat, Bakugo Katsuki was already a little unbearable, as if he couldn't wait to prove his strength. 4.9. The Mandalay Cat looked at the time and felt that it was almost time, so he clapped his hands and said, "Stop the discussion, have you seen the villa?" I saw it. The crowd made a weak voice. After riding the bus all the way, many people were hungry, and now they have no energy at all. As for the location of the villa, it is a few kilometers away from here, and it takes a lot of effort just to look at it. The Mandalay Cat's voice suddenly became serious. I just saw it. The next task is to use my left and right methods to run there for me. If I don't arrive before sunset, there will be no dinner. Chapter 224 Investigation Situation. Wow, isn't it? What about a delicious lunch? It will be exhausting to run like this. To actually want us to walk through this forest alone, it's terrible. The people in Class A who had been on the road for a day were already hungry. When they heard that they had no food to eat, they had to carry out this special training. The Mandalay Cat did not have any sympathy for this, but showed a smirk. Come on, everyone, if the goal is not reached, no one will come to pick you up. Then, bye. With that said, several professional heroes slipped away first, and Aizawa Shota, after looking at Etsuha, also followed the Mandalay Cat. After they left, Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo Katsuki took the lead to calm down. They first watched the distance from the villa, and then left first. The others moved a little slower, but they also reacted quickly, and followed Shoto Todoroki's several people and left. However, a few girls looked at the bad reason in amazement. After saying a few words about the cute girl, they ran over and greeted a few times. However, they left without staying long, and Mineta Ishii seemed to want to take the opportunity to approach the bad reason. Kicked by Etsuha, he also followed the team. It seems that they all know that time is precious, and they have grown a lot. Etsuha sighed for a while, and did not immediately follow, but was observing the surroundings. For him, the team of students has already completed the task. As for rushing to the villa, Etsuha is not in a hurry. He has to find traces of the enemy alliance, such as the mushroom. After observation, Etsuha discovered that this mushroom is actually like a meatball, like something split from someone. As this Nomu's quirk, but it doesn't seem to have his own consciousness. Etsuha used ice to set off the mushrooms and then froze them at will. I wonder if this will allow the enemy alliance to attack in advance. After investigating the surroundings for a long time with bad reasons, Etsuha still did not find any useful information. At this time, the sky has gradually dimmed. If it hadn't been for Etsuha to have eaten with bad reasons at noon, I'm afraid they would be as hungry as Shoto Todoroki at this time. The front chest is attached to the back. It looks like it's time to start. Etsuha calculated the time. At this time, Class A is estimated to have almost arrived at the villa. Class B's progress is about the same as they estimated. It is estimated that in half an hour, 2 classes will be able to reach their destination. Advertisement Etsuha's speed is much faster than them, or in other words, much more terrifying. At this time, it should be just before them. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Bad reason, let's go. Etsuha grabbed the bad reason, and the rock under him suddenly shattered with a kick. Blow, a streamer hurriedly in the forest, rushing towards the villa with extreme speed. In the center of the forest, close to the villa, the students of Heroes Class A and UA are running fast, but their speed is much slower because of heavy physical exertion. Haha. Haha. It's coming soon, the villa is in front of you. Shoto Todoroki, who had been running for an afternoon, finally saw a glimmer of light and couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his head. This forest is too dangerous. Not only the environment is extremely complicated, but also the beasts and various institutions set up by the instructor suddenly appear from time to time. Under this kind of serial interference, almost no one can keep intact, and everyone's faces are dirty. Where is the person named Uchiha? Bakugo Katsuki glanced around. There are Midoriya Izuku, Shoto Todoroki, Ida Tenya and him in the first echelon, and there are more in the second echelon. Suyu is at the front and behind him. Tokiyami Fumikage and Class B and others. There are a dozen people, and then there are people like Minetaishi, but I didn't see the guy named Uchiha and his sister. It's not very clear, I should be behind. Shoto Todoroki frowned, we should be the first to walk here. There is no trace of anyone in front. It's really boring. Bakugo Katsuki sneered boringly. He used that guy as a potential competitor before, but now it seems that he looks at that person highly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Huh, what's the matter? If you can't deal with that thing, it would be too bad. Bakugo Katsuki snorted, but did not refute Midoriya Izuku's point. Obviously he thinks Midoriya's point is reasonable. Advertisement boom. Shoto Todoroki also laughed and said, it seems that our sense of competition is too high. I am a little sorry for 297 who want to come. I left him behind as soon as I came up. Apologized to him after dinner. That kind of speed, he has never heard of it, swish. What kind of strength is this? Midoriya Izuku looked at Etsuha's back in a daze. Bakugo Katsuki even squeezed his fists, and his palms burst into light. At this moment, a weird sound suddenly came from behind, like a gust of wind, and with the sound of falling toes, a vague figure suddenly rushed out from the depths of the forest. He was so fast that he rushed to his eyes from nearly 100 meters in an instant, and then rushed to Bakugo Katsuki's eyes, passing him by. Bang! At this moment, Bakugo Katsuki's eyes widened to barely see a face, and that face was the Uchiha they were discussing. That's a person. No, 2 people. As the wind whizzed by Etsuha's departure, Shoto Todoroki and the 3 were stunned on the spot. Don't say that. Midoriya Izuku said awkwardly, after all, classmate Uchiha is not UA, and it is natural that he can't keep up with us. We are students from the best school in the country, so there is no need to compare him. I'm a little worried, if he is so far behind, will something happen? Even Shoto Todoroki's pupils trembled a few times. Chapter 225 meet again for the first time. What's the situation? The students in Class AB don't understand the situation. Was that wind just now? It's too scary. The weaker people didn't know what had just happened. They could only feel a gust of wind passing by, and then calmed down. Damn it. The 3 of Bakugo Katsuki reacted at this time. They were only less than a kilometer away from the endpoint. They were actually overtaken at this time. Hurry up! Shoto Todoroki shouted, and then he created a large ice slope and started sliding, which was his inspiration from Etsuha's plastic skills. On the other end, after Etsuha came to the villa, he easily let go of the bad reason and looked around, and he was relieved after not feeling the strangeness of being supervised. It seems that there is no mushroom of the enemy alliance, but they should already know that UA's students are gathered here. Etsuha muttered to himself. In fact, the road to Chishan has been blocked by the enemy alliance. This was confirmed by Etsuha when Class A and others entered the forest. There were many biological monitors in the intersection. It is certain that the enemy alliance blocked the entrance and exit of Chishan. But it didn't take him long before he was interrupted by Mandalay Cat's voice. It was actually the first one to come over, so the strength is really good. Seeing her walking over to look at Etsuha in surprise, and after taking a look, she exclaimed, and still unscathed. It seems that your strength is far beyond my expectation. Such strength has not entered UA. Your parents, what do you think? But your parents seem to be friends with the principal, and it is not ruled out that they have better education methods. Etsuha was ashamed and didn't know how to explain it. But fortunately, his image in the heart of Mandalay Cat is a problematic teenager. This taciturn image did not arouse Mandalay Cat's disgust. Seeing Etsuha not speaking, Mandalay Cat pointed behind him and said, "Go first. Let's rest in the hall. I don't need you to cook for the time being tonight. It's a reward before practicing." Advertisement. Etsuha nodded and entered the hall with bad reason. What a problematic teenager, but a good seed. The Mandalay Cat thought with a headache. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In fact, she misunderstood. All Might told her on the phone that Etsuha is very strong, which means that Etsuha is far stronger than the general career heroes, but Mandalay Cat understands that Etsuha is very strong among students. The meaning between the two grade difference. The second is that All Might didn't tell her what was going to happen next, because once the Mandalay Cat learned that there was a huge threat around it, it was very likely that it would startle the enemy and let the enemy alliance act in advance. In addition, there is likely to be an internal traitor in the team, otherwise the enemy alliance will not be able to grasp UA's actions so clearly, which makes All Might dare not disclose the plan in advance, and can only repeatedly emphasize safety. After that, All Might contacted the heroes of the outside world, especially the Big Three, Kamui Woods and others who were going to Chishan, Shizuoka Prefecture to provide support. When these supports arrive, it is not too late to tell the Mandalay Cat enemy alliance. Soon after, Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo Katsuki took the lead to rush out of the forest, followed by Midoriya Izuku, panting, and then the others. Most of these people wear hot sweat, and their faces are dirty, but each pair of eyes is piercing. Bakugo Katsuki and Shoto Todoroki even said in the same voice, "Where's Uchiha?" Several teenagers from UA felt that the scene just now shattered their self-esteem, and now they are all curious about the strength of Uchiha Itachi. Just went into the hall. The Mandalay Cat was strange, but just after saying this, Shoto Todoroki crowded towards the hall. Uchiha. The wind just now is really him. His speed is so fast, what the hell is this quirk? I'm afraid his strength is also extraordinary. The girl next to him is so beautiful. Hey, how come your focus is so strange? But it's really cute. A lot of people were chattering around Etsuha. This is also the reason why Etsuha's power just deterred them, which made many people feel like a competitor. Advertisement. Midoriya Izuku stood nervously in front of Etsuha and introduced himself. Diaresis Yu. Hello, I am Midoriya Izuku, please advise. Uchiha Itachi. Etsuha said the fake name calmly. Familiar faces in front of him made him a little dazed for a while. The Buddha's campus life was the same not long ago. Hello, I am Yayorozu Momo. Yayorozu Momo's eyes are curiously staring at the Bad Reason. I'm Bad Reason. The Bad Reason was also nervous. It was the first time she met so many young students, and her voice seemed extremely soft for a while. Please advise. Yayorozu Momo smiled and stretched out his hand towards the Bad Reason. The Bad Reason gave a soft, and then the little hand in Yayorozu Momo shook hands. It's a beautiful scene. Etsuha said with emotion. If it weren't for too much trouble, he would rather like, good lees. This kind of ordinary school life. It's just that this stay in the forest is destined to be extraordinary, and I don't know how many people will die because of it. Uchiha, what is your quirk? Shoto Todoroki walked up to Etsuha and asked. The movements of everyone around him were a halt, and they cast their gazes one after another. Amplification system, similar to All Might's quirk, Etsuha said. Sure enough, this is the case. Shoto Todoroki nodded, a little surprised. He could actually increase his speed to that extent, and the Uchiha quirk in front of him must not be weak. What's more terrifying is that his face and clothes were incredibly clean after crossing the forest, which proved that his strength was stronger than they thought. This guy is terrible. Chapter 226. The Enemy Alliance Strikes. After dinner, it is a rare hot spring bath. Thanks to the fact that there is no danger around, Etsuha had a relaxing night. The next day, early in the morning, Class A began to gather, and under the leadership of Aizawa Shota, the quirk training began, while Etsuha watched. The strength of modern heroes mainly comes from the exercise of quirk. Just as the muscles become stronger after exercise, so does the quirk. The stronger the quirk exercises, the stronger the strength will be. So today's content is responsible for training you, quirk. Aizawa Shota carefully told everyone about the importance of quirk development. He glanced at Etsuha, who was doing nothing, his eyebrows wrinkled calmly, and then said, for example, Bakugo Katsuki, by constantly putting his hands in hot water, let the sweat glands sweat and cause a violent explosion. Repeat this until you run out of energy, which is enough for your quirk to be fully exercised. Shoto Todoroki needs to constantly alternate between freezing and flame abilities to keep the surrounding temperature at a constant temperature like bathwater, and so on. Through this type of exercise, it is enough to make a huge change in your strength. This is your goal of staying together in the forest. The simple and clear words 933 made people around him suddenly startled. So it's like this. Then how to exercise the simple amplification system? Do you want to exercise the whole body muscles? Midoriya Izuku said suddenly. After a lot of adventures, the current Midoriya Izuku not only recovered from his arm injury, but also opened up 5% of DETROITSMASH all over his body. He also exercised his legs earlier, and his current strength is also very good. It's better to have actual combat goals for the amplification department. Don't worry about that. Aizawa showed a glance to Etsuha, who seemed bored, and couldn't help but said, Uchiha student over there, your quirk also belongs to the amplification department, right? Me? Etsuha pointed to his nose, then nodded and said, it's true. Advertisement, could you please exercise with Midoriya classmates? This is good for your quirk. Aizawa Shota said lightly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Since Uchiha in front of me was introduced by All Might, his strength should be good, so letting him and Midoriya Izuku fight against the tiger as a professional heroes should also be a good choice. Can you help Midoriya to exercise? Okay. Etsuha nodded. Midoriya Izuku has a good relationship with him. The two have known each other since they were young. It's okay to help Midoriya. But what surprised Etsuha was that Aizawa Shota's so-called help was not for him to fight Midoriya Izuku, but for the two to deal with the professional heroes and the tiger in WILDWILDPUSSYCAT. This made Etsuha a little bit dumbfounded. Maybe All Might didn't tell Aizawa Shota's own strength, otherwise there would be no such thing. Tiger is the only male in the four-person heroes group. In fact, he was also a female before. It was only afterwards that he went to Thailand to change S*X. He is full of muscles, and his hard-covered bronze skin looks very refined. If he is dressed normally, he should also be a good muscular man. It is a pity that this person is now not only wearing cute cat ears, but also wearing a small vest and skirt, which makes Etsuha a bitter cold. Come and try to attack me, Tiger said carefully to Etsuha and Midoriya Izuku. This is Nomu, which is specially used to gather information. Those things that look like mushrooms are actually its split bodies. These split bodies have their own consciousness and can feed back everything they see to the body, and the body has simple mental communication capabilities, and then spreads this information to Shigaraki Tamura through mental signals. Unfortunately, it cannot be known like monitoring all the information, but it is convenient to know most of the information in an instant without needing time. But in a moment, Shigaraki Tamura understood most of the things happening around him. He narrowed his eyes and said to himself, have you started training quirk? Very good. When they are exhausted, it is the best time for us to take action. Etsuha said haha and dealt with a few words at random without paying attention to it. Even so, the tiger's eyes brightened, as if he had found some good seed, and said, your fighting skills are very good, are you self-taught? Behind him, a few more Nomu came out of the portal. These Nomu body types vary greatly, but without exception, they all exude a strange sense of oppression. Advertisement read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Snapped. Outside of Chishan, Shigaraki Tamura walked out of a portal and looked at Nomu, who was overgrown with mushrooms, and said, how is the intelligence gathering? Let's go. Shigaraki Tamura's voice quietly emerged. Soon, night fell. In addition, the eyes of Himiko Toga and Twice also showed a unique light. In this short period of time, they received the legacy of the Blessed Bazaar Association Quirk Potentiation Potion. Everyone has the strength, a huge improvement. Okay. Etsuha nodded, but didn't use all his strength, just symbolically used BCDG. Etsuha kicked again at random, and even forced the tiger to use quirk to fight, which made him even more shocked and his eyes shone. Push the book. Me? The strongest scumman in fantasy. The protagonist is very sow and cheap, and the X is hard to watch. Nomu responded quickly, and a special electric wave was released in his brain, which instantly made Shigaraki Tamura understand a lot of things. This teenager has great potential and has the hope of becoming the top 10 professional heroes. Chapter 227 Enemy Attack Warning. Night. With the end of the practice, most of the students' physical strength has been consumed to the lowest level. The most basic manifestation is the soreness of the muscles all over the body, and each one complains repeatedly. But even if this is the case, they have to prepare their own ingredients for cooking, and Etsuha is also in the ranks of cooking. Huh. Let's have curry tonight, how about it? Midoriya Izuku, who was next to him, approached Etsuha and said. Yes. But I am not good at making curry, so please ask Mr. Midoriya. Etsuha nodded, but his gaze followed the summoning crow to look down on the whole West Mountain. Wrap it on me. Midoriya Izuku patted his chest and packed the ticket. The surroundings are very lively. Because of the large number of people eating, the open-air kitchen is also very busy. Shoto Todoroki was called by various people to be responsible for the ignition. For the bad reason, he and Yaoyorozu Momo were chopped together. Everything seemed very peaceful. But at this moment, Etsuha suddenly noticed that several dark shadows appeared from the surroundings. In the crow's field of vision, You can clearly see that the shapes of those dark shadows are the same as those of human beings, and they are moving quickly under the cover of the dark night. Have you appeared? Etsuha's eyes moved. Among the dark shadows, there was a person who was very similar in size to Shigaraki Tamura, but he didn't know if it was a clone. Generally speaking, Shigaraki Tamura is very difficult to catch. Since Etsuha's reckless all for one last time, Shigaraki Tamura has become very cautious. It becomes very difficult. But this time with good luck, he found a figure similar to Shigaraki Tamura directly. Etsuha continued to control the summoning crow, and soon discovered that Shigaraki Tamura came to the villa through the portal. By dispersing the portal, several Nomu and the enemy alliance members were scattered, while Shigaraki Tamura himself was teleported in the distance stopped in the door. Seeing this scene, Etsuha immediately stopped what he was doing and suddenly said, "Midoriya-san, tell Aizawa-sensei that there is an enemy attack." Advertisement, EH. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Midoriya Izuku was a little inexplicable for a while, and the corners of his mouth twitched and said, "Uchiha-san is kidding. There is no time. Believe what I said." Etsuha glanced at him and said, "Remember not to go out at this time, otherwise it will be difficult for you and your strength to survive. Remember to ask Aizawa teachers to come and protect you immediately. Urgent, I'll go to deal with their leader first." With that said, Etsuha left with bad reason. "Hey, I have not eaten yet." Yaoyorozu Momo shouted from behind Etsuha. "The bad reason is not safe here. If you have a meal, don't worry about eating later. You should hurry up and evacuate. I have already told Midoriya-kun about the specific situation." Etsuha rubbed bad reason's head. "It is rare for Yaoyorozu Momo," explained a sentence. "What's the situation?" Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo Katsuki rushed over, and found that Etsuha was going out alone with bad reason, and his eyebrows wrinkled for a while. Just about to say something, I saw that Etsuha had already taken the bad reason and jumped. Blow. Etsuha's body swiftly resembled the wind, and his movements were as light as a feather, and he ran into the distance in a flash. This is a ninja's general force technique, which can only be reflected when the skill reaches a certain level. Whether it is Shoto Todoroki or Bakugo Katsuki, they have very good eyesight, and they immediately discovered that this kind of strength is completely impossible for them to keep up with. At the speed just now, if I get close to me, I'm afraid I won't have time to react, Shoto Todoroki thought in amazement. Advertisement. It's a terrible technique for exerting strength. His strength is far stronger than I thought. Yaoyorozu Momo also fell into deep thought. Such a strong peer, she saw only one, called Shina Etsuha. Asking for flowers. 0 However, Etsuha's quirk is the ice of the power system, and has nothing to do with the person in front of him. Smelly long time. Bakugo Katsuki directly stopped Midoriya Izuku in a daze, showing a threatening expression. "What did that guy say to you just now?" "Ah. This?" Midoriya Izuku's head was big. He found that a bunch of people's eyes were focused on him. He couldn't help but said, "Just now Uchiha-kun said that there will be an enemy attack later, let me quickly notify Aizawa teacher. And also said not to go out during this time, saying that it is difficult to deal with those villains because of our strength." 0. That's all. Bakugo Katsuki said impatiently. "What is the joke? Is it a prank to drop such inexplicable words? Or do we have to believe him that way? Considering his identity, I think I should believe what he said." Yaoyorozu Momo suddenly said, "All Might is called a powerful person. It is certain that his identity is worthy of our trust. And his strength is just now that you all. I have seen that that kind of physical skill is no different from that of professional heroes. I think trusting him can minimize the risk. It's true." Shoto Todoroki touched his chin, agreeing. "He gave me a very unusual feeling, as if he came to this villa for other purposes. I also suspected that it might be a prank before, but his identity is indeed worthy of us." Note. All Might, what these 4 words said is enough to convince them a lot. Although it is only the first grade of UA, many people have already grown fully. Midoriya Izuku also gradually calmed down, and said seriously, "Okay, in that case, I will immediately notify Aizawa teacher." Chapter 228 The offense begins. Ends Aizawa. Midoriya Izuku hurriedly ran to the classroom where Aizawa Shota and the teacher in charge of Class B are located, and breathed out, the enemy attack." At this time, there were not a few students in cram school. Aizawa Shota and Brad King heard this and suddenly sat up in shock and said inconceivably, "Enemy attack? How is it possible? You must know that this is UA's secret stronghold. For security reasons, the location of the villa is top secret, and basically no one can know this information. Now Midoriya Izuku actually said that there was an enemy attack. How could the 2 teachers believe it?" Cough cough cough. Only then did Midoriya Izuku realize that he was a little anxious about speaking, and could not help but relax his breath of 463, and then slowly said, "It wasn't me who said it, it was Uchiha." He repeated Etsuha's warning and added Yaoyorozu Momo's analysis, and then said, "Because the situation may be a bit serious, I'm here to inform you in advance." "Has that Uchiha left?" Aizawa Shota frowned. "Well, and with his sister." Midoriya Izuku nodded. "Is this guy really credible?" Brad King frowned. "His appearance is too mysterious. I never heard that the principal's friend would have such a son. Besides, the principal's previous experience is not. How can there be other human friends? The principal's life experience is actually quite tragic. As a rat, it has been abused by humans, and this is how the scars on its eyes came from. Such a principal would have human friends. Brad King was skeptical. Aizawa Shota also said in amazement, speaking of letting us evacuate, he slipped away by himself. Although he said that he was dealing with the leader, we don't know the actual situation. I also doubt that guy's words. And, you said All Might once praised that guy for being great, but what if the call was not made by All Might, but by villain using quirk? Advertisement, this. Midoriya Izuku was dumbfounded. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Think carefully, there is indeed such a possibility. Brad King nodded. But if that were the case, he would have done something to the students last night. There is no need to tell us this information now. Anyway, even if it's a prank, let's just believe it, just in case. Well, it is true. Aizawa Shota nodded. The two teachers knew more about the principal, and they all knew about the previous experience of Principal Nezu. After all, the principal was terrifying when he was blackened. It is hard to imagine that he would have such a good human friend. In fact, as long as Etsuha reveals his identity, then his words are likely to add a degree of conviction. However, Etsuha cannot rule out the fact that Shigaraki Tamura does not have other surveillance methods. If Shigaraki Tamura finds him when he reveals his identity, then this time it is very likely that Etsuha's staying on the job will fail, so Etsuha didn't release the transformation technique until he left, which also caused the two class teachers to be a lot of suspicion. But after all, they are all UA's teachers. In line with the possibility of safety first, Aizawa Shota immediately said, all tutoring students, all together. If it's okay this time, it's the exercise right now. But if something happens, we haven't listened to the advice in advance, it's a sinner of the ages, Brad King said with emotion. The tutoring students who were called up were full of inexplicable faces. After hearing the explanation from their peers, they showed an expression of disbelief. What's the situation? Just because of his words, do we have to spend so much time hiding? Hole. I'm almost starving to death. Shish. The teacher is not sure about the situation now, so it's better to say less. If it really saves your life, then Uchiha will be your savior. Well, although I don't really believe in the enemy's attack, it is possible that after the USJ incident, UA can have another forced staying incident? That would be too shameful, ashamed of the name of the country's first school. It's true, I feel sorry for my curry rice, and finally finished the paper rolls, but I didn't let me eat it. Advertisement, Aizawa Shota and others also asked the Mandalay Cat for details through telepathy. The result was disappointing. Even the Mandalay Cat was not very clear about Uchiha Itachi, but the caller number was indeed All Might's, and the voice and tone were also correct. They are all very similar and should not be imitated by villain. Arranging all the students to hide in the forest, Aizawa Shota looked around with unkind eyes and said, he didn't say when the enemy will attack. How long will we keep hiding like this? What about Midoriya Izuku? Did he tell you the details? Mandalay Cat's quirk is telepathic. Within her quirk range, everyone can hear her and talk to her if necessary, which is equivalent to creating a chat group out of thin air. This is how Aizawa Shota is. The situation was in conversation with Midoriya Izuku. He looked very anxious at the time in 4.4, but he left after a few words, Midoriya Izuku said in embarrassment. Where is the Mandalay Cat? Can Uchiha be reached? Aizawa Shota asked again. There is no news from him at the moment. Mandalay Cat shook his head. This guy. Aizawa Shota's eyes were bad, and there was always a feeling of being teased. After a pause, he resisted the urge to disband everyone and said in a deep voice, wait another hour. After an hour, if villain doesn't come. At this point, Aizawa Shota's voice stopped abruptly. In the forest, there was fog. Chapter 229 The Body of Shigaraki Tamura. Because of Etsuha's reminder, Aizawa Shota immediately realized that this is not ordinary mist at all, but poisonous mist. Villain actually has such a quirk, come on, everyone covers their noses and mouths. Aizawa Shota immediately turned around and said. The students in the AB class also noticed the strangeness, and after seeing the fog, they came back to their senses. It was really an enemy attack. Thank God, Uchiha didn't lie to us, we owe him a life. It seems that I will have to apologize to him later, I shouldn't doubt him, but we have to deal with villain in front of us first, otherwise we may not survive that time. Handkerchief. Whose handkerchief borrowed me? Does anyone's quirk target this mist? Everyone moved very quickly, and soon they used various means to cover their noses and mouths to minimize the harm of poisonous gas. At this moment, a Nomu came from the forest. Sure enough, those guys, 12 inches. Aizawa Shota's pupils shrank, and when he saw Nomu, he knew what kind of power the other party was. This was simply the other's iconic object. These poisonous gases must also be quirk. Let's solve this Nomu first, and then go to the poison gas center to solve the person who released the poisonous gas. Brad King said solemnly. They don't know exactly what role these poisonous gases have, but what is certain is that as the fighting time increases, their breathing will become more frequent. At that time, even covering their nose and mouth will not necessarily hinder the outbreak of poisonous gases. Several people will be consumed sooner or later. Understand, do it. Aizawa Shota nodded, and was about to do it, but suddenly his body stiffened. Advertisement. He discovered that there was more than one Nomu emerging from the poisonous mist. 1, 2, 3. Damn, 5 Nomu. Aizawa Shota said suddenly. It's probably the same firepower as the last USJ incident, don't be careless. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Understood. Brad? Jin answered, his body rushed towards Nomu directly. His speed is very fast and his physical fitness far exceeds that of Nomu. With the cooperation of Aizawa Shota, he easily approached Nomu. His strong and powerful wrist exploded with great strength and hit Nomu with one hand, instantly piercing its body. Bang! Under the control of Brad King Quirk, Nomu's blood boiled all over, turned into a bomb, and exploded. Waste things, come and kill a few, Brad King said coldly. Very good strength. Not far away, a few standing figures saw this scene and just chuckled a few times, but when you run out of energy, do you know if you still have this kind of tone? High Mountain. Shigaraki Tamura learned a weird piece of information through the investigative Nomu. The students who were supposed to hold the event suddenly gathered together, seeming to be defensive. This made him unable to eliminate the students one by the personnel scattered around the forest, which was a very big trouble. Under what circumstances have they discovered my existence, or is there are other external factors? Shigaraki Tamura always felt that things were a little weird. The quirks he was looking at were actually concentrated together, and they were still there. Aizawa Shota and Brad King were in trouble beside them. Has a problem, Shigaraki Tamura said to himself. The reason why he is waiting here is to capture the quirks of those people for the first time, but the situation in front of him makes him a little uneasy, which makes him a little anxious to say to other people. Himiko Toga, tell them a quick battle. Advertisement, okay. Himiko Toga responded quickly. However, Shigaraki Tamura did not feel at ease. These quirks were the key to dealing with Shina Etsuha, and he could not give up easily. After crossing my quilt and leaving through the portal, Shigaraki Tamura suddenly calmed down. It looks like I need to do it myself. He understands the strength of Yue's mentor. Although his strength is good, he is still too reluctant to compare with him who has taken the potion. With the current strength of Shigaraki Tamura, it is entirely possible to defeat those people by himself, but Aizawa Shota's quirk is too abnormal. For the sake of safety, he did not personally play. But now, Shigaraki Tamura has changed his mind. As long as he is not noticed by Aizawa Shota, and then kills him with a 970 special method, he will not be disturbed by his quirk at all. Then, let the game begin. Shigaraki Tamura opened the portal. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared behind him. What did you say the game started? This voice made Shigaraki Tamura's cold hair stand up, and almost instantly turned his head. His hands released supernatural powers, and he wanted to dissolve Etsuha. When? His response was an ice sword, which was lightly touched on Shigaraki Tamura's wrist. Seeing a stream of blood sprayed out, Shigaraki Tamura seized the opportunity, stepped back in an instant, and shouted coldly, Nomu. At the same time, Etsuha also yelled softly, Shoman, open. Click. Blue veins appeared all over his body, his skin was bloodshot, and his entire body was full of energy to the extreme. After Shigaraki Tamura spoke, his body had come near him and cut it off with a sword. Blow. A silvery white light flashed, and a bloodstain appeared on Shigaraki Tamura's body instantly, and his body was divided into two. Chapter 230 Kill at Speed. It hasn't become water, it really is the original shape. Etsuha immediately noticed the changes in Shigaraki Tamura. After suffering such a serious injury, Shigaraki Tamura's body did not become a mud-like object, but was glued together by his super regeneration quirk. The broken body was the cells will grow back quickly, and the body will be glued back. Ah. It hurts, Shina Etsuha. The recovered Shigaraki Tamura gave a long sigh, and then said gloomily, but what I didn't expect is that even if I hide here, I can still be found by you. Can't drop the brown candy, but since you want to die, then I will fulfill you. Oh, just rely on your quirk. Etsuha's eyes were electric, and the fatigue of the third gate state was restored instantly under the operation of bad reason. It can be said that the current Etsuha is approximately infinite in physical strength. As long as the backtracking in his arms can work normally, Etsuha's physical strength is unlimited. No, it's not just me, but also my newest partner. Shigaraki Tamura smiled lightly. Come out and let him see what you really look like. Bang. A foot stepped out from behind Shigaraki Tamura. This is a huge Nomu. Its brain is wrapped around Kurogiri. Just standing gives people a sense of oppression. And this is obviously what Shigaraki Tamura calls a good partner. I know. You are very strong. When Etsuha observed Nomu, Nomu was the first to speak. Its speech rate is very slow, but its voice is clearer than the previous intelligent Nomu. However, I exist specifically to restrain you. Come and see how powerful it is, Shina Etsuha. Shigaraki Tamura laughed wildly. This is a true full-body intelligent Nomu, with freezing resistance, mental resistance, damage reduction, renovation, etc. quirks. Each of them is perfectly aimed at Shina Etsuha. Originally, he wanted to capture the search for the puppet cat. Quirk will show Etsuha this surprise again, but since the other party has found it in advance, Shigaraki Tamura will naturally not be polite. Noisy guy. Etsuha's eyes looked at Shigaraki Tamura, and a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan began to appear. Advertisement. Nomu. Shigaraki Tamura hurriedly shouted upon seeing this. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. He knows that Etsuha's eyes ability is weird, but in terms of Nomu's speed, it should be enough to withstand his mental shock. Etsuha coldly shouted, Amaterasu! Boom! A black flame erupted directly in the air, only more than half a meter away from Shigaraki Tamura. Seeing this scene, Shigaraki Tamura's heart suddenly relaxed. This blow seemed to be empty? But the result was far beyond his expectation. Amaterasu's first shot failed, but it did not disappear. The flames actually started to move with Etsuha's eyes, and as his eyes fixed on Shigaraki Tamura, Amaterasu also entangled directly on the head of Shigaraki Tamura. Laugh. The high temperature vaporized his skin in an instant, and within a moment, Shigaraki Tamura's face was evaporated into a large piece of bones. He screamed, and was horrified to discover that this flame was actually too domineering. Whenever his super regeneration quirk condenses a new body, the flame will burn more fiercely. Damn it! What kind of flame is this? Shigaraki Tamura's heart was shocked, and the temperature of the flame was so high that his bones were about to melt. If it weren't for his super regeneration quirk, I'm afraid the whole body would be melted in an instant. In a hurry, he hurriedly grabbed his head with both hands. As long as you can break down and reshape your head in an instant, everything will be restored. However, Etsuha had already learned this trick from the meditator. Seeing Shigaraki Tamura's movements, thunder and lightning suddenly spread around his body, turning the surrounding into an electric field. It turned into lightning and teleported directly to Shigaraki Tamura. Beside. What is this ability? Shigaraki Tamura did not expect that the current Etsuha has gained new abilities. Advertisement ended. The lightning burst from Etsuha's fingertips was compressed to the extreme, and the voltage of up to 200 million volts was cut out like a sword, and Shigaraki Tamura's hands were shaved in an instant. What? Shigaraki Tamura let out a heart-piercing scream. His brain was also burned at this time. No matter how powerful the super regeneration quirk, it could not stop Amaterasu swallowing. His body was quickly burned into a coke. Until this time, that Nomu was able to react. What speed is this? Nomu's eyes are full of shock. This guy, it seems to have turned into electricity just now? It was too fast, it was a real teleport. In less than 1/10 of a second, Etsuha slipped from his side to behind Shigaraki Tamura, and released an electric shock that severed Shigaraki Tamura's finger. Nomu, who has a good IQ, immediately realized that this guy is probably stronger than he thought. Really, Lead has underestimated you. Wisdom, Nomu said in a deep voice. I didn't expect you to learn new abilities in such a short period of time, and it seems that it is also very powerful. Overrated. But you are the one to kill next. Etsuha walked to Nomu and said lightly. I want to know, all for one, are there any other owners? Nomu's voice became weird. Are you guessing? In fact, since two times, quirk appeared and was used by Shigaraki Tamura, Etsuha knew that things had started to develop in an uncontrollable direction. He wanted to know whether the Shigaraki Tamura he killed was the only one, and whether the ALLFORONE quirk had a clone backup. 7 Vey Chapter 231,200 million volts. Well, I underestimated your strength before, but now the enemy alliance is no longer the former enemy alliance. Killing a Shigaraki Tamura doesn't mean anything. Nomu's muscles began to deform, like a bunch of bubbles. It swells in the body, and very quickly, it seems as if a layer of muscle is wrapped around the body, forming an exaggerated visual effect. In order to deal with your speed, he specially added a lot of new quirks for me. With my current strength, a full blow can even destroy a mountain. Nomu's body came to Etsuha in an instant, with an overwhelming force. The gust of wind slammed a punch. I don't know if you now can withstand my full punch? With this punch, the surrounding air was squeezed into a ball, forming an exaggerated air cannon, carrying a powerful force to hit Etsuha. But in the face of this blow, Etsuha was extremely relaxed. His body turned into a lightning element. With Nomu's absolute punch, those air cannons and fists passed through Etsuha's body completely and hid behind him. Among the peaks. Boom! 873 The top of the mountain was destroyed by the wind pressure of this fist, and a large amount of rubble flew away. However, Etsuha, who was the main target of the attack, was intact at this time. What kind of ability is this? Nomu was a little confused for a while, and he was easily evaded by his full punch. It seems that there is no such thing as hockey in this world. With Nomu's current destructive power, it is basically impossible to catch me, Etsuha thought to himself. He was actually testing Thunderfruit's abilities, and the results were as expected. Sure enough, he was immune to Nomu's full blow, and he was completely immune. Etsuha didn't feel any damage at all. At most he could feel a hurricane blowing, but right, he has no influence. Immunity to physical attack. If that's the case, then how about this? Nomu growled and attacked again. This time it started to burn flames, and the terrible high temperature began to affect the surrounding environment. BCBF. And even Etsuha's elementalization was difficult to escape. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Advertisement bang. A ball of flame impacted from Nomu's body, and terrible lava appeared on the ground under its feet, and the surrounding temperature began to soar. Upon seeing this, Etsuha immediately sent the bad reason to a safe place, and Nomu behind him began to chase after him, but the speed was always a bit slower than Etsuha. After a short while, Etsuha turned back again, frowned and glanced at this Nomu. One hand moved towards the sky, lightning spurted out and poured into the sky. Wan Lei. The thunder beast roared, his body filled with white light, and he bit at Nomu's body with lightning. The enemy alliance's current quirk is a bit powerful. All for 1 plus 2 times the quirk is really an unsolvable combination. According to Etsuha's observation, this Nomu has at least 6 quirks, which was unimaginable before. It is fully realized in this Nomu body. Court death, Etsuha sighed. In fact, he was not relaxed. If it were not for the bad reason, I am afraid that after killing Shigaraki Tamura in seconds, this Nomu could not be killed for a while. The opponent's resistance is very strong, and the recovery ability is even more abnormal. Even Etsuha's 200 million volts was completely electrocuted after a long time, but the result is not bad. At least the 2 major threats of the enemy alliance should be eliminated. The Nomu made by this guy is getting stronger and stronger, Etsuha thought solemnly. Next are the scattered clones and the guy called the Doctor. Seeing it leapt forward, it caught Nomu's body at an electric speed, opened its mouth and bit, and a voltage of 30 million volts burst out. Numerous lightning began to destroy Nomu's body surface like a python, and it took less than a moment. Make it black all over. Advertisement: the strength of this Nomu is very strong. After Shigaraki Tamura's development, the strength has far surpassed the original first-generation Nomu. I don't know that All Might is still its opponent from time to time. Even the current Etsuha must be taken seriously to kill it. Call. Nomu let out an angry roar. His own super regeneration quirk was at its fullest at this moment, and his charred body shook violently, giving out another burst of vitality, and he recovered all his injuries in less than a moment. More than that, its powerful force squeezed Lay Beast's body fiercely, and with a strong grip, the entire Lay Beast turned into several lightning bolts and dissipated around it. And the opponent's super regeneration quirk seems to have begun to be copied in batches, at least in Etsuha's knowledge. Many Nomu have such a quirk, and Shigaraki Tamura, who killed it, has the same. If he guessed well, as time goes on, All for One will only get stronger and stronger, which is far from being achieved by one foe all. Roar. Seeing that the opponent's state had returned to its peak, Etsuha took a deep breath and introduced a large amount of lightning into his body. His body became silvery white, full of thunder and lightning, and his size increased a few times, turning into a state of emptiness, Thor, and then directly squeeze it towards Nomu's body. With this thunder and lightning, a large cloud covering the forest suddenly formed in the dark night, and a muffled sound came out from the clouds, and silver-white lightning flashed across the sky. Under Etsuha's control, a flash of lightning suddenly condensed into a thunderbeast and then fell from the sky. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. ZZ. With a current surge of 200 million volts, the electric shock began to quickly destroy Nomu's cells. All this was completed in an instant, and it didn't take long for this Nomu to completely die. Chapter 232 Split Nomu. Shigaraki Tamura was actually killed. What a terrible man. Far away in a laboratory in another city, the doctor in charge of studying Nomu's movements suddenly stopped, and then said to himself, well, after all, it's only young people who have only got All for One soon. It's not easy to grow to this point. On his operating table, there was a man lying, surprisingly Kurogiri. The next enemy alliance, leave it to me. The doctor's glasses flashed coldly. Don't worry, with that quirk in hand, I will transform you into the strongest Nomu. In the villa, everyone in the enemy alliance in charge of the offense does not know that Shigaraki Tamura and Nomu beside him have been dealt with by Etsuha. At this time, they are still attacking several mentors. As Nomu continues to resurrect, Aizawa Shota and several other professional heroes have already tired and sweaty, and the erosion of poison gas slows them down. If they are not careful, they will be hit by Nomu suddenly, causing serious injuries. These Nomu call. In the end, what is the situation? How it seems endless killing look like? Brad? Gold tired, said he did not know he had killed the Nomu or a few, like the infinite number of other endless in general, constantly appearing from behind in the jungle. Wow. At this moment, a sound erupted in the jungle, and soon 3 more Nomu came out of it. That was. Aizawa Shota's eyes suddenly noticed that something seemed to pass away in the jungle just now. If he expected it to be true, it should be a bigger Nomu. Damn, we might be caught. Aizawa Shota immediately thought of a possibility. Seeing that everyone did not understand, he explained with the ability of spiritual communication. I saw a huge figure in the jungle just now. It is obviously Nomu. I doubt that Nomu has the same. Splitting the same quirk, we consume our physical strength by continuously splitting Nomu. As long as the mother does not die, these Nomu will continue to produce. It turned out to be like this. Advertisement Brad King and others were shocked, but soon he thought it was impossible to say. Isn't Nomu lack of wisdom? To deal with this in this way is too exaggerated. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Not necessarily. If this is the case, Nomu will have to come to an end sooner or later, and their Nomu is expensive to manufacture, and the number cannot be so large. There must be something tricky behind it, said the puppet cat. Several people thought that Nomu was just a brainless monster, characterized by recklessness and dumbness, so they didn't think deeply about the tricks. But think about it carefully. What Aizawa Shota said does make sense, and the chances are not small. Kill these Nomu. Go and see in the jungle, Aizawa Shota said decisively. At this time, it is impossible for them to completely protect the students. The students in Class AB are dealing with those Nomu, and every one of them is a little panting. This situation is already obvious, and if you continue to delay it, they are likely to be wiped out. After explaining everyone, Aizawa Shota and Brad King instantly rushed towards the Nomu, and Aizawa Shota's modified eyes stared at the Nomu, making their quirk unable to play. Brad King dashed forward to a Nomu, his arms exploded, and a punch exploded into Nomu's head. So strong! Midoriya Izuku and the others saw that Nomu, who was fighting hard, was so easily solved by the two teachers, and they exclaimed for a while. The two people worked together to penetrate these Nomu. The whole process took less than a minute. They looked at each other and then entered the jungle at the same time. They only felt that the light in front of them suddenly dimmed, and a huge figure appeared in front of the two of them. Seeking Flowers 0. When the two of them shifted their sights, they saw a slightly sick girl coming out from Nomu's side. She had blonde hair tied into a ball head, wearing a school uniform, and her expression was rather sickly and said, "I thought you would fight there stupidly until you were exhausted, but I didn't expect to react in the end." Aizawa Shota's heart sank. This is not good news. They are not physically strong right now. Faced with this kind of guy, the whole army is likely to be wiped out. Well, their stamina is almost exhausted, and it's time for us to take action. Another person stood up beside him, with his face covered. It was difficult to see clearly under Kurogiri's cover. Advertisement in an instant, the pressure on the two teachers doubled. It seems that even if the news of an enemy attack is known in advance, it is still calculated. Shigaraki Tamura's expression remained unchanged, but his tone also brought some murderous intent. Splitting Nomu also stopped the splitting process, more than 2 meters high, standing in front of several enemy alliance members like a tower, revealing a fierce aura. You are finally here. Do it. In the current situation, the entire army is likely to be wiped out. If they do not have the determination to kill these people, none of them will be able to get out alive. At this moment, a voice came from Nomu's side, which made Aizawa Shota and Brad King suddenly feel a tingling scalp. Besides Nomu, there are other people. It seems that I was a little careless this time, and I am going to die here. Brad King muttered to himself. Bang! Chapter 233 Occupancy Crisis. Himiko Toga has more small daggers in his hands, but his seemingly petite body bursts out at a speed comparable to a cheetah. But a trance approaching Aizawa Shota's body. The sword moves forward with lightning speed. Call out! A slender scratch appeared on Aizawa Shota's clothes. His pupils shrank and he was surprised. Good physical skills, she is at least professional heroes level. This is too hard to believe, depending on Himiko Toga's age, but his size is the same as Midoriya Izuku. How can physical skills be so powerful? It was just a move, and Aizawa Shota immediately realized that her physical strength was terrifying. This was not a quirk problem, but the opponent's physical skills were indeed so powerful. Let me leave you a few more wounds. Himiko Toga had a sickly expression, and the dagger stabbed several attacks in front of Aizawa Shota. At the same time she attacked Nomu next to her. On the body more than 2 meters high like an iron tower, a muscle was tied up, and he hit Aizawa Shota with all his strength. So fast! Aizawa Shota's pupils shrank and he avoided Himiko Toga's dagger continuously, but during a pause, he was suddenly hit by Nomu's punch. This blow was too terrifying. It directly knocked him a few meters away, hitting a tree, and his internal organs seemed to be tumbling. Aizawa. Brad King was anxious when he saw this. Aizawa Shota's quirk played a very important role in that Nomu. Once he loses him, I am afraid that both of them will face even more terrifying scenes. Ahem. I'm fine, don't worry, I have been staring at that Nomu. Aizawa Shota said in a calm tone. Mr. Jin, do you need support? The puppet cat said hurriedly when he heard the situation of the two from the communication. Did you solve Nomu over there? Brad King asked. Not yet, and there have also been several strange-looking people who are attacking us. They are very strong. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Advertisement, what's the situation? There are people on your side. Aizawa Shota was surprised. During the conversation, the masked man who started out suddenly drew his sword and cut it at Aizawa Shota. Facing this weapon, Aizawa Shota's quirk didn't have a slight advantage and could only be forced to avoid it. However, his face was attacked by 3 sides. There was another wound. Then deal with them first, we can still hold it here. Brad King gritted his teeth. Are you worried about those students? Don't worry, those students still have people we need. We won't kill them for the time being. Himiko Toga smiled, and you, the same is true. Aizawa Shota did not speak, but her pupils contracted for a while. They have been using the ability to communicate with spirit, that is to say, Himiko Toga can't hear it, but she can say such things, which means that she knows the ability to communicate with spirit. These guys have all of our information, it's really dangerous. Brad King was aware of the silliness in this, and his brows became a word of Sichuan. His quirk is called Kaoshui, which, as the name suggests, is the ability to manipulate blood. As long as there is a wound on the opponent's body, it can be utilized to the greatest extent. However, the opponent clearly knows his quirk, and they all tend to Aizawa Shota during the battle. There is only Nomu on his side. Bang bang bang. Crunch. Nomu roared, and his body split into 2, forming 2 Nomu flanking and rushing towards Brad King, each of which could use the quirk. What a strong quirk! At this moment, Nomu's quirk was suddenly activated. One hand was pinched to Aizawa Shota's body. 5 fingers were bent. The surrounding air was instantly solidified into a wall, and it was pressed against Aizawa Shota. Advertisement on the Aizawa Shota side, several people did not use quirk at all in the battle. They all relied on pure and powerful physical skills. The suppressed Aizawa Shota was difficult to move for a while, and there were several more wounds on his body, which made Brad King more and more anxious. Seeing this scene, Brad King suddenly felt a great amount of pressure. In this case, let alone killing him, just trying to do a few tricks from this group of people is extremely difficult. Aizawa Shota's body was suddenly crushed, and only a sound of squeezed bones sounded. Aizawa Shota also vomited a big mouthful of blood, almost fainting. In less than a second, it had hit 3 heavy punches in a row. Aizawa Shota tried his best to avoid it. However, under the siege of the 3 people, he still accidentally hit a punch, and his eyes closed suddenly. Brad King clenched his fist, and the burst of power made him solve the split Nomu next to him with a punch, and then rushed to Aizawa Shota's side to try to help him relieve the pressure. Roar. You have to think of a way. If this continues, they will be defeated sooner or later. Beside it, there were 2 opponents from the alliance that shot at the same time, attacking from different directions. Brad Jin was shocked. This Nomu's quirk was far stronger than he thought. Now Aizawa Shota's eyes can't control his quirk, and Nomu has finally exerted his full strength. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. However, he somewhat underestimated Nomu's power. This Nomu's body has been modified and already possesses the characteristics of the amplification system. Seeing Brad King coming, it actually ignored it and started attacking Aizawa Shota with all its strength. Chapter 234 Toxic Gas Interruption. M's Aizawa is down. The North American Shorthair said suddenly and solemnly. What? Tiger said in surprise, is the situation on their side so dangerous? Split some manpower to support them. Mandalay Cat gritted his teeth. The villain they face is equally tough. These people are not Nomu, but they are masters carefully selected by the enemy alliance. You know, the enemy alliance, as the dark force with the greatest reputation now, has never been short of manpower. Even if Dobby and others are dead, the enemy alliance still has a large number of personnel. The quirks of these people are not very powerful, and their combat effectiveness is relatively average, but the number is large enough to cause huge troubles. Are you in a hurry? Spinner held a huge épée across the road leading to the forest, and said to the Mandalay Cat and the others, but I'm sorry, no traffic here. Be careful, it's very strong, it's a master with 12 physical skills. The puppet cat's eyes looked at Spinner, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The quirk of the puppet cat is Search, which can present all the information you can see in front of your eyes, including the number of villains, weaknesses, etc., which is a very practical auxiliary quirk. Although limited to what the eyes can see and cannot see through Etsuha's transformation technique, it is enough to discover the power of Spinner. Let me deal with it. Advertisement. The tiger immediately appeared in front of Spinner, closed his fist in his abdomen, and then slammed out, with his sturdy fist hitting Spinner's front. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Blow. This fist drove the fist wind, and the blowing face hurt, but Spinner easily avoided it. This speed. Clearly carrying the heavy sword, but the flexibility is still so terrible. Whose eyes became a little dignified, and he knew that the villain in front of him was not simple. Spinner's face remained unchanged. The épée in his hand was made up of multiple daggers, with uneven cutting edges, showing countless spike shapes, but it just restrained the soft quirk of the tiger. After evading the tiger's first blow, its épée suddenly cut towards the tiger. The astonishing speed caused the tiger to retreat for several steps. However, Spinner's épée carried countless jagged sharp blades, even if the tiger kept going. Back, still cut a wound by the sharp blade. Hey, if you don't have weapons, it's impossible to win against me. Spinner grinned at this sight. I advise you to leave quickly, I don't want to kill. And with your strength, you still want to support the 2 teachers? I'm afraid it's hard to protect myself. Let's look back at those students. Their training tasks today are too heavy. Now that they have gone through high-intensity battles, I'm afraid their physical strength is almost reaching the limit, right? Spinner turned around suspiciously. What was the poisonous student doing? The tiger was startled when he heard the words, and looked back at the students in Class AB, and found that they were breathing frequently at this time. Every heart and mouth were constantly ups and downs. The sweat from the body had penetrated the clothes, and the situation was very bad. It can be said that Spinner is completely right. The enemy alliance is attacking the weak underbelly of the students this time. He admires the style of the hero's assassin. Although the spirit of the hero's assassin did not affect the entire network due to the influence of Etsuha, he still has his deeds in many places, and Spinner is one of the existences affected. Impossible. Tiger's eyes are full of fighting spirit. Now he is the person with the highest fighting strength here. If even he is defeated, there is really no hope. What happened? Advertisement, Tisk Tusk. It seems that some students can no longer withstand the poisonous gas. Spinner pointed at the tiger with the épée. Go back to the rescue, it is impossible to pass me. Tiger screamed, ready to do it all. Spinner was also ready to meet the enemy, trying to defeat the opponent with the least cost, but at this moment, the poisonous gas over the mountains suddenly weakened a lot. A student was poisoned too deeply and was in a coma, Mandalay Cat exclaimed. The poisonous gas has begun to erupt. If you don't solve the battle quickly. Drink. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. See? Your antivirus equipment was originally some shoddy garbage. Now that you breathe so frequently, the body has been eroded by poisonous gas, and it will be fainted on the ground before long. Spinner said with pity. You are sure to lose this battle, we came prepared. Tiger clenched his fists and was about to attack again, when suddenly a student fell down. In fact, according to normal terms, there's Yayorozu Momo. The fat can be used to make a lot of gas masks to evade the poisonous fog as soon as she encounters poisonous gas. However, she consumed a day of fat to train Quirk today, and made a lot of. In the case of the comics, the fat reserves of Yayorozu Momo are seriously insufficient, and there are not many gas masks manufactured. Only some simple charcoal can be manufactured for antivirus, but the effect is not ideal. Its body is a lizard, but it has been upgraded like the principal. The whole body has evolved, and it can walk and talk like humans. Its own body has extremely strong combat effectiveness, which is also the root of its power. Yes, this is what a hero should have. I will try to keep you alive, Spinner said lightly. Although charcoal has a strong absorption capacity, it can absorb most of the toxic substances in the air, but most people's simple masks are not airtight, and will fall off with the fighting movement. The gas resistance performance is better than gas masks. The difference is more than hundreds of times. This will happen. Chapter 235 Tigers defeat. A few minutes ago, in the forest, where the poisonous gas is the strongest, the poisonous gas students sensed that a person was approaching quickly through the poisonous gas. They couldn't help but look in that direction and sneered. Unexpectedly, you found this place. It really surprised me. With that said, he touched the gun hidden in his pocket. This is his hole card. As a non-amplified quirk, the poison gas student's body is very fragile, and only a heavier fist is enough to defeat him. However, in poison gas, he is the most advantageous. Coupled with the role of firearms, he can use this weak body to kill villain who is stronger than himself, and this is also the favorite of poison gas students. Just look for the place where the poisonous fog is thickest. Etsuha's voice came from the poisonous fog. He was wearing a gas mask and snatched it from an enemy alliance member. At this time, he could ignore the poisonous fog, most of the hazards. The poison gas student showed a weird smile. His quirk gas seems to be just a large amount of poison mist, but in fact he can grasp all the information in the poison mist. Now he knows the position of Etsuha, and this is him. The reason for being invincible. The closer you get to him, the thicker the poisonous mist. Within 50 meters of his side, the visibility is less than 1 meter. In this case, it is too difficult to find him. Even if he is face to face, the opponent may not be able to attack him. However, the poison gas student did not intend to underestimate the enemy, and directly pulled out a pistol toward Etsuha's location, and sneered. In order to reward you for finding my position, please die. Bang! A shot was fired, and the bullet instantly penetrated the human body in front of him. Tisk tisk, another guy who died. The poison gas student felt the bullet hit the target's head and pass through, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Secret road, this guy is also too fragile, he would be penetrated by a bullet in his head, this is really something a little bit. But in the next moment, he suddenly felt that the person who was supposed to be penetrated by the bullet did not stop moving at this time. The poison gas student immediately realized something was wrong, and was about to change the position, but was surprised to find that he did not know when the current was full of electricity under his feet. ZZ. Advertisement. Those electric currents violently formed a human body, just standing in front of him, smiled and said, "It will take a while to find you, but the shot I just fired is really helpful. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi." When, the gas student's eyes widened, and Etsuha had already clenched his fist and punched his head. Boom! His body suddenly flew out, slammed into the stone, and lost consciousness. The poisonous gas in the surrounding area immediately began to fade, just because there was too much poisonous gas before, and now it can't be eliminated for a while. The poison gas students have solved it. The rest is the situation at the villa. Etsuha murmured, and immediately looked into the distance. I don't know what's going on there. What is that guy doing? Spinner cursed secretly, not to mention that the poison gas has only been effective until now. At the critical moment, the poison gas has actually faded. Isn't this helping the other side? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. It seems that luck is on our side. Tiger's eyes brightened, his sturdy arms exploded with strong power, and he punched Spinner. The tail was like a steel casting, and the tiger skin was suddenly broken. He looked down and inhaled a breath of air conditioning, but with just one blow, his stomach had begun to swell, and the skin on it quickly turned purple, oozing out bloodline. Advertisement. Spinner's eyes condensed, and he avoided the opponent's attack on his side. His legs were slightly bent, and then he kicked hard, his body jumped into the air, the big sword slashed from the top to the bottom, the speed was extremely fast, and he immediately smashed into the air. After reaching the ground, he just got out of a big pit. When he missed the shot, Spinner quickly twisted his waist and slashed out again with the épée. The blow was extremely sharp from bottom to top, and it passed through the tiger's face with a swish, and the blade of the dagger was rubbed against the skin again. A lot of blood was scraped out at once. In this gap, Spinner seized the opportunity, and the tail behind him suddenly flicked, and suddenly lashed on the tiger's stomach. Snapped. Ended. That poisonous student is really unreliable at all. A tremendous amount of power came from the feet in front of the face. Jiao jiao. The tiger struggled with his elbows, but the pain in his abdomen made it difficult for him to use his strength. His elbows resisted the attack and his body fell straight down. Go down. Diaresis, what a strong tail. The tiger was surprised. This guy put too much pressure on him. Puff. Ha ha ha. Unlike you humans, my tail has full muscles, which is several times stronger than your heavy punches. Spinner smiled triumphantly, without mercy. After hitting the tiger with a single blow on the tail, it changed its posture again, supported the ground with its tail, and kicked forward with its feet off the ground. Spinner seized the opportunity, flicked his tail, and rotated his body twice in midair, condensing the power of his whole body on the tail, and then pulled hard toward the fallen tiger. Tiger. The tiger's ribs were suddenly crushed, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. When everyone saw this scene, the puppet cat wanted to rush over. However, there are more villains beside them. At the moment of distraction, a man who can transform his hands directly stabs the puppet cat with his arm that turns into a long sword. Chapter 236 You boy. I saw a burst of blade light flashing, and 2 blood-red scratches appeared on the shoulder of the puppet cat. Upon seeing the opposite villain, his scarlet tongue couldn't help but lick his lips, his left hand turned into a powerful revolver, and he shot the puppet cat fiercely. Snapped. The fire suddenly appeared, and the penetrating bullet instantly penetrated the puppet cat's abdomen, where a bunch of blood bloomed out. Hey, it will kill you if you put such a cruel hand? By then, it will be gone. The companion next to him complained dissatisfied. He is not the life of the poor puppet cat, but because he wants to get the quirk of the other party, he must be a living person, and only then can they get the bonus. Don't worry, I didn't fight to the point, but it's almost the same. 4 heroes fell too, the remaining one has no combat effectiveness, and the other can at best pinch some weak monsters. After that, there will be a bunch of exhausted students, but we are going to win. Villain, who can transform his hands, smiled cruelly. Mandalay Cat 363 looks ugly. Looking back on the surroundings, the students are exhausted. The situation between her and the North American short-hair cat is not very good. They can support the two after losing the tiger and the puppet cat continuously. The time is completely limited. What to do? There is no means to replenish physical strength. We are probably going to lose, Mandalay Cat said anxiously. There are still 10 enemy alliance villain in front of him, each of which is stronger than the average Nomu. Some of them have eaten quirk augmentation potions, and their displayed power has exceeded the limit of ordinary people. This is a level that students in Mandalay Cat and others can reach, if it is not for the other party's original physical skills. In this way, they were all defeated long ago. I'm going to die. I'm so sorry. At this time, Brad King's voice also appeared from telepathy. Mandalay Cat said anxiously, Mr. Jin, how long can you hold on? I will try my best to send a few students over to help. Don't come. This Nomu is too strong. Brad King's voice stumbled, and then he let out a scream in a miserable voice. Advertisement. The Mandalay Cat was anxious, and hurriedly isolated Brad King's voice, not daring to let the students hear it. There are already some people who are lacking in confidence. If they were to learn about Brad King and Aizawa Shota's fiasco, there would definitely be someone who could not hold on and give up. This situation must be avoided by the Mandalay Cat. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But in this case, who else can they rely on to make a comeback? Looking back on the 4 weeks, except for the North American short-hair cats with only some fighting power left, the other professional heroes have all failed miserably. As for the students, don't count on them. The first-year students are far from the professional heroes. Even the strongest Bakugo Katsuki and Shoto Todoroki are not used at all. It's really over. Don't let them drag on, do it. Spinner roared behind him. Hey, boring lizard people, I still want to enjoy these cute girls. Variant Villain curled his lips, but his eyes were filled with expectant light. Hey, let alone, those women have good looks, and they are professional heroes. At that time, let Master Twice use twice the quirk to change. We can play as many as we want. BCEI, ha 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 ha. The few people around him brightened their eyes when they heard the words, and immediately agreed. Your idea is really good, but I like it, hee. What do you know, the tender ones are interesting. I think those schoolgirls are pretty good, and they are the best young ones at first sight. By now, anyone can see that the balance of victory has been tilted, and they can already discuss the distribution of benefits after the event openly, which makes the faces of several female students in the class pale. Few people can relax when the real malice is presented in front of them. Damn it. Advertisement. The North American short-hair cat was pinched by 2 people, and his arms were a bit unbearable and could no longer move. Upon seeing this, the Mandalay Cat also rushed to prepare for rescue, but the two still had difficulty facing each other, and they were defeated again within a moment. It's over. The Mandalay Cat was cold in his heart. And us, headed by Midoriya Izuku, Bakugo Katsuki and Shoto Todoroki came forward. The condition of the 3 of them was very bad at this time. Bakugo Katsuki and Shoto Todoroki were covered with scars and had difficulty breathing. If they hadn't had a few gas masks provided by Yaoyorozu Momo, they would have fallen down long ago. Midoriya Izuku's condition is even worse. One arm has been scrapped, but he is also the person with the most potential. Once one for all 100% power is released, he will definitely be able to clear a region of villain. The previously scrapped arm is because he found the right time was set, and 6 people were defeated in one fell swoop. Tisk, be careful, that kid with scrapped arms is an amplification quirk, and it's very powerful. When one person saw Midoriya Izuku, he immediately reminded him. You. The Mandalay cat looked back at the Midoriya Izuku and was quite moved, but shook his head and said, "Go back, we are dragging this place, you take Utai and run away." Midoriya Izuku smiled hard. "Sorry teacher, please let me continue fighting, otherwise I will be guilty for the rest of my life. If I don't get rid of these bugs, I will feel bad." Bakugo Katsuki still said irritably. "I am also the same, I really want to be fat." Shoto Todoroki eyes flashed. Chapter 237 Etsuha is here. Is this UA's student? It looks really hard. Modified villain grinned grimly. "Since you are in a hurry to die, please cut off your limbs first, so that you won't jump around indiscriminately. Destroy them. The people around you act now." Some people from the enemy alliance held submachine guns and fired rounds of bullets at the crowd. Some people spit out acid and sprayed a wide range of acid attacks around them. Various long-range attacks immediately slammed into the surroundings of a few people. The scope was terrifying and almost blocked the escape of the 3 of them. Faced with this blow, Shoto Todoroki's eyes condensed, and he raised his hand to create an ice wall tens of meters high. Those bullets and acid instantly hit it, making a series of cracking sounds. Taking advantage of these efforts, Midoriya Izuku activated the 5% form of One for All, and as soon as he stepped on his feet, he has come to the side of the variant villain. What's the situation with this kid? Transformation villain's eyes condensed, and Ran realized that the green-haired boy's movements were so fast and terrifying, he acted like a hurricane, and he came to everyone in an instant. 1, 4, all 100%? Shooting style? Midoriya Izuku roared, and blue veins filled his footsteps. 100% of the power of 1, 4, all covered his leg, kicking forward with all his strength. The air in front of me was evacuated directly by this foot, and the surrounding area seemed to have formed a semi-vacuum zone. The air sank at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into an extremely strong air hammer, which suddenly hit 4 or 5 people. The impact made their eyeballs burst, and their bodies were hit by a speeding train, directly hitting the ground. Bang! Until this time, a huge sound came out, and a piece of dust exploded where several people fell, and there were stumbling bodies lying inside. They were all killed in a flash by Midoriya Izuku. This Midoriya Izuku. The Mandalay cat's eyes widened, looking at Midoriya Izuku in a somewhat unbelievable way. He was about to say something, but suddenly heard the North American short-hair cat say, "Be careful." Midoriya's feet can no longer move, while villain didn't notice. "Hurry up. Go help him." Only then did the Mandalay cat look horrified, and quickly rushed to Midoriya Izuku's side and pulled him back. Knowing this time, she realized that Midoriya Izuku was already very weak at this time. Advertisement, damn, what attack was that? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The survivors of the enemy alliance were terrified. Midoriya Izuku's kick was absolutely beyond the level of ordinary professional heroes. Few people on the scene were able to resist, but soon they found out that this guy's quirk seemed to be a one-off, just launched an attack, and he couldn't move anymore. "That guy seems to have a broken leg, good chance, come on," someone shouted. However, the people in the enemy alliance are a little clever. In this case, you just need to drag it. No one wants to try the risk. For a while, no one dares to come up to make up for Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo Katsuki. No one is here? Then it seems I have to do it myself. Bakugo Katsuki had a grumpy expression, and just as he was about to do it, there was a sudden noise in the jungle. Bang! It was like a scene where 2 people were knocked into the air. Then everyone saw that the 2 bodies were dropped from the air at the same time, and then rolled down beside Bakugo Katsuki and Shoto Todoroki. Seeing those 2 unconscious bodies, their movements became stiff at the same time, and even the Mandalay cat and the North American short-hair cat had their eyes widened. Those 2 people are Aizawa Shota and Brad King. Little. Be careful. Brad King was covered with blood, but he still looked up and advised the 2 of them. Quick, escape. 2. Strong, 2. These 2 people are really hard to handle. It took 10 minutes to faint completely. Himiko Toga's voice came from the other side. The pupils of Bakugo Katsuki and Shoto Todoroki shrank. The girl was young, but made them feel a different kind of threat, as if facing a beast, very terrifying. Behind Himiko Toga is to split Nomu and the other person. Ask for flowers? At this moment, a current suddenly came from a distance, instantly turning the surrounding into an electric field. Advertisement. Nomu nodded, and his terrifying body rushed past like a bullet. What is this ability? It's over. Himiko Toga held a sword and looked at the 2 with some excitement and said, "Next, I will appreciate your bloody look." "No way. Squeeze off their limbs, they must get bloody," Himiko Toga said with some expectation. "Damn it, dare to ignore me?" Bakugo Katsuki was shocked. At this time Shoto Todoroki rushed forward and lifted his hands forward. A huge ice wall stood upright from the ground, trying to stop Nomu. But the frightening thing is that facing this ice wall, Nomu's palm also just touched lightly, and the ice wall completely collapsed. At this moment, Nomu's body actually reacted. Seeing that pillar of fire, its palm slapped forward, and the flames suddenly collapsed. Bakugo Katsuki's eyes widened, and it was the first time he felt that death was facing him so close. Seeing that sharp dagger was about to pierce from his eyes, he couldn't help but close his eyes. ZZ. Bakugo Katsuki gritted his teeth. In a lot of fighting, he secreted a lot of sweat all over his body. It was when the quirk was the most powerful. Facing Nomu's attack, he unfastened the grip of the grenade-shaped combat suit with one hand, and saw a flame like a sky cannon suddenly exploded from the combat suit, and then a pillar of fire sprayed out and instantly hit Nomu's face. Shoto Todoroki was stunned. Before he could react, Nomu slammed into the middle of the two, and both left and right fists trembled at the same time. The explosive force weighing 1,000 pounds hit them, and their bones almost shattered. Without Aizawa Shota's eye limit, the quirk that splits Nomu was launched again, and 3 splits stood up beside him in a short time, and the number continued to grow. Shit. Himiko Toga let out a mocking laugh. Chapter 238 Strong Blow. Noisy. As the current surged, those electric lights gathered together, and then came out as a person, with one hand against Himiko Toga's dagger. You are Shina? Seeing the figure in front of them, Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo Katsuki were both startled. Ah, it turns out to be Shina, classmate who hasn't seen me for a long time. Himiko Toga was a little embarrassed. It's really rude to interrupt my enjoyment like this. As punishment, kill you. Is that Shina Etsuha? Oh my god, there is another wanted man. The Mandalay cat and North American shorthair cat exclaimed after seeing Etsuha. Etsuha's current image is very eye-catching. You must know that his 943 portrait has been hung up in all provinces across the country, and almost no one does not know him, But it doesn't seem to be hostile to us. I heard that he was also a very popular object in the class before. The North American shorthair communicated with thoughts. It depends on the situation, he seems to be on our side. I heard that his strength is very strong, but the problem with that Nomu is too big. His strength is likely to be defeated. Mandalay cat also said, she had a bad impression of Etsuha at first, thinking it was this he is a vicious criminal, but seeing that Etsuha is now standing up for them, Mandalay cat's impression of Etsuha instantly changed, thinking that this person also seems to have a good side. Hey, that guy is so stupid, he dared to show up in front of that Nomu. Spinner behind him saw Etsuha and shook his head in disappointment. The strength of that Nomu is known. In order to prevent accidents, Shigaraki Tamura specially assigned the repair quirk of the repairer to that Nomu. The end result is that, despite the low intelligence of this Nomu, its combat power is one of the best perverts in Nomu. Any attack and defense can't escape its hands, which are the strongest weapons capable of decomposing everything in the world. It was these Nomu that allowed others to see the strength of the enemy alliance, and finally determined the position of the enemy alliance in the dark world. Otherwise it would be impossible for the enemy alliance to find so many people after so many failures. When everyone judged the situation in their hearts, Himiko Toga had coldly ordered, Nomu, kill him. Nomu's muscles were tense. When Himiko Toga's voice fell, his body pulled out an afterimage and quickly approached Etsuha. Its hands released amazing energy, and it grabbed Etsuha like 2 black holes. It rushed up in the blink of an eye, and its palms merged. Advertisement bang. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The air was stunned for a while, and in its palms, everything was broken down into powder in an instant. It's vulnerable. Spinner secretly shook his head when he saw this scene. This Shina Etsuha was quite powerful in the past, but without the help of Aizawa Shota, it would be impossible to deal with this Nomu. Himiko Toga also thought that the matter was over, feeling regretful in his heart, and suddenly realized that behind Nomu, I don't know when Etsuha's figure appeared. Is it the same quirk as the solver? Shigaraki Tamura really backed up a lot of things, Etsuha muttered to himself. When? Spinner and the others were shocked. Etsuha's movements were a bit weird, like teleporting, and appeared directly behind Nomu, which was incredible. Nomu also found that Etsuha was not dead. He turned his head some hindsight, but just as soon as he met Etsuha, he suddenly discovered that half of his body had been frozen by ice crystals. Bang! Under Etsuha's control, all the ice cubes suddenly shattered, and even the body with Nomu turned into pieces. In just an instant, most of its whole body has disappeared. If you don't have an IQ, even a strong quirk is useless. Etsuha looked at Nomu with a flat gaze. This kind of Nomu, which has no IQ, and a single quirk, is just a target for him, no matter how many numbers are. Etsuha can completely solve it with Tigu without even exerting all his strength. Before Nomu could react, the other half of its body was completely wrapped in ice, and even the quirk was too late to use it. The body shattered directly in midair, leaving no trace of it. Did it? Advertisement Mandalay cat looked incredulous. It's that simple. Killed it. The North American shorthair also looked dazed. This Nomu successively killed 2 powerful heroes, Aizawa Shota and Brad King, and killed Bakugo Katsuki and Shoto Todoroki in a nearly invincible posture. Villain should have been extremely powerful, but it was actually that simple, was killed by the boy in front of him in a flash? This is too exaggerated. Upon seeing this, the students in Class B were even more suspicious of their lives, and suddenly they fry. F*K. Who is that person? Have you seen it? One move, oh my god. Is he a god? This is too strong, I don't have to fight at all. It's a spike? It's a spike? Damn, it's so awesome. Spinner 5.4 feet's forehead oozes cold sweat, and he comforts himself. It doesn't matter, it's just a strong Nomu. Shigaraki Tamura also said that this is just a tentative striker. If there are other heroes on the field, they will be sent. It's not necessarily that Nomu will appear even more powerfully, even if he himself will appear in person. In this case, you have to call Shigaraki Tamura. As he said, he took out his mobile phone and dialed Shigaraki Tamura's phone, only to find a busy tone inside. What's the situation? Spinner was a little dazed, and saw Etsuha look at him, and said shockingly. Are you looking for Shigaraki Tamura? He should have been killed by me, along with the Nomu next to him. Chapter 239 Incident Resolution. Hearing these words, Spinner's scales were about to stand up. This guy actually killed Shigaraki Tamura and the Nomu next to him unknowingly? When? You know, from the time they invaded the forest and stayed together, it was only half an hour now. Whether it is Shigaraki Tamura or Nomu next to him, both have super regeneration and renovation quirks. The combination of these two quirks, almost enough to contend with all attacks, but the two people combined, they were actually wiped out in just half an hour. Is this kidding? Himiko Toga was also stunned. She didn't believe what Etsuha said at first, but she soon discovered that Shigaraki Tamura's communicator could not be dialed at all, and her face became extremely solemn. What he said may be true, Himiko Toga said incredulously. What? The 12 people in the enemy alliance next to him were stunned. For them, Shigaraki Tamura was almost the most powerful representative. As a result, the boss didn't even show up, so he was killed? Only then did they truly feel the power of Etsuha. No. Shigaraki Tamura is dead. Are you sure it's not a clone? A person has already begun to plan how to run. How can it be impossible to communicate when the clone is dead? That is definitely the main body. Damn, isn't this Shina Etsuha in the next city? How did he keep up with Shigaraki Tamura, who has a teleport quirk? This is weird. Advertisement, escape. Escape, there is no way to fight him at all. Etsuha looked at these people indifferently, and said in a not loud voice. You now only have two choices, surrender or die. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Is this guy crazy? He still wants to beat us all at once? Transformed villain cursed secretly. His hands can change many things. Just now he turned his hands into super large inflatable cushions, and he didn't faint by a kick of Midoriya Izuku. Hearing Etsuha's threat right now, he took a sip in disdain and wanted to run away. The rest of the people have the same idea. There are many people who survived, and the so-called fugitives are most proficient in escape skills, otherwise they can't survive in the society of heroes. Almost no one took Etsuha's words as the same thing. After seeing Etsuha's strength, they all scattered and fled around. Did they all run away? It seems that the next. When Spinner saw that his companions had already left, his heart moved likewise, and he wanted to take the opportunity to leave. However, just when it was about to leave, it suddenly discovered that there was a layer of ice beneath his feet, which made him feel so excited that he didn't dare to move. What's the situation? Even if his electric quirk is so powerful, when did the ice quirk penetrate here? Spinner's heart was trembling. If he hadn't just seen this layer of ice, he might have been with those idiots at this time. Just run away. Spinner, don't you really believe what he said? The variant villain passed by Spinner, and saw that it was unwilling to move. He couldn't help but sneered. I thought you were just a little bit abnormal in your brain, now it seems it's so stupid. I would believe that guy's words. It's really stupid to stay here obediently. If you don't leave, I will leave first. Spinner was silent, watching him leave quietly. At this moment, Etsuha had determined that the escaped person had already run to the periphery, and his hand was vacantly gripped forward. At this moment, a large iceberg suddenly stood upright from the periphery, and the ice layer instantly flooded the first few people who fled, and then rolled all the way towards the middle. As soon as he appeared, 10 people were buried instantly. F*K. What is this? Seeing this iceberg, villain ran away yelling. The iceberg was 60 to 70 meters high and its thickness was immeasurable. It surrounded everyone directly, and there was no way to escape. Advertisement. Many people were surprised to hide behind them, but what made them desperate was that an iceberg appeared behind them. The thickness of the ice continued to expand. Eventually the two icebergs squeezed together, freezing everything in between. People. Oh my god, fortunately I didn't run away with that guy. Spinner was frightened, because the edge of the iceberg was right next to him, and it could feel the energy from a distance of 1 or 2 meters. How terrible is the low temperature that freezes the bones. It is conceivable that the people loaded into the iceberg estimate that 883 deaths are instantaneous, and there will be no pain at all. As for the students of UA and the teachers who are still conscious, they have all been dumbfounded by this time. Solved. That's how everyone resolved. I just saw something. F*K. He is a god. The students in Class A are even more excited, as expected of Etsuha, still as strong as ever. Who is telling me that Etsuha is a fugitive from now on? I interrupt his dog legs. Second, villain or something, it can't be Etsuha. Hearing these words, Etsuha also seldom laughed a few times, and did not explain anything to others. He walked up to the Mandalay Cat and said lightly, the miscellaneous soldiers should have been solved. Let you solve the rest. I will leave first. Wait a minute. Mandalay Cat stopped Etsuha, and after hesitating, he said to Etsuha, thank you. Chapter 240 Supported Heroes, Quickly, the forces of the enemy alliance are in Shishan. Not far from Shizuoka Prefecture, a team of heavily armed heroes arrived by car overnight. Because there are not many people nearby, it took a lot of time to gather heroes from other cities, but even now, there are only about 10 heroes who are capable of participating in the action. It's been so long, how is Shishan's situation? In the bus, Kamui Woods asked the people around him with some worry. Their assembly time was too slow this time, and they didn't know what would happen to that group of students. The situation doesn't seem to be very good, the signal there has been blocked, and no communication method can be connected. Ninja Heroes solemnly said. There is something I always wanted to know. Heroes, who was sitting in front of him, heard a few people's discussions. At this time, he looked back and hesitated and said, "How strong is that enemy alliance? Listen to All Mights. It seems to be serious." When the others heard this, they all pricked their ears. Many of them have never seen the enemy alliance, and even Nomu has not encountered it a few times, and they cannot judge the specific strength of the enemy alliance. However, for such an organization, All Might gave a huge evaluation. It also strictly requires that if there is not enough manpower, it must not be attacked, which makes many people feel a little heavy. Very strong, very strong. Tamaki Yamajiki, who has been in contact with the enemy alliance, solemnly said, "Their quirks are complex and diverse. Each Nomu can use more than 2 quirks. The most common one is super regeneration. The quirk is very troublesome. As long as Nomu's cells are completely destroyed, it is impossible to kill Nomu. What's more frightening is that they can even continuously create clones, and each clone has a quirk equivalent to the body. It's so troublesome. When other people heard it, their scalp numb. If there are only 1 or 2 of this kind of Nomu, it's fine. But this so-called super regeneration is actually the most common quirk in Nomu, which is a bit too scary." And they also heard about the clone. The big movement made not long ago disturbed many people, and the officially included the enemy alliance within the range of the ultra-dangerous villain. Advertisement this time against the opponents of the alliance, 2 of the 3 heroes came, namely Tamaki Yamajiki and Nijire-chan, and their strength can only be said to be not weaker than that of the professional heroes. Even they said that the enemy alliance is difficult to defeat. The power of this force. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It may be a fierce battle next, and I don't know what happened to the students. Ninja Heroes sighed, looking very solemn. The faces of others have changed. In fact, as a high-risk profession, Heroes is not always optimistic for everyone. Today they are facing the enemy alliance. If one is careless, they may be killed by the wanted criminal. This has happened many times, and some people have personally experienced the death of their companions. It can be said that they have mixed feelings, but after all, they are professional heroes. Soon everyone will adjust their mentality and not think about these things. At this moment, the bus suddenly stopped. "It's the station," the driver Best Jeanist said, turning his head. He is currently number 2 and his strength is relatively strong, but unfortunately, there is still an unpredictable gap from All Might. This is also the dilemma faced by the heroes world. Now it is a level where heroes' strength is severely deficient. If it weren't for All Might's considerable deterrent power, a crime frenzy would probably be set off across the country. The others got off the car immediately after arriving at the station, and then looked into the Chishan villa, and at a glance they saw a large amount of pink poisonous gas filling the forest, and the villa was overflowing with fire, which made everyone's expressions change. "Shoo!" The other heroes behind him also rushed over and shouted at the same time, "Don't be afraid, everyone, we're here to support." Very powerful. The Mandalay cat stood up, hesitated, and said, "We almost lost all our fighting power, and they almost succeeded." After speaking, they realized that the atmosphere was a little stiff. Turning around, I saw a group of students looking at them dumbfounded. "Villain has been resolved." Advertisement: "Has the attack already begun? We are too late." "Everyone." Tamaki Yamajiki suddenly said, "That's really dangerous, but it's a shame that you can defeat this group of people." Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Where is villain? Such a large area, it shouldn't be a poisonous fog, otherwise the quirk would be too scary, but you still have to be careful. There is still poisonous gas? The other party has prepared very well, and must hurry through this forest? Diaresis Aizawa Shota and their phones still can't get through. It's too late, let's go over. Good Zhao. Resolved. Ninja Heroes is even more confused. Didn't it mean that the enemy alliance is strong? How could this be solved? Several heroes instantly judged the form, and all rushed into the forest at the moment, rushing to the middle of the villa at the fastest speed. In less than 10 minutes, Heroes, the fastest ninja, had already rushed out of the forest. Seeing a large number of students, he shouted anxiously, "Where are the people from the enemy alliance?" We didn't actually defeat it." The North American shorthair smiled awkwardly. "The one who defeated them is Etsuha." Best Jeanist next to him asked, "How to solve it? Isn't the opponent's strength strong?" Chapter 241 All Might colluded with criminals? Now we are broadcasting an urgent news. At 7:20 last night, UA was attacked again by the enemy alliance. It is estimated that 2 teachers were seriously injured and more than 20 students were slightly injured. The enemy alliance was completely defeated and several villains were injured. Killed on the spot, and several other villains were arrested. According to Villain's account, the mastermind Shigaraki Tamura has died. Snapped. The doctor turned off the TV and muttered to himself, "It's boring news, what's next?" The official group of guys seems to have done it. When they lose both sides, it happens to be when I destroy UA, I said. Right? Kurogiri. Roar. Nomu beside him let out a shocking roar, as if responding to the doctor's words. This is an exceptionally powerful Nomu, transformed from Kurogiri. The whole body is entangled in purple mist, as if there is no entity, but in fact it has extremely strong speed and power, as well as several quirks. In addition, it also has another terrifying ability, twice. Not long after, Kurogiri split into two. The two Nomu have exactly the same 697S*X. The split Nomu glanced at the main body, and then silently walked into the doctor's container. The doctor's spectacles reflected a gleam of cold light, and through the glasses, he could see that his eyes became very enthusiastic. It's an amazing masterpiece. Through the repair technique of the repairer, these clones can be modified slightly. Strengthen them to be as strong as the main body. With this kind of technology in hand, what can Shina Etsuha count? Ha 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 ha. The avatar Nomu shattered under the action of quirk, and then condensed again in a blink of an eye. Only this time, it appears more real than before, and the details of the whole body are equivalent to the body. Roar. It roared toward the main body, and Kurogiri's lower limbs formed solid legs, and suddenly rushed over, like a small tank, and slammed into the main body. Advertisement bang. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The main body suddenly flew out, but soon, BCBE, adjusted its state in the air. The fog also condensed and stepped on the wall with both feet. With full force, the wall behind was crushed by this force, and the Nomu main body was also crushed by this force. Respond to the avatar at the same speed. The fist is like a cannonball, hitting the avatar's head. Boom. A storm-like shockwave shattered from the avatar's head to the surroundings, and the airwave flew many experimental devices, and even shattered the avatar's mist, exposing a damaged body torso. But the doctor's eyes are as enthusiastic as they have discovered the new world. Successfully took the body one blow without dying. The strongest Nomu splits Nomu. This is his last Nomu production. Because of the death of Shigaraki Tamura, the doctor has been unable to operate the quirk between the two human bodies, and can no longer produce Nomu as before. But before Shigaraki Tamura attacked, he was given the best experimental materials, and the finished product was the Nomu, or Kurogiri, in front of him. Due to successive failures, Kurogiri's quirk has been taken away by Shigaraki Tamura and became the doctor's new experiment. I have to say that Kurogiri's original quirk is very weird. In addition to its teleportation function, it can also hollow its own body into mist. Although there is still this small body, after transformation, this body has been infinitely reduced. And it can move at any time, and it is difficult to attack his body in general attack mode. Hello? Etsuha yelled, but soon there was a busy tone on the phone. It was hung up. Huh. You deserve it, All Might exclaimed. I really appreciate you this time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid UA would face even more heavy losses. Do you still want to do it to me? Etsuha frowned, and then said, if this is the case, I will kill them all. Etsuha was eating at a restaurant with bad reasons, and the phone rang suddenly. There are not many people who know his mobile phone number. All Might is one. Etsuha turned on the phone and found that the caller ID was indeed All Might. Shizuoka Prefecture. Advertisement. Etsuha's mouth curled, and then he pressed the connect button. Soon there was a call from All Might, who wanted to be cautious. Shina boy. Having said this, All Might's voice suddenly stopped, and a stranger's voice came from the other end of the phone. He only said coldly, All Might, you are suspected of colluding with criminals, please come with us. The injured Nomu clone's main body was quickly repaired, and then stood aside with the main body. Not long after, the clone Nomu also used twice the quirk. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. All Might's voice became solemn. Actually, I just got inside information. The official has assembled a large number of heroes and is preparing to shoot you. The matter has been resolved, no one has died, Etsuha replied. This is not the problem, All Might said excitedly. One of them can predict the future, you have to be small. Is there anything else? Etsuha glanced at the newspaper and asked in passing. What is the situation? Predict the future. All Might colluded with criminals. Etsuha's face changed slightly. With that said, what All Might had told himself was already predicted by the person who could predict the future. At the same time, these Kurogiri can also condense into entities, which can attack others. It can be said that it is a kind of elemental ability, which is enough to be immune to a huge part of physical attacks. The second clone, Nomu, walked out. Chapter 242 Heroes Reaper. Hokkaido. The head of the Heroes Administration Bureau, who looked like a dog's head, said earnestly, All Might, you are also a mature heroes. Let this incident be forgotten, not as an example. All Might looked awkwardly at the few people in front of him, and humbly accepted the mistake he had made, and quickly nodded and said, Yes, I will definitely remember this lesson and sincerely regret it. He has a high status in the heroes' world. Even if others know that he has been in contact with Etsuha, it will not be so good. At most, they will only issue an announcement and then symbolically say a few lessons and it will be over. In the case of heroes with a lower status, this matter may become the biggest stain on heroes' resume. This is the importance of status. Now Director Kodo is doing exactly these things. He can at best preach All Might. It is unrealistic to say something to do. Once All Might is really provoked, his fans are no joke. However, the current All Might can no longer contact Etsuha. His current situation is very delicate. According to All Might's estimation, at least a few people with surveillance quirks are staring at him. Etsuha was caught in less than a minute after talking a current reason. Well, that's it. I wish Mr. All might solve the Hokkaido issue soon. The kobold nodded, preparing to get up and leave the room. That. All Might suddenly stopped Chief Kodo, hesitated, and then said, "If you catch Shina Etsuha, can you take it lightly?" Impossible. Director Gutu shook his head and said, "He has committed too many crimes and cannot be forgiven." That's it. All Might's tone was strange, as if he had expected this answer long ago, but his eyes were erratic and he didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing his expression, Chief Kobold sighed. "I know you are very upset for that child, but I think you should know that some things have developed to a certain extent, and they are beyond our control. Shina Etsuha is not dead, and the people are angry. It's hard to level." Popular anger. All Might clenched his fists sharply. Advertisement. I hope you do it for yourself and don't do anything out of the ordinary. Director Kodo gave All Might a deep look, then turned and left. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The secretary and a few civil servants behind it bowed slightly to All Might, as if to apologize, and did not say anything afterwards, and followed Director Kodo out of the room. When a few people really left, All Might breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that even he was under the surveillance of the hero's authority. It is estimated that Yayan saw this scene through his ability to predict the future, and this will evolve into what it is now. Shina boy, you really can only see yourself now, All Might sighed. Yayan's quirk is extremely special. He can see other people's future like watching a movie within an hour, and he can only use it once a day, with a limit of 1 hour at a time. As for how much you can see, no one knows. However, this guy's ability to formulate is very terrifying, even more so after seeing through other people's future. He can almost know any other people's cards and methods, and even know where the opponent will go next. There is no doubt that this is a terrible person. His single-player combat ability may not be terrible, but if the plan is customized, the consequences will be very bad. All Might won't really get arrested, right? Etsuha was surprised for a while after making several calls without success. But he doesn't worry about All Might. After all, this is the ceiling of the current hero's combat power and is also the so-called symbol of hope. It would be too funny if the official convicted him. Ask for flowers 0? At this point, Etsuha continued to eat slowly, but his eyes swept around more frequently. However, after a meal, nothing happened around him, which made Etsuha relax a bit. Advertisement. Speaking of all, I seem to have heard about the ability to predict the future that All Might said. Etsuha stroked his chin and thought, remembering that he once heard Aizawa Shota talk about someone in the direction of might. The ability also seems to be predicting the future, it's just that the other party has a very serious psychological barrier and is unwilling to use this ability. Coupled with the big restriction of predicting ability to have contact with the target, Etsuha doesn't care much. But thinking about it carefully, he seems to have seen this person. His name seems to be Yayan. He wears a pair of glasses. He is usually unsmiling and stern. He had only contacted Etsuha not long ago. If it wasn't because of the other person's special aura, the superior is more distinctive, and Etsuha will not recall it. It seems to be called Yayan, foreseeing the future's ability, and then you want to take action against me? Etsuha stood up, unknowingly, has come to the nearby street with bad reason. Give way. An ordinary-looking passerby suddenly squeezed in, and Etsuha glanced at him, and saw the person walking towards the bad reason abruptly. Upon seeing this, Etsuha's Sharingan opened instantly and kicked it. What are you doing? Etsuha said coldly. The evil face vigilantly grabbed Etsuha's skirt, and his body shrank to Etsuha's evil. I didn't want this guy who was knocked down but yelled in horror. It's Shina Etsuha, the Hero's Reaper, help. Chapter 243 Assault, Hero's Reaper. This second name is the official title of Etsuha. In fact, this title is quite normal, and its acceptance is very wide. Within a few days after it came out, most people accepted the title of Hero's Reaper by Etsuha. Hearing these words, the faces of the surrounding people changed, and they looked at Etsuha carefully again, and found that his face was indeed the legendary Hero's Reaper, and they screamed in horror. What's the situation? The Hero's Reaper is actually here. It's really him. Why didn't I find out just now? He was almost killed. What about heroes? Are there heroes nearby? The 287 crowd began to riot. No one would have paid much attention to Etsuha's face before, but when his identity was revealed, it caused turmoil almost immediately. Within a few minutes, the surrounding people had dispersed, and the originally lively streets suddenly became deserted. Etsuha stood in the middle of the road, turned to look at the sign of a coffee shop, and said lightly, "Is this your simple plan?" That's right. Yayan stood on the billboard and responded to Etsuha's words. Next is the final battle, Shina Etsuha. He didn't want to fight Etsuha, but this obviously didn't work. Defeating Etsuha was more than a simple commission. With the help of countless news, Etsuha's existence has undoubtedly become a thorn in the eyes of all heroes' organizations. If you drop him, the word, heroes, will be hit like never before. Why can't there be so many heroes in society that can't defeat a young fugitive? Similar words have appeared countless times on the internet. These grievances from the people have made it impossible for the officials to ignore. Yayan is also forced to deal with Etsuha under these pressures. In his future observations, Etsuha is not invincible. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Advertisement. Etsuha's gaze moved, and he really saw this guy. Although there was only one side, Etsuha's energy-enhanced body was enough to immediately remember this memory. Swish. Several heroes stood around, some of whom Etsuha hadn't seen before, but they seemed to be an increased system. To his surprise, several acquaintances appeared among these people, including Kamui Woods and Endeavor. Endeavor's quirk should be destroyed by me. Why is it here again? Etsuha frowned and thought. However, in addition to the fire-type quirk, Endeavor's own physical skills are also very strong. It is enough to be among the best in the heroes. It is excusable that he can be a hero without the quirk, but at this level of battle, it seems that the strength of the hero's world is too pitiful. As this Shina Etsuha, it looks the same as the rumors. A hero stood in front of Etsuha. His eyes revealed a little excitement. However, after drinking that kind of thing, I want to know that I am him who is stronger. It's better to be careful. We have a lot of advantages. Never waste this rare opportunity, another person said cautiously. The heroes are all confident. Their strength is already very strong. They are not among the top 10 in the country, but they are all top heroes. Not only that, but in the past few days they even obtained several potions for the ability of Night Eye. Through this potion, everyone's physical fitness has been greatly enhanced, and the distance has been significantly improved. They now have more than before. It's obviously different. Hey, of course. The booster heroes grinned. The muscles on his legs were obvious, and with a twist of his body, he came to Etsuha in an instant. ZZ. A burst of electricity appeared on the ground, and Etsuha's ability was already preparing to attack. But at this moment, Kamui Woods seemed to have anticipated his movements a long time ago, and his hands suddenly turned into countless twisted branches and densely covered the ground. These woods are insulated. After taking root and coiling up, Etsuha's electric field actually failed. All your methods have been understood by us. Amplifier heroes came to Etsuha with a rubber glove in his hand. Advertisement. You even know this weakness? Etsuha is even more surprised. His lightning elementalization has a very embarrassing setting, that is, even if hockey is not required, it can be hit by an insulator. This is how Luffy defeated Anilu. Now the other party actually knows this weakness, which makes Etsuha quite surprised. He did not continue to use elementalization, but on the side of his body, avoiding the opponent's first attack. At the same time, the branches of Kamui Woods suddenly stretched out from the ground and flogged towards Etsuha's body. Sorry, Etsuha. Kamui Woods shouted. As a popular heroes, Kamui Woods is very strong. The branches hit the ground and directly cracked the solid concrete floor, and Etsuha was forced into the corner. 5.9. It's the same as the plan. It looks like it will work this time. When the others saw this, they were suddenly relieved. Being besieged by so many high-end professional heroes, even Etsuha is not much better. What they don't know is that until now, Etsuha hasn't gotten serious. If you kill it again, there will be no one in the hero's world, right? Etsuha muttered to himself, but it has nothing to do with me. Chapter 244 Jingmun, Open. According to this future, Shina Etsuha's electrical quirk will be blocked by Kamui Woods, the ice quirk will be shattered by sonic waves, and the physical skills will be targeted by the augmentation heroes. He only has a pair of eyes to use. At that time is the best time to defeat him. Yayan's eyes looked in Etsuha's direction and murmured in his mouth, but his physical skills alone are a variable. He predicted Etsuha's future and knew how Etsuha would react next, but most of Etsuha's quirks would be blocked by the people he arranged. However, at this time, Etsuha will use moves he has never seen before. As for what effect it will have, Yayan is not clear. Because his quirk time has reached the limit, this is one of his shortcomings. The quirk has not been used for a long time and can only selectively watch some things. He spent a lot of time trying to find Etsuha's various methods before. Now the various methods that can be deduced to Etsuha are already at the limit. As for the final physical skills, Yayan did not explain to others. No matter how omnipotent a person is, he must have his limit. Even if it is better than All for One, although he is proficient in countless quirks, he still loses to All Might in physical skills. Yayan whispered. According to this conclusion, even if Shina Etsuha is tough, his physical skills will not surpass All Might. As long as his physical skills are still within the scope of common sense, then those amplifier heroes can completely suppress Shina Etsuha. As Yayan thought about it, several people had already besieged the vicinity of Etsuha. Everyone is carefully selected professional heroes. They are very efficient in cooperation. The standard is not generally high. Various instructions have been completed in less than a moment. Sonic waves are ready, and when Shina Etsuha releases the ice, it will be cracked immediately. His electric field has been prevented. Pay attention to his discharge if there is no insulation device. Shina Etsuha hasn't used monthly reading and Amaterasu yet, be careful. Not long after, the three powerhouses of the augmentation system have come to Etsuha's side, and their bodies just pulled out a faint afterimage in midair, blocking them in different directions of Etsuha. How do you run now? The first boost Nishi heroes came to Etsuha. He wore special glasses, which seemed to be able to temporarily shield Etsuha's eyes, and then the three attacked from different directions. Advertisement. Wow. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. An ice wall appeared in front of Etsuha, resisting the attack of the three people, but it could only be maintained for a short time. Shortly after the ice wall was erected, a sound wave suddenly hit from a distance, and the high-frequency vibration disintegrated from the inside. After the ice layer, the three of them quickly resumed their actions. The amplifier Nishi heroes in front of him burst into blue energy from his fists, wearing rubber gloves, suddenly hit Etsuha's face. The left and right ends of Etsuha are blocked. This angle is unavoidable. The only Amaterasu that can be used also has a great burden. Solving this guy may not necessarily solve others. At first glance, Etsuha seems to be in an extremely dangerous state. However, what they didn't know was that Etsuha had already opened the 8 inner gates to the 6th gate, and after genetic modification, his body could well withstand the burden of the 6th gate. Physical skills can be said to be extremely terrifying. 8 inner gates, 3rd gate, open. Etsuha meditated in his heart, and then the skin all over his body turned red, and the green breath of life continuously leaked from the limbs, and the power of his body broke through to the extreme in an instant, directly exceeding the speed of sound. Bang! Really, his muscles seemed to be torn by himself. His body rioted, and he appeared behind this person in an instant, and shouted coldly, Lien Hua. Boom 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 boom. Etsuha's attack frequency is approaching the extreme, hanging 3 people in midair like a machine gun. With every punch, one can see a person soaring in the air. In just a few seconds, all 3 of them were beaten by Etsuha, under. Sure enough, as Yayan expected, as long as the delay continues, we will win. Kamui Woods also nodded secretly. Advertisement. Kamui Woods nodded, and the branches grew crazily, and soon extended to the 3 who were beaten. The sturdy branches became the best protective shield, and the 3 of them were tightly protected inside. Etsuha punched them up, but he couldn't explode these branches for a while. This is physique? Yayan saw this scene, and his originally calm heart was stunned. In the future he saw, Etsuha had never used this kind of abnormal level of physique. The last layer of security at 8 inner gates was unlocked by Etsuha. However, he has other solutions. Etsuha's physical skills are exaggerated, but they are not invulnerable. Yayan immediately said, Kamui Woods, protect the 3 heroes. His 323 status will not be delayed for long as it can be sustained. To live is our victory. What's the matter with his speed? Understand. The amplifier heroes was shocked. He was about to say something. There was a sudden pain in his jaw, and then he was beaten at least 20 punches in an instant. Etsuha hit the branches with no fruit, and the veins on his body violently again, and his voice became low and deep. Jingmun, open. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Yayan clenched a fist with excitement. Everyone is evasive. Be careful not to be caught by him. He is overdrawing his life. Sonic heroes noticed the changes in Etsuha and couldn't help but be surprised. Success. Chapter 245. Invincible Strength. Oh, the power of this guy is really terrifying. The beaten Booster West heroes was being protected by Kamui Woods' branches at this time, but because of that, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, which was accompanied by internal organ fragments. Each of the 3 had injuries of varying degrees, and the most serious ones could even see the bones under the skin, which was terrifying. And these were all made by Etsuha with his fists in just a few seconds. Fortunately, our lineup is targeted, otherwise he will really kill him, another said with lingering fears. They really didn't expect that in such a completely targeted situation, Etsuha would still be able to explode such terrifying power. It can be said that as long as the 3 of them are defeated by Etsuha's physical skills, then the others will not have the slightest chance. As he was talking, Etsuha threw his punches again, and saw the branches tremble, and the thick branches were interrupted by Etsuha's punch. But Kamui Woods still insisted on protecting them. The branches grew again, and a new layer of bark was formed in a blink of an eye, blocking Etsuha's attack. So close. The 3 of them rejoiced and said, the branches of Kamui Woods are layered on top of each other to form the strongest defense. In this way, as long as we delay time, we can basically win. Seeing that Etsuha failed to break the defense with a few consecutive punches, the 3 felt even more relaxed. But at this moment, they faintly heard Etsuha's voice. Kingmen, open. Bang. The energy turned into gas, spreading directly from Etsuha's feet, and at a distance of 1 or 2 meters, all 3 of them could feel the energy contained in it. Jingmun. What is that? Amplification. Heroes was puzzled, but before he could react, Etsuha's punch hit the branch again. Advertisement. Boom. A loud noise. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The sheer power reached its limit. With just one blow, the defense formed by countless branches wrapped around was completely shredded by this brutal force, and the 3 of them were completely exposed to Etsuha's eyes. No way? Seeing this scene, the 3 people's hearts turned up against the stormy sea. That is the defense made by Kamui Woods specifically to deal with the booster quirk. How could it not be able to sustain a single blow? However, when Etsuha was read, the 3 immediately calmed down and shouted, don't be nervous, as long as you can hold it for a minute, he can't hold it for long. Bang. The increase in the shouting is that heroes flew out directly, but Etsuha kicked his head in the opposite direction. Only then did they hear the sound from Etsuha's previous location. Lianhua in the real world. Obviously, Etsuha's movements were much faster than the speed of sound, which caused several people to hear nothing, and someone was knocked out. I can't keep up with his movements. The other two had cold sweat on their foreheads, and their eyes kept turning, trying to catch up with Etsuha's movements. But at this time they found that apart from seeing some violent winds, they couldn't see where Etsuha was in other situations. But in an instant, they suddenly felt an extra scorching breath beside them, and they felt anxious at the moment, knowing that it was Etsuha who was attacking, and subconsciously wanted to change the defensive position. However, their movements were more than one step slower than Etsuha's. They just made a move, and Etsuha had already stretched his feet, and both of them flew out at the same time. Rumble. Kamui Woods and Sonic Heroes are already shocked and speechless. Yaen's future is not like this. This is too powerful. Advertisement. According to his original plan, these hole cards can only be hard filled by the victims, and it is possible to win the first line of life. But now Etsuha tells him with facts, no matter how precise the plan is, his strength is almost invincible. Since you are the mastermind, you must be ready to face death. Etsuha's voice was cold, and one hand was grabbed at Yaen's head. Haha. It's indeed me. Yaen laughed at himself. Qian Zhao laughed. I just didn't expect that. I thought I saw all your methods, but only ignored your physical skills. Too strong up. There was no suspense in the battle after this. With Etsuha's rampage, everyone lost their fighting ability in less than a minute. Even Kamui Woods was beaten by Etsuha. No way? The three amplification heroes, unable to survive even a few seconds, were instantly destroyed. Ruined, he is desperate. According to his knowledge, Etsuha has at least 4 hole cards that have not been used so far. The black flame and spiritual space of those eyes have not appeared until now, and the huge red skeleton Susanoo is even more so, in this way. Etsuha screamed, and several ice walls were erected all around. Without the help of Sonic Heroes, these ice became their biggest obstacle, and all heroes retreated. Yi's eyes were sweaty, and he didn't expect it to end like this. According to normal circumstances, shouldn't Etsuha's physical skills only increase the level of heroes? Etsuha's body rioted in the air, and a few flashes had already come to the vicinity of Sonic Heroes. The extremely powerful speed and power allowed him to directly solve Sonic Heroes with just one punch. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fanfiction second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Diaresis freeze it, until the end. Etsuha came to Yaen, looked at him and said, you should be the mastermind this time. The bodies of 2 amplifier heroes run through a building, and the tyrannical body is already bloody and can no longer fight. Swish. Chapter 246 Yue was attacked again. At this time, he had lifted the 8 inner gates state, and with the help of Bad Reason, there was no lack of physical strength. In fact, the ability of Bad Reason is very consistent with 8 inner gates. Her backtracking ability cannot be precisely controlled, but the ability of 8 inner gates to consume the body is extremely scary. It almost constantly consumes the body. This is the state, the backtracking of Bad Reason. Quirk can continuously help Etsuha backtrack, so that his physical strength always reaches its peak state. The specific situation is like Midoriya Izuku with full firepower and 100% one for all. But even in a normal state, Etsuha's power is far from comparable to that of Night Eye. Facing Etsuha's stretched hand, Yaen's face changed and he wanted to avoid it. However, Etsuha's physical strength was enough to crush him, and his arms were like steel, and he easily pinched Yaen's head. Just kill me. Yaen closed his eyes and didn't seem to be ready to resist. Didi. Yaen's phone rang suddenly, and he subconsciously pressed the answer button, and he saw Midnight's voice anxiously. The enemy alliance has attacked Yue, so many Nomu. What's the situation? Yaen's face 523 change. A lot of Nomu. Shouldn't Shigaraki Tamura be dead? Etsuha took a look at the cell phone that robbed him of the night, and then said, this is Shina Etsuha. What is Yue's situation now? Let me talk about it in detail. A lot of the same Nomu. Each one has super high combat power, at least several hundred, and the number is still increasing. Midnight said this. The voice stopped abruptly. Obviously it should be going to fight. The same Nomu. What's the situation? Etsuha couldn't understand Midnight's words. According to her, these Nomu should be clones, but the threat of clones shouldn't be that big, right? Advertisement. Looking at Yaen next to him, Etsuha said, can't you see the future? Have you seen the future of Yue? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Yaen. I didn't look at Yue's future. Then you look at it now, Etsuha joked. I can't see. Yaen said helplessly. My quirk is not to be activated. If you want to activate it, you can see who you want to see, let alone I have used it for an hour today. That seems to be of no use to you. Etsuha shook his head, but instead of killing Yaen this time, he said, but Yue is really worthy of the title of the first school in the country. The number of attacks is getting more and more frequent. Yaen was silent, but he was actually very puzzled. It seemed that the enemy alliance had already targeted Yue, and every time he attacked Yue, he was looking for Yue, and it was very frequent. And their actions are very effective. After several consecutive attacks, Yue's public opinion in society has become more and more negative. Many people have rated Yue as a dangerous school. Failed. Ye didn't think that the enemy alliance could cause any big waves. In fact, he had seen the fate of Shigaraki Tamura before and knew that he would be killed by Etsuha later, so the enemy alliance must not be a big weapon. As for the Nomu mentioned by Midnight, Bcaf, Yein doesn't think it is something difficult to solve, at least the threat level will not exceed Shina Etsuha. You shouldn't provoke him. This guy is already invincible, right? Bang. Advertisement. Perhaps in the eyes of others, heroes exists to save others, but when heroes is in danger, who will save heroes? At this time, living is the greatest luck. Looking around, most of the heroes who came to besieged were killed and injured. The ones who were still alive were either seriously injured or disabled. Etsuha was in a good mood. After all, he was not a murderous maniac. He was very happy when he was crippled. Now I didn't bother to think about getting rid of Yain's thing, and turned around and left. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Etsuha has no plans to help Yue. In fact, all he cares about is his classmates, as long as they have nothing to do. As for the others, he didn't want to care at all. Yain didn't have any thoughts about the kick he was kicked. Instead, he felt fortunate, as if he had escaped from the dead. Although the idea was ridiculous, he was really fortunate. In such a society where strength is supreme, being strong means everything. From now on, Shina Etsuha probably no one can stop him. Yain breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he had escaped, but soon saw Etsuha turn back with a smile. Although I don't like killing people, but since it's the mastermind, let's teach me something unforgettable. This is why he is so calm. He lay on the ground, looking at the sky, and exhaled fiercely. Etsuha wanted to kill the Night Eye, but the enemy alliance's affairs changed his point of concern slightly. In principle, since Shigaraki Tamura is dead, Nomu should not be able to make it. However, Etsuha was very impressed with the quirk of double, and he did not know whether Shigaraki Tamura had a backup clone. The incident that Yue encountered made him very concerned. Yain was kicked directly into the wall, a few bones broke all over his body, and then he vomited blood with difficulty, looking at Etsuha who was leaving with a complex expression. Chapter 247 Unsolvable Situation. Yue. The police cars roared, a large number of people were evacuated around, and a group of professional heroes looked in shock. That is countless Nomu. Nomu's shape and ability are almost identical. Each has the speed and power close to All Might. The damage caused by this speed is almost at the level of destruction. Nomu's time is only half an hour, and half of the heroes have been razed to the ground. Fake. The number of these Nomu is actually increasing? A heroes who can observe the details saw that the number of Nomu has increased again, and his heart shuddered. How to fight this? The power of a single Nomu is already strong enough. There are no more than 10 heroes who can fight with it. This is the case when all the heroes in Shizuoka Prefecture are assembled. But there are hundreds of such Nomus, and each of them has the same power. No one has ever beaten such a thing. Has the student evacuation completed? Principal Nezu solemnly asked the people beside him. It's done. But there are still students who didn't avoid Nomu's attack and died in the siege. Aizawa showed his eyes were bloodshot. The number of victims was as many as 10, and the wounded were countless. He has just woke up from the hospital, his injuries have not healed, and he has no use at all now. But compared to these, Aizawa Shota is more concerned about casualties. Dead. Advertisement. This is the first time since Yue was attacked. And it's not 1, it's 10. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. This time villain is completely different from before. The other party doesn't know what method was used. Those split Nomu actually have the same combat power as the main body. It can't be said to be an ordinary clone, but a real split. A life. Not only that, there will be no loss of physical function in Nomu who copied his clone. This is completely unreasonable. It is also this ability that is indistinguishable from bugs, and Yue is completely defeated. I'm afraid this incident will not end so easily. Principal Nezu was silent for a while, and then said with emotion. The worst situation now is that no one can deal with Nomu anymore. That group of idiots took a lot of heroes' resources to deal with Shina, and they were all killed. Aizawa Shota also sneered. They looked at the official approach and lost the elite heroes again and again. After that, he came to Yue without discouragement, and invited Yain to make a move. And everything is done to crush the so-called popular anger. However, in the end, no one could defeat Shina Etsuha, but the enemy alliance made a big move secretly. Nomu directly defeated the unprepared heroes. Up to now, there are not many heroes who can fight Nomu. Nomu will continue to produce entity clones. If you want to solve this problem, you must solve them all at once, otherwise you will never be able to kill them. All Might is very strong, but he can't. Shoto Todoroki with this kind of quirk. True, even if the strength is to deal with a Nomu, it takes more effort. Principal Nezu looked at the raging Nomu blankly, and muttered to himself. With a wide range of killing skills, it is enough to solve them all in one go. Only Shina is the only one. Only Shina. These 4 words are definitely incomparable. But it seems very funny, why does Etsuha stand up to maintain peace? Advertisement. Aizawa showed his eyes flickered and didn't say anything. He can be sure that if it was Etsuha before the USJ incident, he would definitely go all out. But after that, Etsuha has become more realistic, or scornful of the spirit of heroes. Ask for flowers. This is what he saw after a brief contact with Etsuha. Nowadays, Etsuha doesn't bother to care about other people's lives, as long as there is nothing wrong with friends. I'm going to organize for help and see if heroes can be found elsewhere for help, Aizawa Shota said. Yeah. Principal Nezu nodded. Anyway, you can't just discard UA if you stay for a while, you must wait for All Might to come back. UA is not without resistance. In fact, apart from being caught flat-footed at the beginning, UA reacted quickly and immediately summoned the third-grade students to resist. Among them, Tamaki Amajiki immediately took a bite of Nomu's organization, and then followed the same pattern. Copy yourself to fight. However, the self he copied is very fragile and will become muddy after a little serious injury, which is completely different from Nomu. In addition, even though Nijire-chan has solved nearly 10 Nomu, he was quickly flanked by the opponent again and was unable to continue the fight. As for the passage of Million, in the face of this amount of crushing situation, it is even more helpless, and it is completely unable to exert its due strength. In this case, UA can only organize the students to retreat continuously. This incident has alarmed the police, but compared to heroes with diversified capabilities, the police are even weaker and can only do things like evacuation of the crowd. In less than an hour, Nomu has completely occupied UA. Roar. As a Nomu destroyed UA's teaching building, the entire Shizuoka prefecture was shaken. And when someone posted this video on the internet exploded. Chapter 248 Terrifying Device of Power. With the appearance of the video about Nomu destroying UA's building on the internet, the whole network is boiling. F*K. What did I see? UA was destroyed by Nomu. What's the situation? How come no one cares? What are heroes doing? I doubt the authenticity of the video. As the #1 school in the country, the quality of tutors in UA is far from comparable to other places. This video is probably a rumor. From the point of view upstairs, I was in Hokkaido and I saw All Might before. I really can't imagine that UA would be invaded even with All Might sitting in town. F*K. I'm in Tokyo, and the earthquake that destroyed UA by Nomu affected the entire city. Everyone is crazy for 6 9s and 7s. Are you still discussing truth and falsehood here? I'm a Tokyo resident. I saw a lot of police passing by the door before. I thought it was just an ordinary case. Only after I went out did I know that UA had been destroyed, and villain was not so powerful. It had killed 10 students and did not defeat the other party. Now the whole city is taking refuge. No? If that's the case, won't a second-ranked best genist come forward? Rank 2nd. Do you know how many villain is that? Every strength has exaggerated strength and speed. Even if All Might is here, I am afraid that it will not be able to defeat the opponent. Is that a lie? A lot of exciting dialogues appeared in major forums. The UA's dramatic changes affected not only the residents near Tokyo, but the entire society. As a key school of national concern, the death of students in UA and this unmanageable incident directly caused panic among the people. Someone suggested that the self-defense forces should be sent, but if the self-defense forces were useful, that would not happen in Hosu City. Advertisement. Only the stronger quirk can deal with quirk crimes. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In the air of UA, a helicopter slowly moved away. This was a reporter who wanted to get headlines. The news of the fall of UA shocked the whole of Japan, and these reporters who were not afraid of death naturally also heard the news. In fact, if All for One is still alive and fighting All Might in the Battle of the Wild, these reporters will also use the same live broadcast method to show the original form of All Might on the screen. It's just that this time there is no battle of the gods and wilds, and the live broadcast object has become the final battle between the UA and the enemy alliance. Hello everyone, I'm reporter Asuka, and I'm over UA. The reporter was next to the cameraman, looking straight down. There are a bunch of exactly the same Nomu. At this time, they are fighting against UA's third-year students and countless mentors. The battle is very fierce, and there are a series of explosions from time to time. The reporter resisted his fear and said, "You can see that UA is fighting Nomu hard, but, my god, what's going on? The number of Nomu is actually increasing." The cameraman also noticed what the reporter saw, and hurriedly turned the camera around and zoomed in. At this time, those who watched the live broadcast could clearly see that Nomu, who was at the end of the team, suddenly copied another self. Then when the clone came out, a hand suddenly slapped it. This is the clone Nomu became powder. But this was only a moment. The next moment, the powdered Nomu actually condensed again. This time its body surface is more realistic, and the whole body is no different from the body. What is even more frightening is that after the reunion, this clone also began to split, and then created a second clone. Seeing this scene, countless people got goosebumps all over, and some heroes felt even more terrified. What kind of situation will give birth to such a monster? This kind of terrifying replication ability, I am afraid that it will not be long before the number of Nomu will be more than that of humans. Advertisement. This is the double horror. A Nomu can change itself from 1 to 2. After that, the doubled quirk will not be able to use it again. However, the clone does not have this restriction. It can be used again. Use twice the quirk on yourself to create a clone of your clone. You know, there is not much difference between the clone and the ontology, but the ontology's body becomes fragile due to the constraints of quirk. But this weakness is not an obstacle at all under the renovation quirk. Renovation can directly disperse the object into atoms, and then reorganize everything on the other party. This process can be said to directly renovate the clone structure into the main body, and the clone is reproduced after the renovation. All functions are no different from the main body. It was these two quirks that caused Nomu to play more and more. This Nomu doesn't have the quirk of super regeneration, but it is even more tricky. Even the speed at which the professional heroes destroys Nomu can't keep up with the speed of its clone generation. Through the live broadcast, I saw that Nomu used the double quirk to replicate his own scene. Netizens broke out again. Unlike the last time, everyone was aware of the dangers of Nomu and was panicked for a while. What is this? Can someone explain? F*K. This division speed is faster than our human reproduction? I even doubt it can rule the world. The most terrifying thing is that as long as one is unkillable, they can spread like a virus. This is the most terrifying. Is human society going to die? Hold on, however, what netizens do not know is that the heroes who are able to deal with these Nomu have gone to deal with Etsuha. Chapter 249 Secrets exposed by the reporter. What a tragic situation. Etsuha came near Yue and found a Nomu. He couldn't help but be surprised. At this stage, Yue has been losing streak and retreating. With the number of people declining, they dare not head to head with Nomu at all. With the passage of time, the number of Nomu began to rise steadily, without any consumption at all. Under the circumstance of declining, Yue's combat effectiveness weakened. In fact, the speed and power of these Nomu is very terrifying. It is a bit higher than Etsuha, which is not able to open the 8 inner gates. 1 or 2 may still be solved, but it can be divided infinitely if there are hundreds of them at once. Down, Nomu is invincible at all. Even Etsuha was also shocked by the existence of this Nomu. It seems that All For One's use of quirk was really poor at the beginning. Compared with the development of Shigaraki Tamura, the ability of All For One is not worth mentioning. When the two Nomu saw Etsuha, they roared. A portal was condensed in front of the former, and after opening it went directly in front of Etsuha and slapped it. 12 The latter attacked Etsuha from a peculiar angle by virtue of its ultra-high movement speed. However, this kind of Nomu poses no threat to Etsuha. His Sharingan accidentally released illusions. The two Nomu only felt that they had torn Etsuha apart, but the next moment, the torn Etsuha suddenly became a group of crows. Disperse, and then the crow condenses another Etsuha, standing not far away watching them. The two Nomu roared again and attacked again towards the illusion, but the illusion once again turned into crow clones and left. In the process, Etsuha came behind a Nomu and thrust a sword towards its neck. The ice sword pierced Nomu's defense easily, while Nomu struggled a few times and stopped moving. There is no defensive quirk, only pure strength and speed. Really simple guy. Etsuha looked at Nomu's corpse, touched it with his hand, and moved his eyes. It's not a clone or split body. The gene chain is exactly the same as a normal Nomu. Are so many Nomu bodies? It's almost like copied and pasted things. Nomu is not difficult to kill. Since there is no quirk such as super regeneration and shock absorption, you only need to hit the key to ensure a complete kill. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Advertisement. However, the focus is on the opponent's splitting ability and number. It is easier for Etsuha to kill a Nomu. This is only because Nomu is controlled by the illusion. If facing the Nomu group and rushing up to dozens of Nomu in one go, even Etsuha can only use Taikoku to freeze all of them. However, even so, whether Nomu can be completely eliminated is still unknown. As said before, as long as the enemy alliance retains a Nomu, then such a Nomu army can be produced again, which is even more terrifying than the virus. But after realizing this, Etsuha's eyes showed a strange light. Is there really no solution? Of course not. In fact, Etsuha is fully capable of solving these Nomu, but he doesn't want it. Well, it's not a threat to me. Etsuha clapped his hands and got a rough estimate of Nomu's strength. Then he ignored Nomu's meaning, and went to the depths of Yue. He wanted to see how the government would handle such incidents. The reporters in the sky are still broadcasting live. This batch of Nomu will not fly, so they are temporarily safe. However, the number of horrors of Nomu made the reporters terrified, and even the commentary voice began to tremble. Yue has already begun to retreat. Are they going to give up Yue? Heroes has suffered too much. These Nomu are no longer just Yue's problems. I can be sure that if the official does not hurry up to deal with these Nomu, society will collapse sooner or later. But there are very few heroes who can deal with Nomu, and I got news not long ago that these heroes were sent to besiege Shina Etsuha, but there is no news so far. The inside story exposed by the reporter made the barrage suddenly boil, and the whole screen began to curse. Advertisement. What the hell is the official, sending so many heroes to deal with Shina Etsuha? Incompetent guy. It is too chilling to find someone to deal with Shina without solving such a serious problem. I want to know when this happened. I don't want to say anything anymore. The most important thing about 080 is that up to now, those heroes still haven't come forward. It seems that a lot of things have happened in it. By the way, it seems that there are not many heroes who can deal with Shina now. He is an undefeated fugitive against All Might. This is the first time I have seen him. What's this? I heard that All Might can't beat him. Real or fake? He seems to have Logia's quirk, and it is very powerful. It is the most convenient to deal with these Nomu, but it's a pity. The reporter didn't know what kind of change was caused by his momentary anger. She was still preparing to venture into the middle of Nomu to see if she could capture some secrets, but at this moment, under the helicopter, suddenly a figure walked past several Nomu, and the cameraman caught this even more. The camera hurriedly zoomed in on the screen, and after a closer look, I found that this figure was actually Shina Etsuha. Oh my god, what did I see? The female reporter looked surprised. That figure is definitely Shina Etsuha. Chapter 250 Kyogen. Etsuha's characteristics are obvious. He has broken black hair and a simple shirt. Although he is not old, he has a unique aura that is easy to recognize. The reporter was a little excited. I heard that Shina Etsuha has never deliberately hurt any ordinary person. It seems that no one except heroes fits his interests. I wonder if we have the opportunity to interview him. Her words made many people excited, and all kinds of barrage immediately covered the screen. You want to interview Shina Etsuha for a crime of this level? I am optimistic about you. This is the reporter I've seen the least afraid of death. As long as I dare to interview, I will summon all my friends to give gifts to this TV station. If you are not afraid of death, just go for an interview. It might be killed, but that's not necessarily true. Is the reporter so courageous now? That's the hero's reaper? The cameraman could see the barrage. Seeing the reaction of the netizens, he immediately made an okay gesture towards the reporter. The reporter immediately understood what she meant, and then nodded, and then said, Shina Etsuha came to UA at this time. He must know something. Let's ask him. To be able to come to interview at this critical moment, none of them were the ones who shot to death. The pilot of the helicopter drove the plane directly over Etsuha after that. F*K. The reporter actually came here for real? This is too brave. I can't believe it. I hope I won't see the helicopter being blown by Shina Etsuha. I will give you incense, advertisement, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Wow. Suddenly Etsuha saw a helicopter descending from the sky, and found that a reporter and a cameraman had actually come down inside. He couldn't help but be surprised. What is the situation? Are the reporters so brave now? He didn't understand the brain circuits of these reporters at all, but he didn't plan to make a move. Instead, he quietly watched the reporters and cameramen float down from a 10-meter high helicopter. This is the feather of the reporter's quirk. She can make herself and the people around her the same quality as feathers. This quirk allows her to easily float down from a height for interviews, which is very convenient. Hello, Shina Etsuha, we're BBC TV. Can I temporarily delay some of your time? The reporter handed the microphone to Etsuha anxiously. Interview me? Etsuha was a little surprised, but it was not the first time I was interviewed. Although it was a little different from the last time, Etsuha still accepted the interview. Isn't it so easy to talk? Is this the criminal wanted nationwide? I feel so handsome. Is there something wrong with my 3 views? Everyone was very surprised by Etsuha's attitude. Obviously, Etsuha's performance was very different from the extremely evil that the government had always promoted. On the contrary, he felt more of a gentleness, like a harmless human and animal. Shinigami. Excuse me. Why are you here? Seeing that Etsuha was not disgusted, the reporter asked a little excitedly. Want to see the methods of the enemy alliance? I thought it would be over by killing Shigaraki Tamura. I didn't expect the enemy alliance to be able to produce this level of Nomu. It surprised me, Etsuha said lightly. Kill Shigaraki Tamura? The reporter was a little surprised. You killed the Shigaraki Tamura of the enemy alliance? Yeah. Not long ago, he organized the enemy alliance to invade UA's forest dwelling, and then I caught the opportunity to kill it directly, Etsuha said without shy. Advertisement. Hearing his indifferent tone, the barrage was once again full of shock. That Shigaraki Tamura was actually killed by Shina Etsuha. No wonder the official didn't announce the person who killed Shigaraki Tamura, but told him that he was dead. I thought it was strange before that Shigaraki Tamura is so powerful just as a clone, and the body should be even more terrifying. I didn't expect that he was killed by Shina Etsuha, so it was. Is he a good person or a bad person? I have begun to doubt my 3 views. As both right and evil? Not sure, but he feels very strange to me, like a gentle boy, but deep in his heart like a beast. The reporter knows that he has asked the amazing facts, which is likely to cause her performance to skyrocket, but UA is extremely dangerous here at all times, and she does not dare to drag it anymore, otherwise Nomu will find out, she will probably die. Ground. So I took a deep breath, asked the last question, and said seriously, Diaresis, what do you think of this Nomu incident? This batch of Nomu will affect the entire Japan and even the entire world. This is beyond doubt. It is that the entire government is at a loss for these Nomu, because the other party's reproductive ability is too terrifying, so terrible to make heroes desperate. At this stage, there is almost no means to completely eradicate the existence of these Nomu. Some people even judge that the world may collapse because of these Nomu. Even if All Might, Li Wangjiao, appeared again in its heyday, it would have no effect at all. The reason for asking this question was just because the reporter wanted to whet everyone's appetite, and she didn't expect Etsuha's answer. Unexpectedly, Etsuha said something amazing. Alright, Nomu is very strong, but it is not without a solution. It will take at least a few weeks to be clear about these Nomu. Or a month or 2, after all. The number will continue to multiply, which is very troublesome. What did you say? The reporter was startled. If someone cooperates, it might be faster. Etsuha smiled. But these have nothing to do with me, I don't have to solve these nomu. As soon as I finished speaking, the entire barge was empty for a while, and then the number of barrage began to soar as never before. Chapter 251 Persevering UA. Is there a way to solve nomu? I heard it right? Huh. I can't believe it at all, why can he have such confidence to solve this nomu? Tisk tusk, I still look forward to the official statement. It's true. Instead of believing in a fugitive, it's better to look forward to the official. What's more, others don't want to help, laughs. Well, just watch a joke, don't take it seriously. Everyone didn't believe what Etsuha said, but this is normal. After all, Etsuha first said that it could solve the problem, and then said that he didn't want to help. Others naturally didn't believe what he said. Etsuha didn't know what others were thinking, but even if he knew it, he just smiled and didn't take it to heart. For him, other people's affairs have nothing to do with him, and he doesn't bother to take care of other people at all. So it's like this. The reporter also smiled awkwardly. Same as 397, he didn't quite believe what Etsuha said, but he was very professional and said, "Thank you for the information, so goodbye." Etsuha nodded and watched the reporter return to the helicopter. Her quirk is very interesting. When she turns her physique into feathers, her strength is still there. At this time, stepping hard on the ground is like throwing a feather with all your strength, and the body will flow directly to the sky, just like flying. This is a very good auxiliary quirk. If it is used as a hero, it is likely to have a good achievement, but it is also really good for reporters. Advertisement, call. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After returning to the helicopter, the reporter finally breathed a sigh of relief, then squeezed his fist and said with excitement, "I didn't expect Shina Etsuha to be the same as the rumors. It is really approachable, and the news this time is definitely strong enough. This is too different from what the official advertised. I don't know if we will offend the official, BCAH, if we do this," the cameraman said with some worry. There are some things that cannot be touched, which he knows very well. What are you afraid of? Now that the Nomu incident is so fierce, the official may not be able to manage it, how can it take care of our affairs? If those Nomu rush out of UA, the whole society may be messed up. The reporter sighed and suddenly thought when Etsuha got up, he couldn't help muttering to himself, "I don't know if Shina is telling the truth." "How is it possible?" The cameraman said with a laugh. "You have seen the split speed of Nomu, just like copied and pasted. If you want to destroy this kind of thing, unless there is a nuclear bomb, right? No, maybe it's not a nuclear bomb. After the methods are cleared, we can only ask for help from foreign countries. Also," the reporter nodded blankly, "it's only up to the official how to deal with this batch of Nomu." Etsuha has come to the edge of UA and found that UA's third-year students and mentors are still fighting Nomu, but the situation has begun to take on a one-sided form. Is UA still holding on? It's really tough, Etsuha sighed. His students are very pure, with heroic qualities such as passion, selflessness, and no hesitation. Even if UA has completely fallen, he is still unwilling to quit, and wants to kill more Nomu. He is not a nanny. In the third grade, there may be acquaintances of Etsuha, such as Tongxing Million. However, it's just a one-sided relationship, not even a friend. Etsuha didn't kill them the last time it was considered benevolent. It is almost impossible for him to take the initiative to save a few people. Sorry. The cement division took a difficult look at his back. The back road there has been completely blocked by Nomu. It is very troublesome for several people to leave. Hold on for a while, support should be coming soon. Advertisement. As he said, he got up and left. He wanted to get into Nomu and find the surviving people in the enemy alliance. Najire-chan's face is full of sweat, and her quirk has reached its limit, and I don't know how many Nomus are distorted. But the surrounding villains are like infinite. No matter how many of them are killed, there will be new ones coming in, and each of them is very powerful. Once one is ignored, it is likely to be fatally hit. But this kind of persistence can easily become stupid. Now Nomu is no longer a problem that can be solved by pure combat. The key is to eradicate their replication characteristics as soon as possible. However, not everyone has the eyes of Aizawa Shota, and it is basically impossible to achieve this. Moreover, without physical strength, the healing effect of Recovery Girl will not work. Teacher. I can't hold on anymore. Under such circumstances, few can persist. So far, the loss of third-grade students has reached as high as 20 people, and Nomu has lost even more. It is roughly estimated that there are more than 30. However, this is not a big deal with the other's quirk. After all, after several drastic changes, Etsuha has no hope for the so-called heroes, and even a little disgusted. Etsuha stood on the heights of an abandoned building, quietly watching the battle between UA and Nomu, and then quickly shook his head and said, "Shinying is no longer good." Najire-chan panted, her stamina has reached its limit, and if this continues, it is likely that she will fall into a coma due to lack of stamina. Most importantly, compared to the number of Nomu at the beginning, there are now more Nomu. On UA's side, the battle is already very intense. There are too many Nomu. This phenomenon makes everyone desperate. If it weren't for the solid state of mind of the third-year students, I'm afraid someone has already collapsed and fled. Chapter 252 Eliminate Project Nomu. At the same time, the government in Tokyo is now jammed by countless reporters. The buildings are full of reporters. If the last trace of sanity is not there, I am afraid these reporters will break in without hesitation. In the face of this situation, even the official cannot avoid it, and has to send a representative out to face everyone. When a man with glasses walked out of the building, a large number of reporters came up, and countless microphones were passed over immediately. Hello, I'm from Nico Nico Radio. What measures will the official of the Battle of UA use? Does Nomu's production speed mean that there is no solution? How should the official deal with those brains? May I ask whether those Nomu can handle it? If it can't be handled, what is the official decision in the future? Does the government have any plans for the survival of ordinary people? The fugitive Shina Etsuha said that he has a solution to Nomu. What does the official think? Various problems followed one after another, the core of which was Nomu among UA. In this regard, the official representative pushed his glasses and said calmly and confidently, "Don't worry, Nomu is terrible, but it can only be rampant for a while. The relevant experts have formulated relevant plans and will surely solve all Nomu." As for Shina Etsuha is just ranting, he doesn't know the characteristics of Nomu at all, and the so-called method is just to distort everyone's appetite. Having said this, he smiled, reached out his hand to suppress the reporter's voice, and then said in a loud voice, "Within an hour, the Nomu crisis will be resolved, please rest assured." The audience was in an uproar. The reporters were so excited that they hurriedly continued to ask questions. Netizens were even more excited. The secret government really had a way. All kinds of voices continued for a while, and the government's appeal became extremely strong. In this situation, the spectacles man looked in his eyes, and the lens had flashed with an imperceptible cold light. Nomu attacked again. A Nomu impacted from the front, and his body seemed to flicker. It was almost impossible to catch, but in the blink of an eye, he came to his eyes from a distance of more than 200 meters. The cement division concentrated all his attention, slapped his hands to the ground, and a large piece of concrete rose from under his feet, blocking Nomu's forward direction. However, the hardness of the concrete was not enough, and it could only stop Nomu for a moment. After that, Nomu smashed the concrete with a punch, and the next moment he came to the cement division. Advertisement. This guy is too fast. The cement division's voice trembled slightly, and when he recovered, Nomu had already punched him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Bang. The wind pressure broke out, directly tore the surface skin of cement division, causing several infiltrating wounds on his face. Court death. At this time, Tamaki Imajiki rushed over and hit Nomu's head at the same speed. With a punch, Nomu's body was suddenly torn apart, and flesh and blood spattered. However, Tamaki Imajiki seemed to have been immune to this situation. He silently walked to the cement division's side and looked at the cement division's wound. Then his hand emitted a bright green light, and the cement division's wound healed quickly. This is the healing power he obtained by eating the hair of his classmates. It is not powerful, and the recovery effect of this level is much worse than that of Recovery Girl, but in this case it is very precious. Thank you, classmate Tiangu. The cement secretary reluctantly stood up and said. His situation is also not very good. Although Nomu is defensively poor and his actions are very reckless, the amount of suppression is enough to make him tired of coping. Even if there is a treatment quirk, the cement division now has no strength to use the quirk anymore. If this goes on, we will die here sooner or later. Midnight said suddenly, it's time to find time and press the block to send the students out. They stayed here at first. One is to send the first and second grade students out after the break, and the other is to hold on and see if they can use the terrain to eliminate these Nomu. After all, there are many agencies in UA, and all of these weapons can be used to generate considerable power. But the facts proved that these ideas were very absurd. The number of Nomu far exceeded their expectations. By the time they came back to their senses, the surroundings were already covered with Nomu. If it weren't for these Nomu's lack of IQ, and if they didn't know how to attack together, I'm afraid everyone would be wiped out here, and there would be no chance. Ask for flowers? Well, it seems that it's time for us to sacrifice. The cement division also nodded lightly. As UA's teacher, they're heroes themselves, and no one will leave themselves at this time. It's difficult. Number 13 sighed. These Nomu are not just our UA business. If they rush out of UA, it will be a devastating blow to society. The rest of the teachers were silent. In this case, they all knew that Nomu would affect the whole world, not only UA. Advertisement, but so what? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. However, the plane did not mean to stop, and went straight through the area of UA at the same time. A black substance fell from the sky. As long as the students can be sent out, there is hope. Seeing that black object, everyone's face changed in unison. Midnight said in surprise. Is that the official fighter? Is it support? We are saved? So, let's start. There was a sound of protests all around, and all the teachers were moved when they saw it. They were about to say something when they suddenly heard the sound of an airplane in the sky. When they looked up, a fighter jet came into view. Is that a bomb? Yes, their hope. The cement division also showed a smile. The ethereal ghost waved a big hand and created countless clones, which immediately attracted the attention of several Nomu. Seeing this scene, he said to the third grade students, "Take advantage of this, everyone rush out." Yeah, if we were the only one to go out, it would be too useless, someone immediately agreed. This is the idea of several teachers. Agree, I'm older, and it's a good choice to end this life now, Midnight lazily said. No matter how much, I don't want my students to die here anyway. Inu Lai smiled. Teacher. I don't want to go, a student said stubbornly. I am also heroes, I want to take everyone out. Chapter 253 Explode Everything? It's really a bomb? Seeing that thing, UA's people were first dumbfounded and then their faces paled. What does the official mean? Is this raising this place to the ground? Hey. Fake? That body shape seems to be the recent trait, quirk bomb. It's powerful enough to blow this place into powder. Are we abandoned? I didn't expect it to end like this. Damn it. I have known it for a long time. I don't want to die yet. The official who eats shit. If I go out alive, I must blow them up. I agree. After Lousy came over, it ended up like this. Let's vote to him for 4 or 8-7. It's so irritating to eat dog stuff inside and out. How do I feel that I suddenly understand Shina Etsuha's thoughts? This. Really, ha. I didn't expect to understand him at the last minute. If I remember correctly, that's what Tongxing said. It said that Shina Etsuha did a good job and wiped out the strongest villain, but was on the other hand, we are treated as prisoners, and we are in this situation. Although we are not treated as prisoners, we are treated as fools and ushered in such a bomb. Well, Shina is indeed a good person. Everyone who was aware of the official thoughts showed unspeakable expressions, and some people simply cursed and pointed their middle finger in the direction of the fighter. For such an ending, they couldn't accept it, and they couldn't wait to pull the plane down and crush it immediately. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Advertisement. However, some of them understood Etsuha's thoughts. When all their efforts did not yield any results, and instead waited for a desperate bomb, they all had a sense of resonance with Etsuha and completely agreed with Etsuha. Several instructors have even more wonderful faces. They did not expect that the official will use this method to deal with these Nomu. Many people recognize the so-called quirk bomb in the sky. It is a new type of bomb developed through a series of explosive quirks. It is powerful enough to blow up an area. In addition, there is a special anti-quirk position on the missile, which can temporarily shield the operation of the quirk, so it is completely impossible to control the position of the bomb in the air. This missile cannot be affected by its trajectory. In this case, it is almost impossible to escape. How so? Passing Million also stared at the sky blankly, unable to accept such a decision for a while. Passing, there's a god, you guys go quickly. Nijire-chan's face paled. The only people who can go out here are the two of you. By the way, I will apologize to my junior brother Shina. He thinks he is a little strange, but now think about it, he didn't retaliate against the society when he encountered something like that. It's so handsome. Passage Million can penetrate everything, even bombs can also be immune, so these missiles are not a problem for him. Tamaki Imajiki is more convenient. You only need to swallow the hair passing through Million, and you can get exactly the same quirk in a short time. Although the quirk that passes through Million is difficult to manipulate and will tear itself if you are not careful, as long as you perform basic penetration and rebound, there will be no problem, so the two are fully capable of escaping from this bombing area. But Nijire-chan's quirk is very limited. She can only attack by shaking and twisting. If she wants to defend, she can't defend against such a large-scale bombing. What a joke, we are the big three, Tongxing Million grinned. And if you have to apologize, you will be more sincere if you go personally? I will never let you die here. Tamaki Imajiki usually doesn't talk much, but at this time he nodded firmly. Don't delay. I will use concrete to quickly build concrete air raid shelters with the teacher from the cement department. Maybe there is still a chance. This is not a time to be willful. Nijire-chan pursed his mouth. Advertisement. That's why everyone should work together. Tamaki Imajiki pressed his voice, quirk started frantically, and in the blink of an eye, a big pit was formed under his feet, and steps were formed inside, and the space was rapidly taking shape. The cement department also used quirk with all their strength, and the two worked together, but they could only build a small air raid shelter, which could only accommodate dozens of people. Everyone, go in! Tamaki Imajiki shouted toward the surroundings. A group of people squeezed into the air raid shelter, which is not too deep, but some people shook their heads and said, it's too late. I'll just delay it for everyone here. The missiles in the sky are terrifying fast. They were just a vague little spot just now. After a few seconds, the missiles are clearly visible. After a while, they will fall completely and no one can escape. The students and instructors with the auxiliary type quirk released their power outside the air raid shelter. A large amount of material was accumulated outside 3.4, with dense plants, heavy soil, and some solid high walls. At this moment, a scream of missiles pierced through the air came from the sky, and then, a white light flashed away. The white light instantly swallowed the entire UA, forming a tall mushroom cloud, shattering everything on the surface. A large amount of Nomu was directly evaporated, a small part was torn to pieces by the shockwave, everything was silent, like a pantomime. And when the white light spread to the extreme, the airwave rolled, causing countless sand and dust. A loud noise came late. Boom. Within 100 miles, everything was blown to pieces. Chapter 254 Crime Terminator. The whole city was shocked. Then, the invisible shock wave rolled up the airwave, and the dust seemed to swallow the sky, and then crashed into the nearby city. The glass above countless tall buildings all shattered, shocking countless people. My God! What happened? Have there been an earthquake? What a terrible shockwave. What an earthquake. That's a missile exploded. It's in UA. No, UA was bombed. As expected, I just saw a mushroom cloud rising from UA, and the clouds in the sky were blown through. Is this disaster serious enough to use this kind of thing in the city? That is to say, the officials are now unable to protect themselves and have to use this extraordinary method. It's really scary. 12. No wonder the police just came out and asked us to take refuge. It turned out that this was the case. Many people looked at UA's location in surprise. There has always been a synonym for stability. The surrounding housing prices are terribly expensive. Many people usually want to live nearby. However, just today, a missile directly destroyed the entire UA, which to everyone is like the collapse of faith, which is unacceptable. As the principal of UA, Principal Nezu looked at all this with an ugly expression. Is this the end of the so-called support? I really shouldn't believe them. All of them were flattened. Advertisement Aizawa Shota's eyes were bloodshot, and his tone was excited. After holding on for so long, I waited for a bomb. Damn thing. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. He was so angry for the first time. As a hero, he stood up at a critical moment and fought villain for so long to protect his companions. The results of it? But his own person threw a bomb on his head, and the whole school was gone. Aizawa Shota was surprisingly angry, but more chilling. He did not expect the official attitude to be so cold-blooded. After learning about Nomu's situation, he decisively chose to destroy everything with the most violent methods and eradicate all opportunities for Nomu to split. From a rational point of view, this decision seems to be correct, but Aizawa Shota is totally unacceptable. Swish. A number of military vehicles appeared in front of them, and dozens of people walked out of them, each wearing a special combat suit, which looked like heroes, but was completely different from heroes. When meeting Principal Nezu and Aizawa Shota, several people said lightly, "We met for the first time, Principal Nezu, and Eraser, head. I am the captain of the heroes unit belonging to the country, terminator of crime, the enemy alliance and Shina Etsuha. The ultimate person responsible for the incident. That's the UA you blow up." Aizawa Shota's pupils shrank instantly, staring at the crime terminator. The other party glanced at him lightly, and said non-committal. "What is it? The matter has passed. I hope you can accept the reality and don't get lost in the past. In addition, don't worry about the affairs of UA school. I will take back all of the school on behalf of the officials. Authorities, faculty members and students who are still alive will be assigned to Shiji High School. Do you have any objections, Teacher Aizawa? Calm down." Principal Nezu was taken aback, but it was too late to persuade him. Aizawa Shota had already bullied himself into the opponent's eyes. As the bandage was wrapped up, his fists followed. He glanced at the general direction, and then said, "Everyone obeys the order, ready to kill Shina Etsuha." Advertisement. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Shiji High School is another school that is equivalent to UA. There are also many heroes who graduated from it, but it is still very humiliating to let UA's people go to Shiji High School. The convoy parted ways. One team returned to the official organization with Principal Nezu and Aizawa Shota, while the other team went to UA. The crime terminator was in this team. A group of people around him acted immediately. A hero wearing a combat suit walked up to Principal Nezu and said coldly, "Principal Nezu, please come with us." "Oh, I see." Principal Nezu knew how helpless this situation was, and did not resist, and followed the other party into the car. "Court death. The wounded will heal me well and cooperate with our work." The crime terminator looked at Aizawa Shota indifferently. Moreover, as a hero, the most important thing is to weigh your own strength and recognize the gap with the opponent. Take him away, revoke hero's license, and everyone else will do what they plan to do. But in the face of Aizawa Shota's lethal physical skills, the eyes of the evil terminator flashed with disdain. He moved his body, and his muscles began to move like precision machines. The moment Aizawa Shota got close, the arm suddenly moved like a beast, and instantly hit Aizawa Shota's abdomen. Aizawa Shota let out a low growl. Thinking that the guy in front of him was the murderer who destroyed UA, he lost his mind a little. The bandage behind him floated, and instantly rushed towards the evil terminator. Yes. Aizawa Shota's eyes widened 170. The opponent's power was too fast. He could feel that the opponent didn't use his full strength just now. The bursting power was so terrifying, and the opponent's strength was too strong. Bang! With one punch down, Aizawa Shota's eyes began to burst, and the opponent's fist was so powerful that it penetrated through the abdomen and reached the stomach pouch. Aizawa Shota suddenly couldn't move, and opened her mouth and threw up fiercely. The increases quirk, chapter 255 go together? Are there still cars at this time? Seeing those special vehicles, many students showed a surprised look. The vehicles used by the police are completely different at ordinary times. It is difficult to tell which team it is just by looking at it. However, the cement department first showed a thoughtful look after seeing these vehicles, and then his face changed. This may be the National Army. National Forces? For this new name, people who pass million are very unfamiliar. It is the owner of the quirk directly affiliated to the country. Cement secretary said solemnly. These people usually don't show up, and most of the events in society will be handed over to heroes. When the situation is serious enough, heroes has already when the problem cannot be solved, they will take action. This group of people will claim that they are heroes, have a hero's license, and have the same title as heroes. But in fact, they do not abide by the rules of heroes at all, and treat anyone with the right to kill them, and we generally call them the National Army. In this situation, it means that they are likely to take action against us, a student muttered to himself. It is very likely that this is the case. We must be psychologically prepared. The cement division nodded. In fact, as a controller, how can the state really hand over the Ministry of Public Security to 300 heroes? That is too unrealistic, and it is easy to lose control of society. In order to deal with this situation, the National Force was born. This group of people call themselves heroes, but they never appear in the various heroes rankings. They are usually just soy sauce rolls in various heroes' offices, and they have no sense of existence. However, once a national order comes down, they can immediately become the greatest combat power. How is their strength? Tamaki Imajiki asked suddenly. This. Not clear. The cement division hesitated and said, the only thing I can know is that the National Army is very mysterious. Don't underestimate the other party's background. This is an elite assembled in a country. It's not as simple as we thought. He has only heard of the National Army, and has never really played against the National Army, nor has he seen them take action. However, you can understand that the strength of the National Army is absolutely extraordinary, and no one can guarantee the opponent. No secrets are hidden. It looks like there will be a bitter battle in the future. Advertisement, several students said solemnly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It was also the first time that Etsuha heard of the term national troops, but he didn't respond much. How could a country full of heroes not have a boss who can command these people? Suffer a lot. Interesting troops. It seems that they are responsible for the aftermath of Nomu. Etsuha touched his chin and thought. Seeing that the vehicle was still a little far away from him, he said to Najire-chan. It may be that the person who came is not good, don't you think about leaving? Najire-chan saw that Etsuha had the intention to leave. He bit his lower lip and nodded, then let's go together. However, the classmate beside him hesitated and said, what if it is a rescue unit? Maybe we haven't been abandoned yet. Etsuha laughed at the words. How can I not see the situation clearly before I have this idea? But he didn't force it, but looked at Najire-chan. Walk together. Najire-chan said firmly. She didn't want to believe anything anymore. The bomb shattered her confidence in the government. Passing Million also believed in Etsuha, but he clenched his fist and said, I'll ask those people to ask them clearly. If I don't give me a reasonable explanation, I will blow them up one by one. Me too. Many people said again. Now is the time when everyone is holding their breath. This National Army has used many students as a punching bag, and they are eager to find someone to vent. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. It's just a group of bereaved dogs. Do you think you can fight me with your current state? The evil Terminator made no secret of his contempt. He took off his windbreaker and hooked his fingers at several people. Let's go together. Advertisement, BCAA. Then I will go one step ahead. Etsuha nodded and did not persuade him. With your current state, it will be a loss if you really want to fight, Etsuha said with emotion. What do I mean? You should understand. The evil Terminator looked at him and said lightly, you are abandoned children. It is enough to die under the bomb with peace of mind. Why do you want to survive? What? His unconcealed hostility made the UA people angry. Some people were still confused about their choice. Hearing this, they suddenly became extremely angry. Each of these people wears a hero's combat suit and looks different in style, but their temperament is very uniform, like walking out of a pile of blood, with a special sense of oppression, which is far from ordinary heroes. Meeting for the first time, heroes. I am the evil Terminator, the captain of the National Heroes Force. The evil Terminator stood in front of everyone. He was wearing a windbreaker with an inexplicable luster flowing on his body, but his eyes were cold. I'm not nonsense, let me explain why. Your survival surprised me. I thought that a bomb would be enough, but now it seems that there are mice that can pierce holes among you, which saved this disaster. Crunch, however, Etsuha has persuaded him twice. Since everyone except Najire-chan believes, he can't say anything anymore and just turned and left. Najire-chan glanced at Passing Million, and after saying to him to be careful, he also followed Etsuha and left. The number car stopped in front of everyone, and then a few people who wore weapons and dressed like ordinary heroes quickly descended from it. Soon after this, what do you think of us? Passing Million's eyes were bloodshot, and the person in front of him made him have a murder impulse for the first time, and the blood began to boil. Even so, I have to beat them, Tongxing Million responded. It can only be said that the passage of Million is still too impulsive. You know, in this situation, the opponent must have come with killing intent. In addition, they have fought Nomu first, and then experienced the bomb impact. They are already exhausted physically and mentally. Once a fight occurs, it is likely that everyone will die here. What do you mean? A student yelled at him. Chapter 256 The Surviving People. Huh. It's terrible power. Is this official crazy? It actually exploded UA directly. Not far from the explosion of the quirk bomb, Etsuha stretched out his hand from a piece of ice without any risk. He has been watching the battle between Yue and Nomu, but he didn't expect that the official would suddenly drop a bomb. Even trying to escape from this distance is impossible. However, Etsuha's Tegu also had an outstanding performance in defensive performance. He directly condensed a thick iceberg and completely iced himself inside, which completely offset the impact of the bomb. But even so, Etsuha fell into a period of weakness after the hard bomb resistance. This is because he is not in the center of the shockwave, and the quirk bomb is not a nuclear bomb, and its power is limited to Yue, otherwise the surrounding cities may suffer. Looking around, after the bomb baptism, the original prosperous Yue Street had been razed to the ground at this time, and all the surrounding buildings were blown to ashes, leaving only mud with no end in sight. Fortunately, I didn't bring any bad reason to come here, otherwise I am afraid that I can't protect her, Etsuha said in a daze. The technology in this world is actually very advanced, as can be seen from the support section. The invention of the support department can easily develop a flying device and a combat suit suitable for quirk combat methods. After graduation, there are many scientists who are good at researching this area, and countless powerful technologies have been researched based on quirk. The quirk bomb is one of them. This kind of bomb cannot be controlled by the quirk and can be destroyed to the greatest extent. It is one of the very fast and destructive technologies. It is impossible for All Might to survive this shockwave. Etsuha glanced at Yue's direction and found that it had completely become an endless plain, and couldn't help but be speechless for a while. As the #1 school in the country and the existence of the protagonist Halo, it was blown away by a bomb. The official decision really surprised him. But at this moment, Etsuha keenly noticed that a tunnel exit appeared from it, and then a hand was stretched out from it. It was obviously a human hand. Etsuha raised his eyebrows and walked over curiously, and saw a man staggering to his feet. It was Yue's mentor, Cement Division. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Advertisement. Cough cough cough. We survived. The cement secretary said a word for the rest of his life, and then spit out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, the shockwave just now did not burden him lightly. Even if he was hiding in the air raid shelter, he still suffered a lot of shock. Is this a concrete air raid shelter? You deserve it? Etsuha glanced behind the cement division. There were a lot of concrete tunnels. There was not much space inside, but the defenses were very thick, even after a round. The baptism of artillery shells, and most of the barriers were not eroded by artillery fire. Several people came out one after another. Etsuha saw Tongxing Million, Tamaki Yamajiki, and Nijire-chan. The expressions of the three were a little lonely. You know, there are at least a few hundred people in third grade students plus tutors, but with this shell coming down, fewer than 20 people are still alive. This gap makes their mentality collapse. They clearly stood up for the school. Even if they died in the school, no one would say anything. But no one thought that it was his own person who killed their companions in the end. I don't know if I saw the surrounding environment. A student who came out of the air raid shelter suddenly shouted in anger. Why? Some girls started sobbing, and more people looked at all this numbly, as if thinking about life. This is reality. Etsuha muttered to himself. From a rational point of view, throwing a bomb is the best way to eliminate this Nomu once and for all. As for the public opinion in the future, it can be completely controlled by the government. Promote the dead UA people as voluntary, and then give the UA principal coercion and temptation to choose to keep secrets. Naturally, no one will hold anything. Eliminated, the next thing is naturally easy to handle. As for the victims, they may be given the name of having the courage to sacrifice, but who cares if they are voluntary? Advertisement, diaresis. Shina. Nijire-chan noticed Etsuha and couldn't help but ran over, no longer the leisurely look on his small face, and asked with entanglement and incomprehension. Have you been bearing this all the time? What she calls, these, is probably the negative emotions after being betrayed. In fact, only by experiencing it personally can you understand what it is like to betray by a trusted person. After experiencing this feeling, think about what happened to Etsuha again. Nijire-chan felt sorry for this boy all at once. Gee, Lee's. Shaw thought for a while, nodded and said, almost. I'm really sorry. Nijire-chan's eyes flickered with tears and Etsuha apologized. I didn't understand you before and treated you as villain. I'm really sorry. It's okay. Etsuha shook his head. Actually, it doesn't matter if I want to open it. Although I can't be a hero's, I'm doing well. Hearing Etsuha's words, Tsubasa burst into a smile. You can still think about this kind of thing, you are such a gentle person. Actually nothing. Etsuha wanted to say something. He heard the hum of cars suddenly coming in the distance, and then, he saw a row of special vehicles emerging in front of him. Chapter 257 Texas Smash. You guy, don't you have any conscience? Passing Million only felt angry. He didn't expect the other party to be shameless to such a degree. Even now, he didn't even give an explanation, and he wanted to kill them directly. Tisk, what a nonsense, a complete guy. The evil Terminator twisted his neck, and the bones made a sound. It should be your honor to die with Nomu. Why do you have to struggle? Hurry up, Shina Etsuha should be nearby. Our primary goal is he has no time to spend too much with you. *hole. Hearing what he said, the surviving student wanted to kill him on the spot. Some students who originally had expectations of the government did not expect that, as a representative of the government, the crime Terminator would actually be determined to kill them. This is so different from what they thought. It seems that I have to fight. The cement division, who had been watching, sighed and then stood up and said, "But can you please let these students go?" "Impossible," the evil Terminator replied decisively. "Then everyone, let's do it together," the cement division seriously said. "In this case, we may still escape alive." The corner of the evil Terminator's mouth ticked. "This is the truth, just come on." Blow. Passing Million is the first to do it. His strength is the strongest. Even after continuous battles, he still has good physical strength at this time, enough to support a short burst. Advertisement. Passing Million manipulated the quirk as usual, and his body sank into the ground, relying on the feeling to pop out from behind the evil Terminator. The whole body became a penetrating state. Only the side of the fist and the sole of the foot were entities, and the punch was towards the end of evil. The one who fights over. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But at the next moment, he suddenly found that the evil Terminator looked back with cold eyes. At this moment, the Passage Million only felt that he was enveloped by a peculiar power. His own quirk was suddenly unusable, and his body was forced to wear it. Become an entity in the transparent state. The power is good, but quirk is not as easy to use as it seems. The evil Terminator said lightly. The palm of his left hand suddenly pinched the fist of the Passing Million, and his right hand cut to his neck like a steel sword, moving very fast. Passing Million's pupils shrank and suddenly lost the penetrating quirk. He was still a little difficult to adapt for a while, but his strong reaction ability still prompted him to react, quickly bending over and avoiding the attack of the evil Terminator. But the other party had more means than he had imagined. After one shot was defeated, frost suddenly condensed on the hands of the evil Terminator, and instantly froze the hand that passed Million. What is this quirk? Passing Million immediately backed up a few steps, but the opponent's freezing ability was really infiltrating. Only for a moment, his arm had lost consciousness. Passing Million has no doubt that his arm has been frozen. Didn't you die? The crime Terminator frowned. It seems that he underestimated his physical fitness. This is also a non-human level guy. Cement hit. At this time, the cement division seized the opportunity and squeezed his hands towards the void. I saw the concrete at the feet of the evil Terminator turned into two huge walls, and then slammed into the middle. Boom. A loud noise. The sound of the huge concrete slamming made the surroundings shook, and the impact force caused the edges of the concrete to crack. Under such an impact, even diamonds would be squeezed into pieces, let alone a person? Advertisement? Ask for flowers? Sure, did you succeed? The cement division and all the students looked at them with a little surprise. The cement division's quirk is biased towards assistance, but this does not mean that he is not aggressive. On the contrary, in this case, his attack power is very terrifying. Few people can withstand the collision of 200-ton concrete with their physical fitness. But at the next moment, something surprising happened. I saw the body of the evil Terminator suddenly popped out of the concrete. His clothes had disappeared, but there was no trace of scars on his whole body, as if he hadn't been exposed to concrete. Normal impact. 0. A terrible power, but it doesn't seem to be of any use, the evil Terminator said lightly. No. This quirk is used by Million? The cement division was surprised. He can be sure that the person in front of him can copy someone else's quirk. At the very beginning, the cement division began to doubt when he could let past Million lose the quirk. He had only seen Aizawa Shota if he could make other people's quirk disappear. If this person also had such a quirk, it would be too coincidental. Until just now, when the evil Terminator used the Million quirk again, the cement division was almost certain that this guy's quirk was related to copying. This quirk. Passing Million also discovered the secret of the other party, but it was too late, and saw the corner of the evil Terminator's mouth. It seems that you have discovered something, but my quirk is not that simple. Having said this, his voice paused, and then suddenly said coldly, Texas Smash. Chapter 258 Internet Tendencies, can even this be copied? The cement division was shocked. Facing this kind of quirk, it was too late to start using concrete. He could only watch the wind hit him in front of him, and with a bang, everyone would be scattered like a bowling ball. Boom. The wind pressure of this fist rushed into the sky, blowing away the clouds in the sky. The bodies of several students were too weak, and they were torn apart in midair. Just one face, 5 people have already died. Kill all. The evil Terminator said coldly. The person beside him nodded, and then quickly started. Swish. Everyone possesses a level far beyond the 413 of the average professional heroes, and begins to hunt down the single students like a pack of wolves. In less than a moment, the few people who were barely alive also began to be exterminated. I really dared to do this. Tamaki Imajiki stared at this scene blankly, not knowing what to react for a while. Anger? Despair? Not at all. He was a little confused, because behind these people, the official standing? He didn't react until Cement Division was lying in front of his eyes covered in blood. I want to kill you, God. Don't be impulsive. Cement Division said weakly. Run away. Expose their behavior. Tell everyone the facts. Advertisement. Tamaki Imajiki stunned, then trembled. I don't want it, I want to give you revenge. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Stop talking nonsense. Go, Cement Secretary shouted angrily. If you don't leave, it will be too late. Only he can find Shina. Cough cough. Teacher. Sorry. Really, sorry. Tamaki Imajiki was relieved, and quickly weighed the pros and cons, choked up, and then groaned. Pass, let's go. Want to escape? The evil Terminator's eyes condensed, but soon discovered that Tamaki Imajiki actually used the million quirk, and his body sank directly into the ground and disappeared. Tisk, 2 fishes ran away, he muttered to himself, shook his head somewhat regrettably. I didn't use Aizawa's quirk to eliminate it. The cement division had no hope, but now seeing that the evil Terminator has not eliminated Tamaki Imajiki's quirk, a flash of inspiration flashed and said, "This is your quirk. Is there any limitation? The copied quirk can only be used once." What a keen fellow. It seems that UA's mentor is indeed powerful, and he can even detect this kind of detail. The crime Terminator gave a startled, surprised at the judgment of the cement division. The other party is right. This is indeed the limitation of his quirk. Although he can copy the quirk of the person he contacts and use it, those quirks are also equivalent to consumables. After use, they cannot be used again, unless they are used again after half an hour. Contact the owner of that quirk. In order to avoid lack of means, he would often store a large number of quirks to use before the battle, which also led to his mystery, and many people suffered a great loss because they did not understand his quirks. It looks like UA is underestimated, but the more you do this, the more you have to kill him. The crime Terminator glanced at the cement secretary, and then made a gesture of wiping his neck. Click. As the last person fell, the surrounding concrete was stained with blood. Look for Shina Etsuha. Is it all on him? The Sin Terminator thought of what Cement Division had said before, and couldn't help but sneered. His quirk can target each other in all directions, and it can be said that he can perfectly deal with all of Etsuha's abilities, and this is what others can't do. Advertisement. He manipulated the concrete to bury these bloodlines, and then coldly said, split into 3 teams, 1 team to clean up the remaining Nomu, 1 team to chase the 2 students, and the rest to follow me to hunt Shina Etsuha. No, there are people who ran away. The crime Terminator used the previously copied investigation quirk, and unexpectedly discovered that Najire-chan, the only girl of the big 3, was also not dead, and the direction was the same as Shina Etsuha, which made him frown slightly. A BIG-3, and a Shina Etsuha. If these 2 people are together, it might be a bit of trouble. It seems that you need to get in touch with Yayan. The plan to hunt Shina Etsuha is put on hold for a while, and be careful not to startle the snake. Yes, I will kill with 1 blow, the evil Terminator said lightly. In the end, the national troops did not find the passing million in Tamaki Imajiki. The penetrating quirk was enough to keep them sinking in the ground and wandering unpredictably. The 2 fled all the way from Tokyo. During the period, they thought about revealing their identities and telling the story of the National Army, but in the end they were surprised to find that there were so many eyeliners around. No matter where, there will always be 1 or 2 seemingly aimless civilians. However, the passing million can perceive the opponent's powerful aura. Although not very strong, they hold a deadly weapon and let the 2 dare not take risks. 0.8 The most frightening thing is that when they want to go online to expose, a more terrifying side appears. Following the emergence of the Nomu Elimination Achievement Survey, launched by several major websites, they believe that destroying UA and eliminating Nomu is a plan worthy of recognition. People actually account for more than 70%. The vast majority of these people see it as a navy, and the voting results are even more hydrated. However, it is undeniable that many people have begun to be brainwashed by some official remarks and feel that this time the bomb has really played a big role. It's worth sacrificing a hero. No way? Seeing the comments on the internet, Tong Tong Million and Tamaki Imajiki's faces were extremely ugly. Chapter 259 Brutal Reality. This time, what the official did is really beautiful. Although the price is at the expense of UA, this is already the best ending. That's true. The potential level of those Nomu is too terrible. If it develops, the reproductive capacity is estimated to be faster than us. If it can't be cleaned up in 1 breath, the loss will only be stronger now. This time the official has done really well. Unimaginable resoluteness. I don't deny that the ending is good, but haven't you thought about being too unfair to UA? Tisk tusk tusk, is this the first time that UA has been attacked by the enemy alliance? As the country's #1 school, it has countless resources, but in the face of several attacks by one force, there is no way to take the other side. This sacrifice may be a sublimation for UA. Shiji High School is no worse than UA. It's true, UA can't protect even his students, and I hope they can teach heroes. How many times have they apologized on the internet? It's already the best to get those students into Shiji High School at 12. It's over? Shiji High School will not face the invasion without resistance. Do you remember the USJ incident? UA's interior was invaded for so long, and no one noticed it. It is really making people laugh out of it. This is the whole country. The first school security system, what a shame. Yes, I don't deny UA's contribution to Nomu's incident, but what else is fair and unfair for such UA? I don't want to see the faces of those people who continue to apologize online. It's disgusting. The comments in the major forums are actually some negative comments on UA. This is an incredible phenomenon. UA is clearly the victim of this incident. However, driven by public opinion, the Win critics actually have a feeling of luck for the UA. This makes Tongxing Million and Tamaki Imajiki unbelievable. How could things become like this? This comment really makes me hard to believe. Tamaki Imajiki said angrily. They said that UA was a sinner, but it was not Shiji High School that was attacked. How could they say that? I don't know. Passing Million didn't figure out the reason, but insisted. But Shina Etsuha definitely understands something. We can only come back if we find him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Advertisement. It would be great if others could follow Shina at that time. Tamaki Imajiki lowered his head and said, I didn't expect this group of guys to dare. Damn it. Passing Million couldn't answer. At that time, he also had some hopes for the government, hoping that the other party would come to apologize, or even if they broke up, they would not force a few people to death, but would try some negotiations. However, the facts surpassed everyone's expectations. The other party didn't have any hesitation at all, and he came directly with the intent to kill. This reality directly shattered the fantasy of several people, and the price was that they sacrificed their classmates and teachers who had finally survived the bomb blast. This caused a kind of hatred in the hearts of the two people, but they had just gone through too many twists and turns, and they had not completely exploded for a while, but the seeds of hatred had begun to take root in their hearts, and as long as there was a slight opportunity, they would sprout. Another side. The remaining students of UA were gathered in the square, and there were many teachers among them. This was the first gathering held after UA was destroyed. Many students didn't know why, but they still had some expectations. The students of the Heroes AB class also stood together, and for the first time after seeing the two sides, they did not start taunting them, but some of the same haters. Mono Manedo said earnestly, I saw Ms. Aizawa and Principal Nezu being taken away, and the other party was not a policeman. They were wearing the same uniform as the normal heroes. I guess there might be something we didn't know about. Kirishima Eijiro was surprised. No, will Principal Nezu be taken away too? Tokiyami Fumikage said indifferently. I have seen those people, and what makes me feel most unbelievable is that Aizawa teacher fought with them, and it was solved in an instant. The opponent's strength is very strong. Such a thing happened before? Advertisement. The students around were shocked. Aizawa Shota had been severely injured before, and his strength was not the peak, but after a day of recovery, his physical strength gradually followed. Even if he was wrapped in bandages, it was not something that ordinary professional heroes could fight against. His strength was still strong, let alone the principal beside him? But that's it, he was actually solved instantly, which made everyone feel tight and immediately understood the opponent's strength level. 567 Midoriya Izuku excitedly said, why didn't you tell me earlier when something like this happened? Tokiyami Fumikage glanced at him, shook his head and said, if we have the strength to fight against them, of course I would say. But who of us has the ability to fight against them? It is an organization with at least dozens of professional heroes level guys around. Even if two of us can deal with one, I'm afraid the other party will be killed directly. If we don't tell you then, it's to avoid your impulse. But, Midoriya Izuku was speechless for a while, their strength was too weak, and this gap made them unable to help at all. Changen is right. No matter what we do nowadays, we can only help, Shoto Todoroki said suddenly, all we can do is to practice hard. Okay. Midoriya Izuku nodded unwillingly. At this moment, a person suddenly walked out of the podium. Tokiyami Fumikage and Mono Manedo's eyes suddenly condensed, and at the same time they whispered. This person is the one who solves Aizawa Shota instantly. Everyone's nerves are tense. Chapter 260 UA Processing Results. Why not Principal Nezu? Many students have this idea in their minds. The evil Terminator in front of them feels a little weird. With the words of Tokiyami Fumikage and Mono Manedo, everyone feels that this guy has some gloomy feelings. The senses of the evil Terminator are very powerful. As soon as he came on stage, he heard the whispers of the students, but he did not show any behavior. Instead, he announced mechanically, today we are summoned here mainly to explain two things. First, given that UA was attacked 3 times and failed to complete the task of protecting students well, the government will withdraw UA's education rights. After that, UA High School's name will be cancelled. This has been agreed by the principal of Nezu. As soon as this statement was made, the surrounding voices suddenly exploded, and everyone's face was full of incredible. It was written off. This is a joke, right? How could Principal Nezu agree with this absurd thing? And this is UA, the #1 school in the country. Just like that. Unbelievable, you must be joking. What day is today? Is it April Fool's Day? Both students and teachers have a strong sense of unreality about the content announced by the evil Terminator, and Midoriya Izuku's eyes widened, like being struck by lightning. It seems that they really did something to Principal Nezu. Kirishima Eijiro squeezed his fist and said bitterly, will a school like UA be cancelled? It's really nonsense. Calm down, no one of us is his opponent right now. We must know that the seniors in the 3rd grade may have all sacrificed, and we can't do anything. Tokiyami Fumikage said. On the day Nomu attacked UA, they were quickly evacuated. After that, someone told them that the 3rd-year senior and some of their mentors could no longer escape. They finally chose to die in UA with Nomu. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Advertisement. This is the information they came across. In fact, even as a member of UA, they all believed that the 3rd grade students had voluntarily dragged Nomu to sacrifice, and no one knew the truth. In this case, only All Might can save, Midoriya Izuku said unwillingly. The point is not these, Shoto Todoroki said condensely. I am even more worried, are those Nomu really all in UA? You should have seen entities made by Quirk. If I were a creator, I just need keeping a sample in a different city will ensure that Nomu will keep copying. If he is not stupid, he will never condense Nomu together. Yes, that's true. Since Nomu can be copied indefinitely, it doesn't make sense to sacrifice. As long as Nomu is alive, the division can continue. In other words, the official has no solution at all. Actual problem. Midoriya Izuku awakened. Well, that's how it is. This guy does not investigate the surroundings, but gathers us here, which is really strange, Shoto Todoroki said. Most people are still in a state of anger, but unfortunately, with the departure of the evil Terminator, they don't even have a place to vent, and for a while, they're full of abuse. Diaresis F*K. Actually throwing us into Shiji High School. What a joke. This is the strength gap between him and the opponent. Bullshit. There was no explanation for the reason, and there was no time to give people an afterthought. After announcing these two things, the evil Terminator simply left the podium without any intention of facing everyone. Advertisement. It's a pity that UA is gone. When they heard the news that UA had written off at first, they thought that they would not be able to graduate, and the future would be over. Fortunately, there will be opportunities to go to Shiji High School in the future. This is a school that can keep pace with UA. Graduating from here will have no impact on their future. Generally speaking, it is a relatively good result. This is just the mentality of a small group of people. They are relatively early and don't have much dreams for the so-called hero's career. The reason, Leela Hao wants to go to UA is just because graduating from here is equivalent to finding a good income. It's just a stable job. The others were shocked after hearing the second news, but then someone let out a sigh of relief. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. The recent incidents have been terrible, and Shiji High School seems to be a good choice. What's the situation? It's just a look. I'm actually scared. Everyone's discussion is not too late for me to announce the second thing. The tone of the evil Terminator still has no fluctuations. Secondly, the students and mentors of the former UA High School will be transferred to Shiji High School to attend school or teach. The specific situation will be allocated in detail in 1 week, above. As the few people said, they suddenly felt a fierce gaze, and it was the eyes of the evil Terminator looking at them. The gaze was like a sword, and it instantly pierced into the souls of the few people, making them sweat. Well, Shiji High School is also pretty good. Midoriya Izuku's legs were weak, and he looked at the shaking hands in disbelief. Chapter 261 Keyboardman's Battle. In my opinion, the benefits UA gained after his sacrifice are completely worth it. UA's performance is well known before, especially the USJ incident. It is hard to imagine that such a top school in the country will be mixed in by villain on a large scale. I seriously doubt this. The school's internal corruption has begun. A person who supports official infallibility is holding a mobile phone and chatting with others on the forum. His name is Koji Nakamura, and his usual habit is to use water forums. He prides himself on treating issues rationally and fairly. He enjoys a good name in the forums and has a large number of fans. Not long ago, Nakamura Koji saw someone in the forum saying that UA's destruction was too unbelievable. Thinking that the official head had a bag, Nakamura Koji frowned, and immediately typed the sentence with his fingers flying. In his opinion, the official approach is very correct. It is completely at the expense of the smallest price in exchange for the greatest benefit. Moreover, as a half-public figure, he will naturally support the official in this regard, and he will go to the black official when he has a pit in his head. However, 533 responded very quickly, and immediately accused him. Nomu can keep splitting. If you are the producer of Nomu, would you put all Nomu together? UA's sacrifice is meaningless. It is wiped out. This group of Nomu can only drink poison to quench their thirst. If there are other Nomu that have not been eliminated, we will lose the tremendous fighting power of the UA students, and the outcome will be very bad. After reading this sentence at a glance, Nakamura Koji sneered. This guy is really unreasonable. If the official has no decision, how can he make such a move easily? He sneered directly on the chat box. Another I am smarter than the official series. According to you, the official is not a little guarded. The official think tanks are not as thoughtful as you think? Tell you the truth, I am. People living in Tokyo, I have clearly seen the situation that day. The official action is more terrifying than you think. This is a national BCAC machine. It is by no means as simple as you think. Posting this passage to the public screen immediately attracted the attention of countless netizens. Under Koji Nakamura's comments, many netizens quickly appeared. Advertisement, Nakamura is right. The official action is really terrifying. Not long ago, I saw a group of heroes directly dismantled a Nomu factory and rescued many people. It seems that the enemy alliance is about to be uprooted. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ha ha ha, this poster is really worried about it. Not long ago, the news said that the leader of the enemy alliance, Shigaraki Tamura, had been killed. What is there to be afraid of this kind of organization without a leader? So many people gathered in the abandoned factory. What are they doing? Koji Nakamura raised his mobile phone and smiled confidently. Let me find out. Agree, but after thinking about it, Koji Nakamura did not delete the comment, but let him hang it. He never thought about calling the police, and he couldn't figure out what was going on there. It would be embarrassing if it was a bunch of children making noise. Secondly, it is because the police will probably ban him from continuing to explore after calling the police, which will result in a lot of material loss. But soon his eyes brightened. As a semi-public figure, he also has a certain level of strength. He is not as good as professional heroes, but is better than most ordinary people. He is regarded as the top level among ordinary people. As if feeling the gaze of Nakamura Koji, these Nomu turned their heads together, staring at him tightly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Seeing all kinds of supportive comments, Koji Nakamura was in a good mood for a while. The popularity of this post is not small, and his words are likely to bring another wave of fans. But the only thing that dissatisfied him is the comment on the mapping Endeavor below. Although Endeavor has retired, he is still a hero with low influence. This kind of evaluation will bring him a bad influence. Advertisement, agreeing with what you said, does the poster really think that the State Department is doing nothing? Without absolute strength, how could it be possible to rule a society with so many heroes? Don't think that everyone is Ishin who wants to contribute to the country. Heroes, you can't even imagine the coldness of some people. For the sake of strength, you can even turn women into a fertility tool, just to give birth to the quirk he wants. Don't doubt, I'm talking about the heroes that was previously ranked high. This world is far more complicated and darker than you think. Because of his strength, he can occasionally participate in some operations to hunt down villain. Although he is only a soy sauce character, with his camera and concealment expertise, he can often publish interesting events, and the abandoned factory the situation made Koji Nakamura smell a bit of crime. At this time, the nearby factory made a series of footsteps, and it sounded like a large group of people gathered here. It didn't take long for Endeavor fans to tear up with the person. The scolding from both sides quickly increased the popularity of the post. Koji Nakamura's number of fans also increased a lot, which made him smile triumphantly. Koji Nakamura was in a good mood, and his steps were lighter. Koji Nakamura was very confident in himself. He came to the outskirts of the factory very cautiously. He listened carefully and found that there were a lot of footsteps inside, so he leaped his head and looked inside through the crevices. Bang bang bang, at this moment, he saw countless Nomu. Koji Nakamura glanced over there in dissatisfaction. If he remembers correctly, this factory should have been abandoned for a long time. Why is there still someone here at this time? Chapter 262 Tokyo is defeated. 2 weeks have passed quickly since the Nomu incident. During this period, most of UA's students have been placed in Shiji High School. Some of the tutors chose to resign, and some even gave up becoming heroes, which changed a lot. The popularity of Nomu on the internet remains high. Although the official wants people to forget about the UA incident as soon as possible, this incident is not so easy to be ignored. As long as the major forums are refreshed, you can see all kinds of people's incidents. From the analysis of UA to social effects, countless arguments are available, and the popularity of these posts is usually very high. Some people have found that the recent crime index has started to rise compared to usual, while the number of heroes, 7, has decreased a lot compared to before. This phenomenon has puzzled many people, but the situation on the surface does not seem to be too serious, so not many people care about it. However, what most people don't know is that in various parts of Japan, people in the national department are frantically looking for Nomu. A copy of Nomu was found in Kita, Osaka. The number exceeds 20, please support. Tokyo Edogawa found a copy of Nomu, the number of which is 42, request blasting. Hokkaido, a large number of Nomu broke out at the same time in all major locations, and the number was concentrated, standing densely together. Few heroes dared to approach at all, and they could only fight by heroes with a large range of Logia quirks. Advertisement even so, the process of destroying Nomu is extremely dangerous. Even if the opponent's body is relatively fragile, the attack power is very terrifying. It only takes a punch to cause fatal injuries to heroes. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In just a few days, more than 3,000 heroes have died, but the number of Nomu has increased. Captain, the results of the investigation are out. A heroes officer of a national department came to the crime terminator and submitted a piece of data. Nomu appeared in 13 places, distributed in various cities. The number of Nomu is roughly estimated to be about 12,000, and the number is still the increase, but the speed has slowed down. At the same time, we have also investigated the doctor, who is behind the enemy alliance, but we found that he himself was killed by Nomu not long ago, and now Nomu seems to be in a state of no leader. What? The people behind the scenes are killed. These Nomu still have independent ideas, the evil Terminator said incredible. The person called Doctor just died. The information is unknown, and the death is unknown. The only thing that is certain is that he was one of the developers of Nomu, but why he was killed by Nomu and defeated Nomu? What is the method? But no one knows. Yes, we speculate that there may be a boss in Nomu, and it may have wisdom, but the probability of finding this Nomu is extremely low. All Nomu looks the same, and each of them is similar in strength. We can't find it at all. Its location, and if it drags on like this, I'm afraid. The heroes said that he did not go on here, but the meaning is obvious. If these Nomu can't be cleaned up, they will soon be known to other people. When the official method does not work, it will sacrifice UA instead. Arguments are likely to emerge, and official credibility will be wiped out. More than that, the negative effects of this situation are more than that. Although modern society is a heroes society, some people with powerful quirks are not necessarily heroes. If they lose confidence in the government, the threat level will be no less than that. The most typical of the terrible villain is a quirk like Shinso Hitoshi, which invisibly brainwashes people and is impossible to prevent. If such a guy commits a crime, it is definitely the worst nightmare for everyone. The evil Terminator has an ugly face. In the past few days, he has collected a large number of heroes as combat power to clear Nomu, and also used a large number of weapons. At least 1,000 Nomu was killed, but what he did not expect was that the number of Nomu was actually more and more. Advertisement: this is not in line with his expectations. According to the plan, after clearing out the batch of Nomu from UA, he will be able to quickly strike the remaining Nomu with forces across the country. Among them, foreign forces are especially called. The copying speed of these Nomus is faster than they killed them. In 2 weeks, the number has reached 10,000. If this continues, society is likely to collapse because of this. If this continues, how long will it take for Nomu to enter the public eye? The evil Terminator asked. No more than 3 days, said Heroes, there are too many of them. In fact, many people have taken the scene recently, but we have all discovered and deleted the videos and photos. However, the next paragraph: over time, we have fewer and fewer manpower available, and we can only give up guarding some places. At that time, Nomu will probably rush out of it for 0.9 and then destroy the city. If you can't keep it, you must defend it hard. You must find Nomu's boss. The evil Terminator said coldly. Where is All Might? Let him come, I need his power. Yes. The heroes responded immediately and then ran to notify the others. The enemy alliance: the next step is the time to fight to the death. The crime Terminator glanced into the distance and turned directly to leave. 2 days later, news broke in Tokyo that the national troops were defeated, and Nomu broke out of the encirclement and came to the city. Chapter 263: Terrible Schoolgirl. It is reported that the well-known forum user Koji Nakamura disappeared at about 4 p.m. yesterday afternoon, and the case is under further investigation. In a hotel, there was a news report on TV. Etsuha glanced at the name, and unexpectedly realized that he knew him. He couldn't help but said loudly, Wei-senpai, is this Koji Nakamura, the person who quarreled with you yesterday? Najire-chan is a very playful type, and her personality is more cheerful. Even if yesterday's UA's demise caused a great blow to her, she quickly recovered. After this, there were many mysterious people around the two, who should all be people from the National Department. This situation made it difficult for them to move forward, and as a last resort, the two had to live together temporarily, and the bad reason was also in this hotel. Najire-chan, who was eating snacks, heard Etsuha's voice and took a quick look, and found that this, Koji Nakamura, was the guy who supported the official on the forum yesterday. The host of that post was actually Najire-chan. Because she was purely angry with the reaction on the internet, she wanted to stand up and speak for UA. However, she got a lot of ridicule and was labeled as unreasonable worrying, which made her very miserable. Uncomfortable. Nakamura's remarks made her feel a little scary, but she didn't know how to refute it for a while. But what Najire-chan didn't expect was that this guy disappeared after replying to the post. This result is a bit strange. It seems that it is really him. Najire-chan looked through yesterday's post again and found that the id of the person reported on the news was exactly the same as him. He couldn't help but wondered. His strength should be pretty good, and he will also disappear. Generally speaking, the so-called disappearance is actually not knowing life or death, and there is a high probability that it is dead. This kind of situation rarely happens to people with a certain degree of strength. You must know that now is a quirk era, and everyone has a quirk. Even criminals cannot guarantee that their quirk will definitely win an ordinary person, let alone Nakamura. Koji is an ordinary person very close to the professional heroes. Now that the number of heroes is decreasing, it should be normal for the crime index to rise. Etsuha said haha. But it is gratifying that this person is missing. At least there is one less keyboard man in the world. Najire-chan shook his head and said, this may be a good thing, but I always feel very guilty. After all, he disappeared after arguing with me. If I didn't post that post, maybe he would not disappear. Yes. With Etsuha, do you think Nomu has really been wiped out? Advertisement: impossible, Etsuha said decisively. Nomu is just a group of pioneers. This Nomu splitting ability is too invincible, and fools will gather them together and be discarded by a nest. Moreover, the behind-the-scenes existence of the enemy alliance has not completely died. The guy called the Doctor by All for One, even Etsuha doesn't know what he is capable of, and what is the ability to cooperate with All for One. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But the obvious point is that the opponent is not a fool. If the goal is the same as Shigaraki Tamura, it is to subvert society, then the other party will definitely have a backhand, which is obvious. Sure enough. Najire-chan's expression dimmed and worried. When these Nomu come back again, I am afraid that the official will not have the power to fight anymore. Yeah. Etsuha nodded. Now, Etsuha. Najire-chan looked at Etsuha seriously. You can do it, right? Ask for flowers? Yes. Etsuha still answered simply. What are you looking at? Etsuha insisted. Awe is shy. Najire-chan whispered into Etsuha's ear like a little devil. Najire-chan blinked and stared at Etsuha lightly with amber-like eyes. After a while, Etsuha pretended to avoid the beginning. Advertisement: Etsuha. Upon seeing this, Najire-chan leaned forward again and stared at Etsuha again. When his eyes collided, Etsuha's face was red again. Etsuha was a bit speechless, but when she saw the elder sister acting stupidly in front of her, she couldn't help but feel a little funny. It's just that there is a way, not that it can be realized immediately. I guess this plan needs at least a large number of heroes' help. I'm just a criminal, and no one supports it. Even if I want to complete this plan, it's impossible. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. I will definitely support you, Najire-chan promised, patting his own. Najire-chan looked at Etsuha seriously, and Yue. Etsuha added, the important thing is the number of people. Najire-chan's eyes lit up and the corner of his mouth twitched. I know, tell me more specifically? Stingy. Talk about it. No way. Etsuha was silent for a while, and then nodded. Besides, Nomu hasn't appeared yet, it's not the time. Huh? Were you shy just now? Najire-chan suddenly gave a sly smile. 0. Impossible. When? Chapter 264 Nomu rushing out of defense. Bang. With a loud noise, a Nomu suddenly rushed out of the encirclement of heroes. The consequences of this were disastrous. Nomu came to the side of the first batch of heroes and forced a punch against the huge firepower. Although he was torn apart by the firepower of heroes, the wind pressure of that punch smashed the entire team. The lineup broke up, and after that, a few Nomu jumped out of it. Seeing this scene, the team leader hurriedly shouted behind him, I can't hold it here, go back to the second line of defense. However, there were too many Nomu, dozens of them rushed up together, and the firepower of heroes could not be suppressed at all. In just a few seconds, they were all dissipated by Nomu. Several heroes reacted a step slowly, Nomu's palms slapped their bodies, and as the quirk broke out, they were directly broken down into powder and scattered in the air. Hero's combat power dropped sharply, but at this moment, the evil Terminator suddenly stood up from behind, half of his body turned into ice, and his eyes were red. With a big wave of his hand, an iceberg rose from the ground and instantly froze his eyes. Most of Nomu. Take advantage of it now, he shouted. Several energy bombs fell from the sky, rolled down beside Nomu, and then exploded suddenly. Those Nomu were directly torn into pieces. It's dangerous. The crime Terminator breathed a sigh of relief, cold sweat gradually oozing on his forehead. Almost, these Nomu are about to rush out. Fortunately, Nomu's intelligence level is not high. Even with a powerful quirk, he can't use it freely. This provides him with great convenience. By copying Nomu's quirk, he can do 1 to 3 or even more. It's not that the evil Terminator is guarding here, I am afraid the number of Nomu has already increased to a certain extent. But what he didn't notice was that there was still a Nomu that was not restrained by the ice. It smashed the ice layer, jumped, and bounced directly to a place hundreds of meters away. When everyone hadn't recovered from it, ran directly towards the city center. Seeing this scene, the evil Terminator was shocked, and hurriedly said, there's the center of Tokyo, stop it. Advertisement, damn it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The surrounding heroes also screamed secretly, this guy actually became cunning. Dozens of people took the initiative to pursue Nomu, but Nomu's speed was much faster than they thought. After a few flashes, he had already arrived in the Edogawa district of Tokyo and stepped on the ground. Boom! Nomu's feet shook, attracting most of the eyes of the street. F*K. What is that? Cuz. This dress seems to be Nomu. No, didn't it mean that it has been cleaned up? What are you doing in a daze? Run away. Where's the heroes? The crowd was startled. The image of Nomu has appeared on TV several times. Many people remembered this monster with a characteristic appearance, so it is not difficult to recognize it at a glance. But what many people can't believe is that something like Nomu will actually show up around them, which is the busiest Tokyo. Roar! Until this time, the pursuit team could not be able to catch up. A group of 3 surrounded Nomu in different directions. One person first stood up, with countless silk threads stretched out in his hand, tied Nomu's limbs, and then the other took out the rocket launcher and ejected rockets towards Nomu, following the shells. It was in Nomu's body, and the whole Nomu was completely torn apart. Fiasco. Nomu raised his head and roared, and when he raised his hand, he directly destroyed a building with brute force. Advertisement, finally got at 723. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. The tense nerves of the 3 people relaxed a little, but when they saw the damage Nomu had caused, they took a breath at the same time. What? The fist wind is like an air cannon, directly crushing an entire area, and the building is penetrated like paper. It is even more difficult for ordinary pedestrians to withstand this force. The body is smashed into pieces, like an ant that has been destroyed. The street suddenly became bloody. Seeing this scene, countless people screamed, and their miserable voices suddenly echoed in the Edo River. Nomu is here. The 3 looked at each other, and they all understood what each other meant. The official was defeated. The number of deaths and injuries exceeded at least 50 people. This is just one Nomu running out. If there are 2 Nomu, I am afraid we will die here too. They had a hunch when they chased Nomu. Once Nomu produces a lot of damage, it is impossible to keep things hidden. The existence of these Nomu will directly impact the country. At that time, the official credit will be completely collapsed, and the entire society will be destroyed. Turmoil. What did the police do? Didn't they evacuate the people around? Why are there so many people here? The street was smashed by bricks, and the pedestrians immediately flee with their heads, but Nomu's instinct seemed to be left with destruction and killing. It struck out in a crowded direction with all its strength, and the wind pressure immediately formed a cannonball and ran into it. Bang! Edogawa was destroyed to such an extent. I am afraid that Nomu's secret cannot be kept at all. Chapter 265 Foreign support. Nomu's raging incident in Edogawa district caused an uproar on the internet in less than a few tens of minutes. When a photographer posted the losses and tragedies caused by Nomu on the video website, the comment area of the entire video exploded. Didn't it mean that Nomu was emptied? What caused this? At Heroes Guanfang administration. This. Edogawa is also too miserable. It is said that at least dozens of people have died. The most worrying thing happened. It is said that this type of Nomu is like a cockroach. If there is one, there will be countless ones. I don't know if it is true. Nomu hasn't died yet, so what is the point of sacrificing UA? F*K. This is too scary, right? Tokyo, as the most prosperous place in the country, has the largest number of heroes, but it is the first city to have such a vicious incident. Does it mean that the situation in the country is almost out of control, but we civilians don't know? That's it? If the Nomu problem is not resolved, the society will probably be over. What about All Might? If it's All Might, you can solve such a guy with one punch. Trash official, come out and get beaten. At the beginning, everyone was just ridiculing. After all, it had just happened. No one knew the details yet. Neither the Rhythm Party nor the Follower Party appeared. Many people were still rational. However, when various videos were released one after another, but there was no official movement, some people suddenly became anxious. In such a crisis situation, the government actually doesn't stand up to refute the rumors? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Advertisement. Not only did it not, the major official blogs all seemed to be pretending to be dead at this time. No matter how they would not give any response. This made people panic. What are the officials doing? Could it be true? At Heroes Guanfang Guanliju. I started to panic. What would it be like if Nomu were spread all over the country? If this is the case, I'm afraid we won't have any strength to protect ourselves. A user with an anonymous ID posted a video in Nico Nico with the title, "The Truth About the Nomu Incident, We Were All Deceived by the Authorities." As soon as the video was released, it attracted countless attention. In the video, the user wears a mask and can't see his face clearly. Even the voice is processed, and he gets to the point from the beginning. Hello everyone, I am a Tokyo resident. I was not far away when Nomu attacked Edogawa. I saw Nomu rushed out of the development area and killed many people. It immediately followed 3 heroes to stop Nomu. After that, I suspected that the so-called development area might be tricky, so I took advantage of the chaos and touched it in, and found this scene. Nomu was not dead at all. He turned the camera around and zoomed in continuously, and finally he could see a very shocking battle scene. Countless heroes formed troops and were fighting against Nomu. At the feet of those heroes, there were countless corpses of Nomu. The video was short, and the user who took the video didn't comment much, and hurriedly left after capturing such a shot. However, this kind of picture caused an uproar again. Although the enlarged picture is blurred, the battle scene cannot be faked. It is the real Nomu. Some netizens said at the moment. In that case, we suddenly planned a large development zone here. There was loud noise every day. JC told us that explosives were used to develop high hardness ore, and many people were evacuated. Think about it, it really isn't that simple. We also have a similar development zone here, but many people have been demolished for this reason, so they didn't pursue anything. I will go over and take a look now. There is definitely something we don't know in there. F*K. We also have similar development zones here. As various comments continued to erupt, the news that Nomu was not dead for a while spread across the country like a virus. From the small marketing account to the big news media, all these things are reported. Advertisement. Soon after this, another shocking news came out. 5 Nomu appeared in Osaka at the same time, destroying 1/3 of the city, and the death toll was close to 1,000. This news seemed to overwhelm the last life-saving straw. For a time, the whole country began to panic. At this time, the official finally stood up and posted a related sentence. China and the United States have requested the support of heroes. Japan is not a quirk powerhouse. In fact, the world's first quirk owner was born in China. It was a baby who was born to shine. Since then, society has been isolated from the past, and more people have quirks, also getting stronger and stronger, until finally completely replaced ordinary people without quirk. And if we compare the strengths of countries, China is undoubtedly the top of the world, Zhao does. It's just that this kind of news is obviously not very useful. The official announcement at this time not only did not receive any support, but ushered in a lot of curses. Diaresis the garbage official, Osaka is gone. You are called support now? Go to hell. This is really the most shameless thing I have ever seen. The shameful guy, even suicide is not enough to make up for the current loss. The situation is irretrievable. What's the use of support? It has evolved into a war between humans and Nomu. If the supporters are also defeated, I'm afraid other countries will drop nuclear bombs here, right? Emigrate now. 8 Chapter 266 Yu Takeyama. Nomu's situation is getting worse. Even if foreign countries came to support, it did not help the situation. In less than 3 days, half of Tokyo was breached by Nomu, and the officials had to retreat and continue to defend. Then, Hokkaido and Osaka were also breached. The number of Nomu has increased to about 50,000, and the problem has become so serious that it cannot be solved. After that, the officials continued to use large-scale destruction weapons to try to clean up all of Nomu. However, in the end, apart from temporarily delaying the growth of Nomu, it had no effect at all. The number of Nomu is still growing, and more. A large number of buildings were destroyed by Nomu. Schools and major companies have been unable to operate normally. As for the large-scale transportation, all the transportation systems are in a state of paralysis, and the normal structure of society has completely collapsed. Nowadays, most human beings are concentrated in a safe area, and the remaining places have been occupied by Nomu, which cannot accommodate normal people. 130 However, even if there is still a lot of space for human life, because the transportation system is paralyzed, all prices have started to rise wildly. It is no longer possible to buy food with simple money. Most of the food is distributed evenly, and few people can eat it full. Etsuha was in such a society. When he saw the pale faces, the corners of his mouth were slightly curled up, as if he was sneering. I really asked for it. The collapse of society is a good thing for Etsuha, which means that no one will be able to continue to pay attention to his status as a fugitive, and will be able to live more unscrupulously. It can be said that Etsuha has no sense of the current state of society. He has no plans to shoot at all. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Advertisement. It may be cold-blooded, but this is the dark thoughts in Etsuha's heart. Seeing the gradual collapse of the society, he has a vague sense of joy. This is what these people asked for. If you believe him earlier, how could it end like this? The so-called stupidity refers to these people. However, at this moment, Etsuha suddenly saw a familiar figure mingling in the crowd, carefully helping one of her hero's friends with bandages. That person is Etsuha's older sister, Yu Takeyama. Yu Takeyama didn't notice Etsuha's gaze. After treating the wounds of the people around her, she hesitated and said, Shazi, how is the situation ahead? The girl called Shazi said helplessly, it can't support it anymore. The power of heroes can hardly compete with those Nomu. Now the official has opened the quirk permission. As long as it is a powerful quirk, you can participate in the battle with Nomu unconditionally. Go in. I'll go too. Yu Takeyama clenched his fist. You're crazy, Shazi said with wide-eyed eyes. It is so dangerous there. You are not heroes now. There is no need to go and die. And are you waiting for your brother to come back? If something happens, it's probably never see him again. Yu Takeyama had already resigned from the hero's career before, so he is not heroes now. BCFB, but after hearing Chako's words, she just shook her head and said, it's not Chako like this. Etsuha told me before that he likes heroes, not heroes. I just quit the hero's career. That's it, but I still consider myself a hero's. Hearing this sentence, Etsuha's heart was faintly moved. He did say this before. Professional heroes are not the same as real heroes. The former is just a certificate, or it represents a person's heart. Advertisement. In the past, Etsuha also dreamed that he would become the heroes of salvation for a while, but just gave up for a while because of the quirk problem. Now he has this ability, but the change of mentality makes it difficult for Etsuha to raise his mind to help others. But after hearing Yu Takeyama's words, Etsuha was relieved. All you need to do is to be yourself. Why care about others' perspectives? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but walk behind Yu Takeyama with some relief, showing the same smile as before. Let me come. The familiar voice made Yu Takeyama's body tremble slightly. She turned her head in disbelief. After seeing the familiar face, her eyes were a little moist, but she still smiled and said, Welcome back, Etsuha. Sorry, Etsuha said seriously, it's too dangerous to go out and deal with Nomu. Let me come. Do you have a way? Shazi asked in surprise. She knew this boy, and she used to watch Yu Takeyama with him when she was a child. Over time, Chako also met Etsuha, and she was very familiar with Etsuha. But she didn't expect that, but hadn't seen it in a year or two. Etsuha had changed so much, as if it had suddenly grown a lot. Yes. Etsuha nodded, it's up to me next, I'll fix these Nomus. After speaking, he walked towards the place where Shiji High School is now. Chapter 267 Change the power of quirk. In fact, the entire area is owned by Shiji High School. The situation here is similar to the previous UA. It is a place with a large number of defense systems. It is a defensive zone that is very easy to defend. With a large number of heroes concentrated here, Nomu is difficult to attack. When I came in, I used it as a temporary shelter for many people. Shiji High School also stopped classes due to Nomu's problem, but because the school has a large number of professional heroes tutors, the current treatment is very good. It is considered the most crowded and most stable place in this area. Walking to the middle of the school, Etsuha quickly saw some familiar faces, including Midoriya, Izuku. In front of a few people, there were a few Shiji High School teachers who were chatting with them. I can see that the teachers' look is very exhausted. In the past few days, many people have been forcibly sent to the front line of the battle against Nomu, and their teachers are no exception. However, this forced participation in the war had a counterproductive effect. After seeing the horror of Nomu, almost everyone fell into a state of despair, among which there were even heroes who had escaped. In this kind of quirk era, it is almost impossible for those who flee to be killed. Their strength is strong enough to resist these, so there is no official way for those who flee, and in the end the plan to force participation in the war has to be stopped. Seeing these people, Etsuha walked over and said, "Excuse me, I want to discuss something with you." "Hey, you guy." Bakugo Katsuki subconsciously wanted to squirt, but when he heard the familiar voice, he turned his head abruptly and widened his eyes and said, "Shina? Etsuha." Midoriya Izuku recognized Etsuha immediately, and cried out unexpectedly. "Who is he?" The instructor of Shiji High School looked at Etsuha in confusion, but after looking carefully, his face changed quickly, and he warned. "It is the legendary Shina Etsuha, please be careful." Legend, Etsuha had a black line on his face. He didn't expect that he would become a so-called legend, but there was no other reaction. Instead, he looked at his former classmate Yue. "I can solve Nomu, but I need your help." "What?" Advertisement. The faces of everyone change. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The instructor of Shiji High School is even more silent. He has seen the terrible Nomu with his own eyes. It is something that even the strong foreign heroes can't solve, and Shina Etsuha keeps saying that he has a solution? This made him have to look at Etsuha again, and wondered, "Are you serious?" Etsuha glanced at him, and then said, "Call other classmates and come with me. I will show you my methods." Teacher Shiji is still hesitating. Midoriya Izuku and Bakugo Katsuki have already started to call others. "Wait a minute." Teacher Shiji hurriedly stopped Midoriya Izuku when he saw this. "What is your relationship with him? Is he credible? This is a fugitive. You haven't seen each other for so long, will he get rid of him? You guys?" Before he finished speaking, Midoriya Izuku interrupted, "Etsuha saved our class. He is not a fugitive, he is the real heroes." His words are absolutely believable. Bakugo Katsuki glanced at the teacher and left without saying much. "Is it credible?" The instructor looked at the back of the two of them, murmured a few times, and then gritted his teeth fiercely. "Since it is credible, then I will report it." In normal times, he would definitely dismiss the words of a few people. However, the current situation is extraordinary, and the contact with these students of UA has not been long, but he is also willing to believe what the child said and is willing to tell Shina Etsuha about Shina Etsuha. At the top, try to get more help, ask for flowers. The other side, advertisement. The former Class A classmates have now stood in front of Etsuha. When they saw Etsuha, some people first let out an exclamation, and some people became cautious and felt that Etsuha was a little strange. However, Etsuha's attitude has not changed, it is still the same as before, which makes many people feel relieved. 0. If you don't say much, I'll just get to the point. Etsuha glanced at the crowd, and said word by word. "I have a way to change the quirk." What? Hearing this, everyone including Midoriya Izuku was shocked. "Wait, change the quirk? I heard it right?" Ida Tenya was shocked. Shoto Todoroki, who was originally surprised at what Etsuha could do, was also surprised. "Change the quirk? There is such a method? Oh my god, this. What is going on? Can any quirk be changed?" Everyone present was surprised. Quirk is a natural thing. This will cause some people to take the hero's exam, and some people can only have no chance with heroes no matter what. It can be said that the quirk at birth restricts everything and determines the growth of this person. However, Etsuha actually has the power to change the quirk, which is almost equivalent to changing a person's destiny. "Yes, as long as it is the quirk I have seen, it can be changed," Etsuha said here, even glanced at Midoriya Izuku, including All for One. Chapter 268 Aoyama Yuga. What? Midoriya Izuku seemed to be told the secret in his heart, and he was shocked. Even All for One can be copied? The so-called All for One is exactly the strongest opponent All Might has said before, and even All Might is extremely afraid of existence. The information about All for One has actually been in the news. Many people know how terrifying his quirk is, and because of this, Etsuha's words have caused such a big disturbance. "No, what kind of ability is this? Is it too abnormal?" Minataishi said incredulously. In fact, even if everyone believes in Etsuha no matter how much, what he said is too exaggerated. The All for One of the enemy alliance is the strongest quirk known so far. All quirks can be extracted and used. It can be seen how powerful it is, which is almost the quirk ceiling that everyone can imagine. But now Etsuha tells them that he can let everyone have this quirk, which is just like a dream. That's it. Etsuha had expected their reaction a long time ago and didn't explain too much. He cut directly to the topic. "I have seen many quirks, the most powerful of which is the revision of the decomposer. He can turning everything into powder in an instant. It can also restore the damaged things to their original state in an instant. Even the dead can be reversed. If the person who has this quirk exceeds a certain level, even if Nomu's physique is powerful, it is just you will die if you touch it. At the same time, even if you are injured by Nomu, you are twisted into powder by the opponent. As long as someone around you has a renovation quirk, you can instantly restore it to its original state. It can be said that as long as you have this quirk, you are immortal." When Etsuha said here, a group of people were already wide-eyed, unbelievable. There is such a quirk? Shoto Todoroki's pupils shrank. This way, doesn't it mean that any attack will be neutralized to him? As long as he touches his hand, there is no solution. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Advertisement. Compared with this kind of quirk, it's more scary for Shina to change the quirk at will. I finally understand why he can be so perverted. It turns out that he has this kind of power. Kirishima Eijiro vomited. Does anyone want to come up and try it? Let me talk about it first. A person can only have one quirk. It is impossible to have the second quirk. Your body cannot withstand the combined power of the two quirks, then will make you Nomu. Etsuha looked at everyone. The students in Class A flinched. Changing the quirk is too terrible. Although some people's quirks are not very practical, they are born from birth and have been with them for more than 10 years. If they lose it like this, it is still very difficult. Reluctant, it's like abandoning one's best friend. But not everyone has this idea. Aoyama Yuga looked left and looked again, and found that no one came forward, so he was the first to summon the courage and say, "Let me try it." Aoyama. Midoriya Izuku looked at him in surprise. Aoyama Yuga has always been very narcissistic. From the beginning of school, he always admires himself and thinks that he is a perfect existence, but he did not expect him to be at this time. Abandoning one's own quirk directly, this is really unexpected. It's very unexpected. Aoyama Yuga smiled bitterly. Actually, after I came to UA, I realized that my strength is nothing compared to you. The power of the laser launched is not very powerful, and I will have diarrhea if I use it too much. I thought I was very strong, but seeing your growth, I was actually very unwilling. Whether it's a classmate, Bakugo, or Midoriya, your quirks are too strong. Maybe you don't need to change this time, but if I follow the usual methods, I will never catch up with you all my life. I'm sorry everyone, I have been jealous of you all the time. After saying these words, Aoyama Yuga seemed relieved, and the smile on his face relaxed a little. I want to believe Shina, try it. Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo Katsuki's eyes flickered slightly. They have been excellent since they were young. After experiencing the environment of the stars holding the moon, they rarely care about other people's thoughts, and they all think that their quirk is the most powerful. However, Aoyama Yuga's words made them feel jealous for the first time. Aoyama Yuga's words were like a thorn that pierced into their hearts. Advertisement. As for Midoriya Izuku, after hearing this sentence, there is a feeling of resonance. Without quirk, how envious of his classmates with quirk. That kind of envy once evolved into jealousy, which made him have some dangerous thoughts, and even subtly changed Midoriya Izuku's character. If he hadn't met All Might, I'm afraid he can only live the same life as ordinary people now. It can be said that Midoriya Izuku understands Aoyama Yuga's ideas very well, but he already has the strongest quirk, so there is no need to change anything. You are brave. Etsuha rarely praised him when he saw Aoyama Yuga approaching. Sina, can you change to 1 for AL 0.3L? Aoyama Yuga thought enviously. Yes, it's just that your current physical fitness can't bear 1 for all. Etsuha glanced at him and explained, the role of force is mutual. When you get 1 for all, you have to withstand that powerful impact. Every time you punch, your body will be torn apart. All for 1 may be better, but this kind of quirk needs to collect a lot of quirks, which is not applicable at this stage. Well, please give me our refurbishment, Aoyama Yuga said firmly. Okay. Etsuha's eyes suddenly changed into Sharingan state. Chapter 269 changed the horror of quirk. I found a possible way to deal with Nomu. At the other end, the mentor from Shiji High School came to the National Heroes Unit in Shiji High School and said this paragraph with a breath. Are you serious? Where did you know it? The few people in the lead stood up together. Their voices were extremely excited. And the one standing at the forefront is the evil Terminator. Nomu's affairs have completely defeated his plan. In the face of Nomu, who is constantly copying himself, all his troops have been defeated, and there is no chance of comeback. Now he heard that there is a way to defeat Nomu, and he almost jumped up. As a strong man, very powerful, and can compete with All Might, Shiji High School's instructor said. He didn't dare to say Etsuha's name. He used his toes to think and knew that Sin Terminator and Shina Etsuha were not dealt with, and they would fight if they didn't deal with it. As long as the evil Terminator goes to 12 Etsuha, things will be easier after that. Even if the two fight together, it will be fine. He believes in Shina Etsuha's abilities. There will be such a strong person? One person was surprised. Not everyone will become heroes. It is not surprising that someone with the same strength as All Might appears. The evil Terminator did not doubt what the mentor said, and pondered for a moment. Where is the other party now? The instructor immediately replied. In the training room of Shiji High School, come with me. The evil Terminator glanced at each other, and the teachers of Shiji High School were still trustworthy on the whole, and their strength was strong, so there was no need to worry about Villain's trap, so they followed with confidence. Advertisement. In the past, it was difficult for Etsuha to directly complete the task of changing the quirk. The main reason was physical strength. Physical limitations could easily cause him to run out of energy before the genetic change was completed. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. However, after having the physical strength of Might Guy, Etsuha's physical strength is no longer a problem, and he can easily complete the task of quirk transformation. With the support of huge physical strength, Aoyama Yuga quickly got a new quirk without any discomfort, which surprised him. That's it. Aoyama Yuga looked at his hands in disbelief. He did feel that there was a kind of power converging on his hands, but he felt a little unreal. He originally thought the transformation process was a painful thing, but he didn't expect it to be so simple. Well, it's done. Etsuha nodded and said, you can try the new quirk now. The place where they are located is the training ground of Shiji High School, surrounded by a large number of rocks for practice. The purpose of Etsuha's selection here is to enable people who have acquired the new quirk to experiment with their abilities. That's right, Aoyama, let's try if your previous laser quirk can be released. Minataishi suddenly shouted. Others were also very interested in the current Aoyama Yuga and nodded one after another. Aoyama Yuga focused his thoughts on his belly as usual. In the past, through this method, he could easily feel a stream of heat, and then sprayed out from the belly button, and finally formed a laser. But this time, Aoyama Yuga didn't feel anything. My quirk disappeared. Although this situation had been expected a long time ago, Aoyama Yuga was still very surprised. With the disappearance of the previous quirk, he seemed to have lost something important, and his mood was a little ups and downs for a while. However, Aoyama Yuga adjusted his condition quickly, took a deep breath, and walked to the huge rock in front of him. This stone is more than 20 meters high and it is huge and terrifying. In the past, it was only a place for people to stand. No one would even think about breaking this thing. This is too unrealistic. However, the moment Aoyama Yuga put his hands on the rock, the power of decomposition suddenly burst out, and the substance of the entire rock seemed to be resolved, and it broke into powder directly. Advertisement, what power is this? Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes suddenly widened. The 20-meter-high stone is exactly the same as a building. It is not an exaggeration to say that there are thousands of tons, let alone students, even the teachers of the entire Shiji High School and UA High School, 063, how many can crush it? Almost none. This is no longer something simple power can do, but the previous Aoyama Yuga did it simply. At this moment, everyone's eyes on Etsuha have changed. What a terrifying quirk is this? It's really scary. This is what I did. Aoyama Yuga still feels a little illusory about the situation in front of him. Such a solid stone, he is just a thought, and he completely decomposes it. If this is an adult, would it not does it mean that he can completely kill him in one hit? No matter how strong the opponent's defense is, only one thought is needed. This is the power of quirk. It seems to be a success. Etsuha smiled. At this moment, a lot of professional heroes suddenly appeared outside the door, the leader of which was the evil Terminator. Chapter 270 Quirk Gap. Shina Etsuha. Seeing the young man standing in front of him, the eyes of the evil Terminator first condensed, then he looked suspiciously at the Shiji High School instructor beside him. Shina Etsuha's first name should be very loud, almost a name that is like a thunderous ear. This person shouldn't be unknown. Thinking about this, the behavior of the other party deliberately hiding Shina Etsuha's name is somewhat intriguing. However, the evil Terminator doesn't think Shina Etsuha can beat him. After seeing the opponent, he said calmly, "Is this the strong one you call it? If you don't give me a proper reason, I think you should know the consequences." The way to defeat Nomu is Shina Etsuha. The instructor squeezed his sweat secretly, but said loudly, "I believe the student's choice. If Shina Etsuha's method is really useful, I hope you can give him the greatest support." HMPH, then you have to look at his methods. The evil Terminator snorted coldly, then looked at Shina Etsuha. "I heard you have a way to defeat Nomu?" Etsuha frowned and glanced at Shiji High School's instructor. He understood what was going on. This tutor's original intention should be good, but Etsuha doesn't like people like the evil Terminator. His arrival can be said to be unnecessary, not to mention that this guy's tone is even more irritating, even with Etsuha's tone. Get up bad. Yes, so what? Oh, really interesting guy. Although I don't know the situation, this boy should be your work. The evil Terminator pointed to Aoyama Yuga and said. As the captain of the National Army, he has a keen sense of observation. Even if Etsuha doesn't say anything, but based on the reactions and eyes of the people around him, the evil Terminator can immediately determine that Aoyama Yuga is the success of Shina Etsuha's plan. Etsuha's eyes moved slightly, and he was a little surprised at the observability of the evil Terminator. Just listen to the evil Terminator indifferently. It seems that this is the case. Give me the information of that young man. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Advertisement heroes immediately found Aoyama Yuga's information and placed it in front of the evil Terminator. Aoyama Yuga. He is the ability to use the belly button to release lasers. What effect can such a useless quirk play? I didn't expect UA would also recruit such a guy in. The evil Terminator sees Aoyama Yuga's information and endures it. Can't help but sneer. You fellow, show me respect when you speak. Bakugo Katsuki threatened with a fist. Why is Aoyama's quirk weak? You don't know him at all. Ida Tenya also shouted. He just hasn't developed his own quirk yet. Kaminari Denki was also not convinced. Everyone was very angry at the words of the evil Terminator, but Aoyama Yuga showed a bleak expression. He could not deny the words of the evil Terminator. Compared with other people's quirk, his laser belly button was really useless. Regardless of explosive power or continuous ability, there are obvious shortcomings. The biggest effect is to block the line of sight with lasers. Other effects are almost no. It is precisely because of this that he will be the first to stand up and want to change his quirk. It seems that I still know how wasteful my quirk is. The evil Terminator didn't care about Bakugo Katsuki's words. He didn't care about children, but at the same time, he thought it was necessary for these people to realize what is called so-called powerful. Heatwind. The evil Terminator shouted to his side. An ordinary hero stepped forward. This is my hero's gust wind, which is different from your trash quirk. He is an absolute power quirk powerhouse, the yellow-haired one. You just said let me show respect. Yes, but respect is established. In the case of equal strength, you might as well try. Can you beat my men? The evil Terminator said jokingly towards Bakugo Katsuki. Who is afraid of whom? Advertisement. Bakugo Katsuki shouted angrily. Wait. Midoriya Izuku felt a great pressure from the heroes named Hayate, and he was a little out of breath. Diaresis, an adult dealing with a student is too despicable, right? Well, that's right. The evil Terminator actually agreed with Midoriya Izuku's words, and said seriously. Then you can go together and try if you can beat Hayate. That Aoyama Yuga should stay first, don't let me disappointed. Smelly for a long time, don't be nosy. Bakugo Katsuki looked at Midoriya Izuku grumpily. Midoriya is right. This person is very strong, you can't beat him alone. Shoto Todoroki solemnly looked at the blast in front of him. Let's go together, maybe it's safer. Yeah, with so many people in our class, can we still beat him? Ida Tenya pushed his glasses. Etsuha stood by, silently watching the battle between the two sides. For him, there is no problem with the evil Terminator's approach. These, Wang Hao, students are still too naive after all, and they actually believe that hard work can make them stronger. He does not deny the power brought about by hard work. Tong Million is a successful example. However, the reason why the passage of Million is successful is that his quirk has a very high upper limit. If it is replaced with Hagakure Toru's quirk, no matter how hard he works, he can only make his body shine. This is the gap brought by quirk. Now their quirks are not developed enough, and the gap is not big enough, but the signs have been revealed. The upper quirks represented by Shoto Todoroki, Midoriya Izuku, and Bakugo Katsuki will directly crush the rest of the class. This gap will only widen, and eventually become a moat. Let's do it together. Seeing the gust of wind coming, Shoto Todoroki said. Chapter 271 completely defeated. The gust of wind in front of him was not fast, even if his physical fitness was within the normal range. Midoriya Izuku instantly noticed this. Seeing the speed of the gust of wind, Midoriya Izuku immediately said, his speed and strength are within the normal range, I will contain him first. Be careful, Shoto Todoroki said from the side. Midoriya Izuku nodded, and then covered 1 for all 5% all over his body. The speed was abruptly faster than others, and he went straight to the side of Hayate. Ah, this kind of overpowering kid again. Hayate's mouth sighed, but his eyes completely captured all Midoriya Izuku's movements. His movements were still unpleasant, but his arms suddenly change, like there is a layer of invisible power that puts a barrier on his arm and becomes extremely strong. Bang! Midoriya Izuku kicked it, but was stunned to find that his foot seemed to hit an iron plate. 5% of 1 for AL807L did not cause any damage to the opponent, but the shock on the foot was extremely painful. His quirk is so weird. A thought came to Midoriya Izuku's mind, and he wanted to run away immediately. However, it was too late at this time. Before he backed away, Haifeng's wrist had already grabbed his ankle with ease and then tugged. Midoriya Izuku suddenly fell from midair and was hit hard on the concrete floor. What? There was a loud noise from his body, and Midoriya Izuku screamed. This blow at least shattered his bones somewhere, and even his internal organs might be injured. Midoriya. F*K. What just happened? His strength is far stronger than we saw. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but shrink their pupils. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. This is the real professional heroes. It's just one blow. Midoriya Izuku, BCEC, who can rank in the top 3 in the class, is defeated like this, and they haven't even seen what happened. Don't worry, this is just a test. I won't kill you. Hayate glanced at Midoriya Izuku, who couldn't stand under her feet, and said lightly. Besides, if you can't bear this kind of injury, don't yell at me, heroes. Don't underestimate us, bastards, Kirishima Eijiro screamed. His whole body became very strong, and he rushed directly towards the opponent. I am carrying his attack, you take the opportunity to attack. This guy seems to have no time to delay, just do as he said. Bakugo Katsuki immediately followed, with both hands behind him. The explosive force erupted continuously, forming a thruster, moving in the air at super high speed. Behind him was Shoto Todoroki. Under the action of the cold quirk, Shoto Todoroki formed a large ice crystal in front of Shoto Todoroki, trying to seal the action of the gusty wind, but the ice crystal extended to a certain extent, as if by invisible force. It's the same as resisting, unable to take a step forward. Take me a punch. Kirishima Eijiro had already arrived in front of Hayate, his sturdy body punched with all his strength. Hayate's eyes did not change, his hands seemed to have an invisible power. One palm easily caught Kirishima Eijiro's attack, and then with a fierce kick, the burst of power actually cracked Kirishima Eijiro's body. Hiss! Kirishima Eijiro sucked in pain, and instantly withdrew from the petrified state. At this moment, Hayate had seized the opportunity and kicked him in the head. Boom! Kirishima Eijiro was also kicked out and plunged to the ground, almost breathing out. What is this guy quirk? Bakugo Katsuki was shocked. I didn't expect Kirishima Eijiro with such a strong defense force to be unable to survive even 2 seconds. What is the difference between going up and going to death at this time? But as soon as I was about to turn around, I saw that the gust of wind had rushed up, raised his hand, and a violent wind blew out of the sky immediately, and Bakugo Katsuki was blown down from the sky. Advertisement, behind. Shoto Todoroki was dizzy when he saw that Bakugo Katsuki had been blown, and quickly reminded him. His voice was still too slow, and after such a delay, Bakugo Katsuki was also killed in seconds, without any hesitation. You should be the strongest among them. Hayate has been resolved. Bakugo Katsuki came to Shoto Todoroki and said, Quirk is good, with great potential. Upon hearing this, Bakugo Katsuki only felt as if something had been cut on his body. The next moment, his shoulder suddenly cracked a huge gap, and then spouted a burst of blood. But it's still too weak. After Haifeng finished speaking, he has already entered the unsuspecting crowd of students in Class A. Although their strength is not weak, in front of the wind, like ordinary people without any means, the scene once formed a slaughter. Too fast. In less than a minute, everyone in Class A was completely defeated. From start to finish, even the clothes of Haifeng didn't even touch them, and they all fell into a stage of being unable to move. The evil Terminator had long expected this result. He walked up to Bakugo Katsuki, looked at him with a hideous expression, and laughed. Did you see it? This is the gap between the quirks. Efforts determine your growth. Speed, but the quirk determines your upper limit. I said his quirk is rubbish, what are your objections? Crunch, Bakugo Katsuki clenched his fists, but this time he did not continue to refute. This is the gap brought by quirk, they're completely defeated. Chapter 272 Aoyama Yuga played, how could the gap be so big? Seeing all the people in Class A lying on the ground, Midoriya Izuku couldn't help squeezing his fists. This situation made him desperate, and the opponent's quirk was elusive. They were defeated all without thinking of effective tactics for a while, and it was still in the form of crushing, which made him very unwilling. This is the different upper limit between different quirks. Hayate explained on the side, and then stretched out his left arm with some tiny wounds on it. Actually, I was not unscathed. Your attack power at the beginning was far stronger than I thought. One blow hurt me, who is not an amplification quirk. If there are more quirks like you, even me, it will also be very embarrassing. However, at the same level, if it is a more rubbish quirk, such as the boy with a big tail, his attack power will not be any threat to me, and the tape sprayer will also want to become a rubbish quirk. Elite heroes. You think too much, which top hero's quirk is not the top in a certain field? Like your well-mannered quirk, in the end, it can only be replaced by someone else and then surpassed. The words made Ojiro Mashirao on the side stunned, and his expression dimmed. His quirk is a huge tail behind him. It seems to be powerful, but in fact it has no advantage compared to others. The only thing that can be praised is coordination, but this advantage has no effect at all. As for other people's quirks, not to mention, most of them are quirks that are difficult to function, such as Hagakure Toru's invisibility. Her invisibility ability is useless when wearing clothes. Or Ashido Mina's acid, no matter how strong her acid is, the hit rate is still a problem. Moreover, acid is not too powerful, it takes a lot of time to dissolve a piece of meat. Use this to attack people, maybe not as happy as a sword. There are too many such problems in Class A. On the other hand, Minatoishi's grape quirk seems useless at first glance, but its robust control ability appears to be more prominent, which is considered to be a more useful type. Hearing the words of Haifeng, the faces of several people were not very good, but even if they wanted to refute, they couldn't find any good reason for a while. The other party was right. Their quirk was indeed worse than Shoto Todoroki by more than one level. Advertisement. The chat time is over, let me see how good you are, Aoyama Yuga. Hayate looked at Aoyama Yuga. I think you should understand how useless your previous quirk is. Now it is. If you still want to give up, maybe there is still time. Aoyama, don't fight him, Kirishima Eijiro said angrily. This guy just wants to teach you a lesson, and then embarrass Shina. Our group can't beat him, and letting you singled out will be a death. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It's true, this guy is too insidious, Ida Tenya also said. This. Aoyama Yuga glanced at Etsuha embarrassedly. He was not sure whether he could beat the opponent or what the consequences would be if he lost. Because of this, he had a mentality to ask Etsuha for help. It's okay for me to say a few words to him, it's a familiar new ability, Etsuha said suddenly. Yes. The evil Terminator on the side agreed for Haifeng. Etsuha came to Aoyama Yuga and said a few words casually, and then Aoyama Yuga's face changed. His expression was a little horrified. No way, so strong? Of course, as long as you have this quirk, you are immortal, Etsuha said. Ask for flowers. Then. I'll try my best. Aoyama Yuga was a little excited, his face flushed a little. At first, he just thought that his attack power had become stronger, but he didn't expect this quirk to have this kind of use method. As long as he used it well, then he would be invincible. This phenomenon really surprised Aoyama Yuga, and his heart began to beat fiercely. Is this a powerful feeling? Advertisement it's completely different from before? I promise to fight with you, Aoyama Yuga confidently stood up this time. No, Aoyama did he really agree? Kirishima Eijiro was surprised to see his performance. Ida Tenya shook his head. I don't know what Shina said to him, but looking at this situation, the prospects are worrying. Shoto Todoroki said, Shina may also be for us to see Aoyama's changes, but I think this method is too ill-considered. In any case, Aoyama has too little time to familiarize himself with his own quirk. Our quirk is only through training. At this point, the quirk he just got may be difficult to play. Midoriya Izuku also thinks Shoto Todoroki's analysis is good, and nodded helplessly. This is the next best thing. The courage is good. Haifeng's eyes have a little more appreciation. No matter what Shina Etsuha just said to him, having this courage to accept the challenge means that this guy has a good temperament, at least he has the consciousness of being a hero's. If you simply abstain from voting even if you dare not even challenge, it would be too low to make people want to see it. In that case, let's start. Hayate assumes a fighting pose, bends his knees slightly, and then bounces instantly. Chapter 273 Huge Drop. His strength is at least 10 times higher than before. The evil Terminator said in shock. Moreover, the practicality of this quirk is beyond imagination, offensive and defensive. I have never seen such a powerful quirk. What happened to him? What's up? Is this really Aoyama? Everyone in Class A was also shocked by Aoyama Yuga's performance. Shoto Todoroki looked incredulous. Obviously, his strength was one level weaker than ours before, so how come now? Kirishima Eijiro also looked dumbfounded. Aoyama is already much stronger than us now. Maybe my quirk is just as useless in his hands? Even Bakugo Katsuki's pupils contracted. This guy has become so strong? The strength of Aoyama Yuga increased by 12 liters too fast. If the previous laser belly button can only be said to be a little better than the general quirk, then the current, renovated, quirk is extremely powerful. It's like making a rocket directly, and it rises instantly. Even more frightening is that after accepting the new quirk, Aoyama Yuga now has no discomfort like Midoriya Izuku. This is entirely because of the characteristics of the renovation quirk, which can easily change any substance, including the body. The moment Aoyama Yuga recovers from his injury, he has also changed his body to a type that is compatible with the quirk. This is something that ONR for all will never do. Seeing the current Aoyama Yuga, Midoriya Izuku instantly felt a great sense of gap. At this moment, he suddenly realized that hard work is really not the whole world. As long as there is the strongest quirk, it can really surpass others easily. People. Not only him, but everyone in Class A began to change their minds imperceptibly under this scene. It seems that the results of the experiment are very good. Etsuha nodded slightly when he saw this scene, and agreed with Aoyama Yuga's performance. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Advertisement. He just told Aoyama Yuga quirk how to use it, such as reconstructing his injured part. No matter how serious the injury is, he can recover. Another example is to rebuild your own muscle state. Even without exercise, you can instantly turn fat into muscle and gain powerful strength. In fact, this is the reason why the solver is so powerful. His quirk is enough to decompose and reconstruct everything. Even if he does not need to practice, he can continuously strengthen himself through the quirk. This is undoubtedly a very terrifying quirk. It is a pity that no matter how strong the physical quality is, it will not be able to break through the limits of human beings. The speed and strength are incomparable to Etsuha no matter what. What a magical power. Can you tell me what you did to him? The Sin Terminator stepped up, looking at Etsuha with a hint of greed in his eyes. He probably found a quirk that could change human history, and this quirk is on Shina Etsuha in front of him. This made him immediately excited. If he can get this quirk, let alone these Nomu, this country, he can get it easily. Ah, speaking of it, I just noticed you now. Etsuha's tone suddenly became sharp as if he was thinking of something. I remember I didn't agree with you to come in. Etsuha confessed to the evil Terminator, including what he did to Yue. In fact, not long ago, Najire-chan went to find the past million and Tamaki Imajiki. The pressure on the loss of Nomu reduced the search intensity of the National Army. The three met and Etsuha learned of the crime Terminator at this time. At first, Etsuha didn't react, but when he saw the face of the evil Terminator, he suddenly remembered that the characteristics of this guy are exactly the same as those of Tongxing Million, so his tone of voice has also become bad. It seems that Lord Shina is very hostile to me. A cold light broke out in the eyes of the evil Terminator. He didn't intend to let Shina Etsuha go before. Now that he knows the real quirk of the other party, he has become his own. Some thoughts, unabashedly said. If this is the case, you can only be arrested now. Advertisement. It just so happens that I suddenly wanted to kill. Etsuha pulled out an ice sword in his hand and pointed it directly at the evil Terminator. You guys. Shiji high school teacher saw this scene and wanted to persuade him to fight, but when he saw the attitude of the two at 260 degrees, he held back. A fool could see that these two people really had a murderous intent on each other. What he was saying at this time was likely to be targeted, and he simply chose to shut up. The students in Class A also saw something was wrong, but the instructor quickly stopped them and said in a low voice, "You are too weak now. You can't help much in this kind of battle. It's better to leave here quickly and don't become a dragger, is the most important. Hold your legs." Midoriya Izuku glanced at himself and Etsuha, but nodded helplessly. Even if they are geniuses in the eyes of ordinary people, the gap with Etsuha is still too huge, and they can't help much in such a battle. Several people left in a state of unwillingness. Although the evil Terminator saw their actions, they did not stop them. After most of the people left, he looked at Etsuha with a sneer and said, "The little ghosts have already left. You will be the next one. Chapter 274 Eternal Mangekyo, Noisy Guy, do it now, I'm still in a hurry. Etsuha fished out his ears, boring. The evil Terminator's face remained unchanged, as if he didn't want to talk to Etsuha anymore. After this, Etsuha felt a special wave from him. The next moment, he saw the speed of the evil Terminator suddenly burst out with full force, and suddenly rushed over. This speed. One for all, Etsuha was slightly moved. The quirk of the evil Terminator was beyond his expectation, and he actually used the same quirk as All Might. With the punch of the evil ultimate, the entire training field collapsed instantly, and his hand penetrated Etsuha's body at this time. Fake. The evil Terminator was taken aback. He found that the person in front of him seemed to not exist in this world, and his hand penetrated the past directly. How can that be? Until this time, the evil Terminator realized that Etsuha's eyes in front of him did not know when they had turned into a pair of blood-red Mangekyo, and he was watching him quietly. Damn, I've heard that this guy's eyes can display unparalleled illusions. I was actually recruited. How can this situation be resolved? By the way, use that guy's spirit to quirk. The evil Terminator was anxious in his heart, but his face remained calm. As the spirit concentrated, a spirit ripple spread out from his mind. This is the mental quirk he encountered accidentally, which can make his brain clear and at the same time increase a lot of concentration. According to his understanding, this trick should be able to crack the opponent's illusion. But a second later, Etsuha in front of him has not changed at all. His hands still penetrate Etsuha's body. Advertisement, your quirk is very powerful. Etsuha didn't mean to be defensive at all. He walked up to the evil Terminator and stretched out a hand lightly. If it was before, maybe it could hurt me. But now, I have acquired the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and the ability is Kamui. The evil Terminator doesn't know what skill Etsuha's Kamui is, but feels a great crisis, as if the hand in front of Etsuha is not an illusion, but a lion majesty who can kill him at any time. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Shifeng. What are you doing? Attack him. He hurriedly yelled to the side. According to the cooperation between the two in the past, the moment he was doing it, Haifeng should do it. Why hasn't it moved yet? Turning his head to take a look, he was stunned to find that Haifeng's body had been twisted off without knowing when, and his death was very miserable. Died? The pupils of the evil Terminator contracted, and only a chill of inspiration from the sky penetrated the soles of his feet. He hadn't predicted the death of Haifeng at all. He couldn't know what this meant. Shina Etsuha's strength is far ahead of him, reaching an unbelievable state. He used the wind blade from the beginning, but now I am invincible. Etsuha said lightly. You can understand that I am not in this space now, just a phantom. His hand had fallen on the neck of the evil Terminator, and then suddenly became a real entity, squeezed. ZZ. The evil Terminator was suddenly penetrated by lightning and turned directly into a piece of coke. Until the last moment, his expression was full of incredible. He originally prepared countless methods to kill Etsuha, and even imagined that he would use one for all to solve the opponent in one blow at the beginning, but he did not expect that the opponent is directly immune to all attacks. What is this? Advertisement. He regretted it, but Etsuha didn't give him any more time to regret, so he killed him directly. Diaresis, it's a pity, although it is a good combat power, but what you did makes me unable to forgive you. Etsuha glanced at the corpse under his feet, then turned around and left. According to his existing information, the evil Terminator should be the most powerful existence in the current combat power. After he is solved, the only villain remaining is Nomu. Etsuha walked out of the training room and found that a group of people were looking at him with fiery eyes and couldn't help but smile. It seems that the strength of Aoyama Yuga has stimulated them and made many people want to change quirk. Have you reconciled? Instructor Shiji looked at Etsuha in surprise. It stands to reason that after such a big battle, Etsuha would have to be injured a little bit. As a result, the whole body is intact, well, not even a trace of scratches. Moreover, the time they spent fighting was too short, making him a little bit unsure whether the two of them really fought. He is dead. Etsuha smiled and said, that person should be you who asked for help. Thank you for your kindness, but I shouldn't need his help. Dead. Dead. Teacher Shiji looked dazed. This is how Zhang Jin has become the strongest existence in the country, and he died just like that in less than a minute? He looked at Etsuha in front of him, and he hadn't recovered for a while. What kind of existence is this person? Chapter 275 Students Against Nomu. Shina, please change the quirk for me too. Ojiro Mashirao came out second and said. In the battle just now, his quirk was considered the most useless one. Even if Minatoishi's quirk can be effective, his tail is difficult to meet others. In addition, Ojiro Mashirao's self-esteem was deeply hurt by the other party's words, which made him want to become like Aoyama Yuga. Definitely no problem. Etsuha nodded. Now his physical strength is recovering quickly, and it is not a problem to change several quirks continuously. With the appearance of Ojiro Mashirao, other people with poor quirks were also ready to move. Etsuha did not refuse this at all, and all changed the opponent's quirk. However, in the process, he kept a few tricks just in case. It is true that these people used to be in the same class as Etsuha, and they were all simple teenagers. However, 867 Etsuha cannot guarantee that they will look like this in the future, especially after having the powerful quirk of refurbishment. Once someone develops a more powerful usage, some evil thoughts will arise, which is also true for Etsuha. A troublesome thing. Because of this, he specially left behind and made some small tricks on the gene chain. Once someone does something, Etsuha can easily deal with it. Soon after, most of the people in Class A changed quirk. Because the quirks of Bakugo Katsuki, Shoto Todoroki and Midoriya Izuku were strong enough, Etsuha did not help them change. The other is Yayorozu Momo. Her quirk is quite special and useful enough. Etsuha has not changed either. Other quirks are also quite special, such as the weightlessness of Uraraka Ochako and the quirk Etsuha, which can be used in some ways, has not changed. The others are uniformly changed to refurbishment quirk, and the entire Class A has been built into an invincible lineup in an instant. It's almost done. You who have changed the quirk should all be top-notch. One person is enough to deal with a few Nomu. After finishing everything, Etsuha wiped the sweat from his head and looked at everyone and said, "Next is the action phase. Use your quirk to change other people's quirks." Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Advertisement. No problem. The eyes of a few people who changed the quirk were bright. Their quirks are not uniformly refurbished. According to the purpose of various quirks, Etsuha also gave different quirks to several people. This is to allow them to cooperate with each other to produce an effect similar to Nomu. As long as there are enough people with powerful quirks, what is Nomu? The next day, a group of Class A students came to the periphery of Shiji High School, trying to explain to ordinary people about the change of quirk, but it was not surprising that many people doubted it. In this situation, everyone had no choice but to choose to fight Nomu's front line. The front line against Nomu. There are hundreds of Nomu heads in front of them, destroying their surroundings. A group of heroes' troops are conducting roundabout operations in the wreckage of the city, and All Might is here. BCFC, cough cough, the number of Nomu is increasing. It is estimated that it will not take much time before this place will become obsolete. One person coughed a few times while clutching his heart, and said helplessly, "I don't know this kind of thing. When did it come up, and when will it be solved?" The strength gap, although our top heroes is stronger than Nomu, but the average strength is a bit worse than them, and the quirk gap is even bigger, All Might said helplessly. When they reach their level, the more they can understand the role of quirk. Endeavor also knows that with his own quirk, he will never catch up with All Might, so he chose to let Shoto Todoroki inherit him. When several people were discussing, there was a sudden strange noise in the distance, and then a small group of students appeared from it. Really a student. Advertisement to heroes with strengthened eyes can clearly see that the faces of the members of that team are very young, with a very strong childishness. At first glance, they are students who are still in school. This makes him a little confused for a while. When? There will be students here too? All Might. Is that team member your student? He suddenly thought that he had seen a similar face during the UA Sports Festival, and couldn't help but ask All Might next to him. What? All Might was taken aback, and then looked over there, and found that several people were the members of Class A he was familiar with, and the leader was Aoyama Yuga. It's really them. How come this group of people are here? This is dying. All Might was surprised. No, there is Nomu ahead. Another person noticed the strangeness in front of the team and quickly reminded. At least 10, it's too late if you don't go. Hurry up. All Might also yelled anxiously. He couldn't be more clear about the strength of those Nomus. More than 20 people are on the rise. Not to mention this team of students. Even if there are a few top heroes on the field, it won't work. Everyone has top quirk. However, at this time, those Nomu had already spotted the student team, and the leading one roared, and suddenly all Nomu looked at that place. Damn it, it's too late, All Might cursed secretly. Chapter 276 Self-inflicted. As soon as the voice fell, I saw a crowd of Nomu furiously flying towards the students, but what was shocking was that instead of evasive, the students chose to confront Nomu head-on. Are they crazy? A hero saw this scene, his eyes almost stared out. However, the surprise was still behind. The moment when countless Nomu touched the students' arms, they were directly decomposed into countless powders. 20 Nomu, unexpectedly reduced by half in an instant, disappeared. I'm doing it. This is the students' combat effectiveness? Am I dazzled? A few people didn't react for a while, but Nomu, who they didn't dare to resist, was wiped out by the student team when they met each other. The battle ended too soon. Several students were hit by Nomu and were seriously injured. However, with a light tap from the students behind, those serious injuries disappeared completely, and the injured students were alive and well in this life. On the other hand, on the side of Nomu, as long as they are touched by the students, they will directly turn into powder. In less than a minute, all 20 Nomu will be wiped out. All of them are top quirk. At this time, someone discovered that these students are terrifying. Each of them has the most top-notch quirks, including the various quirks that destroy Nomu instantly, heal the injury instantly, and control Nomu's actions invisibly. After cooperation, it is almost an invincible team. Did they behave like this during the sports festival? UA actually has such a powerful quirk, another person said in surprise. The influence of the UA Sports Festival is no less than that of the Olympic Games in ordinary society. Almost the whole world is paying attention, but no one can remember that these students in the sports festival will have this kind of abnormal level of quirk, especially the Aoyama Yuga. His quirk is nothing more than a belly button laser. Why was he so much fiercer than Nomu in the battle just now? All Might also looked dumbfounded at this time. What is the situation? How did Aoyama's quirk become like this? What about Oshiro's tail? It seems that his quirk has also changed. What happened? At this time, everyone in Class A also discovered the existence of All Might, and they couldn't help but smile and rushed over. Advertisement during the period, everyone at All Might discovered that the physical fitness of these students was far superior to that of ordinary heroes, and they rushed over from a few hundred meters away in less than a moment. This is simply an extreme distance for those who don't have a quirk. But most of the people in Class A didn't even breathe. On the contrary, Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo Katsuki, who once ranked in the top 3 in strength, had a bit of a bad face. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Midoriya boy. All Might spotted Midoriya Izuku among the crowd, and quickly asked, "What the hell happened to you and what happened to these quirks?" All Might. This has to start from Etsuha. Midoriya Izuku couldn't say anything, so he had to briefly talk to All Might about Etsuha's quirk. After listening, All Might fell into a sluggish state. You can change other people's quirks at will, even including one for all and all for one. All Might murmured in surprise, Shina boy's quirk. Is it so scary? Because of Etsuha, most of the people in our class have changed the quirk and formed a combat team to support the front line. Midoriya Izuku said excitedly, and relying on Aoyama's renovation quirk, I can now use it anytime, anywhere. 100% one for all is activated, even if the limb is severely injured, it can be repaired immediately. Is this too strong? All Might felt unable to describe Etsuha's horror in words. Ask for flowers? The conversation between the two was considered private and was not heard by others. The other heroes also heard the other students' words, and at this time they looked at each other and exploded with swearing. F*K. This is the voice of everyone. Without him, this quirk is really abnormal. It is no exaggeration to say that if Etsuha had come forward earlier, these Nomu would not be able to make any waves. Advertisement copy yourself? Each one is extremely powerful? In a state where all the people have been renovated, these Nomu can only be regarded as a fart. 0 You know, Nomu's 2 times quirk can't always split itself. After the body split once, he has become 2 times in the quirk sense, and will not split again until the clone dies. This is one of the reasons why the number growth rate of Nomu will slow down in the later period. But Etsuha's quirk change ability does not have this limitation at all. He only needs to let one person have the quirk with the ability to change, and he can create a bunch of changed quirks, and this ability will quickly spread to all people. This guy, he didn't stand up before, but now he's coming out, really. The heroes cursed secretly. But people around him quickly turned up a video. In the picture, Etsuha was standing among the heroes who were invaded by Nomu. When the reporter asked Etsuha, he confidently stated that he had a way to fight Nomu, but the barrage was a ridicule. No one believed what Etsuha said. Seeing this scene, the heroes was shocked. He didn't expect that Etsuha would stand up long ago, but no one believed him, which led to the final outcome. It's self-inflicted, the heroes said with emotion. Chapter 277 Kurogiri. The performance of a few heroes was in line with the reactions of most people, and they regretted when the video from not long ago came out. After that, some heroes with a lower upper limit of quirk also changed the quirk. Since the person who changed the quirk did not have the bug level ability of Sharingan, the process of changing the quirk became a little more cumbersome, and they needed to use a kind of memory that can strengthen the memory. Quirk remembers the gene chain, but the process is still very smooth. Not long after, a large number of heroes have changed the quirk. After that, a qualitative change occurred directly in the heroes' camp, and the quirk's ability has been leaps and bounds in one day, 757. Before long, the entire heroes' camp began to divide into several extremely powerful quirk camps, a healing and offensive team composed of renovations. This is a team that is almost insoluble in attack and healing. Attacks can tear everything Nomu, treatment can heal all injuries. With the advancement of this group of teams, the number of Nomu began to recede at an astonishing speed. Then there is the quirk change group. This group is responsible for modifying the quirk. As the number of people increases, more and more people change the quirk, and the speed will be much faster than Nomu. The rest are auxiliary teams, including but not limited to having a memory enhancement quirk, a recovery stamina quirk, a transmission quirk, etc., each of which is the most top-notch ability, which directly pushed the execution rate of heroes to a peak. Nomus. For the first time, the number began to weaken significantly, and their splitting speed couldn't even keep up with the speed of being wiped out. And all of this is brought by Etsuha, 1 week later. The size of the heroes' troops has expanded to tens of thousands. Unlike Nomu, humans have the wisdom and combat awareness that Nomu will never possess. With the same number, Nomu who will not cooperate will be far inferior to humans. Advertisement. And as the number of people with powerful quirks increased, humans once again regained the city invaded by Nomu. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It's almost over. Etsuha stood on top of an abandoned building, looking into the distance. There is a place where countless heroes and Nomu fought. It can be seen that the strength of heroes is increasing geometrically, while the red ocean formed by Nomu is constantly being compressed and eventually driven to nothing. At this point, there is almost no suspense in the battle, and Etsuha did not help them eliminate Nomu, but found the ultimate culprit in this neighborhood, the main body of all Nomu, which is the Nomu that the doctor first made Kurogiri. Unexpectedly, you would find this place, Shina Etsuha. Kurogiri Nomu stood behind Etsuha, with a sullen voice in his voice. From the very beginning, you have been destroying our plan. Even if I become Nomu, you still exist. What a lingering fellow. He was the former Kurogiri, but was later dragged by the doctor to transform him into Nomu. However, I don't know if it was lucky or unfortunate. After becoming Nomu, Kurogiri accidentally retained his original memory and IQ. Soon after being made by the doctor, he killed the doctor. And at the time of the split, Kurogiri specially damaged the brains of those clones. All Nomu is just a defective product, and only he is the only body that can speak. With this ability, Kurogiri can easily rule other Nomu clones. This is the new ability he got from the doctor. Kurogiri wanted to use this ability to destroy Japan and accomplish what Shigaraki Tamura said, but he didn't expect it to be planned. When he was about to succeed, Shina Etsuha appeared again and ruined his plan, which made him feel an unusual humiliation. Advertisement: I didn't expect you to be made into Nomu, but it is a blessing in misfortune to see if you can retain your memory. Etsuha turned to look at him and said lightly, if I guessed correctly, your strength should be better than those Nomu. If you don't kill you, it may become trouble. Are you suicide or let me do it? Funny guy, do you really think that you can defeat me as the Lord of Nomu? Kurogiri sneered. He was very jealous of Etsuha, so he has been hiding in the depths of Nomu's dense ruins, but he didn't expect Etsuha to come by himself. This is no different from death. Several Nomu appeared next to him, twice as tall as the usual clones, and each one was more bold and terrifying. These are all clones who have used Quirk's strong 3.7 chemical medicine. They are 2 or 3 times stronger than outside. Not to mention you, even All Might will be hammered to death by these Nomu. Kurogiri proudly said. I was still there. How can I use this method to kill you? I really didn't expect you to be so stupid. Ha 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 ha. Go to hell. Several Nomu pounced at an astonishing speed, but when they hit Etsuha with full punches, they all penetrated. Bang. The sky full of ice thorns erupted from the air and penetrated all Nomu. Chapter 278 Another World. Penetrated? Kurogiri looked at the scene in disbelief. He didn't expect that his Nomu clone attack would actually be useless for Shina Etsuha. Not only that, those guys who were stronger than ordinary Nomu were all killed in an instant. This situation surprised him very much, and his face couldn't help but change. How strong is this guy? It's totally unpredictable. Etsuha's body penetrated Nomu's corpse like a phantom, and walked up to Kurogiri without rushing, with a flat tone. There should be no one behind you. After you are solved, the organization of the enemy alliance should be completely gone. Exists. Wait, you shouldn't be heroes. It's no good to kill me, anyway, you're just a fugitive. It's better to join forces together. I create the Nomu army, and you kill the strong human beings, and then the whole world will be our. No, it's all yours. I don't want anything, how about? Kurogiri hurried back a few steps, but found that he couldn't escape Etsuha's eyes no matter what. This made his scalp numb, and he quickly said something he had prepared. It's a good idea to rule the world. Etsuha agreed seriously, making Kurogiri smile. But I am not interested, and you are the one who must die. After saying this, a terrifying wave broke out in Etsuha's eyes, which directly distorted the space. Under the influence of this space force, Kurogiri, who was already extremely powerful, did not even struggle, and was directly twisted into pieces. Block, complete death. As he disappeared, the surrounding Nomu seemed to have broken free, suddenly becoming at a loss. Some Nomu, who had been destroying, also stopped their movements, staring at the surroundings dully. Advertisement: if you don't have a command, you can't act by yourself? It's the same drawback as first-generation Nomu. Etsuha glanced at these Nomu and couldn't help muttering to himself. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Kurogiri is also dead. Up to this point, the existence of the enemy alliance will be completely wiped from the world. It will not be long before society will restore the previous system, right? Not necessarily. When most people get a strong quirk, someone will inevitably have a different mind. However, Etsuha who thinks of this can't help but tick the corner of his mouth. Others may not know that when he modified the gene chain, he specially added the bad part quirk to it. This is also the backhand left by Etsuha. People who have been changed quirks, no matter what they do afterwards, will resume their previous quirks 3 months later. I believe that those who commit crimes because they have acquired a powerful quirk will definitely have a lot of excitement in a few months. Etsuha walked to Kurogiri's corpse and found several bottles of liquid falling on the ground. This should be Kurogiri's body. Etsuha glanced around and was surprised to find that it was actually a few bottles of quirk potion. This should be something made by the interpreter group, and it seems that people should be able to drink it. Etsuha looked at it a few times, and quickly recalled the potion made by the interpreter and others. According to the impression, those people just drank it. This thing will become stronger. For this thing, Etsuha actually had the thought of searching for a long time, but after defeating the Bajai Wei, he did not find the quirk enhancement potion from it, and then he didn't care about it. I didn't expect to find it here. Etsuha didn't know the specific function of the quirk potentiation potion. However, he learned from the bottle force that this thing can be directly drunk, so after testing the non-toxicity with the summoning crow, he drank it directly. At this moment, Etsuha felt that the quirk in his body seemed to have undergone a certain change, as if sublimated, directly advancing to another level. This power. Etsuha looked at his hands, there was a faint fluorescent light on them, which had a unique power. He has a feeling that now he has reached an unprecedented realm, as if he is a god. It turns out that there is still this kind of power. Advertisement. Looking at his hands, Etsuha's mouth twitched, but it's not the time yet, just wait. 1 month later, the nationwide Nomu was cleaned up. Although the number of people in Japan was reduced by nearly a quarter, it magically regained the territory, and when Etsuha's credit was revealed, his reputation reached its peak. Countless people regretted their previous words and deeds. However, Etsuha didn't care about it. He became a hero who was interested. He occasionally went out to solve some troubles, but he spent more time watching anime and playing games at home. A real otaku. Time passed quickly, and things that Etsuha had previously anticipated also happened. Some people really took advantage of their quirk to become powerful and became criminals, and the number was not in the minority. Knowing this situation, Etsuha didn't pay much attention to it. As another month passed and the time for quirk to look back, all the quirks became the same as before, and the criminals eventually disappeared without a trace. Years later, Etsuha said goodbye to many people on this day, and disappeared without a trace the next day. His power has reached its highest peak, directly breaking through the limits of the world, and coming to another world. When Etsuha opened his eyes again, there was already another space in front of him. Is this a human city? Etsuha looked around curiously and sighed in relief when he noticed the crowd moving around. Fortunately, this is still a city where humans live. 2-1 Punch Man Chapter 279 One Punch Man. What? Someone has appeared, everyone, run away. With a scream breaking the silence, the crowd around Etsuha fled in a hurry. Weirdo. What's the situation? Before Etsuha could understand the term, he saw a dark purple person who looked similar to the big demon in Dragon Ball and condensed from the air. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding city was suddenly shattered by a terrible shockwave. This guy. The vaccine man? Etsuha recognized this familiar look at a glance. If his memory is correct, this should belong to the character Vaccine Man in One Punch Man. And when it comes to the anime, One Punch Man, I have to say a little bit. This is a world with a system similar to My Hero Academia. Heroes of both have become a profession, but unlike the former, the heroes in One Punch Man are more multifaceted, and not everyone is it is for being heroes to become heroes, and more people are for fame. This is very realistic. Of course, apart from these, the most important thing is the protagonist Saitama. His strength can be said to be the apex in this world, the strongest existence that can be solved with one punch against any creature. The Vaccine Man should be the beginning of Saitama's appearance. Since there is Saitama in this world, I shouldn't have to do it. Etsuha glanced at the raging Vaccine Man, and assessed the opponent's strength slightly, and found that this guy is in my English. It is definitely a terrifying existence, and the strength may not be defeated by all might, but there is still a big gap between Etsuha. I am a vaccine person born because of the continuous pollution of the environment by humans. Advertisement. The Vaccine Man's dark purple skin carried huge energy, and with the touch of his hands, a terrifying wave was born from it, forming an energy ball, and then suddenly spread forward. Boom. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. A rift was destroyed in City A, and the whole city seemed to be divided into two. After doing all this, the voice of the Vaccine Man echoed again. The Earth is a living body, but you humans are just pathogenic bacteria that erode the Earth. In order to obliterate the vicious civilization produced by such humans, I was born by the will of the Earth. Humans, your nightmare has arrived. It turns out that the weirdo came from this way. It seems to be an existence out of thin air. Etsuha stood by the Vaccine Man, carefully recalled what he said, and then nodded in agreement. It's not that he agrees with the Vaccine Man's statement, but that he somewhat understands the birth process of weird people. The will in this world seems to be a terrible thing. Evil ideas can turn an ordinary person into a weird person. The idea of persistence can also make people exert infinite power. At the same time, technology is also a terrible existence. Whether it is a clone or a robot like Genos, it means that the technology of this world has reached a certain level, and it may be only a little short of interstellar travel. However, after waiting for a long time, Etsuha found that Saitama still hadn't rushed over. Instead, a few B-grade heroes and A-grade heroes arrived first, which made his brows frown, but thought that Saitama was originally the kind of heroes who run by 10,000 years. It was relieved, maybe at this time Saitama was still on his way. What's the situation with this guy? Dragon-level disaster. Spring Beard looked at the Vaccine Man in front of him in horror. He was obviously similar in size to him, but he felt an extremely terrifying murderous aura from it, and his wrists trembling a bit after the shocking power. As the 32nd A-level heroes, he hasn't seen such a powerful weirdo for a long time. However, when he glanced at his companion beside him, Spring Beard quickly showed a relaxed smile. Maybe this guy is indeed what I met. The strongest enemy I have arrived, but I am not alone. Let us defeat you together. Hey, it's true, that's right, hold on for a while, and when the S-level heroes arrive, everything will be over. The other person also said the same. Advertisement. What a few people don't know is that in the Heroes Association, the headquarters has become a mess at this time. What's the situation? It's a dragon-level disaster. Quickly let those A-level heroes evacuate, they can only die in the past. Is anyone in the S-class heroes near the vaccine man? Go and support. It is detected that the vaccine human body contains the second layer of energy, and it is speculated that it may have transformation characteristics. Warning, warning, the vaccine human body contains the second layer of energy, which may have transformation characteristics. The mechanical warning sounded. Li Jiao continued to reverberate. Ah, what a bunch of idiots. It seems that I still have to take care of this matter. A tornado with green curly hair hovered in the sky, looking at the vaccine man with disdain. Really? This is a dragon-level weirdo. Would you like to call more people? The hero's commander next to him said worriedly. What nonsense. I'll deal with it if I said it. Tornado's superpower directly shot the man against the wall, and immediately flew out by himself. This guy is really violent as always, the hero's commander said with a headache, but his expression relaxed a little. If Tornado, you should be able to deal with that guy. Chapter 280 Saitama that hasn't arrived. The others should be evacuated. No, what's the situation with that boy? Why haven't they left? Spring Beard stared at the surroundings and unexpectedly discovered the presence of Etsuha. His brows clenched, but it was dangerous to distract rashly at this time. He could only force himself to ignore the teenager and concentrate on observing the vaccine man. Come. Everyone, be careful, it's going to be on, Spring Beard said condensely. Understand. The others replied in unison. Although there are some A-level and B-level heroes, many people do not have much fear because of the large number of people, but they still have some excitement and tremors when facing a dragon-level disaster for the first time. When this paragraph was finished, the fencing sword in Spring Beard's hand suddenly curled up, like a spring compressed to the extreme. Let me use the strongest blow to test the so-called dragon-level weirdo. Spring Beard thought secretly, and then the fencing in his hand ejected faster than a bullet. Puff! At this moment, his blade broke through the speed of sound and prolonged, and instantly penetrated a stone. The blade came to the vaccine man at an incredible speed, but at this moment, the super high-speed blade seemed like something terrible. It dinged and bounced away. What? The rest of the people were taken aback, they bounced off. As the Spring Beard of the A-level heroes, his strength is definitely one of the best in 100. His nirvana is enough to be called a trick, but it is such a skill that did not cause any harm to the vaccine person. The difference in strength is too great. This group of people can only come to death. Etsuha on the side shook his head slightly when he saw this scene. He just saw clearly that the moment the vaccine man arrived at the tip of the sword, but only facing the tip with a random shot, the attack bounced off. Advertisement. It's a pity that other people can't see the trajectory of the vaccine person's attack. They only think that there is a strong barrier on the BDDJ side to avoid that attack, so they are very solemn at this time. A bunch of scum, still want to do something to me? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The vaccine person took out his ears and flicked his little finger, as if there was some light overflowing around him. The surrounding land was directly crushed by energy, and a deep pit with a diameter of about 100 meters appeared nearby with him as the center. At the moment when heroes represented by Spring Beard was attacked, his body was immediately suppressed and almost collapsed, and Spring Beard's skin was suppressed bleeding, and his bones were about to break. How can that be? Spring Beard's eyes widened. This is the blow of the dragon monster. Just a random blow. A-level heroes, the group is destroyed. Dirty humans, your death will only bring purification to the earth. The vaccine man walked near the Spring Beard, turned his left hand slightly, and an energy ball floated from it. It was a wave of energy like a gem, with waves on it. Circulation contains extremely terrifying power. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. I will represent the will of the earth and eliminate all human beings. The vaccine man waved his hand, and the energy ball suddenly waved in the direction of Etsuha. You actually shot a child, unforgivable. Seeing this scene, Spring Beard couldn't help being very angry, but he could only watch the energy rush towards the young man. There are no adults or children in my eyes, including you, they're just rubbish, go to death. The vaccine man's mouth twitched, and he was about to look back at the scene of human beings being torn apart, but was surprised to find that his own energy wave penetrated the young man in this way. Okay. His eyes were a little straight, and he looked at Etsuha incredulously. Advertisement. What's the situation? Is he okay? F*K. Several people with Spring Beard also stared at them. What did they see just now? The attack of the vaccine man was completely ineffective on the boy. Hit it crooked? Someone in the Class B heroes trembled. It's very likely. Springbeards also nodded and said disappointedly. That blow was indeed as if it was skewed. The entire light wave passed through the person's body directly. Apart from skewing, they couldn't think of any better explanation. Ah, that's the way it turns out. The vaccine man's reaction was completely different from that of the others. He was shocked for a few seconds, then a dazed expression appeared on his face, and then he said grimly, "You are the strongest among this group of people. Well, hiding here, do you want to take advantage of my careless attack? It's ridiculous." Speaking of this, his form suddenly began to change, from the original normal form suddenly began to expand, his body expanded 10 times. "Cunning guy, today I will let you see what is real power," the vaccine man roared. In front of his eyes, Etsuha was a little impatient and said, "Why hasn't Saitama come yet? This vaccine person is so annoying." He is very interested in Saitama's power, so he always wanted to wait for Saitama to rush to see him shoot, but after so long, the vaccine people are ready to shoot himself. Saitama still has not come, which makes Etsuha a little unable to wait. Seeing the attack from the vaccine man, he simply stood up and said to himself, "It seems that this guy can only be solved first." Chapter 281 Doubts of Tornado. Having said this, Etsuha raised his head to look at the vaccine man. A pair of Sharingan turned slightly, watching all the others' movements in his eyes, and then as the space was distorted, the vaccine man's body suddenly shattered. Bang! The vaccine person whose body is comparable to a building turned into a pool of dirty blood in an instant, and then it was sprinkled on the faces of a few bewildered people. "Be careful," Springbeard stammered towards Etsuha after saying this, then froze in place. Be careful? Be careful, actually killed it directly? For a moment, he felt whether his worldview was a little confused. This is a dragon-level weirdo. It took less than a few seconds to appear on the stage, and he was so direct dead. And the one who killed him was actually just a young boy who seemed to be young. It turns out that this is the strength of a dragon-level weirdo, but after all, it's just a dragon suit. It died in the first episode. It has no reference point. Etsuha touched his chin and thought. He is not surprised by his strength. In fact, after solving the enemy alliance, Etsuha's reputation has reached its peak, and almost the world knows his name. Correspondingly, his energy is growing terribly every moment. These energies continue to strengthen Etsuha's body and the abilities of the whole body. Until the end, Etsuha's strength is hard to describe in words, and Kamui just now is the embodiment of Etsuha's current strength. The only thing Etsuha regrets is that Saitama doesn't seem to come. After glanced around, Etsuha couldn't help feeling a little strange after he still didn't find the yellow seed cloak with spicy eyes. As the protagonist, no matter how slow he is, he won't show up too late, right? Advertisement. Etsuha is still very concerned about the existence of Saitama. As the top combat power in the world, Saitama has not appeared now, making Etsuha a little strange, and he simply set off to find the existence of Saitama. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Nourishment. Etsuha's whole body turned into electric light and disappeared in an instant. This bizarre way made several heroes' eyes widen. It was hard to believe that this was something that one person could do. Soon after, a green shadow fell from the sky. Huh. Well, what about dragon-level weirdos? What are you doing? The tornado was wrapped in pale green light and floated down from the heights, and the superpowered energy overflowing around him made Springbeard feel a bit shocked. This is the second-ranked tornado of S-rank heroes. Just as Springbeard wanted to open his mouth to explain something, he listened to Tornado and said angrily, "What? My mission was robbed? Which guy did the good thing?" Boom. The invisible force of thought rolled all the surrounding rubble, and then, with a pinch, all the stones turned into powder on the spot, seeming to express the anger of the tornado. Springbeard swallowed, and some cold sweat oozes on his forehead. This guy, it seems to be more terrifying than the vaccine man. But before he breathed a sigh of relief, Tornado asked with a terrifying expression, "Hey, I'm asking you something." Question. When? Springbeard froze for a while, but quickly remembered the sentence, "Which guy did the good thing?" said before Tornado, so he understood the point of the problem and ignored it. Hurriedly said, "I'm a teenager, he looks very young on the outside." Advertisement? Ask for flowers 0? Oh, Tornado's anger disappeared a little, but his face was still not pretty. Huh, nosy guy. Is that Heroes? No, I have never seen him in the Heroes Association, Springbeard said decisively. Tornado's brows frowned. What about your looks? This, Springbeard was startled, and carefully recalled Etsuha's appearance, but was surprised to find that he didn't seem to have any impression of the boy, as if his memory had begun to blur. 0. I don't know, he patted his head. I can't remember that face. The B-class heroes beside him also said in surprise. Not to mention Etsuha's face, but how Etsuha disappeared in the end and where he went, they didn't even know, there was no impression in their heads. A group of idiots who ask and don't know. Tornado immediately found that the memory of several people should have been affected by some means, and he couldn't help but cast his mouth, but in his heart he became wary of the person Springbeard said. The strength of the vaccine man is very strong, even she is not sure to solve it in such a short period of time, but the boy did it, which means that the strength of the opponent may be stronger than she thought. And the other party is not heroes, there are more variables in it. Tornado has a headache when he thinks that someone he doesn't know possesses such a powerful power. After a cynicism with Springbeard, he also flew back. I am going to find someone from the Heroes Association to reproduce the scene at that time. Chapter 282 Reasons for Crossing. This should be the area where Saitama lives. Etsuha came to an uninhabited area, looked around, and found that it was similar to what he had imagined. The approximate address of Saitama is easy to find. Because of saving money, he lives directly in the city where weird people are infested. There are no ordinary people who dare to live here, and because there is no time for blackouts of electricity and water during the evacuation, all home appliances are available. It runs well, so it has always been a good place to live for people like Saitama. In fact, Etsuha also thinks this area is good. It is a great idea to live in this kind of house without money. If you can't find Saitama, it is a good choice to live here temporarily. Looking around, There are a lot of danger signs posted here, and because of Saitama's very low popularity, there are only a handful of people who know him, and it is difficult to find a time. However, Etsuha was not in a hurry. After walking around for a while, he randomly found a house and walked in. This is a typical Japanese-style room. There is still some dust after entering, but the room is very tidy, and many things have not been moved. Etsuha's gaze swept away, and he could see a purse with some money. It looked like the owner of the room walked in a hurry and didn't have time to pack these things. Good luck, let's live here in the future. Etsuha nodded in satisfaction. This room is not bad, the layout is not too big, the furniture is neat, and there is a small TV, which is very suitable for one person to live in. After cleaning the room briefly, Etsuha sighed helplessly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In fact, he wanted to stay in the original world forever. After all aspects of the place have been restored, and there are many people he knows. Etsuha can easily be an otaku. It is a pity that the world has gradually become unable to bear Etsuha's existence due to the strength problem, so a sense of rejection has gradually developed. This feeling came into being when I defeated Kurogiri and drank the quirk strengthening potion, but Etsuha was not particularly strong at that time, so he was not immediately rejected. And as the years passed, Etsuha's power became stronger and stronger, and the world couldn't bear his power, and Etsuha had to leave. After that, Etsuha also understood the power of his own quirk. It is a quirk that can absorb mental power. The specific effect is similar to the Vitality Bomb in Dragon Ball. Etsuha is the Vitality Bomb that gathers countless energy. It is different. What's more, the energy of the Vitality Bomb is given voluntarily by others, while Etsuha's power is more domineering. Others only need to know his name to transfer their energy to Etsuha invisibly. This is why the greater the popularity of Etsuha, the stronger the strength. And in that world, Etsuha's popularity is spread all over the world, which is equivalent to that people all over the world are practicing for Etsuha. The natural horror of Etsuha's swelling power, even if he suppressed his strength during the period, he still began to be affected by his overly powerful body. The world repelled it, and this came to the world of One Punch Superman. Advertisement. It can be said that the reason why Etsuha will cross again is really because of helplessness. But this is also good news for him. After all, in that world, Etsuha has been invincible for a long time, and coming here to meet some strong people just makes him move. It's a pity that weird people at the level of vaccine people don't seem to put too much pressure on Etsuha. It is estimated that Poros is a good choice. Oh, it's so boring to be alone. I really don't know how Saitama lives on. Etsuha gave a haha thought, but quickly patted his head. I almost forgot to register an identity with the Heroes Association, as expected. If it's not bad, Saitama should go there later, and by the way, I can get some salary. In the past, Etsuha will definitely do something for popularity, but now he is strong enough. If the popularity is higher, he will probably be rejected by the world again in a short time. This is obviously bad news for Etsuha. The ghost knows where the next world is. However, being a Heroes is also a good choice. First, you may encounter Saitama, and secondly, you can also spend your time. As for other uses, Etsuha has not considered it. Thinking of this, Etsuha quickly got up and walked in the direction of the Heroes Association. He didn't know it was, at the Heroes Association headquarters at this time, the tornado had already started to make noise. What do you eat at the headquarters? The person who said the vaccine should be handed over to me, it was actually preempted by others, that is my credit. This incident really exceeded our expectations, and we didn't expect that the dragon level weird would be killed in seconds after being transformed. The commander said, wiping cold sweat. He also did not expect that the death of the vaccine person would be so sudden, and it would be killed by a spike. What the hell, I want to see who robbed me of the credit, the video, Tornado said with a fierce face. Here. The commander had no choice but to take out the video footage. Chapter 283 Friend or Foe? The tornado stopped making noise when he saw it. A pair of turquoise eyes stared at the screen, and soon noticed the existence of Etsuha. However, what was surprising was that the figure looked very vague, like a phantom. What's the situation? There was no such situation when shooting. The conductor looked at the picture in surprise. This is the most superb HD camera in the country. How could it be blurred? Even if this is the case, it should be overall vague, and it will not be the case. Is this the superpower of the mental system? Tornado also looked at the picture dignifiedly. At this point, the strong can find that the Heroes Association's shooting is not a problem. But this ability to blur the body is not something ordinary means can do. It is straightforward. After the camera, the Impact 13 affected all of them. As the video broadcasts, the vaccine man's strength is gradually revealed. It can be clearly seen that his strength performance is indeed the dragon level of the open line, and he is still a relatively powerful existence in the dragon level. This tornado had long been expected, so it was calm so far. But soon, as the vaccine person threw an energy ball at the mysterious person's body, a magical scene happened. The energy ball actually penetrated the figure completely. Through it, Tornado was surprised again. She had never heard of this kind of ability. Generally speaking, most of the common abilities are speed and power. Other special branches are technology and superpowers, but like this kind of existence that directly makes itself transparent. She saw it for the first time. In fact, The commanders were shocked the first time they saw it, but unfortunately, the identity information of the mysterious person was not found at all, so they had to give up. The paragraph just now, replay it, and analyze it frame by frame. Tornado said immediately. Advertisement. The screen was replayed again. This time the staff dissected the screen into countless parts and began to analyze the screen frame by frame. As each frame progressed, everyone finally saw that the energy ball had indeed penetrated the mysterious person's body, and that mysterious person is like a projection, as if it doesn't exist in this world at all. Could it be that he is just a phantom, and the real body is elsewhere? The commander doubted. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. If you don't look down, you'll know, Tornado said lightly. At this time, there was also an inexplicable look in her eyes. The abilities of this mysterious person puzzled her. The picture moved again. This time the vaccine man also noticed the power of the mysterious man. He seemed to be irritated by the mysterious man's attitude. Then his body began to grow in size, and the energy around him expanded several times. In a blink of an eye, his body size was 10 times larger. This form made the look of the tornado more serious. Even across the screen, she could feel the power of this weird person, at least the existence of the dragon level superior. Can you beat this form? The commander suddenly asked. He is very confident of the strength of the tornado, but the strength of this vaccine man is a bit exaggerated, especially since he claims to be the existence of the will of the earth. This may have some boasting elements, but it is undeniable that the vaccine man is indeed very powerful. Nonsense, of course it can be easily defeated, Tornado snorted disdainfully. In fact, Tornado didn't care about the vaccine person from the beginning to the end, but the mysterious person made her feel a little jealous. The commander nodded awkwardly. It seemed that he was too worried. The picture continues. The moment the huge vaccine person was in contact with the mysterious person, his body suddenly fell apart, as if being distorted by an invisible force, and instantly twisted into a ball and turned into a pool of dirty blood. Advertisement, second kill. After seeing this scene, Tornado took a deep look at the mysterious figure. Even if it's her, she can't want to kill vaccine people so easily. This person's strength is likely to surpass her, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. That's it, his strength is far beyond our imagination, and in the end it is more like an electric 590 disappears, the commander said helplessly. They were aware of the power of the mysterious man as early as the first time they watched the video, and it was not surprising that Tornado would react in this way. Tornado quickly recovered, and he hugged his shoulders and said, HMPH, this time you got me, I will remember. Next time if there is another task to be robbed, please be careful. Then he flew out directly. Woman. The commander shook his head with regret. Don't stop her, the female staff member on the side asked. She should be looking for that person, just let her go. The commander sighed when he said this. This world is far more dangerous than we thought, and I don't know if that person is an enemy or a friend. At the same time, Etsuha was standing outside the hall where the Heroes Association recruited heroes, looking at the few guys who signed up with a dazed expression. Chapter 284 Jinchung Warren. Hello, isn't it? When will students be able to enter the Heroes test? A muscular man looked at Etsuha with a smile. Now Etsuha is less than 20 years old. Although he has grown up a bit when he first entered school, his overall temperament is still very similar to that of a student. It's better for students to go home and study obediently. Another muscular man holding dumbbells also had a strange look on his face. Etsuha can feel that these people are not malicious, but can't help but ridicule when he sees the seemingly skinny himself. Etsuha has no response to this, but just glances at them casually. Hi. This guy has a scary look in his eyes. The muscular man shuddered, then took a deep look at Etsuha. For a moment, he felt a real murderous aura, which made him immediately understand that the young man who looked like a student in front of him was probably an unfamiliar powerhouse. The next tester, Shina Etsuha. At this time, the staff of the Heroes Association shouted towards this side. Etsuha raised his foot and walked out. Probably because of the name that was called, many eyes were turned towards Etsuha. Most of the people present are relatively old and have undergone long-term exercise, so many people have obvious muscles, which is also a manifestation of their judgment of the opponent's strength. However, the emergence of Etsuha has subverted many people's concepts. When they saw such a young person in front of them, some people's eyes became a little straight. I'm not mistaken, is this student? The people on the side looked straight. Students can also become heroes? Advertisement. It's a waste of time. Why does the Heroes Association recruit everyone? I wonder if heroes is a high-risk profession. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. What's the kid making up for? It's better to go straight to the next one. Hey, I don't know if he sees seniors' achievements, will he cry? The surroundings became a little noisy, but after all they came to be heroes. Although many people were dissatisfied with their mouths, they didn't make much noise. Most of them were babbling and holding their waists to watch Etsuha make jokes. The tester on the side adjusted the stopwatch, glanced at the four people including Etsuha, and then said intently, the 100-meter test, each in place, ready to run. Boom. Etsuha's body seemed to fly out, but in the blink of an eye, he skipped 100 meters and stood at the end. Shina Etsuha, the 100 meters time is 0.32 seconds. F*K. Seeing this terrifying result, everyone around was taken aback. Damn, what just happened? I can't see clearly. This. His speed directly crushed the last 100-meter run record. The staff couldn't help shaking their hands. At this speed, even those S-class heroes weren't so fast, right? This is an extremely powerful human being. Advertisement. Next test, repeated horizontal jump. Boom boom boom. Etsuha quickly jumped out of the afterimage and stepped down, and countless footprints were stamped on the concrete floor. This terrifying power and speed made people who thought Etsuha was too weak suddenly feel inferior, especially the muscular man who stood with him before. After seeing this scene, his eyes almost stared. So this is the heroes. They glanced at each other, then looked at their muscles, and suddenly felt that this body was not useful. Go back, heroes, it's too dangerous. The next test process went very smoothly. Etsuha's speed and strength are almost top-notch, and other abilities can be used to assist it, and all tests have reached full marks. After that, the written test part is even simpler. Even if Etsuha doesn't have all kinds of experience in this world, Sharingan's existence allows him to easily fool the testers and easily see the answers filled in. Soon after, Etsuha received the hero's certificate directly with an S grade. The efficiency is not bad. Etsuha looked at the score and nodded secretly. S-level heroes has a very good advantage, that is, you can get your salary at will, and you don't need to perform a fixed number of tasks every day to maintain the ranking like C-level heroes. In terms of current rankings, Etsuha can be salted for a long time. Already working. Of course, this is mainly due to the fact that the procedure for evaluating heroes here is too simple. Wang Li is good. You only need to have the strength and some not-so-difficult knowledge to directly become heroes. This is a lot different from my English assessment, but it is also this point that makes Etsuha's assessment of heroes very convenient. After receiving the certificate, there will be a class of A-level heroes. Etsuha is completely too lazy to deal with it, and then walks away. At the same time, at the other end, a blonde-haired biochemical man came to a ranch, but to his surprise, the blood of the surrounding animals had been evacuated, and every corpse was like a dry corpse. What is even more frightening is that within 100 li, there is not a single living being, and every one of them has been drained of blood. Chapter 285 Means of the Golden Legal Person Chapter 7 The Means of Blonde Hair. The blonde looked at the scene in front of him and muttered, "Is it really here?" At this moment, a small voice came into the blonde's ears. It turned out to be a mosquito. With a slap, the blonde slapped the mosquito to death. As soon as the picture turned, a shocking scene appeared in the other direction of the pasture. Mosquitoes, yes, mosquitoes, like a huge black cloud, swept across the pasture. The livestock is like this, sucked dry. But why do these mosquitoes act in such an orderly and unified manner? As the last animal fell, "What's the matter with you? This is far from enough, let's take a little more," said a woman who looked coquettish but had transparent wings. However, just the next second after her words fell, the mysterious blonde man also arrived. A deep voice came from the blonde. "Lock on the target." Immediately afterwards, I saw that the special hole in the palm of the blonde suddenly gushed out a raging fire towards the woman in the sky. With a flicker, the strange woman who looked like a mosquito easily avoided the flame attack. The blonde said in a deep voice, "So, this group of mosquitoes is under your control. You let them suck blood and then eat alone for 460. You send a special fluctuating signal to this group of mosquitoes to manipulate them. In this way, the weird collective actions of a group of mosquitoes can make sense. Then, as long as you get rid of you as the master, the group of mosquitoes will automatically return to normal, right?" The woman in the center of the mosquito swarm laughed coldly and said, The food is here, soak him up." Following this order, the black cumulus clouds formed by the mosquitoes swarmed towards the blonde man. Thinking about it, it was a bit scary. This was a flying insect. The mosquito swarm turned into a tornado shape and quickly wrapped up the blonde. If the latter did not act now, it would turn into a pile of bones in the next second. Advertisement. The low voice of burning came from the blonde population. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. A burst of flames appeared in the field of vision for an instant, and the mosquito group that was just like a dark cloud was evaporated in an instant, and there was no scum left. It is not difficult to see from Mosquito Girl's stunned pupils that this offensive completely stunned her. "Stay there and don't move, I'll get rid of you next," the blonde said coldly. At this time, the Mosquito Girl also came back to her senses and mocked, Are you telling me not to move? You want to get rid of me?" Before the blonde could respond, the mosquito widened her pupils and shouted at the blonde, "There is a kind of you here." The flames filled this area in an instant, and the screen turned around and came to a row of run-down residential buildings. At this time, Shina Etsuha was annoyed by the sudden increase in mosquitoes. Pop, came from between Etsuha's palms. "Finally, was it killed?" Etsuha said. But the buzzing in the next second answered him, "Not killed." The battle between Etsuha and the mosquito has also begun. The battle between the blonde and the mosquito girl was still going on. The sharp claws on the mosquito girl's long legs swept towards the blonde with gusts of cold wind, blocking with one hand, and with a ding sound, the blonde's mechanical arm stopped the kick. Living. At the same time, the attached hole on the arm began to accumulate energy, and faint blue light began to emerge. This blue light was caused by the flame temperature being too high, and if you carefully observe it, you will find a faint thunderous flickering. With a bang, the mosquito girl was shaken away. At the same time, the blonde jumped to the building behind with the help of the impact. With the help of the force, the second ejection was launched, and the blonde raised his fist with a startling look. The impact blasted towards the mosquito girl. It's just that the snake girl doesn't seem to be a vegetarian either, and she bounces the blonde away with a squeaky grunt. Although this round of offensive was blocked, the blonde did not seem to have any intention to stop. Burning flames came from the mouth of the blonde, B-dag, and the energy in the palms once again gathered, forming countless. The flame bomb blasted the opponent mercilessly. But the next second went beyond the blonde's expectation. His flame bomb missed a shot, and the mosquito girl was swiftly attacking him. Advertisement, it can't be stopped, the blonde said secretly. At this time, there was an extra arm on the needle-shaped antennae of the mosquito girl. That's right, during the confrontation just now, the blonde man's arm was stabbed by the mosquito girl. HMPH, it's your turn to take it. The mosquito girl turned her head and said to the blonde. As soon as the words fell, mosquito girl suddenly noticed that there was something wrong with her body. Looking at the former's indifferent expression, mosquito girl realized that although she stabbed the blonde man's arm in the confrontation just now, but his legs are no longer there. Huh? Where's my legs? The mosquito girl asked with her head down in disbelief. At this moment, the blonde casually threw the legs that had just been torn off from his hands, and looked at the mosquito girl again with indifferent eyes. The mosquito girl also saw that the current situation was not good for her, and her figure flashed to withdraw from the fighting circle. It's useless, you can't escape from the palm of my hand. A low figure came out from the blonde population, followed by a merciless flame attack that rushed towards the other side, and the mosquito girl had to let the remaining mosquitoes come to resist this attack, and at the same time, run away. What's the matter with this guy? He was really almost killed just now. It really has some means. There are more people in the town, but the animals in the forest are another matter. The escaped mosquito girl talking to himself in the air. I saw that the forest below her was lifeless. It turned out that not only the pasture, but even this forest had already become a meal for this group of mosquitoes. A large area of animal corpses appeared in the forest, obviously. The blood has been sucked up by the mosquitoes. Come on all of you, come on, pour all the juice you have stored for a long time into my body, the mosquito girl shouted to the forest below. In the blink of an eye, the mosquitoes hidden in the forest gathered one by one, and the mosquito swarm turned into a huge black storm, completely enveloping the mosquito girl, and huge energy slowly gathered inside. At this moment, the blonde also arrived. Looking at the huge black ball in front of him, a solemn look appeared on the blonde's face for the first time. There are so many. If this is the blood of people in this small town, or a collection of blood from farther away, then for this guy, it's not just food. The blonde secretly. Chapter 286. This time the trust is big. Sure enough, it's better to get rid of her quickly, otherwise it will become tricky. Jin Chenghua looked at the mosquito girl who was constantly absorbing energy from the sky. But at this moment, a weird young man in a red t-shirt rushed into the blonde's field of vision with anger, and shouted. Wait a minute. You haven't decided the winner with me yet. The funding warrior came on stage. Attracted attention, the blonde man's offensive was also interrupted. Looking at the young man holding insecticide in front of him, the blonde man was filled with confusion, so he asked the young man in front of him. Who are you? This place is very dangerous. Dangerous. Leave now. Bah. The disgusting mosquito flew into your mouth. The compassionate young man stamped his foot said. That's right, the person who came here was not an ordinary young man at all. It was Etsuha who was plagued by mosquitoes throughout the afternoon, but I didn't expect the fight with mosquitoes to go to such a place. From the perspective of a blonde, I saw this dress the spoiled young man with a red t-shirt and flip-flops is holding a bottle of mosquito repellent in his hand, running in an extremely exaggerated posture, chasing a mosquito? That's right, it's mosquitoes. Seeing these weird scenes, the blonde didn't have any trouble in his heart and even wanted to laugh a little. What kind of idiot is this? Hey, how did you get in? Who are you talking about? Jin Farron couldn't help asking. Huh? Etsuha finally saw the blonde man in front of him. No, he saw the dense pile of mosquitoes in the sky, and saw the dense pile of mosquitoes condensed from all directions to the sky above the city, forming a super huge black round ball. It's just that this huge black ball is made up of hundreds of millions of mosquitoes. The surface of the black ball is still squirming. As more and more mosquitoes join its team, the black ball becomes more and more, bigger. Huh? Etsuha looked at the dense pile of mosquitoes and the giant mosquito ball that looked like alive and opened his mouth in surprise. What is this? A feast for insects. Hey you, who called me? Etsuha turned his head back. You, don't hurry up to take refuge, the blonde said. He couldn't figure out how no more ordinary person escaped a disaster. Could it be that he was deliberately hiding his strength? Or just an ordinary person with good luck? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Advertisement him. It can only be ordinary humans with good luck. The blonde thought this way and said, Hey, what are you doing in a daze? Go for refuge, don't you want your life? The blonde said again. These mosquitoes have their own thinking, and if they find a living creature in flesh and blood, they will suck him up. It's so scary, Etsuha exaggerated. Then what are you waiting for? Why don't you run away? It's over. Run. Etsuha just wanted to remind the blonde why you didn't run. Is Ultraman alive or has superpowers? Before I finished speaking, I saw the street and the earth tremble suddenly, boom. The wind was raging, and the strong wind picked up dust and dust. The mosquitoes in the sky and the black meatball were very excited about what they were getting. Almost at the same time, both Etsuha and the blonde felt a tremor in their hearts. The big thing is not good, this time it's too big. The blonde said badly, its powerful data analysis ability and the biological alarm bell rang at the same time. It feels like something extraordinary has awakened. Hello, Etsuha thought like this, he just wanted to move. Boom. I saw large swarms of mosquitoes in the sky suddenly dispersed, and the sky that was still clear just now became black and crushed. The huge swarms of mosquitoes turned into a huge black net and slammed into the city shrouded underneath. I saw that the wind was blowing loudly and violently along the street. The billboards and bicycles beside the street were all caught up in the sky. The mosquitoes continued to descend and completely covered the sky over the entire city. The tall buildings became shaky and all the glass was smashed to pieces by the huge pressure. Boom. Finally, a tall building collapsed because it was overwhelmed, and the ground instantly became gray, as if the end of the world had arrived. Immediately, a large swarm of mosquitoes enveloped Etsuha and the blonde, like a huge black cage confining the blonde and Etsuha inside, and the mosquitoes became more and more dense. Etsuha was about to cover his eyes, but saw a little light rising from the darkness through his fingers. What's that? Etsuha's heart was full of questions. He tried to open his eyes wide and he saw the blonde hair. People, his hands are shining. Advertisement? Ask for flowers? No, it's not light, it's Mars. I saw the light on the palm of the blonde's right hand that seemed to dazzle the eyes of the blind. He raised the arm made of unknown metal. His arm was glowing with hot red light, and Etsuha could feel the great power under the cold metal arm far away. The blonde man raised the center of his right hand high. It splits suddenly, and blue energy can be seen converging in its center. The metal arm is fat and all kinds of blue lightning bounce around it. Hack. Snapped. Small deep pits were punched out on the asphalt stone ground where the blue lightning struck, and the blonde man bathed in blue lightning and Mars was like a god. The huge energy condensed by the metal arm drove all the mosquitoes around him. It was all shattered, but the huge energy contrast was still so insignificant for the mosquitoes that covered the entire city. More and more mosquitoes gathered next to the blonde. Etsuha couldn't see the blonde at all, but could only see that in the hell-like darkness, the huge energy radiated from his arm. Finally the blonde seemed to have gathered the energy of the metal wall. He raised his head and snorted coldly. Mars. ZZZ. Hearing that the energy of the metal arm suddenly stopped converging, all the energy floating beside him traced back to the palm of the metal arm like life, and then an unimaginable energy burst out of his arm, boom. Like a red fire dragon, a giant great fireball spouted from the palm of the hand. The fireball was accompanied by blue free like lightning and rushed into the mosquitoes, and the mosquitoes rushed towards the fireball. Finally, both bumped into each other, bang boom. Accompanied by a huge roar and harsh white light, hum. The streets and tall buildings beside you were instantly disintegrated into powder when the streets and tall buildings next to you were in contact with it, and the fireball became bigger and bigger and bigger and eventually enveloped the entire city. Boom. There was another huge explosion. Everything that Etsuha saw was turned into powder. The mosquitoes were crushed and turned into ashes and floated down in the sky. The tall buildings collapsed and there were broken walls everywhere. Dust rained in the sky. Chapter 287. Please accept me as a disciple. Finally, the fire dragon swallowed the entire mosquito swarm, and the sky returned to its long-lost blue. From a high altitude, it can be seen that the entire city is torn apart. It is already on the verge of collapse, which is also called such a terrible blow. Now it has become very overwhelmed. It is conservatively estimated that future repairs and resettlement work will become very difficult. Back on the ground in the fight with the mosquito girl, the blonde put down his metal arm. His arm didn't seem to have been damaged by the attack just now, he said, seeing that you can speak human words, and I thought that the intelligence is the same as that of humans, but after all, it's just bugs. I actually gathered so many mosquitoes for me to burn. Huh, I'm really looking up to you. I told you the truth when I found you. I had already confirmed that there were no creatures within a radius of 500 miles. Then I can destroy you as much as I want. The blonde hadn't finished saying, 853, and it seemed that something suddenly occurred to him. Oh, didn't that man just now? Why did I forget him? It's so bad, it killed someone. Is there something? You look. Etsuha stood behind the blonde sometime and said. Etsuha suddenly realized that the person in front of him was not exactly the image of the mechanical transformation man Genos in the comics he had read before. It's exactly the same. How is it possible? An ordinary human being unscathed under my Mars. Genos couldn't believe it, because it is impossible for anyone to live under the large-scale attack. How can that be? Genos couldn't believe it. If he weren't for a mechanical transformation, he would really think he had hallucinations. Etsuha, regardless of the difference in Genos' eyes, said to himself. By the way, mosquito coils and flashes have the same sound. Janos just wanted to say something and just listened to. Ha 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 ha, a group of ignorant humans, idiots. Do you know why I gathered mosquitoes? Because I don't need them anymore, ha 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 ha. Hey, who's talking? Etsuha looked at the sound source slowly. Look up to the sky. Genos said to Etsuha with a solemn gaze. Etsuha looked up and saw a huge half-mosquito, half-human creature in the sky. The lower body is the mosquito's amphipod, belly and wings, and the upper body is indeed human. It looked like that only her body and head were human, and her hands had become a huge sickle suit, and the blade had a metallic luster reflected by the sunlight. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Advertisement, just a little mosquito, what are you nervous about? Etsuha said, this is the mosquito girl, the culprit who caused all the misfortunes in this city, and also the hunting target of Janos. Mosquito girl said to herself, I don't need them anymore, after all, I am already so strong. At the same time, I saw mosquito girl lift up her well-trained forelimb and force it like the one in front. Plan. Boom. A tall building that was already incomplete was cut in half by good times. Genos looked solemnly. It seems that she has evolved by absorbing the blood of those mosquitoes. It is so powerful and difficult to handle. It seems that she needs to be rescued. Ha ha ha, I am already so strong, Mosquito Girl shouted loudly, and at the same time the laughter made his cheeks pile up like a devil. Suddenly, her gaze fiercely turned to Genos. It's a good appetizer, hum. Huh. The Mosquito Girl suddenly disappeared in place. In fact, it was not disappearing, but the speed was too fast. The illusion that is about to be caused. Not good. Genos has no time to react. His analysis ability just now has not analyzed where the Mosquito Girl will appear, and it is too late to think. Here it is, human? What? Genos just wanted to turn around when he heard the taunting from behind him. Oops, it's late. Stabbed. Only a gust of wind was heard. Genos' abdomen had been cut through, and the abdominal cavity was nearly hollowed out to reveal the damaged mechanical parts inside. Not good, he just wanted to react. Click, his left hand was broken off at some point. This is bad. Genos gritted his teeth and turned his head fiercely, and at the same time clenched his right hand with a fist. It blasted out, but he was still too slow in Mosquito Girl's vision. This fist didn't even wipe the hair of the Mosquito Girl. Hum. The Mosquito Girl groaned, and kicked Genos back and banged. Genos flew up because of the huge inertia, and the Mosquito Girl's foot had such power. Ha 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 ha. The Mosquito Girl laughed hard with her hind feet, and the whole body of the insect blasted into the air. A terrifying pit was left where the feet were pedaling, enough to see the depth of this power, and at the same time, the Mosquito Girl told the liftoff behind it was accompanied by a huge sound of howling. Advertisement, haha, this weak fist even a mosquito is immune to death, ha ha ha. The Mosquito Girl appeared behind Janos' vacant body and pierced and stabbed it. There was an extra one on Janos' abdomen. The huge scratches are deeply visible on the metallic bones, and the mosquitoes have another scratch on the side of the detour, and again when they are accelerating. Damn it. Janos couldn't do anything but was beaten now, and his wounds were getting more and more. It was another scratch and stab. At this time, Janos' body was nearly in half, and his left hand had been removed. Both legs had been broken off. The abdominal cavity and waist were connected by only a small metal cervical spine. Warning. Warning. The whole body is full. 90/90ths damage. Warning. Genos is already powerless to revolving heaven. Really unbeatable. The Mosquito Girl took her hand and looked at Genos, who had fallen from a high altitude, with contempt. It seems that this monster will become stronger as it sucks more blood, and its body functions will evolve faster. Genos looked at the ground, getting closer and closer. I'm tired of playing this trick. It will kill you. Ha 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 ha. Mosquito Girl finally had enough. She accelerated to the sky and then dived towards Genos. Hey, are you careless? Blame me. 4.9 has no chance of winning. It seems that this is the only way to go, Genos thought. The only blue right now. I'm sorry, doctor. Janos closed his eyes and blue light began to appear on his chest. The blue light became more and more prosperous, and at the same time it reflected Janos' broken face, and the Mosquito Girl flew over her body ferociously. At this moment, snap. A hand slammed the Mosquito Woman's face fiercely, accompanied by a huge sonic boom. Boom. The whole head of the Mosquito Girl exploded. The red and blue organs and blood all exploded and splashed on the upper floor aside. What? Genos couldn't believe his eyes. Boom. He fell heavily on the ground and threw his horse back. Annoying mosquitoes. What are they making? Etsuha put down his hands. It's annoying. Buzzing. Chapter 288. Underworld. Etsuha, the child of the mosquito who was photographed to death just now, is impressed, but I can't remember the specific content of the manga at that time. It seems that Saitama came to rescue Janos, if I remember correctly. Etsuha secretly said in his heart, and gradually got a clue, as if he understood something. He might be that. How can it be? Genos was stunned that he had lived for so long as a mechanical transformation. The first time he encountered this kind of thing, it was so powerful that it was unimaginable, and a Mosquito Girl who had abused him so much was slapped to death. Up. Etsuha looked at it. There were no mosquitoes, and then turned around to leave. Wait. Janos stopped him, dragging his broken body. What's the matter? Etsuha asked, turning his head. Etsuha is still very fond of the person in front of him, because if he is really Genos, it proves that his character is still good. At least it is like this in the comics. It is difficult to say whether there is any deviation. Please tell me your name, Janos asked seriously. Etsuha. Etsuha replied. Please accept me as a disciple. Please, Genos said, struggling to make an apprenticeship. Oh, Etsuha agreed nonchalantly, and there were quite a few of his own apprentices. Etsuha was just a prevarication casually, but what he didn't expect was how much trouble the apprentice who appointed him as a teacher would cause him later. The next day, in an unknown street, Genos looked at the house in front of him and wondered if this was the teacher's home. It was so simple that he was so strong. Boom boom boom. Genos knocked on the door and squeaked. The door opened, revealing Etsuha's very cheap face. Huh? Why, you still depend on me for saving you once? Etsuha looked at Genos before him and didn't expect him to come. Hi, teacher, my name is Janos, Janos said with a bow. Can you stop calling me teacher? Etsuha looked reluctant. Advertisement at the same time, he secretly said in his heart. Sure enough, he is Genos. I guess it is correct. There is actually no such person as Saitama in this world. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. He didn't expect that he would receive an apprentice when he went out to kill a mosquito. Moreover, he was just talking about fun at the time, and didn't really want to accept an apprentice. Master is not good either. Idiot. Etsuha opened the door to let Janos in, made a pot of tea, and they sat on the floor. Etsuha looked at Janos intact and said, Hey, how about your injuries so soon? Yes, teacher, because most of my body is mechanical, I just need to slow down the parts, Genos said. It's exactly the same. Etsuha didn't want him to stay longer. The Janos in front of him was actually exactly the same as the Janos in the One Punch Man comics. So teacher, do you want to hear my story? Janos said. I don't want to. Etsuha was already on the verge of collapse. It's such a teacher. 15 years ago, I was still a human being, but then an out-of-control reformer attacked our city. At that time, I was still living in a fairly quiet and peaceful family and had a carefree life. But the arrival of the transforming machine changed everything. It seemed to have malfunctioned and destroyed everything he saw. Janos continued. My family, my school, supermarket, and city, in the end, only I survived. I was on the verge of death. Dr. Kusno was passing by and saved me. Dr. Kusno is a great scientist. He has been tracking the reformers who got out of control, and later he found me and saved me. Since then I have asked Dr. Kusno to transform me into a robot so that I can avenge my family, and I promise that the doctor must personally destroy Ardai's transforming man. That's it. Etsuha thinks it's not easy for you. 4 years have passed. At the age of 19, I went to many cities and killed a lot of weird people who destroyed the cities, but I didn't see the transformer, Janos replied. Etsuha finally couldn't help it. Can you shut up? But Janos continued to murmur as if he hadn't heard it. Etsuha finally couldn't stand it and fell asleep on the table. Advertisement the next day. Jingle bell Etsuha opened his eyes exhausted. What sound? Buzzing. Etsuha did it. He looked from left to right and it seemed to be coming from the ground, just about to hit Heish. Boom, the wall shattered. A big hand entangled in the muscles grabbed it and pressed it on Etsuha's head. Etsuha was thrown out without a reaction. He slammed into a store with gravel and rolled around. Who is damn it? Etsuha struggled to fight and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this person's speed clearly, he was thrown out so quickly, and his strength was so great that his arms didn't look like humans at first. Suddenly it was another punch, and a punch from nowhere slammed Etsuha's face heavily. Etsuha was instantly blasted by a huge force and he was embedded into the asphalt ground. Humans. The time for you all low-energy species to dominate the earth is over. Then let us underground people take over the earth, ha 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 ha. With a burst of mad laughter, a group of weird people who were more than 2 meters tall and entangled in muscles walked out of 857, talking about a weird who was taller and stronger. Did I enter Saitama's dream at the time? Etsuha asked secretly. Because the muscular weirdo Etsuha in front of me has an impression, it is the anime plot that made his blood boil at that time, and the dark underground monster that beat Saitama. However, the underground monster didn't give Etsuha more time to think. He accelerated his feet and rushed towards Etsuha with his right fist and hit Etsuha's face with a punch. Boom, blocked it. The weird man who claimed to be an underground man was surprised. His fist was blocked. So are the humans on the ground extinct? Etsuha fisted the underground man and asked. Haha, kill your earthly people and you will die. Come on. After speaking, all the weird people rushed up. Is this strength? It's not enough. People on the ground can't kill them if you have me here. Go back to the ground, weirdo. After speaking, they tore all the weirdos to pieces. Ha. Etsuha was panting and waiting for him to rest before there was another boom in the ground. A big hand as tall as a building broke through the ground and grabbed Etsuha. Etsuha fisted to meet him. The tall building shattered, and everything around him turned into powder under the powerful impact slope. Chapter 289 5 years ago. Unexpectedly, there will be you on the ground. Nice and young people entertain this ignorant human being. The giant weird finished talking. More and more giant weird people rushed up underground. The eccentrics combined their punches and enveloped Etsuha. Haha, really overwhelming, Etsuha burst out, ha. As soon as he turned around and swept his legs, all the small weirdos were swept into mud, and then turned around and punched one of the huge weirs into mud and splashed blood on his body. Strangely, Etsuha seemed to experience that kind of passionate pleasure again. Yes, it's just a feeling. Etsuha rushed to the last giant weirdo. There is one left, right? Boom. In the end, the huge weirdo turned into mud. Etsuha gasped for breath as he watched everything in front of him, and roared under the ground again. But this time is different. Etsuha can feel that there is only one weird this time, but the energy he radiates is more than the sum of all weird before. A big hand broke through the ground first and then 6. Finally, Etsuha saw his full picture. This is a huge weird man with 6 arms and blue flames all over his body. My children, thanks to your care, human beings. Then there will be my underground king to be your opponent, die. Etsuha laughed and said, ha ha ha, I didn't expect the underworld king to look so funny, but now that you have taken the shot, don't think about retreating. Die. After saying that, he punched and greeted him. When he woke up from the dream, Etsuha sat up abruptly. Sure enough, although he had crossed into the world of One Punch Man, the original protagonist of this world, Saitama, did not exist. He was the one who just crossed over. Etsuha is the protagonist of this world. Etsuha walked casually on the street, thinking about what he should do next. At that time, weird people in the world were raging, and weird people attacked very frequently. Etsuha was walking forward. Run away, weird people are coming. I saw a bunch of people screaming and ran over. Etsuha was taken aback, hoping this weird would not will provoke me without opening my eyes, or I have to clean him up, and continue to move forward after thinking about it. I saw a lot of corpses lying in the alley ahead. Some of them were dismembered, and gouged. Etsuha continued to walk forward aimlessly as if he hadn't seen it. Hey, the one in front, stop this uncle and call you diaresis. Advertisement who told me. Etsuha turned his head. He saw a weird creature whose lower body was a human being with a crab on its upper body. This is the weird guy everyone sees, Etsuha thought. He promised. Master? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Okay. The crab monster was surprised and said, why are you not afraid when you see this uncle, and you still don't run? Etsuha smiled and shook his head, thinking about his own strength, and was really too lazy to negotiate with such a weak force. Just as he said, Etsuha didn't plan to care about him. After speaking, he walked past the weirdo. The weird man said to Etsuha with his crab eyes, if this is the case, the uncle will let you go, but you see a child with a child's chin on the buttocks must tell my uncle. This uncle has been looking for him for a long time. Etsuha wondered, why did that kid mess with you? Look, the crab freak pointed at his chest and said, Lousy's crab shell has a nipple drawn by a little kid. I will smash it into pieces when I find the kid. That's it. Etsuha turned around without thinking about him and left. As he walked, he came to a park and saw a child playing football. Look at Mao. Uncle. The child turned around and said to Etsuha. Etsuha didn't intend to speak, but felt that the kid in front of him was a bit familiar. He just wanted to leave. This kid. The kid's chin is exactly the same as his butt. Hey. When he thought of this, Etsuha immediately became calm. He rushed to the child and said, hey, is there a weirdo looking for you? Do you know? The child turned around and said, is it that crab essence? I drew nibbles on his crab shell while he was sleeping. Sure enough, you kid. Etsuha just wanted to take him away. At the same time, I thought to myself that, as expected, everything that happened to Saitama in the manga was repeated in Etsuha who had passed through. Boom. The crab monster landed and said, I found you, kid, I'm going to smash you into pieces. The weirdo looked at the kid and said, Etsuha quickly turned to the kid and said, let's go, kid, look at your fault. The weird guy looked at Etsuha and said, hey, why are you trying to get me in the way? I've been merciful just now. Don't get too far. After speaking, the weirdo grabbed the little boy with a paw, and Etsuha somehow made some kind of madness and suddenly went up to help the little boy withstand the blow. Walking to the side of the weirdo, Etsuha said lightly, is it enough? Let's get out if you have enough. I don't want to do it today. These words irritated the weird person. Originally, it seemed that the other party was just an ordinary-looking young man, and didn't intend to trouble him, but what he said didn't take him seriously. Advertisement, what did you say? Looks like you shouldn't have spared you just now. After speaking, the big tongs faced Etsuha and grabbed it. Etsuha rolled over the tongs, then he stepped on the tongs and climbed up to the head of the weirdo, die. After talking about the weird's eyes, he grabbed it. Don't my eyes. The weird man scratched his hands around in pain, pounding. A large amount of blood connected to the various organs in the body was pulled from Etsuha's eyeballs, and a large amount of crab juice was sprayed around. Boom. The weird man's weak body finally fell to the ground. From then on, Etsuha also started to notice the various details that happened around him, consciously or unconsciously, and eliminated countless weird people. Every day, he went out in the morning and went out for a walk in the morning and went home to wash his uniform and watch TV at night. The truth is overwhelming. The next day, Janos came and asked me the secret of becoming stronger. Good jows, teacher, please tell me how you become stronger, please. Hey. What do you want me to say? Etsuha asked. So how old are you, Janos? Teacher, I'm 19 years old this year, Janos said. 19 years old, if you want to exceed, it's impossible. Etsuha tilted his head and said. This. Janos was speechless, never expecting Etsuha would answer him that way. However, if you really want to become stronger, I can still help you a lot. At least, the ranking on the hero's ranking list. The second one, the first one must be mine. Etsuha does a positive dependence, you said solemnly. Genos took a deep breath. Teacher, you can only be the second, the first person. Didi. A high-energy approach response was detected. Janos suddenly got up. Teacher, a creature is approaching at high speed. Chapter 290. The transformation house is here. What? Etsuha turned his head and said indifferently. Before he finished speaking, he blasted the wall and shattered the ceiling and was turned into a big hole by an invisible force. Accompanied by a frantic laugh, chi, I call. Before the words were finished, cease with me on the ceiling, idiot. Etsuha didn't want to listen to him to finish, so he punched the look like this. The head of the weird mantis. Puff. Booming green brain-like things splashed all over the living room. By the way, the remodeled house will appear next, Etsuha thought. Outside, just as Etsuha thought, there are already 5 or 6 powerful weirdos downstairs from Etsuha's house, with their eyes firmly locked in front of Etsuha's house. After returning to the room, Janos was numb watching Etsuha hit the weird man in a flash. It seems they are still outside, sir, Janos said. Leave the next to my teacher. Genos jumped out of the window after finishing, and banged, landing in a standard superhero style. However, the weird man on the ground has been solved by Etsuha. As expected of the scum of Zanwu, it doesn't feel at all, Etsuha said, looking at the stump and broken arm in front of him, and at this time, farther away. 400. I said that the first few weirdos have been solved, especially the first mantis were killed in seconds. A small weird said to the next weird. Don't be afraid, the orangutan transformed man and the Lion King are here, and they won't live long, said a mole like weird. Hey, mole, trap him with that trick of yours, and then you can leave the rest to me. Accompanied by the huge rumbling voice, Lion King finally appeared. This is a genetically fused lion and human being. His strength is the second existence in the House of Transformation. His body is full of explosive muscles. The fist that is bigger than the doorframe is really chilling. Good Lion King, leave it to me, I'm on it. The mole shrank his feet and went into the ground. The target was Etsuha in the distance. Etsuha is thinking, that mole monster should come. I remember it is really like this, if you come, I will play with them more. As expected of the teacher, these weird people are just ants to the teacher. Janos wanted to help, but he couldn't keep up with Etsuha's speed. It was too fast. BDFC advertisement however, he still didn't know that this was not Etsuha's full strength, and there was a loud bang. Come, Etsuha has already felt the tremors from the ground. A pair of huge claws broke through the ground and grabbed Etsuha's legs. The mole monster shouted, Etsuha. And Etsuha was grabbed by the huge force as soon as he tried hard. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Sure enough, this is the mole monster. It's exactly the same as I read in the comics. Let me play with you now. Etsuha closed his eyes as soon as he thought about it. Teacher. Genos was anxious. How could such a powerful existence of the teacher be caught by this low-level trick? He just wanted to sprint to rescue the teacher. No, Janos, I'm fine. Look behind you. Etsuha opened his eyes. The feeling of being underground is still very warm. He wants to enjoy it for a while. After hearing this, Genos turned his head. There was a huge roar, the sound of a giant falling on the ground. DDD. A high-energy response was detected. The dust dissipated and leaked out the huge monster inside. This was a huge metal-transformed man resembling a gorilla. His arms were extremely large, covered with metal armor, and a huge metal mask covered his face. A weird blue light came out of his eyes. Your opponent is me, human. The orangutan transformed the man and said. He stood up from the ruins, barely showing a stalwart body as high as 2 or 3 meters. Mechanical transformation man. Genos looked at the reformer Fangfo before him and returned to the night when his family was killed when he was 15 years old. I have something to ask you. Janos put on a fighting stance. Get in the way. The orangutan transformed the human and blasted it over without wanting to listen to him. Boom. Genos didn't dare to neglect him and turned around and confronted his huge fist with his metal arm. There was a huge explosion, and the two hit together, and the huge airwave dispersed in all directions along with the sound of glass breaking. But so, seemingly looking at him a little high, Genos thought. After speaking, he got up and quickly kicked the gorilla in the abdomen. The orangutan transformed man was kicked off several streets directly, and he fell heavily into an alley. Damn it. The top 3 existences of the dignified evolving master were actually beaten by this human being. Wouldn't it be laughable to say it? Big teeth. After speaking, he got up and stood up. The pair of doorframe-like feet slammed hard. Boom. Advertisement. The orangutan weird rushed towards Janos, and Janos watched the weird rushing up in front of him and slowly raised his right hand. Whispering from the corner of the mouth is like a call from the depths of hell to burn. Boom. A huge amount of energy erupted from the right hand, and the streets on both sides were crushed into powder by this energy, and the gorilla rushed up with fearless death. Looking at Etsuha, he was enjoying the warmth of the ground before he was interrupted by a thunderous voice. That's all about being helpless, haha, well done, mole, and you can go. The man who spoke was the Lion King, and he was walking towards Etsuha with huge steps at the moment. The teacher is in danger. Janos puts away the metal arm of his right hand and just wants to support Etsuha. Feed the humans, where are you looking? What? Janos looked back in surprise and saw the gorilla stood up in the ruins, but most of the metal armor on his body had fallen off, exposing the thick, muscular skin inside. If you think that this level of attack can defeat the top 3 of the transformation house, then you are too careless. The orangutan stepped towards Janos. Damn it. Due to the visit to the teacher, he didn't bring special combat parts today, and his combat effectiveness dropped sharply. It seemed that he was about to make a quick battle, Janos thought. Humph. The orangutan transformed the human with a cold snort and jumped to the sky with his feet. Eat me. The orangutan fell. After saying that, he accelerated in the air and smashed his head down towards Janos. Enough. Janos also rushed into the sky, flame whirlwind kick. After speaking, his feet turned into phantoms and kicked on the orangutan. Each foot is stronger and more powerful than the previous one. Boom in midair, the orangutan was kicked before it landed. Then a dog ate shit and fell to the ground, and Janos landed. I am the armed gorilla of the transformation house, your attack is useless. After speaking, the gorilla weird stood up again intact. Chapter 291. Wasn't you cool just now? Renovation house? What can you do with the teacher? Janos asked with a face. It has nothing to do with you, and it is our responsibility to eliminate and destroy you. We must destroy you. After finishing speaking, the orangutan weird kicked up again. On Etsuha's side, the Lion King was looking upset at the moment, so he said, what kind of expression are you on? Hey, how come you enjoy it? Etsuha raised his head and said, because it's warmer, it's kind of like a mother's embrace. You be asterisk 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 D. The Lion King didn't care about this guy. It seems necessary for you, a human being, to see your position clearly. I want to blind your eyes so that you can't resist, ha ha ha. The Lion King laughed wildly arrived. Oh, is that so? I just don't want to play with you anymore. After speaking, Etsuha stood up from the ground like no one else. How is it possible? The mole monster's head was almost big, and he clearly trapped Etsuha in the ground. You guys, quickly apologize. If I give you time to escape, I will be welcome. Etsuha sat while knocking Jiro's leg and said. Well, it seems it's time for you to see the true power of the Lion King, hey. After that, the muscles of the Lion King wanted to bulge out like an explosion, and the huge claws on a pair of terrifying claws became longer and longer. The Lion King raised his claws high and shouted at Etsuha, Lion cut. Swish. I saw a huge chi blade like a sword chi slashing towards Etsuha. It's really slow. Etsuha downplayed and tilted his head. The huge mansion behind him was cut into pieces by this sword. Lion cut. Another huge gas blade boom. Etsuha is indifferent and bangs on his side again. Just play with him, Etsuha said indifferently. The lion cut too. 3 cuts. Countless houses and streets were torn apart by air blades, leaving numerous terrifying and huge deep trenches on the ground. Little miscellaneous fish, all go to death. The guys who get in the way all become scum. The faster the Lion King fights, the faster he cuts. Advertisement, but these huge air blades and attacks like a big net were easily avoided by Etsuha. The Lion King really missed it. Ha ha ha, the weak and the strong. The next one is you. The lion cuts the meteor shower. Swipe it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Countless huge air blades converged into a net and slashed towards Etsuha. This kind of attack may be a dead end for others, but it is just a tickling for Etsuha. Ding ding ding, countless huge air blades were all slashed on Etsuha's body, making a sound as if slashing on steel. Enough playing, go to hell. Etsuha has already seen that this Lion King is a real dish, and he doesn't want to play with this waste anymore. Continuous normal punches. After saying that the right hand was made into punches, each fist turned out dozens of fists and hit the Lion King. Boom boom boom. The huge energy directly raised the street behind the Lion King, and the clouds in the sky were scattered by this blow, and the dust settled. I saw the so-called Lion King have become several small pieces of meat. What? The mole monster couldn't believe his eyes. The Lion King's strength was the second-ranked existence of the Master of Evolution, so he was killed in seconds. This person is too terrifying, so quickly ran back and rescued the soldiers. The mole monster went mad as he finished speaking and went into the ground desperately to dig. He just wanted to stay away from the devil. There is a guy in the way who wants to run, haha. Etsuha hit the ground and slammed into the ground faster. Where are you going? The guy who got in the way. The mole monster looked back. What? How come so fast? Boom. A headless rat carcass was thrown out of the ground. It looks like I can have soup with the mole tonight. Etsuha thought for a while. On the other side, most of the ruined center is already terrible. Janos raised his metal arm and said to the gorilla weird whose limbs had been exhausted, answer me, or die, choose one. It's you who die, ignorant human beings. My strength can only be ranked 3rd in the transformation house. Oh, Janos said. With your strength, it is absolutely impossible to defeat the 2nd strongest Lion King of the transformation house. Wait to die, fools. The gorilla weird looked disdainful. Advertisement, is he talking about this guy? Etsuha had already rushed over at this moment, holding the eyes that the Lion King had just made him blow. Ask for flowers? It looks like it's his teacher, Janos said. The gorilla weird stared at his eyes and was silent for a while. I'm sorry, I confess to be merciful. What are you? You were still cool just now. Etsuha was speechless. I'm sorry, I was just playing cool and thought it was good, I'm sorry, I'll be frank. It turned out that the owner of the transformation house was a genius doctor. When he was a child, he was a scientist in the world. He exerted his unparalleled wisdom and made great contributions to human society. However, he was disappointed in the world. Everyone showed great appreciation for his achievements, but he did not agree with his thoughts. He believes that human beings have not yet fully evolved. He wants humans to artificially evolve through gene editing, but no one agrees with him. They all say that he is mad, dangerous thinking, mentally ill. He is completely crazy. He thinks that those low-energy children who are not qualified to evolve will never be able to evolve. For this reason, he started crazy research, and he didn't get any results until the age of 70. He first rejuvenated himself, and then created a bunch of clones to help him work. He named his research institute the Home of Transformation and started countless tragic gene editing experiments. Speaking of the point, the idiot teacher asked you to sum it up within the second cross. Janos was angry, but Etsuha was okay because he already knew how the subsequent plot would develop. Ah yes, our doctor is interested in your body, said the orangutan weird. The teacher is not interested in men. Janos looked serious. Etsuha really wanted to skip this story, but he still resisted it. If he caused an unimaginable reversal of the world because of his own impulse, it would be troublesome. Teacher is like this. These people who claim to be the family of transformation are interested in how strong your body is, Janos said. If you leave it alone, they will send more assassins. It seems that it is necessary to go to this transformation house. Janos said, well, then we will meet this doctor. Etsuha said he thought. It seems that it is necessary to promote the plot. Developed. Chapter 292 Crazy Doctor, Rush to the Home of Transformation. This. Shall we go directly? Don't we need to prepare something, otherwise, will it be dangerous to go deep into the base camp of the place so abruptly? Janos asked. After all, in his opinion, the strength shown by the armed gorilla just now is not weak at all. It is really impossible to imagine how many such monsters are waiting for them in that place called the Transformation House. Just as Janos and Etsuha walked away to talk, I saw that the tinling cover of the orangutan who had been spared just now was slowly opened, and the radar light of an antenna was revealed. No, these two people seem to be going to the remodeling house, so you have to notify the doctor as soon as possible, the robot gorilla secretly said. However, just when he was about to vent the news, Janos, who had just beaten him, appeared again in front of her, 293. Hey, you guy, there is another thing to ask you. Has the transformation house really started to develop machines like you 3 years ago? There are still a few guys who miss you? Has the piece of the city been destroyed? Janos asked with a gloomy expression. I don't know about this, but I am the only combat-type transformation person like me in the transformation house. The transformation of the ape-faced teacher replied. After hearing his answer, Janos left, chasing Etsuha who hadn't waited for him and had gone far. Hey, master, wait for me, Janos shouted. The two moved towards the destination of the remodeling house, not knowing how Etsuha will mix that place this time. As soon as the screen turned, I came to a huge laboratory. The huge screen was covered with all kinds of sophisticated and complex data, and there was a very strange thing, that is, the crowd standing in front of the screen looked exactly the same. That's right, this group of people is the founder of the transformation house, the doctor who is like a madman. In this crowd, it is not difficult to see that the person who stands at the forefront of the crowd should be the main body, and the others should be clones of doctors, and you can see that on the clothes of this group of clones. Everyone is sad to have a different number. You said that the special model for hunting and killing humans just sent out was destroyed by the regiment? What the hell is going on? Dr. Crazy shouted at the clones around him. Advertisement, yes, just now the news came from the mecha-type orangutan that the guy they originally planned to bring is coming to our laboratory, and there is one more person beside him, who is ranked 23rd on the S-class heroes list. The strength of Janos should not be underestimated. The cloner on the side replied. As soon as Dr. Crazy heard, the two of them had already rushed towards their laboratory and shouted loudly. What did you say? If these two people really come to the laboratory where we are staying, then I have so far been dozens the research results of the year and a large amount of literature may be destroyed and there will be no scum left. Think of a solution for me. A bunch of waste. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But embarrassingly, no clone answered him at this time. Looking at the useless clone around him, Dr. Crazy's face gradually filled with gloom, and he groaned for a moment and said, it seems that we can only use the last trick, and prepare to release him. What? That guy is still beyond our control, you have to think twice, the consequences are likely to be disastrous. One of the clones replied with cold sweat on their face. I just tell you to do what you want, don't forget, I created you, Dr. Crazy glared. Not waiting for the clone to answer, Dr. Crazy said again, also, activate all the traps from the ground to the inside of the 1/8 floor. If this can solve them, maybe the guy doesn't need to be released, commanded Dr. Crazy. Failed, I know exactly what will happen to me, Dr. Crazy secretly said. In less than a moment, Etsuha and Janos arrived at what the robot gorilla called the transformation house. Is it here? Janos muttered to himself as he looked at the tall building in front of him. And the next move was beyond Etsuha's expectation. Heat up. Burst. An extremely hot breath was gathered and formed in Yano's palm in an instant. This force could not be better described as Pengshanjuhi, and the energy of the flames instantly sprayed out toward the building that was used as a remodeled home. Advertisement in just a moment, the building that was still very majestic just now had no ashes left, and it was completely evaporated by the blow of Genos just now. In fact, I plan to make good use of this east building, Etsuha said helplessly while looking at the open space in front of him. Yes, Etsuha originally planned to put his new home here, but now it seems that it was all destroyed by the blow of Genos just now, and Etsuha had to give it up. How about Master? I can see enough of this blow, they were all taken away by me. Genos raised his head and said confidently. What? You just didn't kill anyone with this blow, but you also stunned the snake, you know, but it doesn't matter, a bunch of clowns, it doesn't matter if you know it. Etsuha looked at him and asked himself for credit. Janos said with a helpless smile. Yes, if Etsuha's memory is not wrong, there should be an underground passage in this clearing. The unicorn monster and the doctor are all under the ground. The building is only used to cover people's eyes. The real main force is actually waiting for them underground long ago. Originally, Etsuha was still thinking about not moving the building above, so that he had his own residence, and secondly, he didn't need to be known to the people waiting for them underground. But the blow by Janos just now was just telling Villain that they're coming. Huh? Why 0.4? How could it be? Shouldn't they be here? I should have wiped them out with this blow. You see, you can't even see the residue in the air. Genos explained in disbelief. Hey, come and take a look with me. Etsuha looked helpless at Genos' answer, and shook his head. Following his memory, he took Genos behind him and looked for the underground passage that should exist. That's right. That's right, it's right here. Etsuha pointed to the iron plate under the two people's feet and said. Genos looked at the iron plate at his feet. This is Villain's base camp. What you just saw was just the trap that Villain prepared for us. The real characters are actually preparing this under our feet, Etsuha replied faintly. Chapter 293 The Bottomless Underground Passage, Ashura appears. It turned out to be so, but, Master, how did you know? Genos asked nonchalantly. Etsuha replied with a profound look. Don't ask, this is naturally your master's ability. I will teach you when I have the opportunity in the future. Genos replied with a smile on his face. Oh, okay, I remember what the master said today. Etsuha said this, of course, because he couldn't tell Janos his secret, so he just prevaricated. If he let the other party know that he is actually a manga character in the perspective of others, I am afraid that no one will be able to bear it. Of course, it is more likely that Etsuha who said this is a lunatic. Come on, let's meet them. Etsuha said, and after speaking, he jumped down first. Wait for me, sir. Genos looked at Etsuha who took the lead, and then jumped into the round hole at the foot that looked like an endless abyss. This is a dark and invisible room, where the breath of domineering and trembling are mixed together. At this time, there was a sudden burst of fire, which was the charge of 13 machine guns. Suddenly, the clone's horrified eyes filled his entire face. Stop, don't kill me. And what he was attacking was a huge monster, but the effect of this heavy machine gun seemed to be zero. Hitting this monster, it couldn't cause any typhoid fever at all. As the magazines ran out, the clone became more and more afraid. The bullets hitting the monster fell off and sank on the ground. Obviously, the strength of the monster's body exceeded the heavy metal ammunition running at high speed. Bang! The sound of skin and flesh piercing came into being, and the clone was bombarded with a punch by this monster. Advertisement: the clone is dead. There was no harsh sound either. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. At this time, the monster's grandeur finally revealed to us. This is a humanoid behemoth with 2 pairs of huge horns. The muscle lines resembling granite were exposed naked, and the stern eyes showed that the monster's heart seemed to be greatly suppressed, and it was always on the verge of running out of danger. But fortunately, the huge iron chain around his neck seems to be enough to restrict his movement. As for how he was locked on this iron chain, we don't know. The huge monster, the scraps of meat on the ground, the whole room was full of blood and brutality. At this time, a high-frequency footstep sound came from the outside of the room, and the sound was getting closer and closer. The person who came was the Mad Doctor. He looked at the double-horned monster in front of him, as if he was not afraid at all. You killed a lot, how about it? Have you relieved your breath? Should the riot factor in your body be satisfied? The little monster named Ashu screamed with a furious look. Huh? You say you are satisfied? Put me in this deep underground world for more than 30 years? Hey, how can I kill it? But I can't kill it enough. What's more, I am the most successful in this transformation house, and I am the strongest, But you shut me up here. Besides, Lousy's name is not Ashu, but Lousy is Ashura. Unicorn, you are calling wrong. Be careful, I killed you. Dr. Crazy explained. Your mood is too unstable and you are always on the verge of rampage. Don't you remember the misfortune you brewed 30 years ago? You can't control yourself, and I can't control you. You're locked here as a last resort, don't you understand? The Ashura unicorn roared. Huh? You said control? Why do I want to control? Besides, those guys who were killed in the past were killed. I am the one who succeeded in your pursuit of the most perfect form of human beings, whether it is physical quality or intellectual cloud. Counting that, it's not something that modern humans like you can compare, control? Controlled by you? I think you should listen to me? Dr. Crazy did not answer the unicorn's words directly and said in his heart, "No, you are just my failure, and it is not an exaggeration to be the worst. Although you have this heaven-defying physical performance, your character is too good. It's bad, it's just a walking evil monster." Dr. Crazy pushed the eyes on the bridge of his nose and said faintly, "You can kill me, as much as you can replace me, but now there is something you know." Ashura the unicorn asked, "Huh? What's the matter?" Dr. Crazy replied, "There is a sample, this sample, I want to get it anyway, but he is too strong and terrible, even now, I don't know how deep this guy's water is, so I have to find you. I am afraid that only you are his opponent in the entire transformation house. Therefore, I hope you can help me catch him, regardless of life or death. If I get the body of the guy, I am afraid that my name will resound." This world. Advertisement. Ashura the unicorn smiled and didn't answer him. The two figures, just like this, disappeared into the darkness again. Unexpectedly, this underground is so deep. Master, how far is 943? Genos wiped the sweat from his forehead in a pretentious manner. Although his body surface was made of metal, his body functions normally, he still has it. "Alright, that thing will arrive soon," Etsuha replied faintly. Hearing Etsuha's words, Genos used his special detection equipment to explore and didn't feel it. He curiously asked, "Why didn't I feel it? What? Already here," Etsuha replied. As soon as Etsuha Mandarin fell, the entire underground passage began to tremble violently, as if a huge object was quickly approaching Etsuha and Janos. Yo, I found it. Which one did you say? Or kill both?" The rushing Ashura unicorn asked the crazy doctor on his hand. That looks ordinary, there is no one that girls like at first glance," Dr. Crazy said as he pointed to Etsuha who was not far away. Bang! The blood burst. The crazy doctor who was still talking for the last second has turned into a lump of meat sauce and sprinkled on the ground. "I'm so unpleasant to speak, how could I let you go?" Etsuha said lightly with cold eyes. Chapter 294 Deviated World. You guy, how did you do it? Ashura asked nervously. Just now, Etsuha's actions completely stunned the opponent. As the number one of the transformation house, he didn't even see the opponent's actions at all, and the crazy doctor in his hand was killed by the opponent using unknown means. How to do it? Etsuha laughed and mocked. Etsuha thought to himself, if you let him know that it's gone, he is the ruler of Heroes Academy. Although he has traveled through this world, his overall strength has been weakened a lot, but it is not like a genetically modified bug like you. Yeah. Ashura Unicorn licked his lips, showing his stern face. Although the doctor is dead, there is no need to conflict with you anymore, but your strength is very interesting to me. For a guy like you, I didn't plan to let you go, Etsuha responded calmly. Etsuha, the huge unicorn in front of me, remembers it. It has 2 huge horns. Although it is slightly different from the original, it doesn't matter. No matter how many horns, Etsuha's strength can handle it. And the most important thing is that this guy's behavior is really bad. Etsuha is not a person who proactively causes trouble for himself, but if this guy in front of you is allowed to walk around freely, then the surrounding city may not be peaceful, and this unicorn seems to have no intention of giving up. Let me go. Although I haven't seen your method just now, it seems to be very powerful, but I am afraid that my strength will surprise you. Ashura One-Horned Fairy Yuchi preached without fear. Etsuha feels amused inexplicably, because he knows what the real strength of the unicorn monster in front of him is. It is nothing more than to completely plunge his consciousness into chaos, activate all his fighting consciousness, and enhance it with an exaggerated body. Means to improve one's body functions. To put it bluntly, it is simply to improve your physical activity and strength. It is completely different from the 8 inner gates learned by Etsuha and is not comparable to a hen and a phoenix. In addition, you have to lose consciousness. Etsuha sees it as a move that hurts the enemy by 1000 and 1005, and even if this unicorn raises its body, it is nothing more than Etsuha's point of view. It took a few hits and there was no challenge at all. Let's go, the place here is too small, I think it's not enough for the 2 of us to stretch out. Let's change to another place or go to a specific battle laboratory. The material there is made of the strongest black stone in the world. Yes, no matter what kind of offensive you can withstand. The unicorn looked at Etsuha, who seemed a little overwhelmed and said triumphantly, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Advertisement. As everyone knows, the reason Etsuha is standing there is because he just heard something wrong. Blackstone? The hardest material in the world? Interesting, Etsuha said inwardly. Because the black stone that the unicorn said was clearly no longer in Etsuha's cognition, he did not remember the existence of such a substance in the comics. Could it be that this world is different from what I have seen before, or is it because my arrival has caused certain rules of this world to change? Etsuha's head was moving fast. But there are still some things I can't figure out. Simply shook his head, Etsuha. Forget it, let's go one step at a time. The unicorn looked at this person who was saying something that he didn't understand and asked, this guy, what is it talking about? Etsuha replied, let's go, take me to see what you call the Blackstone Laboratory, let me see what is special. After speaking, the 3 of them walked towards the Blackstone Laboratory. The Ashura unicorn looked at the huge black field in front of it and said, "It's very wide. This is the largest in this facility. It is a place specially used by Dr. Crazy to test whether the experimental product can be used in battle. Then, now, start tearing. Kill it." "Wait." Etsuha replied faintly, not looking at the unicorn at all. Yes, he was here not to fight this Ashura. If Etsuha is really ready to do it first, I'm afraid the unicorn was cut off as early as the very beginning, and the reason why it has been dragged to the present is to look at this material that is known to be hard in this world. "Genos, do you understand this black stone?" Etsuha knocked on the dark wall and asked next to Genos. "I haven't heard of it, but the professor's words may be heard. I will ask you for the master when I have the next opportunity," Genos replied. Without hearing the answer he wanted, Etsuha had to experiment for himself. Advertisement ding, a crisp sound reverberated throughout the venue. "Huh, it's interesting," Etsuha said with interest while looking at the unscathed dark wall in front of him. That's right, the sound just now was caused by Etsuha, and he wanted to determine if this thing was as strong as the unicorn said. Contrary to Etsuha's expectation, I didn't expect it to be really hard enough. Although Etsuha just used a small part of the strength just now, if you look for common sense, Etsuha's attack should work regardless of whether it is a solid thing, but it seems that this world is a little different from what I thought. Maybe many things like this will happen next. Etsuha's eyes suddenly lit up. It was the first time that Janos saw an Etsuha of Furui without a wave of excitement, so he asked, "Master, you?" That's right, because the previous world couldn't bear Etsuha's Nuo Jiao Jiao power. Etsuha had to be rejected into the current world. I thought everything was Etsuha according to the script, but I just discovered it in the last second. This world may not be exactly the same as that of One Punch Man. I'm fine, but this thing, I need to study it carefully, or I need to know all similar things. Etsuha replied. It's useless. This material is not something you can destroy, and no one in the whole world can do this with the body. The yellow-haired boy, even Black Stone doesn't even know. Ashura ridiculed. What this guy said, Etsuha has been completely blocked, so he preached to Janos next to him. This guy will leave it to you. I will study this thing carefully. Understood. When Janos heard this, his whole body quickly became armed, and his firepower turned on and confronted the unicorn not far away. Chapter 295 Careless again. Hey, throw this kind of stuff to me. It's too much to underestimate me. B**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** underestimate this uncle, it will make you pay the price, human. However, Genos was facing an enemy at this moment. This ugly one-horned fairy had extraordinary strength just by looking at his appearance, let alone the hidden trump card and first-level combat power of the transformation house. At this moment, Etsuha is studying this so-called black stone. The black stone wall is very smooth to the touch, and the whole body is dark. No matter what the light is, it is a deep black. What the hell is going on with this thing? Did it appear because of me? Etsuha didn't know at the moment, and it seemed that he had to take off one piece and ask a knowledgeable doctor. On the other hand, Genos is also ready to send out at this moment. Call, we must not let the teacher down, I will do my best in this battle. Poor fellow, are you ready? This uncle has given you enough time to warm up. The unicorn stretched lazily. I will solve you in 5 minutes, and then your teacher who dared to look down upon me will pay the price. Haha. The unicorn smiled wildly. Don't insult the teacher, you are a dirty bug in the ground. Genos 433 heard that this arrogant one-horned wonderland dared to insult the teacher. He finally couldn't help it, and took the initiative. Hey! A pair of fumaroles on the soles of the feet suddenly opened, and white steam came out. Boom! A huge shockwave emanated from the soles of the feet, pushing Genos's body forward at high speed, like a cannonball. The naked eye can't see this speed and can only hear the whistling wind. Oh, the unicorn came to be interested. I thought it was just a low-level reformer. It seems that it is not that low level, but it is just a scum. HMPH, I saw this guy's leg was lifted up on one foot, as if watching a play. Damn it, don't put me in your eyes at all, try this. Yano speeded up and rushed to the top of the unicorn fairy. Raise both fists and the accelerator at the arm activates the machine gun punch. Bang bang bang, numerous fist images smashed the unicorn fairy, which lasted for several minutes. It's not painful or itchy. Hello, okay. The unicorn didn't care about his fist at all, and there was no trace of the fist hitting the unicorn's body, enough to see the defensive power of the unicorn's carapace. Strong. The defensive power is so strong, it seems we need to change the strategy. Try it from the inside, after finishing talking about a 360-degree twist in the air, Genos. Advertisement boom, the right leg accelerated, and a side leg kicked towards the unicorn's feet. Clang. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. There was another metal collision. This kind of attack is impossible to break my defense, I said. Can you use a little force? The unicorn was still in the same position as before, with Erlang's legs tilted, and he did not move at all in the previous attack. Over. It's not over yet. Try this. Burn it. Genos rushed behind the unicorn fairy through the air. The maximum bit rate of the incinerator is activated. Boom. A huge roar came from the side of Genos's arm. With a huge spark, the entire metal arm became red like blood. He raised his palms to the unicorn fairy's lower limbs without carapace protection. Bump! A piece of fire dragon spurted from his palm and flew towards the unicorn. The unicorn was covered in the fire dragon. The incinerator continued to burn in terror, and even the air seemed to be burned by this huge high temperature. The entire laboratory became red and a huge high temperature made the entire wall extremely hot. Huh. Let's try it now and try a little bit to see if you can remove one piece. Etsuha was thinking about how to take only one piece without destroying the entire wall. This should be fine, Etsuha thought. On the other side, the huge fire dragon lasted for an unknown amount of time and finally burned out. Phew, using the high temperature of the incinerator may be able to disintegrate the unicorn's defenses, Janos said, closing his hand. Touch after the smoke. BDFA, it's a little careless, huh? The unicorn appeared from the smoke. The huge high temperature is indeed a bit uncomfortable. His special carapace resistance is almost full, but the magic resistance is a little bit worse. I said, it's very uncomfortable. Oh, that makes people deep fried. It's my turn to end your attack, the unicorn said. Well, I saw its huge transparent wings disappear directly into Genos' sight for a while. What? So fast? Genos' mechanical eyes couldn't keep up with its movements. Huh, behind you. The unicorn patted Janos on the back. Advertisement, oops. It was careless again, and Genos had no time to think about directly burning it back one by one. Boom! A huge fire dragon whizzed past from the place just now, looking at the unicorn fairy and disappeared. If you only have this strength, then stop here. The unicorn was a little impatient to play, but he was finally free to play more naturally. Although the transformant in front of him was a little weaker, it's also good as an appetizer. Huh, there seems to be no way, just to try out the newly upgraded combat armor that the doctor gave me. After talking about Genos' abdominal cavity, it opened and revealed something like a small box. He took this thing out and pressed it on his chest. Come on, try how powerful it is. Janos pressed the button. Z. A little red light lit up from the small box, and then the small box suddenly split into two halves. The half of the box clung to Genos as if it were alive and swam from the chest to the arm, clicking. It sounded like something buckled together. As the box disappeared, but suddenly a bunch of black substances flowed out of the box and covered the arms. Those black substances stuck tightly to the arms and suddenly bulged, turning into pieces of pure black armor cover, on top of the original armor. Kakaka piece by piece, in a blink of an eye the small box turned into two huge lacquered black metal arms covering the original shiny silver armor. I saw that the pieces of black armor seemed to have magical powers and made people's eyes deep into it. At the same time, the new armor was more ferocious, with more armor pieces and thicker armor pieces at key parts such as the arms and wrist joints, and there was a row on the arms. Huge metal barb. Seeing that it was powerful, the unicorn flew down from the sky and his eyes changed. It seems a bit overplayed. You should have been dealt with long ago, huh? At this moment, its powerful insect instinct has already told him this thing. Now it can pose a danger to his life. A deafening sound of steam came from this pair of new armors. It feels great, Gino said after clenching his fist and feeling the newly upgraded armor for him by the doctor. Prepare to die, I won't let the teacher down. Janos is now very confident that he can defeat the unicorn. Chapter 296 Weird Blackstone. Oh, that's it, don't think that only you have the whole cards. The unicorn smiled contemptuously. It is still unknown in my dictionary that you can beat me, ha ha ha. Really? Let's try it out. Janos' new armor felt a lot harder in his hand for an instant, and he would make the teacher admire him during this battle. Is it so hard? I really underestimate the world. Etsuha was a bit speechless, and it seemed that he didn't show some truth. The strength seemed to be bad. Etsuha closed his right eye and pinched his left hand. With this trick, it should be possible. Etsuha thought to himself, shouting loudly. Kamui, hey, I saw that Etsuha's right eye has been opened, but it is no longer the color of human pupils, but the eyes are red, the whites of the eyes are white, and there is a strange symbol in the eyes, like three sickle handles symmetrically together. An unimaginable force converged in the gaze of Etsuha's vision, and the surrounding space was slowly distorted. And there was a black hole in the center of the line of sight, and the material contained in it was slowly swimming, and the surrounding space was pulled into the black hole as if torn apart. Black rock couldn't resist this kind of space-splitting weird energy and was directly sucked in by a large piece. Etsuha hurriedly closed his eyes. After all, this trick required a lot of his energy. Well, the black hole disappeared. The black stone wall where it disappeared seemed to have been eroded by a strange force, and there was a black round hole with neat edges directly in the middle. All the matter in the round hole has disappeared, and it is impossible to imagine the power of this move on people. Success, I should have thought of it. Etsuha was a little regretful or he wouldn't have lost so much time, but he hadn't waited for him to be happy too soon. On the large black stone wall that was taken away by Etsuha just now, that big black hole unexpectedly disappeared? What? Etsuha really didn't expect that this thing can repair itself if it is damaged. That's it. He carefully touched the wall just now, and sure enough, there was a little color difference between the black stone that had just been filled and the original black stone, which was really amazing. Is this really the change the world has made to my rival? Etsuha couldn't figure it out. Boom. On the other side, the fight between Janos and the unicorn was fierce. They fisted left and right, left and right. Both fists and legs seem to have turned into phantoms, and they can't see their movements at all. Advertisement. There was another fierce impact. The power and defense of this monster is really stronger than I thought. Genos didn't see much damage after playing for so long. It seems that a quick fight must be made and it can't be delayed any longer, Genos thought. It doesn't hurt or itchy. Let's decide the outcome of the next move. The unicorn has been dragging him with him for too long, and his playfulness must be collected. After speaking, the unicorn seemed to be stimulated, and he stopped suddenly. When this trick is used up, I will be crazy until next Saturday. I can't drag it with you anymore. Die. Ashura mode. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Bump. A huge wave of air rose from the feet of unicorn and spread to the surroundings. Genos stopped the sprint. In this case, I don't intend to hide it. I will transport all the energy to the double-armed incinerator and the incineration cannon. The maximum bitrate is activated. Boom. The airwave collided with the airwave, causing huge smoke and booming. Of course Etsuha heard such a big movement, and at this moment he also turned his head to admire the battle. The smoke dissipated, and the huge body of the unicorn was first revealed. At this moment, he was still bigger, his skin turned dark green, and the huge unicorn on his head rose a full 2 meters outward, the body of the insect. It has disappeared, now it should be in the best fighting state. And the pair of metal arms that Genos called it has turned dark red at the moment, and the blue electric flower drifts beside Genos again. At this moment, his incinerator has reached its maximum charge state. The invisible storm converged on the two of them. This trick lets you meet death, monster, Janos said to the unicorn. Oh, you are not my opponent with all your strengths. I will let your dead scum be left and clean up your teacher, ha ha ha. The unicorn exploded with all his strength, and at this moment he was extremely confident. The incinerator started. Genos didn't wait for him to finish, booming. First, there was a huge fire, and then an unimaginable red energy rushed out of the palm. Ask for flowers? Pout. The huge lightning gathered beside the red energy and rushed straight towards the unicorn. The unicorn fairy disappeared. Advertisement, I won't hide, ha ha ha. In an instant, the unicorn teleported behind Janos, and at this moment he had seen Janos' broken body. You're fooled. Do you think it's just one shot? Genos didn't turn his head back, and his palms quickly stretched behind him at a weird angle. Release all the energy and output the power of the incinerator. What? The unicorn fairy didn't expect it. He thought that the huge energy just now was only a wave, and he couldn't avoid it if he wanted to hide at this moment. Boom, boom. Hoo. Did you kill it? Genos no longer has the ability to fight again, and all his energy has been released just now. Almost. Oh, ha. I didn't expect you to have something. Although the unicorn walked from the smoke, although he barely avoided the card test, he still suffered a lot of injuries. I'm almost able to kill me. Goodbye to death. The unicorn blasted towards Janos with a punch. When I don't exist. Etsuha was speechless, and wiped the juicy juice from his hands. It was really disgusting. From now on, I would rather use big tricks than slap bugs with his hands. Teacher, I'm sorry, I let you down. Janos lowered his head, and he was ashamed that he hadn't completed the task the teacher gave him. What happened? But it was solved smoothly. Etsuha didn't care, and it was quite rewarding today. At least there is one new thing in his Kamui space, and he has to study it carefully. Black stone. Teacher, let's go back, this has been solved. Genos said, okay, let's go, hide this laboratory so that no one can find it here. Etsuha said, in case someone else finds it. There will be a lot of trouble in the place. Good teacher, leave it to me. After talking, Janos turned his head and took out something from his arm, and threw it on the basement entrance. Zzz. The entrance of the basement became invisible in an instant. Let's go, teacher. Okay. Etsuha turned his head and left the place that surprised him. Chapter 297. Sign up, Heroes Association. At this time, Etsuha had returned to his burrow, but the room was empty. It turned out that Etsuha ran into the space created by Kamui. This thing is really weird. Why didn't it exist in the previous world? Etsuha murmured, playing with the little black stone in his hand. If you use this thing to make a weapon, it will be interesting, but how to make it so hard? Looking at the black stone on this hand, Etsuha struggled with his brain and couldn't think of how to change this hard substance. The form is shaped like Etsuha wants. We can only see if we can find a solution in the days to come, otherwise such good materials are really violent. As soon as the words fell, Etsuha's eyes changed again, the space became distorted, and the branch, 273, Sha Yi was naturally squeezed out of the cracks in the space. Not long after, Janos came to Etsuha's home. Master, I just brought some food from the doctor. Let's settle it at home tonight. Genosti said, the food in his hands. The two of them sat at the dinner table. Genos asked Etsuha about various secrets to become stronger while eating. Etsuha had to make up one reason after another and gave him a prevarication, because in the current Etsuha, Genos' strength in this world, it's completely enough to see. There is no need to improve too much, and the most important thing is that Genos is a machine-transforming person, and Etsuha is completely ignorant of this knowledge, even if he is willing to do so. To help the other party become stronger, Etsuha has nothing to do. Reluctantly, Etsuha had to put up a topic at random to interrupt Janos. By the way, Janos, you are an S-rank heroes in the Heroes Association, right? Yes, that's right, but master, why are you asking this? In my opinion, with Master's strength, these fancy titles are completely unnecessary, Genos replied. Well, but I still pay much attention to fame. If you think about the chaos of the world now, if I still think about the previous few headless and faceless solutions, I am afraid it will not be very good. Etsuha casually explained. Genos nodded and replied. It turned out to be so, then okay. I just know that the registration test of the Heroes Association is about to start. Then the teacher has time to go to the Heroes Association to register with me these days. However, in my opinion, with the strength of the teacher, I am afraid that the Heroes Association's S level should be filled with one more rank. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Advertisement. In fact, there is only one reason why Etsuha signed up for the Heroes Association, and that is that Etsuha's strength is the same as in the previous world. It is determined by people's recognition of him, etc., and there is another very important reason. Etsuha has discovered that his strength is deteriorating in the past few days. You know, Etsuha in the previous world is already recognized by the world, and Etsuha, who should have increased in strength all the time, has actually regressed after coming into this world. At first, Etsuha didn't notice it in the first days, but Etsuha suddenly felt it in the last few days, and the reason was not because people in the previous world had forgotten him. He was still instilled by the power of belief in that world. In Etsuha's body, it's just that some unknown power has been absorbed. This made Etsuha feel a little panic. If the current situation is not controlled and improved, then Etsuha may not be able to gain a foothold in this city and the world. A sense of urgency arises spontaneously, so Etsuha has to choose to join the Heroes Association to increase his popularity in this world. It is impossible to imagine how terrifying the strength of Etsuha, who is concentrated in the power of the two worlds, will be in the future. Has it been moved to ruins? Has anyone found it? No, it's just that this huge burn mark should be well located. People with this ability should show their feet in the future, and just looking at this attack range, there is most likely only two of them. Genos, who is ranked 23rd in the S class, and Wayne, who is ranked 12th. Damn it, I didn't expect it to be discovered. I hope the people above will not blame it, otherwise we may not have good fruit. The two men in black looked at the conversation of the research institute, which was no longer in full bloom before them. As for their identities, they are not known. The only thing they can be sure of is, the one who came is not good. The sky is also gloomy, and I don't know what will be waiting for Etsuha. 2 days passed quietly, and it was the test day of the Heroes Association. Etsuha and Genos would also go to the test site specially built by the Heroes Association. Advertisement. By the way, teacher, you should know the specific assessment items? Janos suddenly remembered, as if he hadn't told Etsuha about the possible assessments. Etsuha replied casually, Huh? I know, but I didn't prepare much in advance. Huh? It's broken, I'm all to blame, Genos said when he heard that Etsuha hadn't prepared in advance. Etsuha wondered. What's the matter? What's the blame for you? It's such a teacher. Although the content of the Heroes Association exam is randomly set every time, the examiner will be given a general direction 2 days before the assessment. The direction given this time is about the construction of science and technology. If you advance without preparation, this part of the written answer is completely hopeless. Although teacher, you are fine in the physical examination, if the written examination is pushed back, you must not have the legal grade to the S grade. Gia North explained. Oh, it turned out to be the case. That seems to be a real problem, but it doesn't matter what level it can be. Etsuha replied indifferently. Although Etsuha is preparing to join the Heroes Association in order to increase his reputation in the world, if it doesn't go well, then it's fine. It's a big deal to rebuild his old business. That's what Etsuha thinks in his heart. After all, Etsuha walked step by step from the very beginning, and it's a big deal to start again. Seeing that Etsuha looked indifferent, Genos had no choice but to give up, letting Etsuha come. In the next moment, the two of them walked into this huge square prepared for people to assess the hero's level. Chapter 298 Project Assessment. Please line up in order for newcomers to report. The first floor and the basement are for physical fitness assessment, and the top floor is for the written test. Please correspond to the newcomer list in your hand and wait according to the serial number. The young man commanded loudly. Etsuha looked at the rookie list in his hand, and walked silently to the basement level to prepare for the physical fitness test. After looking at the rookie list in his hand, most of them wrote about what needs to be tested and what matters. For the physical fitness test, don't be too ostentatious. A grade is almost enough. Etsuha thought. It seemed that he had to make his name a little bit by himself, so that he could improve his abilities. Well, it seems we need to be tight, Etsuha thought. Kettle Warrior, Cape Man, Wushan Man, Etsuha, Shadow Warrior, Big Head Doctor, please go to the second examination room on the first basement floor to report in 5 minutes and prepare for the exam. A huge broadcast sounded suddenly, and Etsuha immediately packed up when he heard the point. Examination. 13 I have to say that the heroes' styles here are very strange. Etsuha said that few of the people I met were normal people, and they were all dressed up in strange costumes. Hey, it seems that I am really out of place, Etsuha thought, walking to the so-called second examination room, where 4 people were already standing, and the head of the person was wrapped in a huge armor. His body was very elliptical. He also wore a funny kettle-like helmet on his head. You don't have to guess, this is the Kettle Warrior, haha. Etsuha said silently, The second one in a black ninja suit is the shadow warrior, and then the cloak man who looks like an acrobat and he wears elegant glasses. A nonsensical man with big pink trousers. It's really weird, haha. Etsuha thought, oh, there's one more, but because it was too short to ask, he didn't care. The big head doctor wearing a protective suit with a huge head is right. Etsuha didn't want to stand in the last position and wait for the exam. After a few minutes, a beautiful lady dressed in professional clothing walked to the middle and said, one by one, only the previous one can come in after the next one finishes the exam, understand? I pushed the gold wire glasses on the towering bridge of the nose. I got it. It was Kettle Warrior and Etsuha who were talking, then the Shadow Warrior, but this guy didn't speak and just nodded, followed by Cape Man and Dr. Big Head. Good beauties, can I add a WeChat after the exam? The last sentence was said by the man in the cloak. The beauty examiner ignored him and walked towards the nonsensical man. Hey, I don't understand, I just say something, really, huh? The examiner's expression on his face was so peculiar, and she let her put it on the stall. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Advertisement. As for this guy, he kept looking down and whispered to himself like an idiot. Black wire, I really like it. Pervert. The examiner's face turned red all at once, she turned around in anger and left without saying a word. You follow me, the rest is waiting. The examiner led away the Kettle Warrior who was the first in line. Etsuha turned his head back, waiting for him, but he was a little curious that this guy also dared to join the evaluation of the Heroes Association, and at the moment, the nonsensical man was still bowing his head and wondering what he was talking to himself. 10 minutes later, the examiner walked out of the examination room with the Kettle Warrior. He was holding the watch with a regretful expression at the moment. It's over. I made a mistake. What should I do? It's even impossible to pass the written test. This is really only another year. The Kettle Warrior doesn't know where the kettle is flying at the moment. His face as crying ran out. Hey, don't forget the written test on the top floor for a while. The beauty examiner was really speechless. She stomped her high heels anxiously and made a pleasant tapping sound. The Shadow Warrior spoke at this moment. The guy who gave up halfway, The cloak man was going to help the Kettle Warrior. Whoever fails the exam is not uncomfortable, and the physical fitness test is still his advantage. I didn't expect this to be a failure. The big head doctor also said, quack, I won't pass the physical fitness test, but in the written test, I must have a full mark. Looking at the nonsense man. Black wire. Hey. The examiner sighed and walked to Etsuha. Your name is Etsuha, right? It's you, come with me. The beauty examiner's face is full of pity at this moment. After all, one more heroes is one more person who contributes to the harmony of the society. Lead the way. After Etsuha said that, he walked into the examination room with the examiner. He just wanted to quickly distance himself from these abnormal people. The examiner took the lead and walked into the examination room, and Etsuha followed closely. He suddenly became clear. In front of Etsuha's eyes, there was a basketball court that was played several times in the examination room. Etsuha suddenly remembered something. He asked the examiner, are all the heroes being evaluated here? The beautiful examiner said as he walked, of course it's not just for the A to C machines. She paused for a while and then said, if your strength is S level, you have to go to a specific place. Besides, the new heroes selection depends on the S level. Advertisement. She seemed to think of something and then said, sometimes there is only one but it seems to be called Genos, and the selection of the S-class heroes is not our turn. It needs the management of the association to decide. That's it. Etsuha understood. He wasn't surprised that Janos was the only one. At least he had watched this anime, saying that it had finally come to the center of the examination room. The examiner first handed a form to the 353 staff members sitting next to the instrument, and then turned to Etsuha and said, let's start, follow him from now on. I have to cheer. I hope I can see you in the hero's manual in the future. The examiner stuck his tongue out, turned and ran away. Oh, hope. Etsuha didn't care too much. He had more important things to do without this time, just wishing never to see him again. Etsuha, right, the staff member said. Yes, Etsuha replied. I will introduce you to the rules in turn. First, you need to test the reactivity, then endurance, explosiveness, jumping ability, and strength tests, and finally the sixth sense test, the staff said. Do you understand? Tell me if you understand, you can start. If you don't understand, you can ask me. After speaking, he sat in a chair and waited for me to speak. Sixth sense test. Etsuha didn't understand that he didn't remember that he had seen this thing in anime. What is the sixth sense test? Etsuha asked. Well, to put it simply, it is your perception of dangerous food and whether you may have superpowers. The staff reached. That's it, let's start. Now that you understand it, let's start. If his superpowers are taken out, but it will surprise the whole association, but it can't be exposed because of the assessment. That is a foolish behavior. Chapter 299 by PhD. Please follow me. The staff brought Etsuha to a huge instrument. This is a reaction test machine. When you turn it on, you need to stand in it. Small balls will be shot from all directions. At the same time, the longer you stand, the faster the ball's ejection speed will be, the staff explained. Simply talk about how to score. At first, the speed of the ball is 1 per second, that is, a ball is shot from an unknown direction in 1 second, and then it increases by 2 per second, 3, 4, 5, and if you are hit the middle 3 cuts and supports less than 3 per second. C3 per second is C plus to 4 for B5 for B plus 7 for A10 for A plus and so on. The highest position S is 2 digits for units, that is, from 20 to 30 or S, and from 30 to S plus. The staff finally finished the explanation. He added, A plus night only S-class heroes can do it. That's it. Etsuha thought. In terms of his reaction power, the S score would be very easy, but he can't do this and can't reveal his strength prematurely. The world is now completely different from what he said he knew, too fast. Exposure will be very troublesome, just get an A+. I'm ready, let's start, Etsuha said nonchalantly. 10 minutes later, Etsuha picked up the watch in his hand and saw that the reaction force, endurance and strength were both A+, and the jumping power and explosive power were A-. Except for the sixth sense test, he was about to test it now. Let's go, Etsuha thought. He wanted to take a good look at what this sixth sense test could detect. It didn't take long for him to find the sixth sense test site. There was only one gray-haired old man sitting on the bench. While reading the newspaper, Etsuha walked over. Hello, I'm here to test the sixth sense. This is my hero's physical examination form. After speaking, he handed it over. The old man turned around, revealing an old and majestic face. Although his gray hair looked more than half 100 years old, Etsuha was slightly surprised by the imposing dragon-like aura. My name is Yugui. You can add me to Dr. Yu. The sixth sense test is performed by me, so let's it. The old man claiming to be a doctor asked Etsuha to find a stool to sit down casually, and Etsuha did it. Intuitively, he felt that this old man was very interesting and a person with a story, and he might even know the master of Janos. So, how is this sixth sense evaluated? Etsuha was a little curious. Extend your hand. The old man said. Etsuha stretched out his right hand, and the old man also stretched out his hand, but it was no longer a hand, it was a metal arm made of unknown metal. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Advertisement. This old man turned out to be a reformer. Etsuha was a little curious. The old man's metal arm grabbed Etsuha's right hand and stretched out something like a catheter. The catheter-like thing stretched out from the old man's arm, on Etsuha's arm. Buzzing, a weird voice came from the old man's arm, and Etsuha suddenly felt a crisis threatening him, and he just wanted to do something. You passed the level, it's really funny, young man. The old man said with a smile, his metal arm retracted into his sleeve in a calm manner. This old man, Etsuha didn't know what happened, he already felt that he would meet this doctor again. Haha, interesting. Etsuha was a little curious about how the world would change for his arrival. Can I go now? Etsuha stood up and said to the old man. Of course, if you have any questions, you can come to the headquarters of the association to find me at any time. I'm just doing a day's work for a little guy today, ha ha ha. The old man smiled. Goodbye, I will, and hope to see each other again. Etsuha suddenly became interested and turned and walked out. I really can't see through. The old man smiled wryly, his figure becoming shallower and finally disappearing. Etsuha, who walked out of the examination room, turned his head to the top floor. He wanted to see whether the written examination questions needed to be answered or not. He looked at the physical examination form in his hand. The written examination was in the 36th examination room. That's it. Etsuha looked at the examination room card on the door frame in front of him and said that there were only a few strangely shaped people answering the paper when entering the examination room. Please give me your watch, and then sit down and find a place to the side. I will give you a question right away, and you can leave after answering. A staff member said to Etsuha, who had just entered the door. Etsuha handed him the watch to find a place to sit there, and soon the written test came up. Advertisement, hee. Etsuha looked at the test questions in front of him and thought of what Genos had said to him before. If you haven't reviewed the written test in advance, you won't be able to do it at all. Really, it's all messy things like physics and chemistry, and finally there are a few more normal questions for you to write why you are heroes. After answering the last question, Etsuha handed it over to the rest area on the first floor and waited for the result. If I didn't make a mistake, I should have scored a lot of points because of the written test. It should look like a grade, Etsuha thought. After a short while, the radio rang. Etsuha, nonsensical man, please report to the 12th lecture hall on the first floor. Etsuha hurriedly walked to this so-called lecture hall and opened the door. Huh? It's this guy. Etsuha didn't expect that this nonsensical man would also be selected, and the guy was still talking to himself when he entered the door. First of all, congratulations on your successful selection into the Heroes Association, but don't be too happy. This city is not as peaceful as you imagined. The speaker is an in-service class A heroes, nicknamed Shok Shenquan, a middle-aged uncle with explosive muscles. Image. Sure enough, that snake-bite fist disappeared, no Shenjiao, replaced by someone I have never stopped. Etsuha thought, if it is interesting, let's see how things will eventually develop. Hey, that wretched perverted spectacle man, don't think that you can ignore the teachings of the elders if you get selected into the Heroes Association. Brother Dang suddenly fired on this nonsense man. It is estimated that he saw this guy teasing the staff. Hee. The Wulatu man had been smirking, and he didn't hear what Brother Jen Dang was talking about. Oh, ignorant guy, I hope you will be kidnapped by weird people when you go out. Brother Dang was confused, and left before he finished speaking. Etsuha stepped forward and picked up two watches, one of his own and the other of Woolatu brother. He threw his watch to Woolatu man and walked out of the classroom. Only the nonsensical man in the classroom was smiling silly. Chapter 300 shocked the bald brother. Weird guy, but this face is a bit familiar. Etsuha scratched his head and thought of the nonsensical man who just smirked in the classroom. Forget it, probably not. After thinking about it, Etsuha still dismissed his thoughts. How is it? Teacher, are they all frightened by your strength? Genos, who had been waiting for Etsuha outside the door, immediately approached Etsuha and asked when he saw Etsuha come out. It's okay. Etsuha replied looking at the A-level score sheet in his hand. A-level? Why is this? Is it really because of the part of the written test? Janos exclaimed. After all, in his opinion, how could Etsuha, such a miraculous man, be rated A? Isn't it worse than his apprentice level? It doesn't matter, it will rise sooner or later, it's just a matter of time. Etsuha replied with a smile. Hey, that's the case. Genos shook his head helplessly. This is the end of the matter. Once the graded assessment is completed, there is no way to change it at will. You can only slowly get the results later to raise the appropriate grade. Etsuha really doesn't care. Although 337's current strength has indeed declined, it's okay to deal with some ordinary three-legged cats. Etsuha is fully confident that he can regain his lost strength within a certain period of time. Pick it up. Back at Etsuha at home, a person calmly looked at the A-level score sheet in his hand and fell asleep. Midnight time. A figure rushing through quickly broke the tranquility of the night. Not only that, there were two things behind this figure who were walking again. Looking at this situation, it should be a situation of two chasing and one running, but I don't know what happened, but the round bald head of the person being chased was extremely charming by the moonlight. A sturdy man touched the sweat falling from his forehead and hissed. I finally got rid of it, but it's worth everything for this armor. Advertisement, that's right, this is the bald man who has just been chased. It seems that it should be related to his armor. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The whole body of the bald man is covered by this armor, and what is noticeable is that the symbol of this armor on the chest is heart-stirring. BDCA. And the red-colored bat pattern gives people a way of saying no. The strange feeling coming out, but the only thing that can be sure is that the power of this armor is definitely not weak. The next day, a report triggered panic among all residents in D City. The latest report says that this morning, an extremely healthy man was destroying the city on a large scale. Many residents were implicated. The two heroes closest to D City, the 57 A-level Hornets and 1B level 1 Hiccup soldiers, are rushing to the destruction scene to organize the action of the saboteur, but it is worth noting that the prisoner's bald head has become an extremely beautiful landscape. Various residences' TV reports said, ha, this power is really too intoxicating, too powerful, let's destroy it. It was the bald man who was chased last night who was talking, but I don't know how he got rid of the pursuit of those two guys. Yes, I don't know why I came out so early today to destroy the surrounding buildings so unsightly. It turned out that the Hiccup soldier who had already arrived on the scene shouted to the saboteur. Stop, you fellow, Hiccup. Where did you come from? If you don't want to die, it's better to go away. My bald brother just wants to destroy and don't want to kill people, the bald man replied. I'm a Class B Heroes Hiccup Warrior of the Heroes Association. If you stop now, I will try to keep you alive. Otherwise, I will have the Hornet Rider who rushes over and will make you regret today's destructive behavior, Hiccup. The knight hummed coldly. Heroes Association? The more you listen, the more upset you are. You, a Class B Hiccup, dare to challenge me? It seems that today my bald brother can't let you go. As soon as the words fell, the bald brother shot at the Hiccup warrior. Regardless of the size of the bald man, but the agility, speed and mobility of the body must not be underestimated, but I don't know if this is his original strength, or the weird armor on him gives him the power of Dragon-breaking tiger. Howling fist. A burst of explosive sound waves whizzed at this Hiccup soldier with this astonishing speed. The huge fist covered by the armor rushed out with this extremely arrogant strike force, and went straight to the front door of the Hiccup warrior. This blow, if there is no way to avoid it, it is estimated that a Hiccup soldier may be killed on the spot. Advertisement. Hiccup. Hiccup fighters are using the same attack method that never changes, letting the bald brother's speed be amazing and the power of his fists is fierce. Hiccup fighters do only one thing. The thing is hiccups. However, if someone is around, you should be able to hear that although it is a hiccup, it is played in a rhythmic melody in the mouth of a Hiccup fighter. Snapped. It may be that the Hiccup warrior's Hiccup sonic attack was immune to Brother Bald's armor. A punch full of wild power hit the Hiccup warrior's face firmly and unimpeded. The poor Hiccup soldier was blasted out directly, and the two front teeth in the sky were extremely conspicuous. Fortunately, although the front teeth were not protected, his life should be saved. The bald brother clapped his hands and said angrily, Papa. The little devil with sharp teeth and mouth. Dare to yell at me. If you don't let you taste the pain today, I don't deserve to be called the bald brother. However, just when the bald brother was about to leave this block and head to the next destination, another strange-looking guy blocked his way. You guy is also from the Heroes Association? The bald brother said to the man in front of him. What do you mean? Has the Hiccup warrior already arrived? The man secretly asked in his heart. Because they are members of the Heroes Association, they will notify the heroes who are heading to the destination in advance before they are ready to carry out the mission. So this is why the Wasp Knight is curious, because he saw the bald man's tone as if someone from the Heroes Association had already come, so now he basically judged that the Hiccup Warrior had been killed before he felt it. Is it solved so quickly? It seems that this guy may not be easy, the Wasp Knight murmured. Chapter 301 Scary Bald Brother. Yes, I'm the 57th A-ranked Wasp Rider of the Heroes Association. You definitely don't think that you can retreat today. Not only did you destroy the town, but also hiccuped him so badly. Unforgivable, unforgivable, Wasp Rider roared. Ho ho, then I'll see what you can do to me, the bald brother mocked. In fact, the wasp was looking at the bald man, as if looking at a dying person. Poor man. The words just fell. Bang! The sound of the ground breaking in the warbler sounded, and the Wasp Rider who had soared into the air no longer knew when. The two giant bee wings behind him almost enveloped his entire body. Shaking quickly, I don't know who designed the precision flying instrument. It turned out that the name of the Wasp Rider came from. The huge spikes on the top of the head shone with a metallic luster full of air conditioning, which dazzled people. Wasp Ghost Dancing Sting. The giant wings led the Wasp Rider to dance in the air with an extremely exaggerated trembling melody. In the next second, the entire body of the Wasp Rider turned into a cone-shaped whirlwind against the giant bee needle, representing a destructive force, rushed to the bald brother who was motionless on the ground. Huh, little bugs. Looking at the A-level heroes, the Wasp Knight, who was rushing towards him, the bald brother didn't seem to be flustered at all, but he looked natural. The bald brother standing motionless on the ground snorted coldly. I want you to see what strength is today. Then, there was a strong wind, and without any defense, his bright head rushed toward the Wasp Knight's bee needle. This guy. Is he crazy? He sighed inwardly as he looked at the Wasp Knight with his bald head trying to strike him. Obviously he didn't expect the opponent to be so irrational, and actually planned to use the human body's most feared attack head to resist his own attack. This is completely unwise behavior. However, such a great opportunity is not for the Wasp Knight. We'll let it go, since the other party wants the battle to end so much, then he promises the other party's wish. Then he increased the frequency of the rotation. Obviously, he wanted to directly use this blow to end the battle. Advertisement, come on, ha ha ha. With a frantic laugh, the bald head collided with the attack of the Wasp Rider with his bald head. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Boom. A violent explosion filled the entire street. The smoke dissipated, and the bald brother standing on the ground was panting, but the excitement in his eyes may explain everything. Hee. This time it was the Wasp Rider's turn to be surprised. How could this happen? You monster, why is your head so iron? The original huge metal wings have been destroyed and they are obviously unable to fly, but this is not the point, because the huge bee thorns on his head that were originally eye-catching have now become a pile of scrap iron scattered on the ground. Obviously it has been scrapped. My life was given by my mother. My bald brother's head is made of iron. It seems that you don't need the power of armor at all to deal with a guy like you. My head is all done, ha ha ha. Smiled. Recruitment. Requesting reinforcements. Villain does not match the described strength. Please rush to the scene immediately by the surrounding heroes. Immediately rush to the scene. Seeing this, the Wasp Knight seemed to be completely different from the bald opponent in front of him, so he had to take it out. Heroes must have calling machine, request support. I see you guys from the Heroes Association, but that's the case. Is there a big gap between what is said in the news? A-level people didn't expect to be at this level. Shit, it's ridiculous. The bald brother looked at it. The Wasp Knight, who asked for reinforcements, said with a look of contempt. Brother Bald's next words were even more annoying. Returned the Wasp Knight. Really rubbish, bah. You. The Wasp Rider had become incoherent. He had met such a disgusting villain for the first time since he had been in the hero's career for 2 years. The angry Wasp Rider fainted directly. Seeing the Wasp Rider who had passed out, the bald brother said with contempt, trash. But fortunately, I said, seeing that the bald brother Wasp Knight who had passed out did not kill him, but went straight to the street, planning to go to the next town, but I don't know what he meant for destroying the town in this way. Just for fun. Isn't anyone so boring, or is it to attract attention? Ask for flowers. The guy in front. Are you the guy the Wasp Knight just said? Stop it. A cold voice rang from behind the bald brother. Who? The bald brother turned his head when he heard the sound, and looked at the transformed robot whose body had obviously been transformed in front of him. Advertisement, that's right. The person who came was Genos, who happened to be in D-City, and he rushed to him immediately after hearing his colleagues call for help. Did you destroy all the houses around here? You did the Hornet Rider who fell on the ground and the Hiccup Warriors on the wall over there? Janos was cold, asked. Oh, yes, you are the rescuer that guy just moved in? I advise you not to be nosy, otherwise your fate will be no different from that guy. The bald brother threatened with a contemptuous expression on his face. Sure enough, you did it, I'm sorry, Janos nodded after hearing this. The bald brother replied, there is nothing to apologize for, then I'm leaving, don't give it away. You guy. Genos gritted his teeth when he saw the other person's face. As soon as the words fell, the flame booster on the soles of Janos' feet immediately pushed him out. Burning embers. The 6 flame jets on the shoulders immediately sprayed out mercilessly, coming up as a big move. Obviously this guy's words have angered Janos. Looking at Genos, who was thinking of himself with the scorching heat, the bald brother nodded and said, "Well, this is enough to see. Finally there is a guy worth fighting." After a horse step was taken, the bald armor immediately enveloped him, and the monster bat seal on his chest finally flashed a weird luster. The 6 flame-throwing pillars were also mixed with a huge impact, and they smashed at the bald brother. After that, Genos' flame punch was waiting for him. I don't know how the bald brother will respond to this blow by Janos. After all, this attack is already an S-level move, and it is not the same level as the attacks of the 2 heroes just now. Chapter 302 Janos vs. Bald. Huh. It's really not the same level as the 2 guys just now. That's interesting. The bald brother said with a look of excitement as Genos was spraying at him. Suddenly, the armor on his body appeared strange. The original dark armor of the armed forces seemed to have changed in color. With a red look in the dark, the fully armed bald brother obviously intends to exert the true strength of this armor. Yi Chen nodded and did not answer much, but said, "Then, let's start." Bell and whistle. Genos mocked the bald brother who looked at the changed appearance. He obviously didn't look at the other party at all, intending to directly let his lava burst and melt the other party. But will everything really go as he wishes? At this time, the bald brother showed a triumphant smile, just like 563, as if the prey had already been hooked. It's just that everything is too late. The Janos have already rushed over, seeing the other smile, and secretly saying, "Sorry, it's a trick." Obviously Genos had discovered that it was too late, and he had been deeply surrounded by Brother Bald's attack. An arrogant force quickly flooded around Genos, wrapping him up, and the previously launched flame attack had also been completely absorbed by the strange armor on the bald brother, leaving him unscathed. Instead, Genos was grabbed by the bald brother with a sharp face. The thin body of Genos looked particularly small to Brother Bald, especially after he was armed with armor. It was completely the difference between an adult and a child. 2 palms buckled Janos' entire shoulder in an instant. Thunder Eye burst. Advertisement with a strange cry, the whole body of the bald-headed brother flashed with this jumping luster, and after a hug, the entire spine behind Genos' body was heavily smashed to the ground. Huh. I didn't expect this armor to be so strong, S-class heroes? It's just that. Ha ha ha. The bald brother looked at Genos who had fallen on the ground motionless, and said loudly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Brush, huh? The bald brother looked at Genos who was slowly standing up from the ground in amazement. He was obviously shocked by Genos' behavior. You guy, how can you still move? How can someone who has taken this trick stand up? The bald brother looked at Genos who was already fighting, and said in disbelief. The world is very vast. S-rank heroes is not a casual title. Do you understand? Genos roared. It turns out that because Genos is a modified robot, all parts of the body are originally vulnerable to the same degree, which is different from normal humans. If it is an ordinary person, after taking the trick just now, I am afraid that the rest of his life will be accompanied by a wheelchair. But Genos is different. He is a modified robot himself. He is not afraid of this kind of attack. Moreover, it happened that his back part was slightly modified by Dr. Kuno's yesterday, so Genos is now to stand up intact. Very good, this is interesting. You are still the first decent opponent I met today, so let me go. The bald brother said with excitement. It turned out that because he just got this armor, the bald brother also wanted to try the limit of this thing, and now it just happened that Janos arrived, and he was definitely the perfect candidate. I saw Genos turn over quickly recoiled back and distanced himself from the bald brother. After just a confrontation, Genos had already seen that the opponent was not good at long-range combat. Therefore, as long as Genos takes advantage of his own financial warrior, always keeps a distance from the opponent, and does not get stuck by the opponent, he can be invincible. Oh, I didn't expect to be quite clever. Sure enough, the S-rank heroes are better than those idiots. The bald brother saw Janos who quickly analyzed the situation and exclaimed. I didn't expect that although your guy looks simple-minded and well-developed, he turns his head very quickly. Genos also flattered from a distance. Advertisement however, just before Genos finished speaking, the bald brother rushed towards Genos. That's right, if the bald head wants to defeat Genos, he must be close to the opponent, because most of his attacking moves are at close range, and there is no way to attack the opponent without sticking to his face. This is also his armor. One drawback. I didn't expect your fellow to react so quickly. Janos looked at the bald brother who was quickly approaching him with a serious face. So he quickly set up his fighting stance, and the flamethrower on the sole of his feet exploded with great power in an instant, pushing Genos' whole person out. In this way, it was hard to get close to the bald brother of Genos just now. Pulled out the distance with each other once. You guy, will you hide in hiding? It's too ugly, said the bald man angrily. That's right, but his own strength advantage is far greater than the opponent, but he can't meet the opponent. Unless Genos takes the initiative to send it to the door, it is estimated that he will not be able to catch up with the opponent even if he is exhausted. Genos replied from a distance in the air. Soldiers are not tired of deceit. It's useless to want to engage in aggressive warfare with me. I don't want to eat yours. However, you will be able to withstand this next move. The power is even with me. I can't control it well. As soon as the words fell, I saw that a total of 17 flame jets from Genos' shoulders to the soles of his feet began to burst out in an extremely violent posture. The flames were gushing, and the surrounding body was even caused by the high temperature. The generated electric current is constantly turning. I don't know how terrifying this blow will be. Vulcan. Flame ring. The splendid firelight encircled and swallowed Genos in an instant, and then entered and saw the 10-4.87 brilliant flame pillars slowly merge together, forming a huge flame ball and taking Genos as a whole. It was wrapped, and it seemed that there were two huge black pupils beating in the depths of the flame ball. This guy. Is the S-rank heroes really so sharp? But my armor is amazing. You didn't see through the attack just now. This will be your biggest failure today. Look at this, the giant great fireball that almost enveloped the entire sky, the bald brother secretly said in his heart. Take it, you don't think you can stand this blow. Then Genos, who turned into a huge flame body, took this extremely hot energy. Swish, over it. Poor fellow. Looking at Genos, who was constantly approaching him, the bald brother shook his head in pity. Chapter 303 Janos in crisis. In the bald brother with this pair of armor, Genos' current behavior is actually tantamount to a sheep's mouth, taking the initiative to deliver it to the door. As for Genos, even though he was worried about seeing the other side's fearless appearance, he still rushed over. The weird bad armor turned scarlet again, and the bald brother's whole person now seemed to be bloodied, as if he had just crawled out of the dead. The gesture of a demon greeted Genos. Boom. The flames burst. The sky full of smoke and dust swept the entire surrounding city, and the entire city was plunged into the darkness brought by the black smoke at this moment. After a long time, the smoke finally dissipated slowly, and the two finally showed their respective vigor. I saw that there were dense cracks on Brother Bald's armor, which were obviously caused by the high temperature, but the whole was still intact, but Genos, on the other hand, was in great trouble. Obviously the move just now has a certain impact on Janos himself. The funny Afro Table 13 shows that Janos has received serious damage in the flames just now, but this is not the point, because at this time Gia North had been held tightly by the bald brother who still had enough energy, and his actions were completely restricted. You guy. What's the matter? How could the attack just now cause you such a little damage? What methods did you use? Janos asked with a look of disbelief. This uncle's armor is indestructible. You can definitely detect it in the first attack, but you didn't expect that you didn't catch this tiny detail, so you will be caught by me now. You have it, but you should be very proud. The armor on my body is from the group, but brought out from that place. I didn't expect you to break him. It's already right for US class heroes. Ha ha ha. The bald brother explained. What? Fire prevention. As soon as Janos heard that the opponent's armor was immune to fire, but now in retrospect, it seemed that it was really like that. When he first exploded, his armor was, it seemed that something was different, and my attack was also just now. His armor became like bright red blood. The so-called fire protection was probably related to the discoloration of that armor. I was careless again. What can I do? By the way, didn't the teacher also join the Heroes Association? Looking at the current situation, I am afraid that only the teacher can solve it, Janos said in his heart. You guy, you haven't said a word since the beginning. What's the matter? Isn't it because you were thinking about asking for foreign aid just like the two little ghosts just now? The bald brother asked with a look of contempt. The little trick in his heart was guessed right by the other party, and Janos felt extremely ashamed for a while. Advertisement, because as an S-rank heroes, he could have avoided this situation, but it was his negligence that led to the current situation. The last time he played against the Mosquito Girl, it was not the teacher Etsuha who rushed in time. By the time, I'm afraid I won't be here now, but I was careless again today. Damn it, it's really a mistake. Genos felt regretful. It doesn't matter if you are also called a foreign aid, because the bald brother said with an arrogant expression. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. That's right, because he actually defeated a heroes who was ranked 23rd in the S class today. He was a little floating. Die. The bald brother shouted loudly. The situation was extremely critical, and Genos couldn't bear the next blow of the bald brother, and the only way to go to blue himself at the moment. That's it, I'm sorry, Janos secretly said, and then immediately sent his own self-detonation program. You can see that on Janos's chest. A bounce of blue light appeared, and the frequency of jitter. Faster and faster, faster and faster. Blast. Don't worry, you won't be allowed to succeed. As long as you kill you before you detonate, you won't be able to explode. The bald brother Genos, who saw something wrong with this situation, said with no fear. Hearing what the other party said, Genos quickly speeded up his self-destruction procedure. But the bald brother still talked about Janos first. However, just as the bald brother was about to shoot Genos on the ground and make a playful voice came from behind the bald brother. Yeah, you guy, looks so weird. You can move my students? A black-clothed youth quietly appeared in front of the bald brother and stopped the bald brother's actions. Who are you? Student. You are talking about yourself. I advise you to be fine or not to get into trouble. Go back to school and study hard, idiot, Etsuha teased. Etsuha shook his head with a wry smile. Obviously, the other party's words were not taken seriously by him. Teacher, are you? Janos looked at Etsuha who had rushed over so soon. What about the two? I'll talk later. I will hurt my students. Shina Etsuha definitely wants you to die. Etsuha looked at the bald brother and said lightly. Advertisement. The bald brother looked at Etsuha, who was not too young or old, and said arrogantly. Oh, you guy, forget it. I have already cleaned up so much today, it's not bad for you, even you can solve it together. But just as soon as his words fell, something terrifying happened. The entire space has been twisted. As for the bald brother, that's right, his arm and armor disappeared into the space directly out of thin air. Kamui. Etsuha snorted coldly. It's time for this guy to be so rampant to teach him a lesson. Nani? The bald brother was overwhelmed at this time, and one of his own hands attached to the armor disappeared like this. He didn't understand what was going on, only saw the space twisted. What kind of trick is this? I really want to be able to control the space. The bald brother has been scared at this time, even if he has never seen anyone in the organization have such a weird method. Is there anything else I want to say before I die? Etsuha walked over. This guy was too arrogant and even more arrogant than himself. He really couldn't stand it anymore. Spare. I just don't want to try the power of the armor, so I won't dare anymore. The bald brother's voice trembled and backed away. Die, too much nonsense. Etsuha didn't want to listen to the idiot anymore, so he punched the bald brother in the head. Boom. The bald brother fell heavily to the ground. Etsuha turned and walked towards Janos's crippled body and said. You guy, don't have to work so hard. Etsuha didn't understand. As long as it was a place to fight weird people, Janos always rushed forward. Teacher, I just don't want to be weaker anymore, I want to be stronger, Janos said tremblingly. Let's go, I'll help you, and go to the doctor to fix you. After Etsuha said, he lifted Janos' body, and flew to the doctor's house. It seems that we should not form a bridge with this organization. It is more unfathomable than the weird association. Etsuha thought. Of course he knew that the bald head was very iron, he just wanted to leave him to the organization to solve it.